Chapter 1. Past Lives and Present Existence. In a vast expanse of the Douluo world's ocean, there lies a secluded island. This island, though not particularly large, spans approximately 10 kilometers in length and width. The central region is adorned with a variety of island flora, while the sandy beaches near the edges are lined with numerous coconut trees. At this very moment, on the shoreline of the island, a diminutive figure lies face down in the sand, with bare feet occasionally washed by the ebbing waves, resembling a stranded fish. Suddenly, this small figure's fingers twitched, and it gradually sat up, revealing a pair of azure eyes as deep as the sea. With both hands pressing against the throbbing head, it murmured in bewilderment, "Who am I? Dai Mubai or Hemingway?" At this instant, two strands of memory intertwined within his mind, not through possession or reincarnation, but rather the awakening of past life memories. The memories of his previous life belonged to a young man in his 20s named Hemingway. Hailing from a water-blue planet, It was a world dominated by technology, devoid of flamboyant magic or the pinnacle of martial arts, possessing only the mundanity of scientific advancement. The recollections of this life, however, belonged to a 6-year-old child named Dai Mubai, who held a prestigious lineage and noble blood. The two memories continued to merge. Ultimately, he declared, "I am Hemingway." His previously bewildered gaze began to solidify despite his outward appearance of merely 6 years. The depth of his eyes suggested that this child was far from ordinary. It was evident that the memories from modern society held the dominant influence. This was quite natural, as Hemingway's prior age of over 20 years inherently surpassed the 6-year-old Dai Mubai in life experience. The explosion of information in his former world, coupled with the knowledge and insights he possessed, was incomparable to that of the indigenous inhabitants of this realm. It was hardly surprising that Hemingway's thoughts would guide the merging of these memories. Think I have arrived in the world of Douluo continent. Hemingway mused with a wry smile after integrating his past life memories. And I am identified as the elder brother Dai Mubai, who is 4 years senior to Dai Mubai. Is there even a character named Dai Mubai in the original work? Indeed, despite sharing the name Dai Mubai, he was not the renowned figure known for his extraordinary abilities in Douluo Second High School. After all, a millennium would still pass before the events of Douluo II unfolded. It was merely a coincidence regarding their names. In this life, Hemingway's identity was remarkably unique. He was the second son of the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, with an elder brother, Davis, who was 2 years his senior, and a newly born younger brother, Dai Mubai, who was 4 years his junior. While this alone might not seem significant, the crucial detail lay in the fact that his biological mother was not the emperor's rightful queen, but rather a princess sent from the Heavenly Dou Empire for a political marriage. The Star Luo Empire and the Heavenly Dou Empire are sworn enemies, engaged in continuous warfare for many years. In recent times, the Star Luo Empire has gained the upper hand. However, the prolonged conflicts have severely depleted the resources of both nations. Should this continue, even if the Star Luo Empire were to annihilate the Heavenly Dou Empire, all that would remain is a desolate wasteland. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall looms ominously, casting a shadow over both realms. The circumstances of both empires do not permit further conflict yet. After years of hostilities, how could they simply declare a truce without justification? Thus, the Heavenly Dou Empire, under the guise of a marriage alliance, dispatched a princess to wed the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, temporarily halting hostilities. Of course, this is but a fleeting solution. Such a long-standing war cannot be quelled merely by the arrival of a princess. The so-called marriage alliance merely provides a pretext for a ceasefire. Once both empires have regained their strength, war will inevitably reignite. In this precarious situation, Dai Mubai, who embodies the bloodlines of both imperial families, finds himself in a particularly awkward position. With the royal blood of the Heavenly Dou Empire coursing through his veins, he is naturally viewed with disdain in the Star Luo Empire. Even in the future struggle for the throne, he stands little chance, for no one would support a candidate with the bloodline of a rival nation. Initially, this might have been tolerable, despite the lack of favor. After all, he possesses the royal lineage of the Star Luo Empire as well. Surely, the emperor would not go so far as to harm him. However, everything changed when he awakened his martial spirit at the tender age of 6, revealing not one, but dual martial spirits, and, astonishingly, a full innate soul power. Such exceptional talents would render any ordinary individual a genius. To possess both qualities is to ascend to the pinnacle of genius. If allowed to develop, his future prospects are nothing short of boundless. Had he been merely a commoner or an ordinary noble, the situation might not have been so dire. Yet, as the second prince of the Star Luo Empire and the son of the Heavenly Dou Princess, his remarkable abilities become increasingly perilous due to his awkward heritage. The more exceptional he proves to be, the greater the threat he poses to the emperor's own son. Countless individuals within the Star Luo Empire harbor hopes for his downfall, chief among them the empress and her family, the Zhu clan. After all, Dai Yuhao is also a son of the Star Luo Emperor. The more exceptional he becomes, the more likely he is to jeopardize her son's position. Even though Dai Yuhao's foreign bloodline diminishes his chances of inheriting the throne, any flicker of possibility must be extinguished before it can take root. Thus, a covert assassination scheme orchestrated by the Empress began. The Star Luo Emperor is well aware of this plot, however. For the sake of the Empire's stability, he dares not offend the Empress or her family, even as he sits idly by, feigning ignorance while the Empress sends assassins to hunt down the mother and At this juncture. One might wonder how the Emperor could allow his son, endowed with dual martial spirits and innate soul power, to be murdered by the Empress. Has he lost his senses? In truth, the Emperor's complacency stems from his perception of his son's value, which, in his eyes, does not warrant risking a rift with the Empress, in the realm of Douluo. During this period, the existence of twin martial souls is exceedingly rare. Historical records of such dual souls are scant, yet they share a common fate. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, these two souls inevitably clash, leading to catastrophic demise. Almost all documented cases of twin martial souls have met their end due to the violent conflict between the two, resulting in their tragic obliteration. Consequently, despite the widespread acknowledgement of twin martial souls as a formidable talent, the potential for greatness is overshadowed by the peril of soul conflict. After all, while the average individual possesses a single martial soul, one blessed with two holds an undeniable edge, a thought that alone evokes awe. However, the absence of successful cultivation examples leaves the true strength of a successfully cultivated twin martial soul shrouded in uncertainty. Thus, in the eyes of Emperor Xingluo, the protagonist's worth diminishes. That it is worth noting that at this time, the dual martial soul of the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall, Bibi Dong, remains unknown to the world. From Emperor Xingluo's perspective, even if the protagonist were to miraculously overcome the clash of martial souls and achieve success, he would merely become a title Douluo with two martial souls. The likelihood of failure looms larger, with the risk of a catastrophic explosion occurring around the 30th or 40th level due to soul conflict. Hence, the prospect of nurturing a son with such volatile potential, while opposing his consort, is deemed unacceptable by Emperor Xingluo. Ironically, if the protagonist had merely possessed innate full soul power without the dual souls, his value in the Emperor's eyes would have been significantly higher. This would imply a straightforward path to becoming a title Duo, devoid of the risks associated with soul conflict. As for Empress Xingluo's relentless desire to eliminate the protagonist, it is not rooted in a belief in his potential greatness. Rather, it stems solely from his dual martial soul and innate full soul power, which, if the conflicts could be surmounted, would at least position him as a title Douluo. Given his status as a prince, he could easily pose a threat to the inheritance of the throne by one of her two sons. Thus, she resolves to eradicate this potential threat entirely. Royal strife is merciless. Even the slightest possibility of danger cannot be tolerated. Fortunately, upon the awakening of her son's twin martial souls, Dai Yuhao's mother sensed impending peril and hastily summoned several loyal followers from the Tiandou Empire, all at the Soul King level, to gather their belongings and flee under the cover of night. Their destination, the sea. Once they reached the ocean, a small island would provide sanctuary. The Luo Empire's influence could never reach them there, for the sea belongs to sea spirit masters, and as land spirit masters, their reach does not extend into the depths of the ocean. Thus, seeking refuge in the vastness of the sea was undoubtedly their safest option. Regrettably, the mother and son were intercepted by assassins during their escape. A fierce battle ensued, culminating in the loss of several loyal followers. Ultimately, Dai Yuhao's mother sacrificed her own life in a final act of defiance, ensuring her son's survival in the face of overwhelming odds. Mother, upon recalling that gentle, water-like woman, Hemingway instinctively shut his eyes in anguish, a wave of pent-up frustration constricting his chest, rendering him breathless. That he was not merely possessing another's body or returning from the dead. Rather, he had been reincarnated, truly becoming an infant, nurtured with tender care, as Dai Yuhao. Though only 6 fleeting years had passed, during this time devoid of awakened memories, he had been cherished and raised as an ordinary child, and this bond was undeniably genuine. Even now, as he regained his memories, that affection had not waned but remained deeply rooted within his heart. Accompanying this sentiment was an overwhelming tide of hatred. From this moment forth, there shall be no more Dai Yuhao in this world. The 6-year-old boy gazed up at the sky, as if making a solemn pledge, exclaiming, "There is only Hemingway." The flames of vengeance blazed fiercely within his heart. Neither the Star Luo Empress nor the heartless father would escape his reckoning. Thus, he cast aside his name in this lifetime, bidding a definitive farewell to his past. From now on, the Star Luo royal family would be seen as his adversaries' entities to be utterly vanquished. Chapter 2. The Butterfly Effect. Beneath the blazing sun, the intense rays beat down upon the beach, even as the salty sea breeze wafted through the air. Having been unconscious for an unknown duration, Hemingway felt the heat overwhelming. Thus, despite his body still feeling weak and languid, he exerted himself to crawl onto the shore, leaving 2 long trails in the sand, eventually resting against a coconut tree. This tree provided a welcome shade from the sun, a sanctuary beyond the reach of the waves, an ideal place to rejuvenate.A. As he relished the coolness of the shade, he exhaled a deep sigh of relief, finally able to relax. Yet, a parched throat reminded him of his need for water. Ding! At that moment, accompanied by a melodious chime, a mechanical voice resonated in Hemingway's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend. Is this a system? After a prolonged hesitation, he finally grasped the reality. Was this not the very system popular in web novels? Could it be genuine? However, since he had already traversed into a fictional world, the existence of a cheat seemed quite plausible, initiating the generation of the attribute panel. A system interface materialized before his eyes. Ultimate King System. Name: Hemingway. Cultivation level: Level 10 Soul Power, innately full soul power. Martial Soul: Mermaid soul rings not yet attached. Note to preclude any impatient readers from abandoning the story at this juncture. As an emperor with numerous consorts and many offspring, it is unreasonable to expect each child to inherit the swan martial soul. His mother, though a princess of the Dou Empire, not inheriting the swan martial soul is entirely reasonable. The protagonist's mermaid martial soul is inherited from his mother. Martial soul: White tiger soul rings not yet attached. Main quest: become the one true king of the Douluo world. With the bloodlines of 2 imperial families coursing through your veins, you are destined to become the world's sovereign. Quest reward: unlock the ability to traverse worlds. Beginner's gift pack shall be opened. A simple interface with attributes pathetically meager. Yet, Hemingway's gaze fixated on the final entry of the novice gift pack displayed before him. Undoubtedly, the contents of this package would prove advantageous to his current predicament. Eagerly, he proclaimed, "Open the beginner's gift pack." Ding! Beginner's gift pack activated. Congratulations, host. You have received a soul upgrade card, a devil fruit, and a gravity adjustment bracelet. Devil fruit? Hemingway mused in astonishment. Is this not the world of Douluo? How could such an item from One Piece manifest in a beginner's gift pack? Wait, I am currently at sea, so perhaps the devil fruit is indeed more fitting for my present circumstances. He quickly reconciled his thoughts. As for the gravity adjustment bracelet, its purpose was easily discernible. What is the function of the soul upgrade card? He inquired. Ding! The soul upgrade card enables the host to enhance the quality of their twin martial souls and offers a chance to acquire abilities from characters of other worlds. Acquire abilities from characters of other worlds. Hemingway found this notion perplexing, yet adhering to the belief that external aids seldom bring harm, he hastily utilized the soul upgrade card. Ding! Soul upgrade card activated. In the next moment, Hemingway felt his weary and feeble body being revitalized by an enigmatic energy, as if he were immersed in warm waters, on the verge of slumber. In this state of drowsiness, he underwent a profound metamorphosis. Time elapsed unmeasured. When he awakened, the instant his eyes fluttered open, he immediately perceived a transformed world. The sky appeared a striking blue, while the sea exuded a gentle allure. The sea breeze caressed him, as if it could cleanse the soul. Hemingway noticed that the contours of his surroundings became more pronounced, and the colors radiated vibrantly, as though he had once been nearsighted and was now wearing glasses. Finally able to discern the true visage of the world, he rose gently, feeling an invigorating strength replace his previous fatigue, brimming with vitality. It felt as if he could effortlessly fell a bull with a single punch. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. As Hemingway savored his transformation, a sudden gust of wind swept past, causing a strand of hair to fall upon his brow, as white as snow. What is this? He grasped the silken strand, and upon running his fingers through his hair, discovered that what once was short had now cascaded down to his waist, even the formerly golden strands now transformed to a snowy white, appearance. Hastily, he rushed to the water's edge, peering through the azure depths to behold his reflection. There stood a 6-year-old child with snow-white hair, delicate and fair features, and deep blue eyes reminiscent of the ocean, exuding an ethereal grace. Should he don feminine attire, none would doubt her identity as a girl. Hemingway was taken aback. Instinctively, his right hand reached down to his groin, and upon grasping, not only did he find that his little brother had not vanished, but had actually grown considerably. He breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that there were no unfortunate occurrences such as a transformation. Next, he was eager to observe any changes in his martial soul beyond its outward appearance. Merfolk martial soul, arise, Hemingway silently commanded, unleashing the mermaid martial soul inherited from his mother. In an instant, a terrifying surge of energy radiated from the small island he occupied, spreading outwards across the vast ocean. Boom, boom, boom. The sea roiled and churned as countless sea soul beasts erupted from the depths, howling towards the heavens. As if driven mad, they surged fiercely towards the island. Among them were soul beasts aged 10,000 years and beyond. At that moment, nearly everyone across the ocean was stirred, particularly those sea soul masters whose martial souls were connected to marine life. Regardless of whether they were sea serpents, sea turtles, fish, or even sea birds, any creature linked to the ocean found themselves compelled to prostrate on the ground beneath. The weight of this overwhelming aura, as if paying homage to an exalted sovereign. As the primary culprit behind it all, Hemingway was taken aback as he gazed at the suddenly tumultuous sea, acutely sensing that this upheaval was undoubtedly linked to his martial spirit. The sight of the fierce sea spirit beasts barreling towards him was utterly terrifying. Fortunately, as soon as his mermaid martial spirit emerged, the obscure turbulence dissipated. All the frenzied sea spirit beasts gradually calmed down, glancing around in confusion before retreating back into the depths of the water. The once tumultuous ocean restored its tranquil demeanor. However, the ramifications of the tumultuous uprising of the marine spirits did not fade. Rather, they provoked profound contemplation among the astute. What could have caused the entire marine populace to revolt? Was it the emergence of a precious artifact, or perhaps the manifestation of the sea god? Chapter 3. The True Sea God. On a desolate little island, Hemingway gazed in silence at the magnificent upgraded mermaid spirit before him. Before his eyes stood a colossal figure, towering at approximately several dozen meters, with the upper body resembling that of a human woman, while the lower half transformed into an enormous pink fish tail. Undoubtedly, this was an extraordinarily gigantic mermaid. As for why Hemingway inherited the mermaid spirit from his mother rather than the swan of the Tiandou royal lineage, it was due to the fact that although his mother was a princess of the Tiandou Empire, she did not inherit the royal swan spirit. Instead, she inherited the mermaid spirit from her mother, a soul master. Thus, as the son of his mother, it was only natural that his mermaid spirit was also inherited from her. Originally, his mermaid spirit was of a size comparable to that of an ordinary person, and it could never have been as immense as it was now. Clearly, it was the result of the spirit upgrade card that had caused this remarkable transformation. However, Hemingway furrowed his brow as he gazed upon the magnificent mermaid before him. She possessed flowing, long, pink curls elegantly styled into an ancient celestial bun. Adorning her head was a hairpiece reminiscent of a taiyaki, while her earlobes were embellished with shell-shaped earrings. Her eyes, as deep and blue as the ocean, complemented her breathtaking beauty. Below, her upper body was voluptuous, and her lower half was adorned with a gradient pink tail. The mermaid princess, Baster, he uttered slowly. The mermaid princess, Baster, is a pivotal character from the anime One Piece. She is the princess of the merfolk and the legendary sea deity Poseidon, endowed with the power to command all sea kings. Now, Hemingway finally comprehended the meaning behind the system's claim of possessing a certain probability of acquiring abilities from characters from other realms. After his martial soul transformed into the likeness of the mermaid princess, Baster, this character's powers transitioned into this world, shifting from commanding sea kings to commanding all creatures associated with the ocean. The recent upheaval among the sea soul beasts was a result of the unique energy emitted when Poseidon first manifested in this realm during his initial summoning of the martial soul, leading all sea soul beasts to mistakenly believe that the sea god had descended. Such occurrences would not repeat in future summons. The martial soul upgrade card produced by the system was indeed formidable. He marveled at the colossal mermaid martial soul before him. Even without considering its ability to command sea soul beasts, the sheer size of the martial soul indicated an immeasurable increase in power compared to its previous form. Standing dozens of meters tall, The destructive potential of such a massive martial soul was beyond comprehension. What transformation had the other martial soul undergone? Hemingway contemplated. And with a fleeting thought, the magnificent mermaid's spirit transformed into a glimmering light, vanishing from sight. In its place emerged another colossal figure. A thunderous roar reverberated through the surrounding waters. A gigantic white tiger, adorned with wings, bellowed towards the heavens. Its fur gleamed a pristine white, intricately patterned with deep black stripes, and its eyes glowed a blood red, exuding an aura of inexplicable darkness and foreboding. The creature had grown in size and acquired a pair of wings. Hemingway gazed at the imposing white tiger, radiating an air of lethal majesty, feeling an immense satisfaction within. For no matter the perspective, the evolved white tiger was undeniably far superior to its predecessor. Most notably, the addition of wings signified an extraordinary evolution, enabling flight, an exceptional feat for the king of terrestrial beasts. Let me examine its attributes. He smacked his forehead, silently invoking the attributes panel. Supreme King System Name. Hemingway Level 10, Innate Full Spirit Power. Spirit, Mermaid Princess, Soul Rings Not Attached. Spirit, Nether White Tiger, Soul Rings Not Attached. Main Quest, Become the one true king of the Douluo world. With the bloodlines of 2 imperial rulers coursing through you, it is only fitting that you ascend as the world's sovereign. Quest Reward, Unlock Multiverse Travel Function. The transformation of the mermaid spirit into the mermaid princess and the white tiger spirit into the nether white tiger was evidently a significant enhancement. Yet, he pondered. In what ways was it stronger? He scrutinized the simplistic attributes on the panel, musing softly to himself, feeling an inexplicable surge of excitement. Particularly intriguing was the mermaid spirit's ability to command sea soul beasts. He wondered just how far this power could extend. Could he directly command the sea soul beasts to sacrifice themselves? Perhaps he should give it a try? The waves continually lapped against the shore, and the salty sea breeze caressed him, instilling a sense of tranquility. Perhaps it was due to the mermaid spirit. The closer he drew to the sea, the more at ease he felt, as if the ocean were his true home. Hemingway walked barefoot along the shoreline, advancing until the waves lapped at his ankles, at which point he paused. He gently closed his eyes. After the mermaid's spirit evolved into a fish princess, it bestowed upon him numerous abilities, one of which was the gift of oceanic perception. By merely coming into contact with the seawater, he could sense the happenings within a certain radius of the sea. In that moment, his sensations were extraordinary, as if he were viewing the world from a divine perspective. He could observe the underwater realm in a complete 360 degrees, encompassing an expansive area. In an instant, his awareness spread across a 1,000-mile expanse of ocean, truly formidable. Yet, this was only to be expected, as his spirit was, after all, the sovereign of the sea. Possessing such an extraordinary sensitivity to the ocean was hardly surprising. Soon, within the vast expanse of 1,000 miles, Hemingway sensed the presence of numerous soul beasts. By observing the radiant aura of soul power they emanated, he discerned that most of these creatures were of a decade, century, or millennium in age, with those of 10,000 years being almost non-existent. However, at his current stage, soul rings of a century or millennium were sufficiently potent. Even if a 10,000-year soul beast were present, his current strength might not be adequate to command it. Thus, let us focus on this particular soul beast. Hemingway set his sights on a millennium-old shark, instantly issuing a command to it. Immediately, the shark obediently swam to the shore, becoming stranded upon the beach. Hemingway gazed upon the formidable shark, its eyes filled with resistance yet compelled to submit, and for the first time, he felt the terrifying power of his martial spirit. This was an absolute dominion over all marine life. Was she not the true goddess of the sea? Manifest your martial spirit, he commanded softly. In response, the colossal mermaid princess martial spirit emerged behind him. Towering at several meters, the mermaid princess raised one delicate yet massive jade hand and gently brought it down. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the stranded shark on the shore offered no resistance whatsoever, as it was effortlessly flattened beneath the enormous hand. A purple 1,000-year soul ring slowly ascended. The mermaid princess martial spirit reigned as the sovereign of the ocean, commanding the obedience of all sea creatures. Yet, while their bodies may yield, their spirits remained unyielding. Thus, to compel a soul beast to willingly sacrifice itself was an unattainable feat otherwise. Hemingway's first soul ring would not have required a millennium. It would have begun at 10,000 or even 100,000 years. Come forth. As he summoned the soul power, the purple soul ring instantly flew towards him. merging into the essence of the mermaid princess martial spirit within Hemingway. At that moment, he felt a surge of power coursing through him, and under its nurturing influence, his physique began to strengthen at an astonishing rate. Hemingway was certainly aware that the optimal first soul ring for a soul master is a yellow soul ring that is a few hundred years old. However, since he utilized a martial soul upgrade card to enhance his martial soul, although his soul power did not increase, the augmentation of his physique from the two martial souls was astonishingly significant. It is widely recognized that a soul master absorbs soul rings primarily based on their physical and mental capacity to endure, as long as one can withstand the pressure. Even a 10,000-year soul ring can be absorbed without issue. This understanding emboldened Hemingway to directly absorb a 1,000-year soul ring as his first. The outcome of this decision validated his confidence. The process of absorbing the soul ring was remarkably smooth, and Hemingway felt that even if the soul ring were 1,000 or 2,000 years older, he would still be able to endure it. From this, he tentatively estimated that his current physique was comparable to that of a soul master at levels 30 to 40. However, the true strength of a soul master lies in the myriad of unique soul skills, and the robustness of their physique is of secondary importance. Thus, it cannot be concluded that he is now capable of rivaling a soul master of levels 30 to 40. Let us see what soul skills I have acquired. Hemingway closed his eyes, attuning himself in silence. Then, quite naturally, he discerned the nature of the soul abilities he had acquired upon merging with the soul ring. To his astonishment, it was precisely this. He abruptly opened his eyes and extended his right hand, exclaiming forcefully. Instantly, a radiant golden light enveloped his entire arm, transforming it into what appeared to be a golden right arm. Undoubtedly, this was the Haki from the world of One Piece. Haki is a unique ability in that realm, categorized into three distinct types: observation Haki, armament Haki, and the rare conqueror's Haki. Chapter 4. The considerate system upon obtaining his first soul ring. Hemingway immediately awakened two forms of Haki from the three types, specifically armament Haki and observation Haki. At present, he was employing armament Haki. This particular form, once activated, served to encase the body in a layer akin to armor, rendering it impervious to harm. It could also evolve into enhanced offensive capabilities, producing various effects. Observation Haki functions similarly to radar and the spiritual perception found in cultivation novels, allowing him to sense everything within a certain range with meticulous clarity, even discerning the emotions of others. Those who master observation Haki to its pinnacle can listen to the thoughts of others, hear the voices of all things, or even glimpse into the future. As for the conqueror's Haki, it exudes a formidable presence akin to the might of a ruler, but with greater dominance. Once unleashed, it can instill fear in the hearts of many, quelling any thoughts of resistance. It is an essential ability for clearing out lesser foes and asserting the aura of a sovereign, hence its name, Conqueror's Haki. Regrettably, for reasons unknown, Hemingway had not awakened Conqueror's Haki. Perhaps he lacked the requisite regal spirit within. Thus, he only manifested armament Haki and observation Haki, leaving him uncertain if he would ever have the opportunity to awaken Conqueror's Haki in the future. Now, having initially acquired his first soul ring, Hemingway had directly awakened two forms of Haki, which could be considered his soul abilities. Naturally, every gain comes with a loss. The mermaid princess, as his martial soul, possesses advantages but also drawbacks. The added soul rings cannot bestow him with an array of fantastical soul abilities, meaning that regardless of the soul rings he acquires in the future, the mermaid princess will not grant him any additional abilities. At most, it will enhance the two forms of Haki he possesses. Thus, the role of the soul rings is limited to facilitating his advancement, augmenting his physical and mental prowess, and amplifying the potency of his Haki. They cannot provide him with any new soul abilities. This was knowledge Hemingway gleaned through careful introspection. Although he felt a twinge of disappointment regarding this, considering the allure of those dazzling and diverse abilities, he reminded himself that one should not be overly greedy. In his view, the effective utilization of armament Haki and observation Haki would suffice for him to navigate the Douluo world with confidence. Moreover, he still possessed another martial soul, the White Tiger. Additionally, aside from Haki, the world of One Piece is replete with various combat techniques that he should be able to imitate and employ. For instance, the exceedingly renowned Navy Sixth style, with his current physique, could soon master it with additional practice. In summary, there is no shortage of offensive capabilities. Thus, for the time being, I shall adapt to the changes in my martial soul on this small island. I will also hone my skills in the Navy Sixth style, And once I attain a degree of self-defense and the means to navigate the seas with confidence, I will commence recruiting individuals and establishing my own faction. Hemingway pondered silently, believing that before he could become the true sovereign of the Douluo continent, he might as well begin by becoming the king of the seas. I shall become the man of the sea. Strongest king system name. Hemingway level. 15 soul master martial soul. Mermaid princess. Purple. Martial soul. Nether white tiger. Soul rings not attached. Main quest. Become the one true king of the Douluo world. Endowed with the bloodlines of 2 imperial dynasties, you are destined to become the master of the world. Quest reward. Unlock the ability to traverse worlds. Level 15 is quite commendable. Hemingway nodded at his level, realizing that absorbing a Millennium Soul Ring could propel him up 5 levels, which is indeed remarkable. Next, there awaits another reward. Hemingway silently murmured, "System, claim the devil fruit." Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Paramecia-type devil fruit from the world of One Piece, the Pawpaw fruit. As the system's notification echoed, a fruit materialized out of thin air, gently descending. Hemingway instinctively reached out to grasp the peculiar fruit before him, reflecting on the information regarding it from the original text. This was the superhuman-type devil fruit, the meatball fruit. It had made an appearance in One Piece, and consuming it would allow one to manifest cat-like pads in the palms, enabling the user to repel anything, solids, liquids, gases, damage, heat, slashes, shockwaves, and so forth. Even the intangible concepts of fatigue and pain could be cast aside. The potential for development promised an immensely powerful ability. However, the drawbacks of this devil fruit, its aversion to seawater and sea prism stones, caused Hemingway to furrow his brow. He was currently adrift upon the ocean. Furthermore, with the soul of arms allowing him to command sea beasts, he would inevitably have to engage with the sea frequently. How could he afford such a severe limitation? Ding. An amiable reminder chimed. This fruit possesses no side effects, being a system-optimized version. Consuming it will not invoke a fear of seawater, rest assured. The mechanical voice of the system sounded like celestial music to Hemingway's ears at that moment. It was then that Hemingway began to scrutinize the devil fruit in his hand. He noticed that the enhanced version was indeed extraordinary, with unique patterns and a radiant glow emanating from both ends. An enticing aroma of fruit wafted from it as well. Enhanced. Could it be true? This golden finger was remarkably considerate. After a brief hesitation, Hemingway, glancing at the system's notification, ultimately took a bite of the fragrant devil fruit. In this world, who could he trust if not the system? Upon sinking his teeth into it, he found that the fruit not only lacked the seawater aversion but also the unpleasant taste likened to excrement in the original text had transformed into a rather ordinary fruit flavor, reminiscent of watermelon. Within moments, he had devoured the devil fruit. A peculiar sensation enveloped his entire being. Hemingway involuntarily closed his eyes, silently savoring the exhilarating sensation akin to the ascension of the soul. After a brief moment, he reopened his eyes, surveying his unchanged hands. With a flicker of thought, he observed the palms of his hands swell dramatically, transforming into something reminiscent of a feline's paw pad. Although the meatball fruit belongs to the Paramecia type, its capabilities are far from simple. In fact, no devil fruit is devoid of complexity. When fully developed to its utmost potential, it might indeed possess the ability to repel everything. Gazing at his palms, he found himself murmuring contemplatively. In the original narrative, this fruit's power can dispel concepts such as fatigue and suffering. How could such an ability be anything but intricate? If it can repel the notions of weariness and anguish, might it also be able to dispel other concepts? If one could eradicate the concept of aging, could a person achieve eternal youth and immortality? Should the concept of death be eliminated, could one then be resurrected? If the essence of living were to be cast aside, would that individual cease to exist? If one could expunge the 7 emotions and 6 desires, would that person transform into a soulless puppet devoid of yearning? If it were possible to detach one's affection for another and transplant it onto a different individual, would that person then fall in love with another? In this world where every individual possesses a martial spirit, could one extract another's martial spirit and graft it onto someone else, creating dual martial spirits, triple martial spirits, or even in martial spirits? Upon careful contemplation, Hemingway discerned that if the enhanced capabilities of this system's meatball fruit could indeed achieve such heights, it would be utterly invincible. Chapter 5. The True Essence of Fitness. The 6 styles of the Navy consist of 6 techniques: shave, iron block, paper drawing, moonwalk, galefoot, and finger gun. These techniques, featured in the anime One Piece, represent a form of physical prowess that transcends human limitations. Their formidable power enables even those who have mastered them to contend with users of devil fruit abilities. To wield the 6 styles of the Navy, one must undoubtedly possess a robust physique. After a significant enhancement of his martial spirit, Hemingway's physical form has become extraordinarily formidable. In terms of sheer physicality, disregarding soul techniques, he now embodies a physical strength equivalent to that of a 30-level soul master. It is precisely for this reason that he could absorb a 1,000-year soul ring as his first. Initially, he believed that, given his current physical strength, mastering the 6 styles would be a straightforward endeavor. However, reality swiftly delivered a harsh lesson. In practice, he discovered that he was unable to execute the 6 styles, as his soul master level physique still did not meet the required standards. What was to be done? There was no alternative but to train vigorously to enhance his physicality. Fortuitously, among the 3 items in his novice gift pack, the last item proved to be remarkably beneficial for his current situation: the gravity adjustment bracelet. This bracelet was nothing short of a divine artifact for physical training. Gazing at the silver band upon his arm, Hemingway found himself murmuring in awe. The bracelet, seemingly an ordinary silver band, was adorned with peculiar runes and possessed the ability to automatically adjust its size. Once he slipped it onto his wrist, the band, initially meant for an adult, instantly resized to fit him perfectly. Simultaneously, an influx of information flooded his mind, elucidating the bracelet's purpose and usage. The gravity adjustment bracelet could modify the gravitational force of the planet that one bore, with no limits on the adjustments. How fearsome! The alteration of gravity by this bracelet was not a mere matter of added weight. Conventional weight training targets only specific parts of the body, leaving several areas untouched. However, this gravity bracelet was astonishing. It fundamentally altered the gravitational force exerted on the user, effectively increasing the weight of every cell in the body from all angles. Regular weight training primarily strengthens muscles and bones. How could it achieve such a feat? Perhaps it would be prudent to start with a gravity increase of 1 times? Hemingway contemplated as he caressed the metallic surface of the gravity bracelet, tentatively issuing the command for a 1-fold increase in gravity. Instantly, the bracelet, responsive to his command, dutifully executed its function, silently fulfilling its purpose. Hemingway suddenly exhaled deeply, his body bending slightly at the waist, sweat pouring from his form. He began to breathe laboriously, feeling as though he were being compressed by an indescribable weight that enveloped him entirely. Indeed, it was terrifying. He struggled to support his body, realizing that merely standing was an immense torment. Even breathing felt arduous. The adjustment to gravity was unlike ordinary weighted exercises. The latter merely imposed external pressure, at most conditioning the bones and muscles. However, gravity encompassed every part of the body, including internal organs and even the tiniest muscles. Thus one can imagine the dreadful burden it imposed. Under a gravitational force of twice its norm, Hemingway gasped for breath, feeling that simply maintaining his stance was a harrowing exercise. After some time, he gradually acclimated to the oppressive force and began to take steps forward, moving deliberately. Yet, after only a few paces, he halted, panting heavily. After a brief respite, he resumed his forward march, alternating between walking and pausing. During this period, he refrained from employing his spiritual power to enhance his body, for this was a test of physical endurance rather than combat. Resorting to spiritual energy would be a form of dishonesty, offering no benefits to his training. After expending an entire day, Hemingway had managed to encircle the small island. Upon completing this endeavor, he felt as though his body had reached its limit. With a mere thought, he released the gravitational pressure. Instantly, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. Free from the constraints of gravity, he felt as if he could soar, his entire being buoyant, as if a gentle breeze could lift him into the heavens. Of course, he understood this was merely an illusion. His body had adapted to the double gravity, and the sudden alleviation merely conjured a deceptive sense of lightness. Hemingway swiftly settled into a cross-legged position, adopting a meditative posture. Silently, he channeled the soul energy within him, allowing it to circulate throughout his body, thus easing his muscles and invigorating his spirit. It is well known that after physical exertion, the human body secretes a substantial amount of lactic acid, leading to discomfort and soreness. If one does not promptly guide the soul energy to alleviate the circulation, he would undoubtedly awaken in the morning, utterly incapacitated by pain. After a period of meditation, during which he directed the flow of his soul energy, Hemingway exhaled deeply, then opened his azure eyes, sensing a slight alleviation of his fatigue. Simultaneously, A wave of hunger surged upon him. Gurgle Hemingway rubbed his belly, acutely aware that he needed to replenish his sustenance. With great effort, he rose to his feet, his legs feeling somewhat unsteady as he ambled toward the grove at the center of the island. There lay the provisions he had meticulously prepared, along with his humble abode. A cluster of towering trees grew in close proximity, and Hemingway had constructed a rudimentary wooden shelter using branches and vines. Adjacent to the shelter, some air-dried and smoked fish hung from the branches of a nearby tree. In front of the cabin, he had cleared a patch of ground, remnants of the previous night's bonfire still visible. Hemingway staggered into this place, casually taking a piece of fish and biting into it. The fish, lightly smoked, had a tolerable flavor. On this deserted island, it was a rare delicacy. After finishing one piece, Hemingway continued to gnaw on several others, ultimately satiating his hunger. Once his belly was full, he settled onto a makeshift, rudimentary stool, exhaling a long sigh, acutely aware of the pervasive fatigue enveloping him. He couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Shaking his head, he muttered to himself, "The effects of gravity training are indeed beneficial, yet in my current physical condition, I am utterly incapable of sustained exercise. I must wait until my body has recuperated to a certain extent before I can continue training. Otherwise, I risk harming myself." He reflected that exercise is not merely about relentless persistence. Every endeavor must be approached with balance. Training is fundamentally a process of breaking down the body and then allowing it to recover. It is through this cycle of destruction and restoration that strength is cultivated. However, excessive exertion without adequate recovery leads to severe, hidden injuries over time. The essence of training lies in moderation. One must grant the body ample time to recuperate. To do otherwise is tantamount to courting disaster. Reckless training could ultimately lead to a complete physical collapse. Furthermore, one must ensure adequate nutrition during training. As the ancient saying goes, cultivate the mind, empower the body. The body requires a significant amount of nutrients for self-repair after exercise. It is implausible to expect to develop muscle while subsisting solely on plain bread and pickles. Without sufficient nourishment, no matter how diligently one trains, the outcomes will remain limited, and the body risks depleting its vital reserves, leading to serious issues. Chapter 6. The Marvelous Uses of the Meatball Fruit. Given my current predicament, even with spiritual energy to guide my tendons and muscles, it would take at least 3 days for my body to recover from the damage incurred during training. Hemingway meticulously assessed his physical state, furrowing his brow as he lamented, "How vexing. Were I not stranded here, I would not have to worry about my body as recovery." If Hemingway were still the pampered second prince of the Starry Empire, he could readily summon healing spirit masters to mend his exercise-induced injuries. Alternatively, he could have royal physicians concoct precious herbal baths, which would not only alleviate fatigue, but also bolster his physical prowess, enhancing his latent potential. Instead, he found himself in the dismal situation of waiting for his body to heal itself, squandering 3 precious days, during which he risked developing hidden injuries from prolonged training. For him, time was of the essence. If he had to rest for an extended period after each training session, how much time would be wasted? At this rate, when would he ever attain the strength necessary for vengeance? What should I do? Is there truly a way for me to swiftly regain my former self? Hemingway furrowed his brow in contemplation, sensing that a solution existed, yet it eluded him, concealed within the recesses of his subconscious. What could it be? He frowned, delving into the depths of his memories. Suddenly, a spark of brilliance illuminated his thoughts. Of course, the meatball fruit. Hemingway finally came to a realization. The meatball fruit provided in the novice package could prove immensely beneficial given his current predicament. In the original narrative, the wielder of the meatball fruit possessed the remarkable ability to expel exhaustion and pain, conceptual burdens that weighed heavily upon the body. Was this not perfectly suited to his present circumstances? The only lingering question was whether he, having only just begun to consume the devil fruit, could indeed manifest the ability to extricate such abstract afflictions. With this uncertainty in mind, Hemingway extended a hand and silently began to harness the power of the meatball fruit. Gradually, his right hand swelled, taking on the shape of a soft paw reminiscent of a kitteness, appearing not only harmless but also rather endearing. However, as Hemingway truly engaged the capabilities of the meatball fruit, he was instantly enveloped in a transformed perception of the world around him. It was a sensation beyond description. He perceived the world as a swirling amalgamation of vibrant gases, each hue distinct yet intertwined, coalescing to create this kaleidoscopic reality. It was profoundly intricate, bewilderingly complex. Hemingway cast a fleeting glance, only to be enveloped by a sense of dizziness, utterly unable to decipher the significance of those colors. He recognized that these hues were beyond his current comprehension. Perhaps these colors represented a tangible manifestation of concepts within the realm of his imagination. Hemingway withdrew his gaze, lowering his head to observe his own form, only to discover that he was composed of countless vibrant streams of gas, which seemed to embody myriad concepts. Yet amidst this multitude, where lay the concept of fatigue? As this question emerged, a profound and mystical understanding surged within him. This peculiar realization guided his focus toward a faintly red stream of gas within his being. His intuition suggested that this gas represented the fatigued concept residing in his body at that moment. Gently extending his padded palm, he pressed lightly against his chest. A soft pop echoed, reminiscent of a bursting bubble. The faintly red gas was gently propelled from his being by his hand. As this embodiment of fatigue detached from his body, Hemingway experienced an indescribable sense of relief, akin to shedding an immense burden. All discomfort dissipated entirely. Following that stream of fatigue as it exited his form, a bubble, roughly the size of a fist, hovered in the palm of Hemingway's hand, filled with the peculiar faintly red gas. This bubble contained the very essence of the fatigued concept that had been expelled from him. At that moment, Hemingway felt an unprecedented vitality. As the concept of fatigue was ejected, the injuries inflicted upon his body by the weight of gravity were instantaneously mended. He could not comprehend the underlying principles at play, only that with the expulsion of the fatigued concept, the resultant damage to his body had naturally vanished as well. He realized he must convey this burden of fatigue to other beings, otherwise, it might return to his own body. Contemplating the fatigued concept cradled in his hand, Hemingway rose. Invigorated and devoid of the prior sensation of emptiness that had plagued him, he stepped toward the shoreline. Upon reaching the beach, he waded into the water. And as his ankles met the sea, the ocean's sensing ability activated. Instantly, the vast expanse of ocean within 1,000 miles responded to his perception, and he selected a sea spirit beast, summoning its essence. Moments later, a fin emerged upon the distant surface of the water, followed by a great shark gradually surfacing, swimming vigorously until it ultimately stranded itself upon the shore. This was a century-old shark spirit beast, its mouth lined with formidable fangs and its gaze fierce and menacing. However, due to the influence of the mermaid princess's soul, it had no choice but to obediently remain stranded here. Hemingway approached the formidable shark, cradling a delicate, pale pink gas in his palm. With a gentle motion, he pressed it into the creature's body. In an instant, the concept of fatigue permeated its being. The shark's entire form stiffened abruptly, its tail arching upwards. After a brief moment of rigidity, it collapsed into a state of utter lethargy. The once fearsome shark lay despondently upon the shore, its eyes devoid of menace, replaced instead by an overwhelming weariness, as if it had endured a merciless and harrowing escape. Hemingway nodded with satisfaction, affirming his belief. Indeed, as long as the concept of emergence from within is integrated into other beings, it shall not return to its origin. Otherwise, should one relinquish control, this essence will inevitably revert to its source. Let us proceed. He waved dismissively at the century-old shark spirit, commanding it to depart from this place. Then, without a backward glance, he turned and walked away, reminiscent of a heartless cad who discards what no longer serves him. At this moment, the sky began to darken gradually. Hemingway returned to his humble wooden cabin and ignited a fire using the ancient method of friction. He settled beside the flames, closed his eyes, and commenced a period of meditation. This practice, though deeply enriching, is undeniably taxing and cannot substitute for sleep. After approximately 2 hours of profound contemplation, he emerged from his meditative state. Rising, he stretched his limbs before retreating into the cabin to seek rest. The modest abode was exceedingly basic, with drafts seeping through its walls, barely providing shelter from the falling rain. The so-called bed was merely a few wooden slats tied to the surrounding tree trunks, intertwined with vines and layered with dried grass and leaves, forming a rudimentary sleeping surface. Under the circumstances of this deserted isle, such a place to rest was indeed a blessing. Hemingway, unperturbed, collapsed onto the bed. His azure eyes gradually closed, and his entire being began to relax. A wave of weariness washed over him, not stemming from physical exhaustion, but rather from a profound spiritual fatigue. In recent days, he had encountered significant upheaval, which had further awakened memories of his past life. Although nothing appeared amiss on the surface, his spirit was undeniably weary. In the realm of dreams, he sought to free his mind of all thoughts, embracing a state of emptiness, a truly restorative endeavor. Chapter 7. The Deserted Island. 6 years of relentless training. The following day, As the dawn breaks over the sea, a solitary ray of sunlight pierces through the crevices of the wooden cabin, gently illuminating Hemingway's eyelids. He stirs slightly, and at last, his eyes, azure like the ocean, slowly flutter open, revealing their profound beauty, reminiscent of the hazy ripples upon the water's surface, gradually rising from the humble wooden bed. He extends his arms upwards, accompanied by the crisp sound of his joints cracking, as the vital energy within him begins to circulate throughout his body. After a leisurely stretch, his body, having slumbered through the night, springs back to life. He proceeds to freshen up before indulging in a meal. Hemingway strolled towards the shoreline, where golden sands met the ceaselessly rolling waves, sparkling in the sunlight. The rising sun, though not overly scorching, cast a dazzling glare, prompting him to instinctively squint until his eyes adjusted to the brilliance. With each deliberate step, he gradually traversed the sandy beach and ventured into the deeper waters, ultimately submerging himself completely. Possessing the mermaid spirit, Hemingway seemed as if he were a creature born of the sea. Especially after his spirit evolved into that of a mermaid princess, he could effortlessly breathe underwater and extract the oxygen contained within the sea whenever he transformed. Of course, even without taking on the mermaid form, he was capable of holding his breath for an extended period while swimming, a skill he mastered instinctively. Yet, nothing compared to the freedom of being a mermaid. Having broken a sweat during his exercises the previous evening, he had not found the time for a bath. Now, he relished the opportunity to cleanse himself in the ocean, shedding his garments. While he washed himself in the water, vibrant fish swam by, oblivious to his presence. After a while, the bear Hemingway emerged from the sea, holding his freshly cleaned clothes. He regarded them thoughtfully and silently activated the ability of the meatball fruit. Then gently tapped the fabric. With a soft pop, all the dirt and seawater were expelled from the clothing, transforming into a floating bubble. Hemingway casually discarded the bubble, watching as it burst uncontrollably, scattering its filth and seawater across the ground. This object was unlike a concept. It required no vessel. Once cast aside, it was simply gone. He gazed at the child's clothing in his hand, now dry and pristine, his expression intricate. This garment, meticulously stitched by his mother, held profound significance for him, making it difficult to part with. Thus, he carefully folded it and tucked it away within the soul-guiding ring he possessed, a keepsake for remembrance. Thereafter, he wandered the desolate island in his nakedness, first plucking soft grasses and vines, then weaving them into a rudimentary grass skirt, sufficient to provide him with modesty. Dressed in this makeshift attire, Hemingway resembled a primitive man from ancient times. As the second prince of the Starry Empire and the son of the princess of the Heavenly Dou Empire, he certainly possessed a storage ring. Within it lay a mountain of gold coins, an assortment of tomes chronicling extraordinary tales and the cultivation of soul masters, as well as various articles of clothing for daily wear, definitely not a life of poverty. However, the predicament lay in his current isolation on this deserted island, rendering the gold coins utterly useless. The books could alleviate his boredom, yet the everyday garments seemed of little importance. Who would he wear them for in this solitude? More crucially, during his training, clothing would wear out quickly. Furthermore, as he grew, those garments would inevitably become ill-fitting. Thus, he concluded that it was preferable to forego clothing altogether. Fashioning merely a grass skirt for modesty sufficed. These notions were gleaned from survival shows he had watched in his previous life, and he had to admit that such knowledge proved remarkably practical, enabling him to navigate this deserted isle with greater ease and fewer missteps. Returning to the cabin nearby, Hemingway seized the cured and smoked fish, indulging in it without hesitation. This was no ordinary fish. It was the flesh of a soul beast, imbued with spiritual energy that rendered it far superior to common meat. Consuming it would significantly replenish the energy expended during physical exertion. After finishing his breakfast, Hemingway, as he had done the previous day, activated the gravity wristband, increasing the weight to twice that of normal. Instantly, an indescribable heaviness enveloped his entire being, just as it had the day before. Hemingway took a moment to attune himself, realizing that his body had adapted slightly better to the burden of one gravity compared to the previous day. Though the improvement was modest, it was nonetheless a sign of progress. The concept of fatigue had evidently dissipated, leaving the efficacy of his physical training unscathed. After acclimating to the shift in gravitational force, he began to stride forward. Under the weight of one gravity, merely walking proved to be a formidable challenge. The training effects of the gravity wristbands were exceedingly daunting, as every sinew, bone, and cell within him bore the oppressive weight of this altered gravity. In such a state, even the act of standing still became a terrifying exercise. He merely needed to persist in adjusting to the gravity while ensuring ample nutrition, allowing his body to strengthen naturally. After laboriously encircling the entire small island, the time had reached midday. Today's efficiency surpassed that of yesterday, not because his body had grown stronger, but simply due to the initial unfamiliarity he had faced on the previous day, which had slowed his pace. It was time to eat. Hemingway felt an overwhelming hunger that seemed to lift the weight of the world from his shoulders, bestowing upon him a sensation of buoyancy. With purposeful strides, he stepped into the ocean, relinquishing himself to the embrace of the sea. Harnessing the power of his mermaid princess spirit, he exerted his influence over the marine soul beasts. Moments later, several tuna spirit beasts, each approximately a decade old, gracefully approached the shore and obediently beached themselves upon the sands. Hemingway stepped forward, effortlessly dispatching the tuna with a few swift strikes. Ethereal white rings of spirit ascended. He dragged the fish ashore, retrieved a small knife from his storage ring, and commenced the preparation of the tuna, discarding the entrails and heads, slicing the flesh to consume it raw. The flavor of the tuna was exquisite, and it was perfectly palatable in its uncooked state. Indeed, cooking it would detract from its taste and diminish its nutritional value. After satisfying his hunger, he hung the remaining tuna meat from a tree to preserve it. He took a moment to rest and digest, dispelling any notion of fatigue from his body and restoring his energy completely. Revitalized, he activated a gravitational force twice that of normal and began to traverse the circumference of the island. Thus, time passed quietly. Hemingway's daily routine consisted of engaging in physical exercise by walking around the island, embracing the pull of gravity. As night fell, he would meditate, cultivating his spiritual energy, and thereafter, he would drift into a deep slumber until dawn. Hemingway gradually acclimated to the force of one gravity, transitioning from walking to a light jog, and eventually to a swift run. Once he had fully adapted to this gravitational pull, he began to challenge himself with 2 times the gravity, followed by 3 times, 4 times, and even 6 times the gravitational force. 6 years later, at the age of 12, Hemingway had already mastered the art of moving effortlessly under 5 times the force of gravity, his physique having significantly strengthened compared to 6 years prior. His practice of the Navy Six technique had also begun to bear fruit, proving adequate for combat. Presently, his soul power level stood at 39. It must be noted that after upgrading with the Soul Spirit Enhancement card, Hemingway's innate talent could indeed be described as nothing short of terrifying. Over the past 6 years, despite primarily focusing on physical training and dedicating merely 2 hours each night to cultivating his soul power, he had remarkably ascended to the rank of 39 Soul Master. He was tantalizingly close to breaking through level 40, at which point he could absorb a soul ring and formally become a soul sect. Naturally, the rapid enhancement of his soul power was closely linked to his relentless physical training over these 6 years. A body honed through rigorous exercise craved energy, and such a state significantly increased the efficiency of his soul power cultivation, thus compensating for the brevity of his training time. Chapter 8. The arrival of uninvited guests. On this day, a group of uninvited guests descended upon the desolate island. They arrived aboard a vessel approximately 20 to 30 meters in length, seemingly in search of fresh water, having anchored at the sandy shore of the isle. At the top of the ship, a skull flag fluttered in the breeze, an unmistakable emblem of piracy upon the open sea. Clearly, this motley crew comprised pirates. The ship carried around 10 individuals, all of whom appeared to be middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s. With some bearing distinctive marks of disfigurement, missing an eye or having lost limbs, only a few remained unscathed. "Captain, there are footprints on the island," exclaimed a rather unsightly middle-aged man, pointing at the tracks in the sand. "How could there be anyone on this forsaken isle? Perhaps they are survivors of a shipwreck, fortunate enough to wash ashore here. Let us investigate. There might be something to gain," replied the pirate leader, a fearsome-looking man with one eye and a hook for a left hand. "You all stay here and guard the ship. We will go take a look," he commanded his crew, before leading a few subordinates down the ship's ramp. The pirates began to follow the trail of footprints, which circled the small island, a mere stretch of a few kilometers. They soon caught sight of the footprint's owner. It was the silhouette of a youth, seemingly no older than a teenager, with a cascade of white hair flowing freely, glinting brilliantly under the sun. Moving slowly, step by step, he exuded a sense of calm and stability with each measured stride. The pirates gazed at the figure ahead, his bronzed body clad only in a grass skirt, resembling that of a wild man. Instinctively holding his breath, the mere sight of this man's broad back instilled a sense of trepidation within him. It felt as though provoking this man could unleash a terrifying calamity. At that moment, the figure ahead seemed to sense something. Suddenly, he halted, slowly turning around to reveal a finely sculpted physique, each sinewy muscle harmoniously enveloped in a rich bronze skin, creating a magnificent embodiment of strength and beauty. Upon this virile form rested a visage of striking handsomeness. His sharp features, high nose, and thin lips formed a face that possessed an extraordinary allure for women. A pair of pristine, arched brows furrowed slightly, and his ocean blue eyes fixated on the group, his voice emerging in a hoarse, low tone, as if he had not spoken in ages. Boom! The pirates were startled as the sound erupted. The robust figure, initially positioned a considerable distance away, had almost instantaneously closed the gap to stand mere feet before them, his gem-like blue eyes piercing through them with an unwavering gaze. This look was familiar to the pirates, for they often regarded others in the same predatory manner. Indeed, it was a gaze reserved for prey. The pirate captain contemplated his words, an inexplicable sense of danger radiating from the extraordinarily handsome man before him. Despite being a soul master himself, he felt his soul ring frantically, alerting him to the peril he faced. Every fiber of his being was screaming that this man was exceedingly dangerous. "Are you pirates?" he inquired, noting the distinct features of the group, his brow slightly furrowed. "And no, we are not," the pirate captain stammered, as he felt an unsettling chill emanating from the man before him, as if he were not human, but a predatory beast poised to strike. He sensed that admitting to being pirates would surely seal their fate. "We are a merchant vessel, here to collect fresh water," he said, trembling, then turned to his subordinates. "Right. Why, yes," they quickly echoed. "We are merchants." The captain, having lived so long despite the perilous life of a pirate, clearly possessed an instinct for survival, adept at reading the room and avoiding danger. Otherwise, he would not have reached such an advanced age. Hemingway gazed quietly at the pirates before him, whose nefarious nature was evident from their appearance alone. His observation haki had sensed their presence long before they set foot on the island. The emotions emanating from them were unmistakably malevolent, now reduced to mere fear upon encountering him. Through the lens of his observation haki, he discerned that these pirates were all soul masters, albeit of notably low caliber. The fluctuations of their soul power revealed that, apart from the leader, a level 22 Grand Soul Master, the rest of his crew were predominantly level 11 or 12 Soul Masters, remarkably weak. However, this fortuitous encounter aligned perfectly with his recent intentions to construct a ship for venturing into the sea. Now, an opportunity had presented itself in the form of a ready-made vessel, thus saving him considerable effort. A pirate ship, adorned with a skull and crossbones flag, languidly traversed the ocean. A figure stood at the bow, gazing into the boundless expanse of the sea. His eyes, deep and contemplative, seemed to harbor an infinite array of untold stories. Coupled with his tall, upright stature and strikingly handsome visage, his mere presence was enough to elicit screams of delight from unsuspecting maidens. This individual, of course, was none other than our protagonist, Hemingway. At this moment, Hemingway had donned a new outfit provided by the ship's pirate crew, a garment that had never before graced his form. Although it was not particularly luxurious or aesthetically pleasing, it was a significant improvement over the primitive grass skirt he had worn on the deserted island. As for the clothing stored within his ring, after 6 years, it had become too small for him, now that he had grown. His long, white hair cascaded down his back, reaching his waist. He possessed a tall and slender physique. Despite being only 12 years old, he stood at an impressive height of 1.70 meters. Onlookers would be utterly astonished, for the youthful Hemingway, who appeared to be at least 17 or 18, was, in reality, merely 12. However, this was not surprising. It could be said that he was not an anomaly. In this world of martial souls, it is common for soul masters to mature at an accelerated pace. The influence of their martial souls, along with the physical enhancement gained from each soul ring, results in a body that develops more rapidly than that of ordinary individuals. Hemingway, in this context, is relatively normal. There are some who, at just over 10 years of age, already exceed 2 meters in height. In comparison, he is truly nothing extraordinary. Ultimately, in this world, one cannot ascertain the age of a soul master solely by appearance. The prevailing method employed is to assess bone age to determine one's actual age. Chapter 9. The Observation of Hearts. After 6 years of arduous practice, I have attained a certain level of self-defense. However, it remains insufficient. Perhaps I should seize an opportunity to visit Sea God Island and undergo the divine examination to enhance my strength. Standing at the bow of the ship, Hemingway gazes into the distance, his eyes penetrating the horizon. Yet, his mind is preoccupied with other matters. Given my martial soul's aptitude, I am confident that I could secure at least a black level assessment, or perhaps even attain a red level one. He possesses unwavering confidence in his abilities. As for obtaining the Sea God's 9 trials and inheriting the position of Sea God, he has not even entertained such thoughts. According to the original text, there exists one indispensable element for achieving the Sea God's 9 trials, the heart of the Sea God. This so-called heart of the Sea God has long been lost, and is now the treasured national artifact of the Tiando Empire, the vast ocean's cosmic shield. In this context, Hemingway stands no chance of acquiring the vast ocean's cosmic shield, as it is a national treasure that cannot be easily bestowed upon anyone. Even if the current emperor of the Tiando Empire, Shui Yi, is his half-brother and thus his uncle by blood, he would never simply hand over the vast ocean's cosmic shield to him, unless Hemingway possesses overwhelming strength, compelling Shui Yi to ally with him and present the national treasure, or finds himself in a dire national crisis where he becomes the last hope, akin to Tang San in the original narrative. Therefore, in conclusion, the vast ocean's cosmic shield is something he should not dream of acquiring at this moment. It is utterly unattainable. Even if he were to obtain the vast ocean's cosmic shield, it does not guarantee his acceptance by it, nor does it ensure he would receive the Sea God's 9 trials. To qualify for the Sea God's 9 trials, one must first acquire the heart of the Sea God, which is to say, the recognition of the vast ocean's cosmic shield or the remnants of the Sea God's spirit within it. However, to gain the recognition of the vast ocean's cosmic shield, one must possess a physique capable of withstanding the might of the ocean. And what is the might of the ocean? Simply put, it is the power of the Sea God. Yet, the power of the Sea God is not easily born. Many who sought the vast ocean's cosmic shield before the Tiando royalty, attempting to bond with it through blood, perished. Unable to endure the might of the ocean, this serves as a cautionary tale from the past. Hemingway perceives himself as significantly inferior to Tang San from the original work in every conceivable aspect. Even if he were to acquire the Haohai Qiankuan shield and recklessly pledge his blood to claim dominion over it, invoking the divine powers of the sea within, it would undoubtedly lead to his catastrophic demise. There exists no alternative outcome. After all, in the original narrative, Tang San's acceptance by the heart of the Sea God was facilitated by the protagonist's halo, a confluence of numerous factors. These included his possession of the unparalleled martial arts of the Tang sect from his previous life, the innate talent of dual martial souls, the endowment of spirit rings and bones from beings aged over 100,000 years, and the refining of his physique through the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, alongside the consumption of various divine herbs to enhance his aptitude. It is this amalgamation of extraordinary elements that forged his immensely formidable potential. Yet, what does he possess? What does Hemingway possess at present? Apart from the dual souls that have been enhanced by the soul upgrade card, he has only the gravity bracelet, which has trained his physique for 6 years. His innate talent is indeed considerable. However, what relevance does this have to his capacity to harness the power of the vast ocean? To rely solely on such meager assets in the pursuit of wielding the might of the Sea God is nothing short of delusional. Hemingway believed that he should wait until he could withstand 50 times the force of gravity before attempting to acknowledge his allegiance through blood, to see if he could bear the power of the Sea God and earn the recognition of the vast ocean's umbrella. Until that moment, even if he were to acquire the vast ocean's umbrella, it would be prudent not to act recklessly. After all, one only has one life. The primary objective of the system is to elevate me to the status of the sole true king of the Douluo world, referring to the world at large rather than merely the continent. This implies that the ocean also falls within the realm of conquest. Therefore, I shall commence by gathering followers from the vast sea to establish my own power. Once I have strengthened my wings, I shall return to the continent with renewed vigor. Hemingway's gaze flickered as he contemplated his future plans. Moreover, since obtaining the meatball fruit, his confidence had soared to unprecedented heights. 4. Hemingway slightly turned his head, casting a glance at the group of pirates who were observing him from a distance. Silently, he activated the power of the meatball fruit. Instantly, these individuals transformed in his perception into a vibrant amalgamation of colors. Martial soul. He silently contemplated this phrase, and soon, an innate sensation guided him through the intricate spectrum of hues within the human form, leading him to discover the distinct color that signified the martial soul. Hemingway possessed an intuitive understanding that he could utilize the power of the rubber ball fruit to extract others' martial souls and implant them into different individuals. thus artificially creating dual martial souls. Furthermore, the scope of this ability extended beyond mere duplication. Should someone find dissatisfaction with their martial soul, they could use the rubber ball fruit to extract it and seek a more superior alternative. This implies that, as long as he desired, Hemingway could artificially manifest a variety of prodigies. Not just dual martial souls, but even triple or quadruple martial souls could be conjured at will. The quantity of martial souls would be boundless, provided one does not perish from the conflict of martial souls. Moreover, even innate soul power could be transplanted, enabling the creation of naturally gifted individuals with full innate soul power. How formidable indeed! With such a capability at his disposal, establishing a powerful faction would be remarkably simple. What is paramount for any organization? Resources? Wealth? While these elements are significant, they do not hold the utmost importance. The true essence lies in talent. For a faction, talent is of the highest value. Presently, Hemingway, equipped with the rubber ball fruit's powers, could artificially generate geniuses. This is an exceedingly outrageous notion. Should others become aware of Hemingway's extraordinary ability, he would undoubtedly face a coalition of adversaries determined to confront him. The terror of such an ability in this realm is unparalleled. It could be said that as long as Hemingway remains patient and cultivates his strength in silence, he is destined to become a sovereign of the world. To build a faction, one must first recruit followers. Hemingway gazed at the pirates before him, subtly shaking his head. These brigands radiated cunningness, and through his observation, he discerned their malicious and ruthless nature. Such treacherous individuals were certainly unfit to serve as loyal subordinates. Even though he had resolved to become the Sea King, he would not stoop to gathering the dregs of society. With the capabilities granted by the rubber ball fruit, the prerequisite of talent was no longer essential when recruiting followers. The foremost criteria would be virtue and loyalty. After all, even if an individual lacked innate talent, Hemingway could utilize his power to facilitate exchanges. However, if one's character was lacking and loyalty insufficient, the rubber ball fruit would prove futile, potentially leading to self-inflicted troubles. Should the nature of his abilities be revealed before he fully matured, there would be no sanctuary left for him in this vast world. Therefore, if he were to seek followers, it would be prudent to consider orphaned waifs, for they are young, less cunning, and easier to cultivate. The hardships faced by orphans leave no burdensome ties, and they recognize the value of a good life, cultivating a profound loyalty towards their benefactor, ready to serve him wholeheartedly. While my observation ability may not allow me to read minds or foresee the future, it does enable me to sense the character and emotional fluctuations of others. Discerning between good and evil, this innate ability seems tailor-made for the selection of loyal subordinates. Hemingway, reflecting on the limited skills he currently possesses, felt a sense of astonishment. He discovered that the rewards from the system's novice gift package appeared to be precisely what he needed to achieve his objectives. It was remarkably considerate. Therefore, the immediate priority was not to engage in divine trials on the island of the sea god to enhance his strength, but rather to seek out a populated island. There, he intended to adopt a few orphans and begin cultivating his own influence, gradually growing in power. Hemingway began to envision his bright future, increasingly convinced that he was destined to succeed. Once he navigated through the developmental phase, he would lead a cohort of subordinates with twin martial souls, sweeping through the world upon his entrance. Who could possibly stand in his way? Who else? Just to ask, who else? Chapter 10, The Innate Champion. The voyage across the sea was anything but smooth. The ship was constantly swaying, and although the movements were sometimes slight, they left Hemingway, who rarely traveled by boat, feeling quite unsettled. Fortunately, his robust physique allowed him to calmly disregard these minor discomforts, preventing any unfortunate episodes of seasickness. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had already passed since they set sail. During this time, Hemingway did not engage in the gravity training he had practiced on the deserted island. Instead, he spent the majority of his time in his cabin, cultivating his soul power. After all, the dangers of the sea necessitated conserving energy, and there was a scarcity of meat on board to replenish the nutrients required for rigorous training. Thus, he decided to postpone his exercises until they reached their destination. As for the pirates aboard the ship, they treated him as if he were a revered lord, not daring to entertain any thoughts of rebellion. For 3 days prior to boarding, Hemingway had made it abundantly clear to these pirates that resistance would lead to dire consequences. Subsequently, he commandeered the vessel, instructing the pirates to navigate him to the nearest inhabited island, where he intended to commence his journey to kingship. Under the looming threat of death, the pirates dared not harbor any ill intentions. They dutifully steered the ship, ensuring that their esteemed guest was well-fed and comfortable. For they were thoroughly intimidated by Hemingway's formidable martial prowess and the astonishing color configuration of his soul rings. Among those who have thrived as pirates on the sea, none are fools. They instinctively understand the wisdom of seeking fortune while avoiding misfortune, recognizing that those who are astute in the ways of the world are truly remarkable. My lord, the pirate captain, who personally brought the meal, placed the tray down, bowing deeply with a fawning expression, addressing the white-haired youth meditating with closed eyes. The island ahead is populous, frequented by merchant ships, and is renowned across the seas. It will undoubtedly meet your esteemed requirements. Understood. The silver-haired youth slowly opened his ocean-like azure eyes, disregarding the presence of others as he picked up his utensils and began to eat. Despite feeling a twinge of irritation at the youth's indifference, the pirate captain dared not reveal his displeasure on the surface. Instead, he bent slightly and retreated slowly, eventually exiting the cabin and gently closing the door behind him. The pirate chief let out a long sigh of relief, though he could not fathom the reason behind it. Each time he faced this seemingly youthful boy, an unsettling sensation gripped his heart, as if his very life hung by a thread. More importantly, whenever the boy's gaze swept over him, he was plagued by the illusion that his innermost thoughts were laid bare for all to see. It was precisely this sense of being utterly exposed that rendered him incapable of entertaining even the slightest deceitful intentions. The pirate captain now merely desires to swiftly transport this esteemed gentleman to the nearest island, after which he intends to sail as far away as possible. He wishes never to encounter this harbinger of doom again in his lifetime. 7 days. In just 7 days, he could rid himself of this calamity. Within the cabin, after finishing his meal, Hemingway set down his utensils and awaited the arrival of the staff to clear the table. He then returned to his bed, sitting cross-legged to commence his meditative practice. In this place, there was little else to occupy his time apart from his cultivation. However, it was not long before a cacophony of noise erupted from outside the cabin. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the entire vessel began to sway violently. What could be happening? Could it be an assault by the sea spirit beast? Hemingway was abruptly roused from his reverie, instinctively unleashing his perceptive prowess, which spread like radar in all directions. Effortlessly, it penetrated the confines of the cabin, vividly revealing the occurrences beyond its walls. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, his brow furrowed instantly. Outside the cabin, a formidable steel vessel, measuring several dozen meters in length and over 10 meters in width, collided violently with the pirate ship, causing the modest wooden craft, measuring only 20 to 30 meters, to sway uncontrollably. Atop this colossal steel ship fluttered a skull flag, distinguished by the presence of a serpent encircling the skull, a clear emblem denoting a different faction of pirates. In both form and material, this imposing vessel was far superior to the humble wooden pirate ship. This ship, adorned with the venomous serpent pirate flag, belonged to the infamous Viper pirate crew, renowned in the vicinity. At that moment, the pirate captain gazed at the flag on the grand ship, nearly brought to tears. What misfortune is this? Just as I was about to escape the clutches of that formidable foe, I coincidentally crash into these madmen. The Viper pirate crew was notorious for their relentless plundering of merchant vessels, often indulging in unscrupulous betrayals amongst pirates themselves. They would seize any pirate ship they encountered. A truly deranged band. My lord, we have been destitute for days, with nary a morsel in sight. We truly have nothing left to offer. The pirate captain pleaded, his despair palpable. On the opposing grand vessel, an elderly man led a cohort of middle-aged and youthful individuals, representing a spectrum of ages. The elder, gaunt and emaciated, was nonetheless surrounded by 5 radiant soul rings of white, yellow, and purple hues, indicating that he was far from the fragile figure he appeared to be. A soul king. Indeed, this was a soul king. The pirate captain felt an unprecedented sense of misfortune. It was rumored that the Viper pirate crew executed their deeds without a flicker of remorse, leaving no survivors among the plundered. It appeared that today, their fate was ominously bleak. TCH. Just another band of destitute souls. Before the elder could utter a word, a young man beside him, observing the disheveled state of the pirate leaders, disdainfully curled his lips. At that moment, the door of the cabin creaked open, and a modestly clad youth with flowing white hair emerged slowly, captivating the attention of all present. The pirate captain and his crew were initially taken aback, suddenly recalling the existence of such a figure. Then, a wave of elation washed over them, as they felt a glimmer of hope for their salvation. In stark contrast, the members of the Viper pirate crew, led by the elder, wore expressions of grave concern, their eyes fixed intently on the young man emerging from the cabin. Be cautious. This youth is no ordinary individual. The elder's unwavering gaze was locked onto Hemingway, whose presence commanded an instinctual recognition forged over years of traversing the seas. This young man was undeniably extraordinary. The rest of the crew mirrored his seriousness, refusing to underestimate Hemingway due to his youth. For in this world, there exists a type of person whose very countenance seems to bear the mark of a formidable warrior. One glance at such a face reveals that this individual is not to be trifled with. Unfortunately, Hemingway appeared to embody this very archetype, though his features were not unattractive. Nor did he possess a menacing visage that would frighten children from their slumber. He lacked the typical handsome, yet robust appearance of a romantic hero. Instead, he bore the visage of a universally appealing young man, his physique slightly more athletic than average. Yet, for reasons unknown, he exuded an aura of distinct charisma. If one were to articulate it, it could be described as a presence that belonged to a true powerhouse. It is noteworthy that although Hemingway's youthful visage had once been delicately charming, almost androgynous, 6 years of relentless toil on a deserted island had transformed him. He had shed the frail and innocuous appearance of his childhood. His skin now bore a sun-kissed bronze, his body was sculpted with firm muscles, radiating a distinctly masculine essence, starkly contrasting with the effeminate softness of a delicate youth. Chapter 11. Unfazed by the unusual. Hemingway opened the cabin door and stepped outside. He surveyed the surroundings with his deep azure eyes, which slowly swept across the crowd. Anyone caught in his gaze could not help but feel their muscles tense involuntarily, as if they were prey being scrutinized by a predatory beast, instinctively warning them of impending danger. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The elder of the Serpent pirate crew and his comrades stood ready for confrontation, yet Hemingway appeared nonchalant, seemingly dismissive of their presence. In reality, his observation haki had already enveloped the entire area, allowing him to perceive every movement and emotion of those around him with startling clarity. He discerned that the emotions of the pirate crew, led by the elder, were tinged with caution and trepidation, while the pirate captain and his associates harbored a mixture of despair interlaced with a dark hope for mutual destruction. Pirates are indeed pirates. Neither side is virtuous. As Hemingway sensed the inner turmoil of those around him, a cold scoff escaped his lips, deepening his disdain for them. "My lord, you have finally emerged," the pirate captain exclaimed, lunging forward and collapsing at Hemingway's feet, pleading, "You must take a stand for us. These pirates kill without hesitation and are intent on robbing us. Our lives may be inconsequential, but who will deliver you to your destination? If we delay your important matters, we would truly be beyond redemption." Observing the pirate captain's display, Hemingway was rendered speechless, and even the elder and his crew found themselves at a loss for words. "Have some dignity. The pirate flag flying on your ship has long since exposed your true identity. What pretense of innocence are you attempting to maintain? Do you truly believe others are fools?" Hemingway gazed at the tearful pirate captain, his snow-white eyebrows furrowing slightly, before turning to the elder known as the Soul King and speaking slowly. "I must reach the nearest island. If you could accommodate me on your journey, you may dispose of these individuals as you see fit." Upon hearing this, the pirate captain and his crew were rendered utterly speechless. Is he truly so heartless? "We have provided for you lavishly over these past few days. While we may not have earned accolades, we have certainly exerted ourselves. And now you cast us aside so easily?" The elder of the Viper pirate crew, upon hearing these words, regarded Hemingway with a profound gaze before a smile graced his face. "Excellent. Our Viper pirate crew delights in making friends, especially with a formidable individual such as yourself. In that case, you are free to proceed." After Hemingway received the response he desired, he exerted force beneath his feet, producing a resounding explosion as his figure flickered. In an instant, he found himself aboard the iron ship of the Viper pirate crew. This sudden appearance instinctively prompted the surrounding pirates to raise their weapons, their soul rings illuminating, clearly indicating that all aboard were soul masters. The elder, a soul king, narrowed his eyes imperceptibly. Even with his keen sight, he could not capture the fleeting figure of the white-haired youth, deepening his wariness. "Take action." Despite his profound apprehension, the Soul King maintained an air of nonchalance as he waved his hand, prompting several subordinates to leap from the grand ship onto the wooden boat. All were of the great Soul Master caliber. How infuriating! The pirate captain, realizing his cunning scheme had come to naught, understood that his only recourse was to fight to the death. In an instant, the previously submissive expression on his face transformed into one of fierce malevolence. shedding the facade of innocence he had worn before Hemingway, now revealing a visage akin to a ferocious demon. The other pirates mirrored this transformation, indeed. This was the true nature of these marauders. When confronted by the powerful, these brutal and savage pirates would retract their claws, masquerading as harmless lambs. Yet, when faced with the weak, they would tear off their disguises, reverting to their original forms, embodying the cunning and vicious wolves they truly were. Countless innocent lives have been lost at the hands of these pirates. Thus, Hemingway harbored no concern for the fates of these villains. Even in the absence of the Viper pirate crew, upon reaching his destination, he would have dispatched these pests with ease, considering it a benevolent act. Now, with the Viper pirate crew aiding him in ridding the world of these scoundrels, he could hardly ask for more. The Viper pirate crew lived up to their fearsome reputation. Even the weakest among them possessed the prowess of a level 20 Great Soul Master. In contrast, the strongest adversary on the side of the pirate captain was merely a Great Soul Master himself, while the rest were but lowly Soul Masters of a mere dozen levels. The battle began with a clear advantage for the several Great Soul Masters pitted against one Great Soul Master and 9 Lesser Soul Masters, turning the tide almost instantaneously in favor of the former. The martial spirits of the Sea Soul Masters predominantly encompass marine creatures such as fish, sea snakes, seals, and octopuses, as well as elements like shells and corals. Naturally, one cannot overlook the inclusion of implements such as harpoons and knives. From Hemingway's perspective, the clash between the two factions of pirates resembles a farcical struggle among novices. The soul rings adorning these individuals are primarily white, representing a meager 10-year cultivation period. Thus, one can easily surmise the limited potency of their derived soul skills. The aquatic martial spirits may merely produce bubbles or launch feeble jets of water, while the harpoons can only unleash slight shockwaves, rendering their effectiveness quite constrained. However, for the average person, these soul skills possess a terrifying destructive potential. Otherwise, these pirates would not be able to reign supreme over the seas, plundering merchant vessels with impunity. The confrontation unfolds with the illumination of soul rings around them, leading to a cacophony of frenzied weapon strikes. Victory is determined by the superiority of soul power and the efficacy of soul skills. It is evident that, under the siege of several powerful soul masters, the pirate captain and his crew stand little chance, swiftly succumbing to death or injury. One pirate, possessing a fish martial spirit, attempted to leap overboard in hopes of escaping into the sea, leveraging the attributes of his martial spirit. Unfortunately, a soul master wielding a bow and arrow swiftly dispatched him with a single shot, piercing him through and ensuring his demise. The battle concluded in a matter of moments. The pirate captain and his crew lay sprawled upon the deck, their innards and blood staining the surface, their bodies grotesquely dismembered. The scene was utterly revolting. Hemingway, with his heightened perception, meticulously etched this horrific tableau into his memory. Observing these once vibrant souls now transformed into lifeless corpses, he felt not a flicker of disturbance within. There was no revulsion or nausea at the sight of death. After all, having survived on a deserted island for years, Hemingway had grown accustomed to the brutality of nature. Each day he had fished and feasted, eviscerating various sea creatures, gnawing on their raw flesh. At times, he had even discovered fragmented human remains and undigested entrails within the bellies of certain sharks, having long acclimatized to the sanguinary. How could he possibly be unsettled by such sights? It was akin to butchers who, initially perturbed by the slaughter of animals, eventually become desensitized to the grisly scenes after repeatedly taking lives. Chapter 12. Pretentious Posturing. After dispatching the pirate captain and his entourage, the Viper pirates began to clear the remnants of the scene. They cast the bodies from the wooden vessel into the sea to feed the fish. While some members of the crew expelled water to clean the deck, others ventured into the cabin in search of treasures. Knowing that such rare items as storage soul-guiding devices were beyond the grasp of these lowly pirates. Thus, the corpses were unceremoniously thrown overboard, with no effort made to search their belongings. Hemingway observed with a detached gaze as the crew of the Viper pirates skillfully tidied up the aftermath, watching them dispatch several members to navigate the wooden vessel. It could be said that the most valuable possession of the pirate captain and his crew was merely this 30-foot-long wooden ship. As for their wealth, to be frank, there was not much to speak of. After all, those who take to the seas are often reckless souls, living on the edge. And who among them would venture out to sea with all their worldly possessions? That evening, the Viper pirates held a grand feast in honor of Hemingway's arrival aboard, extending an exceptionally warm welcome to him. The pirates reveled in joyous song and dance, seemingly embracing him as one of their own aboard the ship. They frequently raised their goblets and toasts to him, urging him to feel at ease and indulge in the sumptuous feast laid before them. Hemingway, too, was unreserved, accepting every toast with enthusiasm. Following a lively banquet filled with merriment between hosts and guests, everyone tidied up before retreating to their chambers for rest. The following morning, all was tranquil and uneventful. Upon awakening, Hemingway was met with warm hospitality, as if these pirates bore no ill intent. They treated him with utmost respect and provided him with the finest provisions on board, treating him as an esteemed guest. Thus, another day passed. At this juncture, there remained 6 days until Hemingway would reach the island of his destination. The days continued to flow by in this manner. Each day aboard the ship, Hemingway was greeted with fervent hospitality from the pirates, though there were also subtle inquiries, hinting at their curiosity regarding his origins. Hemingway was acutely aware of this reality. Yet he could not openly discuss his own identity. Thus, he spoke in vague terms, deftly evading the matter at hand in a fleeting moment. Hemingway spent several days aboard the ship of the Viper pirate crew, with merely 1 day remaining until they reached their destination, an island that lay ahead. Tomorrow, they would arrive. Everything appeared to be perfectly ordinary. However, within the confines of a cabin on the ship that night, Hemingway sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed, with long, white hair cascading behind him, resembling a silent statue of divinity. His breath was barely perceptible, and even the sound of his heartbeat seemed to ebb and flow like a whisper. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the cabin door. "Mr. Hemingway, are you asleep?" came a youthful voice. Hemingway remained silent, seated in a lotus position, seemingly impervious to the disturbances of the outside world. After a brief moment, a hushed whispering could be heard from beyond the door. The sound of a key turning in the lock followed, and with a soft click, the door was gradually pushed open. A group of armed pirates entered, some bearing shackles and chains. They gazed at the silver-haired youth sitting on the bed, appearing to be in deep meditation, their faces betraying smirks of triumph. "The captain is overly cautious. This mere boy should be easily subdued," one pirate scoffed. "Why not simply rush him and finish it? Do you know nothing? That white-haired lad seems formidable. Who knows how many of our brethren might perish in a confrontation?" Another pirate, appearing more composed, countered. "The captain's strategy is safer. A little sedative will suffice to handle him." For days, the ship's provisions had been laced with a trace of hallucinogenic substance, administered in small doses that would not provoke any immediate physical reactions. However, after several days of consumption, the cumulative effect would become potent, leading to an unconscious state without the victim's awareness. It was a sinister tool indeed, essential for treachery. This band of pirates had come to reap the benefits of their insidious plan. But would reality align with their aspirations? The answer was, of course, negative. Suddenly, Hemingway opened his eyes with a sigh, startling the pirates who had intended to bind him with chains. They stumbled back, their chains clattering to the deck. "Why go through all this trouble? Simply escort me to the island," Hemingway lamented, shaking his head at the pirates' antics. Through his observations and the powers of his observation hockey, he had discerned their schemes long ago. Thus, each time he returned to the cabin, he had utilized the abilities of the meatball fruit to expel the drug from his system. In truth, he had never been affected by the sedative. He had merely been feigning vulnerability. Attack. The pirates, witnessing the boy they presumed to be unconscious suddenly awaken, were initially taken aback. However, their ferocity soon surfaced as they synchronously activated their soul rings and unleashed their abilities. In an instant, water bullets, ice arrows, poisonous spikes, and ink blasts surged forth. With a resounding explosion, Hemingway vanished from his seated position. The sixth style of the Navy. In an instant, one can strike the ground more than 10 times, harnessing the explosive speed generated by the reaction force to move. In simpler terms, it is a technique that enables the body to move at high velocity, surpassing the limits of the human eye, thus giving the illusion of instantaneous teleportation, seemingly vanishing from one's original position. However, it is merely the result of an extraordinary speed of movement. As Hemingway suddenly disappeared before their eyes, the pirates were taken aback, and before they could react, the vanished Hemingway reappeared right before them, his right hand a mere blur. Suddenly, a sharp pain erupted in their chests, with a series of sickening thuds. Blood erupted from the chests of the pirates as if they had been struck by bullets. They could only emit cries of agony before collapsing to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. This technique, one of the 6 styles, is renowned for its gunshot-like power, known as the finger gun. As the name suggests, It concentrates all the strength of the body into any one of the 10 fingers, delivering a strike with a hardened fingertip in the blink of an eye. The tip of the finger possesses the striking power of a bullet, capable of easily penetrating the human body. Conversely, the stronger the physique, the more terrifying the power of this technique becomes. Just moments ago, Hemingway, in the blink of an eye, utilized the finger gun to pierce a hole in each pirate's chest. Due to the incredible speed at which he struck, it appeared as though their chests had suddenly erupted in a spray of blood. Quite cautious, indeed, sending these cannon fodder to their demise first. With his observation hockey enveloping the entire ship, Hemingway could clearly see just outside the cabin the formidable pirates led by the Soul King, all poised for battle. Compared to these probing pirates, the strength of those outside was significantly greater. It was evident that the lower-tier pirates were merely being used to test the waters. If Hemingway were indeed caught off guard, then these pirates would suffice to subdue him. But if he remained unscathed, as he was now, only the expendable ones would fall. While the core members of the pirate crew remained safe and sound, waiting outside, ready to unleash their soul rings and techniques at a moment's notice. Chapter 13. You are quite valuable. Outside the cabin, the group, led by the Soul King, upon hearing the anguished cries from within, exchanged glances and their expressions shifted slightly. Each began to prepare themselves, their soul techniques gathering power. Tap, tap, tap. The soft sound of footsteps gradually echoed from within the cabin. A figure with waist-length white hair slowly emerged into view. To be honest, I had thought you to be a clever individual. Hemingway gazed with curiosity at the elder. Known as the Soul King, who was surrounded by a throng of people, what compels you to take such a perilous risk, one that could lead to your own demise? To strike at me? He inquired. At that moment, the elder's expression shifted unpredictably, as instincts honed over years of a pirate's life warned him that the seemingly youthful boy before him, appearing no older than a mere teenager, was exceptionally dangerous. A profound sense of life and death crisis enveloped him. After a brief pause, as if he had recalled a contingency plan, the elder's demeanor stabilized, and he even broke into a smile, addressing Hemingway. You are worth far more than you can fathom. Dai Mubai. What? Hemingway's countenance shifted, revealing the exposure of his identity. It seems my conjecture was not in vain. You are indeed the second prince, Dai Mubai, of the Star Luo royal family, who has been sought after with a handsome bounty. The Soul King elder, observing his reaction, finally broke into a smile. Initially, I was uncertain of your identity, merely harboring suspicions. After all, your appearance differs significantly from the wanted poster from 6 years ago. However, given your remarkable prowess at such a tender age, coupled with your ambiguous lineage and solitary existence adrift at sea, your gifts and background undeniably align with that of the once-renowned dual martial soul-bearer, the second prince of Star Luo, Dai Mubai. As the Soul King elder spoke, his excitement grew palpable. I had intended to incapacitate you and then interrogate you upon your awakening, but to my astonishment, my plan faltered, and you proved resistant to the sedative. It appears I underestimated you. Nevertheless, the confirmation of your identity is not without its rewards. Hemingway's countenance darkened as he gleaned the following information from the words of the elderly man before him. The Star Luo royal family, or rather the Star Luo queen, had not relinquished their pursuit of him. They had covertly issued a bounty on his life. How ruthless this woman is. It seems she truly intends to annihilate me. A bitter smile crept across his face as he inquired, May I ask what rewards they have promised for my demise? Is it a soul bone? Or perhaps a commitment to assist in hunting soul beasts in exchange for soul rings? TSK, I told you, you are worth far more than you can imagine. The elder, a Soul King, smacked his lips, his gaze greedily fixed upon him. If you can deliver your corpse to them, they will grant you a soul bone. Furthermore, they will designate assistance in hunting a soul beast with a maximum age of 30,000 years. Not only that, but if you can capture it alive, you would also attain a noble title within the Star Luo Empire. TSK, the Star Luo Empire truly possesses immense wealth. With this bounty, the entire ocean has gone mad. In those initial years, nearly everyone scoured the seas in search of you, yet they returned empty-handed. Hemingway's countenance changed dramatically upon hearing the old man's mention of the bounty. He could hardly fathom that the Queen of Stars would go to such lengths, willing to offer such substantial rewards for his life. It was utterly astonishing. Indeed, in their relentless pursuit to capture me, these individuals were truly investing heavily. Such enticing benefits explain why you are merely suspicious of my identity, daring to take such risks. Hemingway shook his head with a bitter smile, finally understanding why the Soul King had taken action against him. A fragment of soul bone, even if its age was barely a century, was exceptionally valuable. Moreover, the prospect of hunting a 30,000-year-old soul beast, with the added possibility of a noble title for a live capture, was indeed a tantalizing reward. Any soul master would be driven to madness by such a bounty. The allure of profit is irresistible. Even a titled Douluo might find it impossible to disregard these incentives. At this moment, Hemingway felt immensely fortunate for having spent 6 years in seclusion on the small deserted island. Otherwise, given the fervor surrounding the bounty at that time, he feared that his departure from the island would have led to his imminent capture, although his appearance had been enhanced following his martial soul upgrade. Causing some differences from his previous visage, upon closer inspection, the contours of his original features could still be discerned. To the frenzied pirates of that era, even a slight resemblance would be enough to arouse their suspicion. After all, disguise is not an uncommon art. They would not spare him simply due to a change in appearance. Fortunately, 6 years had passed, and the fervor had waned. Coupled with the alterations to his looks from the martial soul upgrade, as long as he refrained from revealing his dual martial soul, the risk of identity exposure was minimal. In summary, he resolved to maintain a low profile moving forward. Determined, Hemingway turned to the Soul King. Expressing his gratitude, "Thank you for enlightening me about the perilous nature of my current situation. I shall endeavor to act swiftly, ensuring that your demise is devoid of suffering. Consider it a gesture of appreciation for your warning." Upon realizing the imminent danger stemming from the exposure of his identity as Dai Mubai, Hemingway gazed at the pirates with a burgeoning intent to kill. His identity must remain concealed at all costs. Only through their demise could the secret be safeguarded. With a resounding boom, Hemingway vanished from sight. The Soul King, quick to react, had already prepared his soul skill, his 5 soul rings of white, yellow, and purple shimmering around him, with the 3rd yellow ring radiating brilliance. 3rd soul skill, Black Sky Mist. An ethereal image of an octopus emerged behind the Soul King, and he unleashed a torrent of dark ink from his mouth. Upon contact with the air, the ink transformed into a dense mist, enveloping the ship and obscuring visibility for dozens of meters. The thick black fog shrouded all sight. Had it been anyone else, their vision might have been severely hampered. However, for Hemingway, endowed with the ability of observation hockey, the oppressive black mist was inconsequential, akin to having no effect at all. He could perceive that after the dark mist enveloped the surroundings, the pirates began to disperse with remarkable coordination, moving stealthily in their unique rhythm. It was evident that this synchronized combat had been honed over an extended period. As for the mastermind behind the release of this ominous fog, the Elder, resembling a Soul King, had his lower body grotesquely split, transforming into the form of an octopus. The 8 tentacles, adorned with numerous suckers, extended to a length of nearly 10 meters, silently maneuvering across the ship. Most notably, their speed was astonishing. Even the dark mist, seemingly a barrier, did not impede the vision of its conjurer. He was able to distinctly capture the fleeting figure of Hemingway. How intriguing! Hemingway resolutely closed his eyes, relying solely on his keen senses to observe his surroundings. Upon witnessing the Soul King Elder's chest swell, evidently preparing to unleash a formidable attack, he instinctively executed a swift kick, launching a vacuum slash from a distance. The attack struck the Elder just as he was about to unleash his assault, thwarting his intentions. This technique, one of the 6 styles known as Raging Foot, does not inflict harm through direct contact, but rather generates a cutting force through the rapid movement of the leg. Chapter 14. The Cautious Protagonist Amidst the Black Mist. Having successfully struck the Soul King Elder with his Raging Foot, Hemingway pressed his advantage. With a resounding boom, he utilized the shave technique, instantly appearing before the bewildered Elder. Maintaining an expressionless demeanor, he raised a finger, preparing to execute the finger gun technique. In the blink of an eye, numerous blood blossoms erupted from the Elder's chest, as if he had been struck by a barrage of bullets. At this juncture, the pirates who had initially concealed themselves at the ship's edge began to unleash their soul techniques in unison. Ice arrows, fireballs, water droplets, wind blades, and corrosive acid rained down upon him, transforming the ground into a treacherous, slippery surface. It appeared that they could ascertain his location within the mist, effectively cornering him with a myriad of attacks that included the Soul King Elder in their onslaught, seemingly indifferent to his life. Yet, Hemingway remained unfazed by the seemingly unavoidable barrage. He instinctively relaxed his body, attuning himself to the flow of air around him, transforming into a leaf dancing in the wind. Employing the paper drawing technique, he effortlessly evaded every incoming attack, ice arrows, water spheres, fireballs, and wind blades alike, none of which could land a blow upon him. The principle of the paper drawing technique lies in relinquishing all bodily strength, allowing him to navigate the shifts in air currents created by his opponent's movements, thereby dodging their assaults at the last possible moment. Hemingway deftly maneuvered through the myriad of soul techniques employed by the pirates, effortlessly escaping their encirclement. Meanwhile, not far away, the Soul King Elder, adorned with numerous gaping wounds across his chest, appeared surprisingly unharmed. The fifth soul ring surrounding him illuminated, and the injuries on his torso began to heal rapidly. The assaults from the pirates inflicted minimal damage upon him, which explained their reckless abandon in combat. This scene momentarily left Hemingway, who was vigilantly monitoring the battlefield with his observation hockey, in a state of astonishment. What could this mean? Such grievous injuries. And yet he remained alive, healing at such an astonishing rate. However, upon recalling that the Soul King's martial spirit was an octopus, Hemingway began to grasp the underlying reason for his swift recovery. It was likely due to the inherent traits of his martial spirit, after all. Octopuses are renowned for their remarkable regenerative abilities, capable of regrowing lost limbs. One could surmise that even if his recovery was not as extraordinary as that of a genuine octopus, it was certainly far superior to that of an ordinary soul master. He should have directly pierced through the elder's skull with a single finger. Hemingway, with a commanding gaze, observed the wounds gradually heal. Seizing the opportunity amidst the enveloping darkness, he brandished several massive tentacles of an octopus to strike at the Soul King Elder. In his heart, he silently acknowledged his miscalculation. However, one could hardly blame him. After all, he possessed little combat experience and had never engaged in battle with a soul master before. It was entirely natural for a novice to exhibit such oversights. With a desire to test the efficacy of his sixth technique against an adversary, Hemingway chose not to evade, allowing the Soul King Elder to unleash fierce blows with the octopus tentacles upon him. Ironclad, Hemingway stood resolutely in place, his muscles tensing and hardening against the surface of his skin. Suddenly, a colossal tentacle struck forcefully against his back, yet it failed to budge him even slightly. The old Soul King felt as though his appendage had collided with an impenetrable mountain of steel. The sheer force of the blow even rebounded upon his own tentacle. The iron block, one of the 6 defensive techniques, was in play. With a body honed through rigorous training, Hemingway possessed a defense as formidable as iron. The stronger the physique, the more terrifying the defense. At that moment, with Hemingway's extraordinary physical strength, the Soul King's tentacle could not even ruffle him, barely qualifying to tickle him. Seeing the old Soul King attempt to retreat after landing a hit, Hemingway refused to let him escape so easily. He reached out and seized the old man's 10-meter-long tentacle, then yanked it with great force. The Soul King lost control of his body as Hemingway swung him around in circles, the air filled with a fierce howling sound. Hemingway, gripping one of the tentacles, wielded the old man like a whip, crashing him into the surrounding pirates with a terrifying roar. A cacophony of flesh colliding echoed through the air. Blood-curdling screams followed suit. Amidst the swirling black mist, Hemingway wielded the old Soul King as a weapon, striking him mercilessly against the pirates. Remarkably, this weapon proved quite effective, delivering a thrilling impact. After a series of resounding clashes, the chaos continued. The ship at sea has finally succumbed to tranquility. The ominous black fog that enveloped the vessel gradually dissipates, revealing a gruesome tableau before my eyes. Only Hemingway remains upright, while the others lie sprawled on the ground, drenched in blood. They are scattered haphazardly across the deck, teetering on the brink of oblivion. This sight transcends the mere description of carnage. Bang! Hemingway casually discarded the tentacles of the Soul King Elder, which he had wielded as a weapon for quite some time. At this moment, the Soul King Elder was in a dire state. The mere description of his head being bloodied scarcely encapsulated his condition, as his bones were likely shattered beyond recognition. He appeared to be on the brink of death, breathing shallowly. The 8 tentacles, each exceeding 10 meters in length, gradually retracted, ultimately resembling 2 legs, signifying his inability to maintain the state of his martial spirit. The prospect of recovering from his injuries was beyond consideration. You might think that even in his bloodied and mutilated form, the Soul King Elder retained a flicker of consciousness, his eyes wide with fury, his mouth a gruesome sight of shattered teeth, uttering indistinct words. But rest assured, you could not escape. With those final words, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Hemingway furrowed his brow, observing the old Soul King with an unsettling premonition. What could be the cause of such confidence? Could it be that some elusive fish had silently slipped away, conveying information to others? Yet, that seemed implausible. Long before the onset of battle, he had enveloped the vicinity with his observation haki, meticulously monitoring their every move. This precaution was specifically taken to prevent any potential escapees from leaking vital intelligence. Thus, he was utterly convinced that every member of the Viper pirate crew was present, with none having evaded capture. However, gazing at the old Soul King's demeanor, coupled with his perceptible emotions, it became evident that the old man was certain his identity would inevitably be unveiled. What could have led to such unwavering confidence? Hemingway found himself perplexed, however. He concluded that, for the sake of prudence, it would be best to eliminate the entire crew of pirates. Only the dead can safeguard secrets. Thus, the ensuing events unfolded. Hemingway dealt a decisive blow to each pirate aboard the ship, shattering their skulls beneath his feet. Their deaths were unequivocal. The head, being the essence of life, was utterly crushed. Unless one possesses godlike strength, even a titled Douluo would surely meet their demise. No matter how robust their recovery abilities, they would prove futile. After thorough confirmation, it was evident that every pirate on the vessel had perished. Hemingway cast all the pirates' corpses into the sea, and in a bid to obliterate all traces, summoned a great multitude of marine beasts that had roamed the oceans for a decade, watching as they devoured the bodies in a gruesome spectacle. Only then did he truly feel a sense of relief. If he could survive such an ordeal, he would accept it. Chapter 15. Digging his own grave. What is this? After disposing of all the pirates' remains, Hemingway's gaze was suddenly drawn to a peculiar object nestled in the corner of the deck. Curiosity piqued, he approached and picked it up. It appeared to be a conch-like shell, strikingly beautiful in form. Hemingway examined it closely, sensing that this object was anything but ordinary. Could it be a treasure of some sort? Intrigued, Hemingway casually stowed the conch shell into his soul-guiding device, contemplating the prospect of examining it further when time permitted. After securing the shell, his gaze swept across the disarrayed deck, taking in the imposing steel vessel before him. After a moment's reflection, he resolved that, for the sake of caution, it would be prudent to abandon the ship. As a notorious pirate on the high seas, this vessel was simply too conspicuous. Realizing he had a bounty on his head, Hemingway deemed it wise to maintain a low profile. Navigating such a prominent ship would attract undue attention. Conveniently, the pirate captain's wooden ship had been towed behind the steel vessel, and he decided to commandeer that craft to reach the island. Yes, that would do. With his decision made, Hemingway strode to the stern and untied the rope, then leapt onto the wooden ship trailing behind the steel giant. After securing the rope, he entered the ship's cockpit, preparing to set sail. In recent days, he had not merely been idly waiting, while observing the crew with keen eyes. He had also absorbed the skills necessary for operating a vessel. Otherwise, even with a ship at his disposal, he would be left helpless, utterly ignorant of navigation. The ships in this world bore some resemblance to those of his previous life, relying on the manipulation of sails for movement. Provided there was wind, the ship would glide through the waves. In the absence of it, manual rowing would be required. This necessitated a considerable crew, but fortunately they were all soul masters, whose endurance far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. And so it was. Hemingway navigated his wooden sailboat alone, steering it in accordance with the wind's direction toward an undisclosed destination. Over the past few days, relying on his keen observations, he had vaguely determined his course, with merely a day remaining in his journey. He was confident that he was close to his goal, barring any misfortune. Under normal circumstances, he was unlikely to stray from his path. The voyage was remarkably steady. His confidence was further bolstered by the discovery of a navigational chart in the cockpit of the Viper pirate crew, which, despite his inability to fully comprehend it, allowed him to ascertain his direction with a certain degree of clarity, thereby minimizing the chances of error. Meanwhile, within the stronghold of a pirate faction, a formidable middle-aged man, seemingly in his 50s or 60s, held a conch shell in his hand, his expression a mixture of gravity and exhilaration. Upon closer examination, one could discern that this conch shell bore an uncanny resemblance to the one Hemingway had found on the deck. At that moment, the conch emitted a faint glow, accompanied by a clear voice emanating from within. "You are worth far more than you can imagine, Dai Mubai." What? It seemed my suspicions were correct. You are indeed the second prince, Dai Mubai, of the Star Luo royal family, who has been sought after at a high price in secret, alone and adrift at sea. Your age aligns closely as well. Such talent and lineage truly correspond to that of the once-renowned dual soul wielder, Dai Mubai. I had intended to incapacitate you, but being able to confirm your identity is not without its merits. This woman is indeed ruthless. She seeks to eradicate me completely. Thank you for revealing just how perilous my situation is. When the time comes for me to act, I will strive to do so swiftly, ensuring your demise is devoid of suffering. Consider it my gratitude for your disclosure." The voice emanating from the conch was none other than the conversation between the Soul King Elder and Hemingway. Clearly, this conch possessed the ability to record or transmit sound, functioning akin to a telephone. Ha ha ha, fortune favors me. Upon hearing the conclusion, the formidable middle-aged man could no longer contain his exuberant laughter. This man, known as the Purple Giant Whale, was the leader of the most formidable pirate crew upon the seas, the Demon Whale Pirates, whose influence spanned nearly the entire ocean. He commanded numerous sub-factions, with the Viper pirate crew being among the weaker ones. Each year, all sub-factions were required to pay him tribute in the form of wealth and resources. The pirate crews under the Purple Giant Whale's command roamed the seas with impunity, possessing strength comparable to that of a Star Luo, thus earning him the title of Pirate King. However, he was merely a pirate king, unable to compare himself to the true sovereign of the sea, the island of the sea god. After all, that was the domain of the sea god and a hallowed sanctuary in the hearts of all sea soul masters, teeming with formidable experts, including numerous titled Douluos. The Purple Giant Whale could only operate with such audacity due to the indifference of the sea god island toward his activities. If the inhabitants of Ocean God Island truly wished to rid the world of malevolence, dealing with him would be a matter of mere moments. Each leader of the factions possesses a unique conch shell, a relic of ancient times, a soul-guiding artifact passed down through generations. By a fortunate twist of fate, it was acquired by the Purple Giant Whale, which subsequently discovered the ability to communicate over vast distances through the connection between these conch shells. The cunning elder of the Viper pirate crew had already recorded a conversation with Hemingway and discreetly transmitted this recording to his superior, thereby revealing his presence. Crucially, the conch shell in the possession of the Purple Giant Whale is the primary shell, the source from which all other conch shells of the leaders are derived. Through this primary shell, he can sense and pinpoint the exact locations of the other conch shells, even those hidden within storage soul-guiding artifacts, which cannot obstruct the conch's positioning capabilities. Thus, out of curiosity and ignorance regarding the true nature of the conch, Hemingway inadvertently equipped himself with the tracking device, unwittingly ensnaring himself. Upon learning of Dai Yuhao's existence and the ongoing movement of the replica conch, the Purple Giant Whale eagerly prepared to summon the leaders of the other factions through the conch, gearing up for a grand hunt. "Daddy, what brings you such joy?" At this moment, a young girl, around 17 or 18, pushed open the door to the study and entered. She possessed an alluring figure, slender yet well-proportioned, and her beauty was striking. High cheekbones, large eyes, and long purple hair tied in a ponytail, exuding an air of elegance and determination. Her captivating violet eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed at her father, a robust man whose smile radiated strength. "My dear daughter, we are about to strike gold." The Purple Giant Whale, unable to contain his delight upon seeing the girl, eagerly shared the news he had just received with his precious daughter. "Dai Yuhao? The rumored second prince of the Star Luo Empire, who possesses dual martial souls? Is there news of him?" The girl, named Zijinju, expressed surprise at her father's words. At 18, she was in the prime of her youth, a striking beauty with a sea serpent martial soul and a strength of level 38 soul master. Indeed, this is an unexpected windfall. If we can capture this young man and deliver him to the Star Luo Empire, we need not continue our lives as pirates on these seas, the Purple Giant Whale said, his smile widening. Although he was a pirate king with the strength of a Star Luo, this did not grant him immunity from the dangers of the ocean. The power of a Star Luo, while formidable, is not the pinnacle. Unless he could ascend to the rank of a titled Douluo, he remained vulnerable to unforeseen adversaries. The threat of violent retribution looms ever present, for with a legion of subordinates at his command, one can never predict when a robbery might target individuals of significant stature or peculiar backgrounds. Should he inadvertently provoke such formidable characters, it would not be surprising if his current glory were to be extinguished in an instant. His own demise would be of little consequence. After all, he has relished the heights of success, having ascended from humble beginnings to a position of prominence, having experienced all that life has to offer. Yet, the thought that gnaws at him most is the well-being of his daughter, Zizenzu. Should he fall, deprived of his protection, how would she navigate this treacherous world? Rife with predation? Even if she could survive on her innate talents, it would only lead her down the perilous path of piracy, a fate he desperately wishes to spare her from. Being a pirate entails immense risk, the tumultuous seas, ferocious sea beasts, and the ever-looming threat of betrayal from fellow marauders present countless dangers. No one aspires to the precarious existence of a pirate, living perpetually in fear. Thus, the arrival of Dai Yuhao represents a fortuitous opportunity for Zizhu Juhai. Securing a title within the Starry Empire would afford her the protection of its dominion, far superior to the capricious life of a pirate. Aware of the rarity of this opportunity, Zizhu Juhai summoned the most capable members of his faction, rallying them to his cause. He then directed his pirate crews, guided by the intel relayed through the conch, to converge from all directions, encircling Dai Yuhao with relentless intent, ensuring that he would find no means of escape. On the boundless ocean, an unremarkable wooden sailing vessel drifted lazily with the wind, its pirate flag now furled. To the untrained eye, it appeared merely as a common trading ship, concealing the grim history of countless pirates who had met their end aboard it. Within the confines of the ship's cockpit, Hemingway held a maritime chart in his hand, his brow furrowed in contemplation. At this moment, he had been navigating the vast ocean alone for 3 days. Ordinarily, had his course been accurate, he would have arrived at the designated island within the first 2 days. However, throughout this 3-day voyage, his gaze had encountered nothing but the desolate expanse of the sea. The peculiarity of the situation was unmistakable. He had miscalculated the route on his nautical map, leading him astray from his intended path. Uncertain of which waters he had drifted into, he felt a sense of foreboding. Hemingway set aside the intricate and perplexing nautical chart, massaging his brow as he reluctantly acknowledged his miscalculation. Had he foreseen the situation, he would have spared a couple of souls to guide him through these vast waters. Now, he found himself adrift in the ocean's embrace. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that sustenance was not a concern in this boundless expanse. Even if he merely floated aimlessly, he would inevitably encounter an island inhabited by others. Why the urgency? Shaking his head, he placed the chart down carelessly and stepped out of the cabin, making his way to the bow of the ship, where he gazed into the distance. What was that? Suddenly, he spotted a small dark speck on the horizon. Focusing intently, he discerned the faint outline of what appeared to be a vessel. A ship? How splendid! A look of joy illuminated Hemingway's face as he spotted a vessel on the horizon after drifting at sea for 3 long days. All he needed to do was inquire about directions, or, better yet, secure passage on their ship. Soon, he would arrive at a populated island, where he could embark on his journey to greatness. However, as the distant ship loomed larger, a sense of anticipation filled the air. Hemingway's initially joyful expression gradually froze, soon turning grave. He could discern, at the apex of that ship, a skull flag fluttering ominously. Undoubtedly, it was yet another pirate vessel. A troubling situation indeed. Would he be forced to engage in combat once more? In dismay, Hemingway rubbed his brow, lamenting his unfortunate fate. Was it too much to ask for a mere encounter with a regular merchant ship? Ever since departing from the island, every vessel he had encountered had been a pirate ship, an extraordinary stroke of misfortune. Was it possible that he was destined to cross paths with pirates? As the formidable ship drew nearer, the design of the pirate flag became increasingly discernible. He could make out not only the skull, but also the image of a great white whale emblazoned upon it. This was the flag of the White Whale pirate crew. Upon recognizing the emblem, Hemingway's countenance shifted dramatically. During his days aboard the Viper pirate cruise ship, he had gleaned knowledge about the notorious pirate factions of the seas, including their distinctive flags. The White Whale pirate crew was indeed one of the most renowned among them. It was said that the captain of the White Whale pirate crew was a formidable soul master of the Soul Saint rank, accompanied by a deputy captain of the Soul Emperor rank, for Soul King aides, and a number of underlings. They constituted a remarkably powerful pirate faction. And what of Hemingway? He was merely a soul master of the 39th rank, possessing limited offensive capabilities. Aside from the Navy's 6 styles, he wielded only the armament hockey, the observation hockey to perceive his opponent's movements, and the powers of the rumble fruit. The effectiveness of the rumble fruit was contingent upon his own strength. Thus, at this stage, its combat utility paled in comparison to the Navy's 6 styles. To be frank, he had little understanding of his current capabilities, having never engaged in a battle with another Soul Master. His solitary confrontation with the elderly Soul King had concluded swiftly, yielding scant combat experience. Moreover, a Soul Master's strength was not solely determined by rank, the quality of soul ranks, the techniques they possessed, their adaptability, and the inherent traits of their martial souls all played pivotal roles in determining the outcome of a conflict. The interplay of these factors constituted the essence of victory or defeat. Chapter 17. The White Whale Pirate Crew. The Soul Master system in the Douluo continent is rather peculiar. A higher-ranked Soul Master does not necessarily surpass a lower-ranked one in strength. For instance, the elderly Soul King from the Viper pirate crew, despite his rank, had a severely lacking configuration of soul rings, comprising merely 2 10-year, 200-year, and 1,000-year soul rings. This indicated that his attainment of the Soul King rank was a strained endeavor, having exhausted his potential. It is fundamentally improbable that one could become significantly stronger in this lifetime. A Soul King of his caliber may very well find himself outmatched by a Soul Master of the 30th rank equipped with an optimal soul ring configuration. Generally speaking, a Soul Master who attains the title of Douluo possesses the most advantageous configuration of soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. This arrangement is universally acknowledged within the realm of Soul Masters as the pinnacle of configurations. Consequently, the prowess of that elderly Soul King is indeed markedly inferior, rendering any comparison with a standard Soul King utterly unfounded. Moreover, one must take into account various factors such as spirit level suppression, attribute resistance, and soul skill counteractions. For instance, a fire attribute spirit is undoubtedly susceptible to the counteraction of an ice attribute spirit. Similarly, plant-based spirits typically harbor a fear of flames. The dichotomy of possessing great strength yet lacking agility, or conversely, exhibiting excellent agility with little strength, exemplifies the concept of attribute resistance. Therefore, the determination of a Soul Master's strength is inherently elusive. Only through genuine combat can one truly discern the reality of their capabilities. Despite Hemingway's usual confidence, he found himself humbled in the face of the potentially formidable Soul Saint-level adversaries from the White Whale pirate crew. He was not so arrogant as to believe he could triumph over them, especially with the presence of Soul Emperors and multiple Soul Kings. The mere thought of engaging them was daunting. If escape were an option, Hemingway would have gladly abandoned ship at that very moment. However, he was acutely aware that the vast expanse of the ocean offered no refuge. Without his vessel, he would be left adrift. And though his martial spirit allowed him to survive briefly in the water, he would ultimately succumb to the endless depths of the sea. His soul power was not infinite, and he could not sustain the martial spirit's embodiment indefinitely. Once his soul power was depleted, he would revert to his normal state, leaving him to drown in the boundless ocean with no alternative path to salvation. Moreover, the incessant threat of marine soul beasts loomed, making a vessel indispensable for survival in such treacherous waters. Yet, beyond these practical concerns, the true reason Hemingway refrained from fleeing was a palpable sense of being targeted, emanating from the distant pirate ship ahead. Clearly, this was a manifestation of a unique soul skill, and he had been marked. Even if he attempted to abandon ship now, escape was not guaranteed. It would merely exhaust his soul power, rendering him more vulnerable. Thus, he resolved to remain still, conserving his strength and observing the intentions of this formidable foe. Perhaps the situation was not as dire as he envisioned. As time elapsed quietly, the pirate ship drew ever closer. From his position at the bow, Hemingway could discern a group of figures standing atop the ship, led by a towering, muscular man of 2 to 3 meters in height, whose physique resembled that of an iron tower. This man was undoubtedly the captain of the White Whale pirate crew, the infamous Soul Saint Haba. Haba was visibly exhilarated, having received communication from his superior, the purple giant whale. He eagerly summoned his crew and set sail, racing towards the designated target area provided by his leader. The urgency stemmed from the understanding that the first to capture the target would reap the greatest rewards, thus incentivizing all to exert their utmost efforts. This was a tangible advantage, and no one would shy away from risking their lives for it. Other captains of subgroups shared this sentiment, as only those with the strength of a soul saint were deemed worthy to partake in this endeavor. Weaker leaders were excluded from the fray. Consequently, those fortunate enough to be present were racing against time, driven madly towards the target area in hopes of claiming the first prize. Fortune seemed to favor Haba, who was on the verge of an encounter with the target. His excitement surged as he spotted the solitary wooden ship ahead. Trembling with anticipation, he bellowed to his crew, "Increase speed. Give it your all. The target is that wooden ship before us." As the words were uttered, the entire ship shuddered violently. Instantly, its already swift speed doubled. Gazing at the small wooden vessel drawing nearer, the features of the white-haired youth at its bow became increasingly discernible. Lowering his gaze once more to the wanted poster he held, dated 6 years prior, he noted that apart from the change in hair color, upon closer inspection, the contours of the boy's features bore an uncanny resemblance. It was indeed the same individual. After all, 6 years had passed, and children inevitably grow. At this moment, Haba was filled with unwavering certainty. This was the target of his pursuit. Haha. It seems destined for me, Hamba, to claim the first prize. As the distance between the two ships diminished, Hamba could not help but burst into laughter, envisioning his future achievements in capturing Dai Yuhao and the accolades that would surely follow. The benefits would undoubtedly be plentiful, for the captain could not possibly claim them all for himself. Otherwise, how could he maintain the loyalty of his crew? When the captain ascended to nobility in the Starry Empire, it would be this band of pirates that secured his standing there. Thus, it was inconceivable that the captain would monopolize the rewards and sow discord among his brethren. As the two vessels drew closer, finally halting about 10 meters apart, the two factions confronted each other from their respective bows. The ship of the White Whale pirate crew, led by Hamba, was forged entirely of steel, a colossal vessel far larger than that of the Viper pirate crew. In stark contrast, Hemingway's boat appeared diminutive, merely a modest wooden craft belonging to the pirate leader. Consequently, Hamba and his crew looked down with avarice at the white-haired youth below, their gazes hungry enough to devour him whole. Yet Hemingway, despite being alone and aboard a ship that seemed almost fragile against the backdrop of the Iron Giant, exhibited no signs of trepidation. His countenance remained unchanged, his deep, ocean-like eyes tranquil. With a handsome, masculine visage and a poised stature at the ship's bow, he appeared capable of withstanding any tempest. One man, standing resolutely against the might of 1,000 soldiers. At that moment, Hemingway emanated an aura of indomitable strength. Even as the White Whale pirate crew, numerous and formidable, bore down upon him with an invisible yet oppressive force, what did it matter? Did they believe this would instill fear and cause him to falter? Chapter 18. The Innate Champion. The two parties finally met. No words were exchanged. Only the rhythmic sound of the waves broke the silence of the scene. The atmosphere thickened with tension. Hamba, gazing at the white-haired youth standing at the bow, felt his earlier pride wane as his nonchalant demeanor transformed into one of caution. For this boy was profoundly different from the image he had conjured in his mind. It seemed that some individuals were born with the essence of strength etched upon their very faces. Gazing at the youth with azure eyes, his resplendent white hair danced gently in the sea breeze, and his tall stature resembled an immovable statue perched upon the coastal cliffs. Every aspect of him silently conveyed the extraordinary essence of a remarkable young man. Years of experience as a pirate had honed Hamba's instincts, leading him to believe that this boy was anything but ordinary. The task of capturing him would undoubtedly prove far more arduous than he had initially imagined. An inexplicable sense of impending danger gnawed at Hamba, akin to a foreboding of imminent demise. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming impulse to turn back and lead his crew away. Yet, contemplating the potential rewards of capturing the boy, he found himself hesitating. The allure of profit was compelling. To relinquish such a promising opportunity based solely on a hunch would be, without a doubt, impractical. Humanity is inherently imbued with a propensity for self-destruction and a streak of reckless optimism. Ultimately, Hamba resolved to pursue wealth through peril, disregarding the instincts forged over years of piracy and steadfastly opting for what he believed to be the right course of action, thus forsaking his only means of escape. Before him lay the boundless azure sea, with two ships varying in size, separated by a distance of over 10 meters. The two parties stood at the bows of their vessels, facing each other in silence. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Only the sound of the wind howled through the air. Dai Yuhao. At last, Hamba spoke. You have proven to be quite elusive. When this long-forgotten name fell from the lips of the imposing figure before him, a weight settled in Hemingway's heart. He realized that his true identity had been compromised for reasons unknown. It was evident that these pirates had come specifically to capture him, and today, he was in grave danger. How had his secret been revealed? Hemingway found himself in a perplexing situation. The only individual who bore the greatest suspicion was undoubtedly the ancient Soul King of the Viper pirate crew. Could it be that this Soul King possessed some unknown means to relay information to others? How did you discover my whereabouts? He inquired. His brow furrowed with a myriad of questions as he glanced towards Hamba in the distance. Even if you were aware of my presence, how did you manage to locate me amidst this vast ocean? Given your aggressive approach, is there a method to pinpoint my location? Were it not for the fact that the vessel he was aboard was not affiliated with the Viper pirate crew, he might have begun to suspect whether his small wooden boat harbored some sort of tracking device. In the ancient epic of this world, a magnificent civilization once flourished, leaving behind a wealth of wisdom encapsulated in relics now known as soul guides. The variety and functions of these soul guides are as diverse as they are extraordinary. Therefore, it is not inconceivable that one might exist with the capability to locate individuals to the soul masters of the present Douluo continent. Ancient soul guides are akin to extraterrestrial technology, utterly beyond their capacity to replicate or manufacture. Nevertheless, it is not impossible for fortunate soul masters to acquire these ancient relics, as the world is never devoid of those blessed with luck. In response to Hemingway's inquiries, despite the advantageous position they found themselves in, Hemingway was virtually unable to escape, had no intention of revealing that the seashell he had discovered served as a locating device. After all, caution begets safety. Should they err and allow Hemingway to slip away, they could still rely on the seashell's locating function to track him down. However, if Hemingway were to discard the seashell, locating him thereafter would become an arduous endeavor. The ocean is vast, and should Hemingway merely disguise himself or seek refuge on an obscure island, finding him would not be a simple task. Otherwise, Hemingway's mother would not have fled with him to the sea in the first place. Himba, with a cold demeanor, silently gestured with his hand. Beside him, an elder, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, nodded gently before issuing a low command. His body began to radiate with light, and a net, specifically designed for fishing, materialized in his hands. Surrounding him were 6 soul rings: white, yellow, purple, and black. This elder was, in fact, a level 60 soul emperor. Upon witnessing this, Hemingway's pupils involuntarily constricted, for he recognized that the elderly figure before him was none other than the vice-captain of the fabled white whale pirate crew, the Soul Emperor. 6th soul skill, Heaven's Net. The Soul Emperor bellowed, as the solitary black 10,000-year spirit ring surrounding him radiated an intense brilliance. Subsequently, the elder hurled the fishing net in his grasp skyward. The exquisitely crafted net ascended, expanding rapidly until it seemed to envelop the entire firmament, while nets from all directions began to descend as well. In an instant, a colossal net encapsulating a 1-kilometer expanse of ocean had formed. This vast net ensnared both the white whale pirate crew and Hemingway, evidently intending to confine him first to prevent an escape, before methodically capturing him, an act akin to catching a turtle in a jar. With this, his avenues of retreat were utterly severed. He could only brace himself and confront these pirates head-on. Would the same hold true in the depths of the sea? Could he attempt to break free from beneath the waves? Hemingway instinctively cast his gaze towards the ocean's surface, pondering this dilemma. Across from him, Hanbase seemed to perceive his intentions. With arms crossed and an air of calm, he declared, "Do not entertain thoughts of fleeing through the sea." Since Hannibal's 6th soul skill is named Heaven's Net, how could it possibly guard only against the skies and not the depths below? Furthermore, do not even consider breaking this net. It has drained Hannibal of all his spirit power and, once formed, it can sustain itself for 2 hours. Only a soul sage could shatter it. Even a soul sage, if their attack is insufficiently potent, would find themselves helplessly ensnared for the full duration. The more Hanbase spoke, the more his confidence swelled. He observed the silent white-haired youth and urged, "You would do well to surrender peacefully. This way, you may endure less suffering. The bounty does not necessarily demand your life. Alive would be preferable for them. Thus, even if you were delivered to the Star Luo Empire, death is not an assured fate. However, should you choose to resist stubbornly, I cannot promise that your life will be spared amidst the chaos." Chapter 19. A Kill to Begin. In response to Hanbase's seemingly benevolent counsel, Hemingway merely scoffed coldly, musing inwardly, "Does he truly take me for a fool? Yes. If captured and returned to the Star Luo Empire, I might not face death, but there exists a term known as worse than death. Should I be taken alive? I would likely confront the grim prospect of being brainwashed into servitude through insidious methods, or worse, imprisoned and utilized as a breeding tool to enhance bloodlines. The former is somewhat bearable, yet the latter is a fate far too dire. With his twin martial souls and innate full spirit power, he possessed an exceptionally formidable potential. To have such traits, should he unite with a woman, the offspring would have an immense probability of inheriting this extraordinary lineage. Even if they did not possess twin martial souls, it was highly likely that their martial soul would mutate, or that they would manifest with exceptionally high innate spirit power. There was a character in the original tale whose circumstances mirrored this closely, the Pope Dong, who also wielded twin martial souls and innate full spirit power. As a result, this qualification caught the attention of the former pope, who subsequently sought an excuse to forcibly claim her, compelling her to bear a daughter, Qianrenxue. Qianrenxue, indeed, exemplifies the remarkable lineage of Dong, possessing an innate soul power of an impressive level 20. This exceptional ability is attributed to her divine martial soul, the angel martial soul. However, it is crucial to note that merely possessing a divine martial soul does not guarantee such innate soul power. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall would have long since unified the continent. In truth, it is precisely because Qian Rinxue has an innate soul power of level 20 that she was able to inherit the long-standing angelic legacy of the Spirit Hall. If it were the case that all angel martial souls possessed an innate soul power of level 20, then why had no one before her succeeded in inheriting the title of Angel God? This underscores the profound significance of the exceptional bloodlines of both parents for their offspring. The Star Luo Empire, in its quest to capture him alive, was even willing to offer nobility as a reward, illustrating the extent of their desire for his esteemed lineage. If Hemingway were truly captured and returned, he would likely face a life reduced to the role of a mere breeding machine. His offspring would become tools for the aristocrats of the Starry Empire, destined to forever languish in obscurity. Such a tragic existence is one he would resolutely refuse. Even in death, contemplating this fate, Hemingway's gaze sharpened, and within him ignited a determination akin to burning bridges, resolute in his choice to shatter rather than compromise. Accompanying this newfound resolve was a palpable shift in his aura. Witnessing the transformation in the young man's demeanor, Hambas inwardly lamented his miscalculation. He had not anticipated that his attempts at persuasion would not only fail, but would instead bolster the youth's resolve to resist. Capturing him alive now seemed an even more formidable challenge. When the great purple whale summoned them to encircle Hemingway, it had repeatedly emphasized the necessity of apprehending him alive. Killing him would jeopardize their future prospects as nobles within the Starry Empire. Thus, Hanbas had initially commanded his soul emperor subordinate to unleash his full soul power and employ the sixth soul skill, Heaven and Earth Net, to ensure Hemingway's capture and prevent his escape. After all, if they merely sought a corpse, there would be no need for such elaborate measures. A direct assault utilizing their martial spirits would suffice. Given the imperative of capturing him alive, caution was paramount. Hambas signaled to the 4 middle-aged soul kings surrounding him, his most formidable subordinates, aside from the vice-captain, to engage Hemingway and gauge his strength. He would observe for a moment, gathering intelligence to ensure a decisive strike to take him alive. With the Heaven and Earth Net surrounding them, escape was futile, and Hambas had ample time to toy with him. The 4 soul kings, receiving their orders, activated their martial spirits. Their manifestations included a sea turtle, a dolphin, an octopus, and a sea snake, all beast-type martial spirits. However, the configuration of their soul rings, white, yellow, and purple, left much to be desired. The inadequacy of their soul ring arrangements, coupled with the age of the soul kings, hinted at the limited potential of their martial spirits. As Hemingway observed the 4 approaching middle-aged men, their bodies adorned with features reminiscent of their animal counterparts, he maintained an expressionless demeanor, coldly watching as they drew nearer. At the moment their soul rings flared to unleash their techniques, a resounding explosion erupted in the air, causing the entire vessel to tremble violently. Hemingway, the man, had seemingly vanished into thin air. The 4 soul kings were momentarily taken aback. What just happened? How could his speed be so astonishing? Where had that young man gone? Even from a distance, Hamba, who was observing the scene, found himself momentarily stunned. Despite his keen eyesight, he could barely discern a faint shadow. And he could not fathom how Hemingway had disappeared so completely. What was happening? Was it some form of soul technique? He murmured to himself, unable to contain his curiosity. In the next instant, Hamba felt his pupils constrict in shock as Hemingway, who had vanished, suddenly reappeared before one of the bald soul kings. As if he had materialized from thin air. The soul king, suspended mid-leap, had no time to react before the cold, white-haired youth extended a finger and vanished once more. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed in his mind. The last thing the bald soul king saw was the boy's finger re-emerging, now stained with blood. Is this my blood? He finally grasped the grim reality, only to lose consciousness forever thereafter. At that moment, a gruesome blood hole appeared in the center of his forehead. Having previously dealt with an elderly soul king, Hemingway understood that what might be a fatal wound for an ordinary person might not be so for those with unique martial souls. Thus, to ensure a swift kill, a single finger to the head was the most straightforward approach. Under normal circumstances, the head remains a person's greatest vulnerability. Even those with extraordinary martial souls would succumb if their skull were penetrated. Individuals who could survive such an injury were exceedingly rare, verging on the monstrous, and seldom seen in a millennium. At that moment, all the pirates present were struck with shock at the sudden turn of events. One soul king had just been dispatched with a mere finger poke. Was it truly that effortless? Am I dreaming? Seizing the opportunity while the pirates were still in shock, Hemingway pressed his advantage. With a graceful leap, he seemingly defied gravity. moving through the air as if the solid ground supported him, rather than the void. This was the moon step, one of the 6 techniques. The application of the moon step is akin to the agile skills of Wudong's lightness technique. By kicking against the air while leaping, one can utilize the rebound force to alter their trajectory and walk upon the void. With such aerial mobility, one could launch attacks from every angle without leaving blind spots. Chapter 20. 4 kills in quick succession. With a swift motion, employing the moon step, Hemingway rapidly approached another Soul King, a middle-aged man bearing a scar on his face. Instead of using his finger spear, he raised his right hand and, with a powerful hand strike, brought it down mercilessly upon the man's head. Bang! A brilliant mind exploded like a watermelon, releasing a torrent of filth that splattered onto another gaunt Soul King nearby. At this moment, Haba, who had been momentarily stunned by the sudden demise of his subordinates, could no longer remain composed. In the blink of an eye, he had lost 2 of his 4 esteemed generals. These were the very foundation of his power. How could he hope to accompany the great purple giant whale to the Star Luo Empire and ascend to nobility without a strong retinue to support him? Initially, with 4 Soul Kings at his command, he believed that even if he could not capture Hemingway alive, he could at least engage him in a stalemate. This would afford Hanba the opportunity to observe Hemingway's combat style and seek a chance to strike decisively. However, he never anticipated that his 4 Soul Kings would be so inept, losing 2 of their number in a single encounter with Hemingway. This unexpected outcome was a profound shock, causing him great distress. Did he think Soul Kings were as common as cabbages? Did he realize how challenging it was to recruit such powerful allies? Stop! Hanba bellowed as he witnessed Hemingway's insatiable thirst for battle, charging toward the remaining 2 Soul Kings. He activated his spirit rings, and a colossal white whale phantom materialized, merging with his being. Instantly, his already imposing physique began to swell further. His terrifyingly powerful muscles writhed, veins bulging, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a small giant nearly 5 meters tall. Soul Sage, Hanba, Martial Spirit, Great White Whale. Soul Ring configuration: white, yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, black. Though not the optimal configuration, it was undoubtedly lavish compared to the earlier Soul Kings and Soul Emperors. With the Great White Whale empowering him, Hanba, now a towering figure, propelled himself with astonishing force, causing the stern of the iron ship to rise sharply while the bow plunged perilously toward the sea. This display revealed a chilling truth. The power of a Soul Sage was indeed formidable. Stop this at once. The giant Hanba soared into the air, launching himself fiercely toward Hemingway. Meanwhile, Hemingway had once again employed the moon step, gracefully landing beside the 3rd Soul King, learning from the fate of his predecessors. This Soul King, whose martial spirit was a sea turtle, immediately activated his strongest defensive technique, the turtle shell defense, as the 5th purple 1,000-year soul ring illuminated. The small turtle shell on his back began to expand dramatically. His head and limbs retracted into the shell, which then sealed shut, resembling a true turtle withdrawing into its shell. This was his most formidable defensive skill, one that even a Soul Emperor would find difficult to breach. Simultaneously, this technique represented his greatest pride and defense. Thus, in his mind, he believed he was utterly secure. However, unfortunate for him, he encountered the aberration known as Hemingway. Humph. Did he think he could remain unscathed this way? Observe as I shatter your shell. Gazing at the shell before him, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Hemingway's eyes as he raised his right hand, extending his index finger. Shortly thereafter, a flicker of golden light emerged at the tip of his finger, a mere scintilla of brilliance, armed with the color of armament. That radiant, golden-tipped finger lunged forcefully towards the shell, and with a sound akin to that of a balloon bursting, it pierced through. The once impenetrable shell, which even a Soul Emperor could not breach in a moment's time, was instantaneously punctured beneath his golden-tinged finger, as if it were mere paper. Ah! A wretched scream emanated from within the airtight shell, only to be abruptly silenced thereafter. Hemingway, with an expressionless demeanor, extended his index finger, revealing a small puncture upon the turtle shell. Yet, encircling this diminutive aperture were numerous fissures, which continued to expand, ultimately engulfing the entire shell. With a resounding crash, what appeared to be an impenetrable barrier shattered into fragments. From within emerged a middle-aged man, his limbs curled inwards, but now bearing a sanguine wound on his back. His life force completely extinguished. A single strike had proven fatal. The prowess of armament hockey is far from simplistic. It not only serves as a protective armor, but also enhances the user's offensive capabilities, capable of manifesting in various forms as the user develops it. For instance, the very puncture he had made in the turtle shell allowed the residual armament haki to transform into a subtle force, penetrating the man's body and instantaneously shattering his internal organs. Thus, while it might appear that he merely sustained a blood wound, in reality, his innards had become a mere mass of disarray. Cursed be it. Suddenly, a fierce gust surged forth, accompanied by a roar of fury. The giant-like Hamba, with a grotesque visage, lunged towards him. The towering figure, standing at 5 meters, exuded an overwhelming presence, and Hemingway harbored no doubts regarding the immense power concealed within this form. Yet, with great strength comes great clumsiness, a trade-off manifested in a lack of swift mobility. Moonwalk. Hemingway, with his legs suspended in mid-air, narrowly evaded the colossal figure lunging towards him. He launched an assault on the final Soul King. At that moment, witnessing 3 of his comrades fall prey to the prowess of this silver-haired youth in but a single strike, the last Soul King was utterly paralyzed with fear. His soul rings ignited in succession, transforming him into what seemed like a serpent. His body twisted and turned, yet this very form allowed for astonishing speed. The last Soul King appeared to be devoid of bones, slithering away like a snake, before abandoning the ship and plunging into the depths of the ocean. Hemingway, observing this, felt a chilling glint in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand and raised a single finger. A radiant golden light surged forth from his fingertip, swiftly erupting. Bang! The glimmer at his fingertip transformed into a projectile, traversing a distance of several meters in an instant, piercing through the water. Defying the resistance of the ocean, it struck the Soul King, whose form had yet to vanish beneath the waves. Boom! A great splash erupted from the surface of the sea, sending forth a violent spray of water. Dismembered limbs and severed arms scattered around the deck, drenching the onlooking pirates in a deluge of filth and blood. The spectators, who had been watching for quite some time, were thrown into utter chaos. All, witnessing the demise of his 4 most capable generals at the hands of Hemingway, who dispatched them with the ease of crushing chicks. Hambus's eyes reddened with rage, and he let out a furious, impotent roar. He could scarcely believe that in the blink of an eye, he had lost 4 of his commanding officers. This was the very foundation of his crew, and nurturing such a Soul King was no easy feat, yet now, all 4 had been slain. Chapter 21. The Imminent Battle. As he beheld the lifeless bodies of his most trusted generals, Hanbus was filled with profound regret. Had he known that Dai Yuhao was so ruthless, he should have taken decisive action from the very beginning. After all, with the net of heaven and earth surrounding him, escape was impossible. Was it truly necessary to cautiously send 4 Soul Kings to test his strength? The result was a staggering loss of 4 capable generals. What a tremendous folly. Had he submerged into the depths of the ocean to hide? Hemingway scanned his surroundings and noted that the Soul Emperor, who had previously cast the net, had vanished without a trace. Utilizing his observation haki, he searched the cabins of both ships, but found no one. It was evident that the Soul Emperor, sensing the impending doom, had taken advantage of the chaos to submerge and conceal himself, demonstrating a remarkable instinct for survival. However, this was to be expected. After expending all his soul power to deploy the net, the Soul Emperor, now devoid of any soul energy, possessed combat prowess likely inferior to that of a soul venerable. After all, his martial spirit was not of the beast variety, but rather a tool type. Thus, at this stage of cultivation, the enhancement provided by his martial spirit to his physical capabilities was minimal. His true strength lay in his soul skills, yet these required soul power to activate. Consequently, in his current state of powerlessness, he was almost rendered useless. Hemingway's intention to eliminate him was as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Thus, the Soul Emperor, possessing remarkable foresight, concealed himself, the exact location of his hiding place remaining a mystery. In any case, locating the Soul Emperor within this extensive net stretching over a kilometer was an unrealistic endeavor. Even his haki could not encompass such a vast expanse. Unless he submerged himself in the water and harnessed the ocean's sensing abilities, finding him would be nearly impossible. However, the Soul Emperor was merely a trivial character. Hemingway's most formidable adversary at present was the Soul Sage, Hamba. Hemingway turned around to gaze at the 5-meter-tall giant, whose anger was still evident yet had begun to calm. Observing the 7 soul rings that floated around him, he finally took the situation seriously. Once the arena was cleared, he looked at Hamba, a faint smile etched on his stern face. The true battle was about to commence. Before them lay an endless sea, where a vast net formed a circular enclosure, encompassing a radius of 1 kilometer. Within this net, Two vessels, a large ship and a smaller wooden boat, faced each other from a distance. On the diminutive wooden craft stood two figures in a tense standoff. One was a towering behemoth, muscles rippling and a visage marked by ferocity, resembling a devilish titan. The other, a youth of approximately 15 or 16, possessed long, snow-white hair that cascaded smoothly, framing a remarkably handsome face, a slender and upright physique, and deep azure eyes as profound as the ocean itself, truly a vision of striking beauty. On board the iron ship, around 30 pirates held their breath, their eyes fixed anxiously on the two individuals aboard the wooden vessel, as if they were on the brink of witnessing something monumental. At this moment, Hamba had gradually regained his composure from the loss of his 4 generals, his mind settling into a state of calmness. He coldly regarded the white-haired youth, whose long locks danced in the sea breeze, his eyes as clear as the ocean. With a slow, measured voice, he declared, "I admit, I underestimated you." He gazed at the boy who had just slain 4 of his generals, his expression filled with astonishment. "Indeed, you are worthy of the rare title of a dual martial soul. You awakened your soul 6 years ago, which means you are merely 12 years old this year. To be honest, your growth over these 6 years is truly astounding. If given time to continue developing, I can scarcely imagine the vastness of your future." In response to Hamba's admiration, Hemingway remained unflinching, the soul power within him beginning to circulate steadily, his body poised and ready for battle. However, he interjected, "But this is where it ends. To convey my respect for a formidable opponent, I shall unleash all my strength against you, so you may comprehend the true magnitude of a soul sage's power. I await your response." Undeniably, Hemingway gazed upon him with an air of calm, seemingly unperturbed by the imminent battle that lay ahead. Hamba, wielding the mighty spirit of the great white whale, stood resolute at the formidable rank of 73. A solemn expression adorned his face as a phantom of the great white whale materialized around him, only to gradually dissipate. Concurrently, the 7 soul rings encircling him radiated an increasingly intense brilliance. Given the gravity of his opponent's demeanor, Hemingway, too, adopted a serious countenance, revealing his spirit for the first time to the world. Hemingway, the mermaid princess, ranked at 39. As his declaration echoed, a colossal silhouette began to emerge behind him. It was a mermaid of majestic proportions, standing several dozen meters tall, exuding an aura of elegance and grace. Silence enveloped the arena as the audience fell into a trance. Captivated by the towering figure, she was enchanting and beautiful, with sea-blue eyes that mirrored the gentleness of the ocean's embrace. And her flowing pink locks were elegantly styled into an exquisite updo, showcasing a figure that seemed to be the ocean's most exquisite masterpiece. Surrounding this magnificent apparition were 3 monumental soul rings, emanating an overwhelming presence, 2 purple and 1 black. Gasps of astonishment escaped the onlookers as they beheld the 3 soul rings hovering around the colossal mermaid, their perceptions of reality seemingly shattered. How could it be? How could someone possess a 1,000-year soul ring as their first? Moreover, the 3rd soul ring, a 10,000-year ring, could only be absorbed by a soul king. Haba, too, was taken aback, though he quickly regained his composure and remarked, "I see now. I had forgotten you possess twin spirits. By cultivating one to an exceptionally high level, you can attach soul rings of remarkable age to the other yet unadorned spirit. Surely, your 2 purple and 1 black soul rings must have come about in such a manner. If you believe it to be so, then indeed, it must be." Hemingway remained non-committal, choosing not to reveal that his other martial soul was still in its nascent state. Nor did he disclose that he had forcefully absorbed a soul ring of exceptional age through sheer strength. Such explanations held no significance. After all, why elucidate to an adversary he was about to confront? It was far more prudent to maintain an air of mystery, causing his opponent to remain uncertain about the depths of his martial soul, fostering a sense of apprehension. This uncertainty might afford him the element of surprise in the impending battle. Witnessing Hemingway's demeanor, Hamba furrowed his brow, uncertain of what cards his opponent might be concealing. In the realm of soul masters, rank did not equate to omnipotence. Occasionally, certain soul masters possessed peculiar soul abilities that could render one utterly defenseless. Thus, should one presume that a higher level could justify disdain towards those of inferior rank, they would inevitably face dire repercussions. As a cautious pirate, Hamba had survived to this point, undoubtedly due to his vigilant nature, which had allowed him to evade numerous life-threatening crises. Consequently, he found himself successfully misled. Chapter 22. Blood boiling regardless. The true extent of his opponent's hidden strengths would soon be revealed. Suppressing his trepidation, Hamba unleashed a terrifying wave of power. With a powerful push of his legs, his formidable form, towering at 5 meters in a state of martial soul manifestation, surged towards Hemingway with immense force. In the face of the imposing figure charging towards him, Hemingway did not hesitate. With a mere thought, his magnificent mermaid martial soul transformed into a radiant light, merging with his being, instantly enhancing his already formidable physical prowess. His mermaid martial soul could assume 2 distinct forms. The first was a transformation into a colossal mermaid, resembling the princess of the White Star, standing several dozen meters tall. This state, akin to the true embodiment of his martial soul, significantly elevated all his attributes and granted him superior control over water. However, the drawback of this transformation was the rapid depletion of soul power. Once his energy was exhausted, he would revert to his original form. Additionally, this mermaid state limited his ability to execute many physical techniques and rendered movement on land cumbersome. The second form was a straightforward enhancement of his attributes without any alteration to his appearance. While it lacked the exceptional control over water and the oceanic advantages afforded by the transformed state, it consumed far less energy, allowing him to maintain this augmented state indefinitely. Undoubtedly, one form was suited for terrestrial combat, while the other excelled in maritime battles. Had they found themselves submerged in the sea, Hemingway would have undoubtedly transformed into his giant mermaid form. However, as they were presently engaged in a battle on a ship, the pure amplification mode was far more advantageous. Conserving soul power. With a resolute spirit, Hemingway faced the oncoming giant, eager to test the disparity in strength between himself and the soul sage. He did not shy away. Instead, he boldly advanced, swinging his fist towards his opponent with audacity. Such arrogance. The formidable Hamba, upon witnessing this scene, experienced a flicker of disdain and indignation in his eyes. How audacious it was for someone to confront him, a powerful soul sage of the assault type, with such boldness. Such insolence truly belied a profound disrespect towards him. Although he was merely in the state of martial soul manifestation at that moment, without even employing his soul skills. His soul sage level of power, combined with the colossal presence of his martial soul, the whale, a dominant ruler of the seas, was not to be underestimated. It was evident that even in this state, the enhancement to his physical form far surpassed that of an ordinary soul master. This insolent boy shall pay dearly for his arrogance. Haba felt a surge of soul power within him as he swung his massive fist downwards with tremendous force. Hemingway did not flinch. He responded with a punch of his own. Bam! The collision of a massive fist and a smaller one reverberated through the air. A terrifying gust erupted from the point of contact, sending shockwaves across the surrounding sea, creating tumultuous waves. The nearby steel ship was pushed away by the force, and even the wooden vessel beneath them trembled, nearly submerging into the ocean, a testament to the ferocity of their clash. After exchanging blows, the giant Hansbase unexpectedly began to retreat, his feet leaving a trail of cracked impressions on the deck. His massive fist bore the marks of injury, skin split and bruised. In stark contrast, Hemingway, who appeared diminutive beside Hansbase's towering physique, remained steadfast, his feet firmly planted on the deck. Only the fractures around his feet indicated that absorbing the impact had not been without difficulty. Could it be that I have lost? Hansbase gazed at his bloodied fist. Disbelief etched across his face as the searing pain coursed through him. Despite his formidable strength and the soul power of a soul sage, augmented by his martial spirit, he had been unable to overcome this seemingly mere 3-ring soul master. What a terrifying physique. His perception of the white-haired youth across from him transformed entirely, as if he were gazing upon a genuine monster. How is this possible? The captain has been forced to retreat? The pirates, observing from the distant steel ship, found it hard to believe that their captain, assured of victory, had taken a step back. A soul sage had lost in a contest of physical prowess to a soul master? Could this truly be the essence of genius? Monster. This was the prevailing sentiment among the pirates regarding the white-haired youth. It appears that my physical capabilities, once my martial spirit was activated, are roughly equivalent to that of a soul sage. As I gradually withdrew my fist, I reflected on the effort it took to withstand that punch. Hemingway quickly realized that in terms of raw physical strength, excluding the influence of soul skills, he was indeed comparable to a soul sage. However, this assessment pertained exclusively to his physical power. The impact of soul skills had not been factored in. Thus, whether he could truly contend with a soul sage in an actual fight remained uncertain. For ordinary soul masters, the soul skills granted by each soul ring constitute the core of their abilities. The enhancement of physical attributes after activating their martial spirit serves as a secondary factor and does not encompass their entire strength. Hemingway's ability to hold his own against both a soul master and a soul sage stemmed primarily from the unique attributes of his martial spirit, which enhanced only his physical prowess and aura upon acquiring soul rings, akin to a pure attribute soul master. Consequently, his combat power surpassed that of his peers at the same level. However, this also bore certain drawbacks, such as a limited repertoire of techniques. Encountering an opponent with unusual soul skills could lead to significant setbacks. Well played, young lad. I had underestimated you. Now I shall engage earnestly. Hambus's expression turned serious. And in an instant, the first, second, and third soul rings around him erupted in brilliance. The first soul skill, amplification of strength. The second soul skill, amplification of speed. The third soul skill, gravitational pull. Hambus's already formidable muscles swelled even further, only to suddenly contract, becoming taut and refined. Clearly, the effects of the first and second soul skills were in play. With a thunderous roar, Hambus's massive form surged forward once more, the deck beneath his feet shattering upon impact. As the 5-meter-tall behemoth charged with an overwhelming force, Hemingway, having gauged his approximate strength, had no desire to confront him head-on. However, he was taken aback when an invisible force suddenly enveloped him, a terrifying pull that rendered his body uncontrollable, drawing him inexorably closer to the advancing giant. This was evidently the manifestation of Hambus's third soul skill, in an effort to prevent any escape. This skill ensured that Hemingway had no choice but to face his opponent directly, engaging in a clash of soul masters. Realizing evasion was futile, Hemingway felt a surge of adrenaline ignite within him. Since retreat was not an option, he resolved to fight. With a resounding crash, the two figures, a giant and a small warrior, collided once more. Hambus lifted his powerful arm, fist poised to strike down upon Hemingway's head. The howling wind and terrifying pressure left Hemingway with no doubt. Should that fist connect with his skull, it would undoubtedly shatter. Much like the Soul King he had previously defeated with a single strike, blood and bone would splatter across the ground. Thus, he raised his arm to counter, and the two fists met with a thunderous impact. Bang! Hemingway's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed an overwhelming force emanating from his opponent's arm. This strength seemed to have increased by nearly 60%. How could this be possible? The first soul skill was merely a 10-year soul ring. How could it suddenly amplify power to such an extent? Wait, perhaps this was related to the speed enhancement of his second soul skill. As his mind raced, he quickly discerned the connection between the two. Chapter 23, The Battle of Men. The power enhancement of Hambus's first soul skill could not possibly be as exaggerated as a 60% increase. After all, it was just a 10-year soul ring, and an enhancement of 20% would already be impressive. The reason it felt as if his strength had surged by nearly 60% was likely due to the speed enhancement of his second soul skill. As the saying goes, speed is power. The increase in speed brought forth tremendous kinetic energy, which was the key to the significant amplification of his punch. In a flash of insight, Hemingway felt the searing pain in his fist and arm, and he resolved to unleash his haki. A glimmer of golden light enveloped his fist, swiftly spreading across his entire arm, as if he had donned a layer of armor, greatly augmenting its destructive capability. Hemingway raised his golden right arm, and with a mere tremor, unleashed a terrifying force that instantly sent Hambus staggering back a step. Hemingway, emboldened by his newfound power, enveloped his other hand with armament haki, transforming both hands into golden appendages that radiated authority. With fists clenched, he launched a ferocious assault upon the 5-meter-tall giant, delivering a flurry of punches, each golden arm becoming a blur of motion. The intensity of his strikes was amplified by the haki, resulting in a remarkable increase not only in offensive capability, but also in defensive prowess. This was merely the most rudimentary application of armament haki. He had yet to unveil its more profound techniques, which he reserved for a moment of surprise, deeming the time not yet ripe. Although Hambus possessed a formidable stature, such size often translated to clumsiness and lack of agility. Consequently, he found himself somewhat disoriented in the face of such relentless punches, despite his efforts to block and evade. He could not escape the brunt of a dozen blows. Fortunately, with the manifestation of his martial spirit, his defensive capabilities surged, bolstered further by two soul techniques, preventing him from sustaining significant damage, at least for the time being. However, should the onslaught continue, his fortunes could swiftly change. A glint of determination sparked in Hambus's eyes as he activated the fourth and fifth soul rings surrounding him. Fourth soul technique, Diamond Transformation. 5th Soul Technique. Blue Scale Armor. In an instant, his towering 5-meter frame began to contract. His once bulging muscles became more refined, yet the strength within them only intensified. Simultaneously, scales resembling fish began to sprout across his body, rapidly enveloping him in a protective layer. In the blink of an eye, the once colossal giant was replaced by a 2-meter-tall figure, now gaunt and adorned in shimmering blue scales, resembling a peculiar creature clad in armor. With a thunderous clash, the two combatants engaged in a fierce battle. Hemingway felt an abrupt surge of pressure. The diminutive stature of his opponent did not diminish his strength, but rather augmented it dramatically. The reduction in size rendered him more agile, while the emergence of blue scales on his body endowed him with formidable defensive capabilities. Every strike against him met with an impenetrable resilience, akin to striking a fortified wall. In that moment, even with the application of his armed haki, Hemingway found himself at a loss against this formidable figure of Hanba. Truly, the Soul Saint was no ordinary adversary. Without even resorting to his true martial soul and merely activating the first 5 soul rings, he had already pushed Hemingway to the brink. As the battle raged on, Hemingway was filled with profound reflections. Suddenly, Hanba's massive hand, adorned with blue scales, came crashing down upon his forehead. Fortunately, Hemingway had swiftly enveloped his head in armed haki, causing the hand to strike harmlessly against the golden aura. Do not inquire why Hemingway did not cover his entire body with armed haki. It is essential to understand that armed haki is not a substance conjured from thin air, but rather a unique power derived from his soul energy. The exertion of haki is an immensely draining technique, and the soul energy required to envelop one's entire being in armed haki is staggering. Thus, he prudently conserved his resources, refraining from such extravagant displays. Moreover, full body coverage offered little advantage in combat, making it an imprudent choice in terms of energy expenditure. The struggle between the two continued unabated. Fists and feet collided in a visceral contest of strength and tenacity, igniting the fervor of the onlooking pirates nearby. This was a clash of raw power, a battle of flesh against flesh. Hemingway found himself unable to penetrate the formidable defense of Hanba, adorned as he was with shimmering blue scales. Conversely, Hanba was equally thwarted by Hemingway, who was shrouded in a golden hue of armament. Thus, the two adversaries remained locked in a stalemate. Boom, boom. The thunderous echoes resounded. The clash between Hemingway and Hanba seemed to ignite a genuine fire, the repercussions of their struggle gradually rendering the wooden vessel a mere shell of its former self, riddled with gaping wounds. The surrounding waters, too, mirrored their ferocity as waves surged tumultuously, reflecting the unleashed energy of their combat, creating a tumultuous sea. At last, after yet another decisive blow, the wooden ship beneath their feet could no longer withstand the onslaught. It succumbed to the overwhelming forces, collapsing into a myriad of splintered fragments. Consequently, the two combatants found themselves naturally plunged into the depths of the ocean, momentarily halting their fierce confrontation. Moonlit steps. Hemingway propelled himself with a vigorous kick, sending a spray of water soaring into the air. He found himself suspended in midair, having broken free from the surface of the sea. Moments later, he landed upon a fragment of wreckage, breathing heavily. His heart raced, and the blood coursed through his veins with fervor. In stark contrast, Hanba inexplicably sank beneath the waves, vanishing without a trace. Hemingway would certainly not entertain the notion that he was drowning. It is a jest. Have you ever witnessed a whale succumbing to such a fate? Thus, he could ascertain that Hanba's descent into the depths of the sea was undoubtedly a scheme of greater design. At that moment, a profound voice resonated across the ocean. The 7th soul skill, true body of the martial spirit. A tremendous surge of energy emanates from the depths of the sea. Upon hearing those words, Hemingway's expression drastically changed, as if attuned to the impending danger. With a swift push of his legs, he propelled himself away from the wooden plank he had just occupied. In the very next moment, accompanied by a resounding splash, a colossal maw brimming with sharp teeth suddenly emerged, engulfing the area where the plank had been. Following this, a massive white whale breached the surface, adorned with 7 ethereal rings, indicating it was no ordinary sea spirit beast, but rather a manifestation conjured by a soul master. Trouble loomed as Hemingway gazed at the ferocious and ravenous white whale, a wry smile tugging at his lips. This was the true form of a martial soul. All soul masters, upon reaching the illustrious level of 70, unlocked their 7th soul skill, akin to a rite of passage. Just as the 30th level marked a pivotal threshold for soul masters, so too did the 70th, particularly for those with beast martial souls. The true form greatly amplified their power, rendering this skill an invaluable trump card in dire situations. At this moment, Hanba was employing his 7th soul ring skill, the most formidable and side effect laden of all, the true form of the martial soul. Once activated, it allowed the user to unleash all soul skills below the 7th ring, excluding the true form, for 30 minutes, amplifying their potency to 150% of their original strength. All attributes would experience a significant enhancement. However, such power came at a cost. Each usage of the true form would diminish the user's attributes by 50%, necessitating a recovery period of 7 days. Thus, soul masters above level 70 would seldom resort to their true form unless absolutely necessary. Now that Hanba was compelled to unleash his true form, it was evident he felt utterly cornered, deciding to wager everything for a decisive victory. Chapter 24, Nemesis. Did you think you were the only one with a true martial soul? Observing the immense form of the white whale, Hemingway contemplated the situation. If the battle were merely a contest of raw strength, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Reluctant as he was to assume that form, the circumstances left him no choice. Transformation. The silver-haired youth radiated a brilliant light, gradually enveloping his entire being. Then, with a sudden expansion, a tremendous splash erupted as a colossal mermaid, towering several dozen meters high, emerged from the sea, standing defiantly against the great white whale in the distance. The true form of a martial soul? How could this be? You possess a true martial soul as well. Could it be that you are a soul sage? The great white whale gazed upon the resplendent figure not far away, its azure eyes deep and expansive, reminiscent of the ocean's most exquisite creature, an extraordinarily beautiful mermaid. Overcome with astonishment, it let out a cry that resonated with human-like clarity. The colossal mermaid, embodying Hemingway, remained silent for the moment he uttered a sound. It would resonate like a melodious song. This was somewhat disconcerting for someone who prided himself on masculinity, as there lingered a notion that growing accustomed to it might stir some extraordinary interest within him. No, this cannot be the true essence of a martial soul. The great white whale, after a meticulous assessment, suddenly came to a realization. If it were indeed the authentic manifestation of a martial soul, then his aura should have surged dramatically, unlike the subtle variants he experienced before. Thus, this must not be the true martial soul. It was merely a unique state of martial soul possession, or perhaps a particular soul skill. Nevertheless, gazing at the immense mermaid before him, Hanba could not help but feel an inkling of pressure. While size does not inherently equate to strength, greater dimensions undeniably imply considerable power. Currently, having transformed into the true essence of the white whale martial soul, he measured approximately 30 meters in length. In stark contrast, the mermaid, manifesting Hemingway, towered at several dozen meters. In terms of sheer size, Hanba had already conceded defeat. However, the true measure of combat prowess remains to be determined through actual confrontation. A seasoned warrior, Hanba understood this principle and was not easily intimidated by Hemingway's mermaid form. Therefore, he boldly initiated the assault. 6th soul skill, tidal wave. The immense white whale's 6th soul ring radiated brilliantly. Instantly, the ocean within a kilometer of the net began to churn violently. The sea began to churn violently, with the great white whale at its center, creating a terrifying vortex around it. Nearby, the crew aboard the pirate ship witnessed this spectacle and swiftly maneuvered their vessel away, fully aware of their captain's formidable prowess. The closer one ventured, the greater the peril. At last, it seemed the whale had gathered its strength. With a mighty sweep of its tail, it conjured a terrifying column of water that surged towards Hemingway. Meanwhile, Hemingway, transformed into a magnificent mermaid, floated serenely upon the surface of the sea, her fishtail submerged in the water while her graceful upper body remained above the waves. The turbulence of the surrounding waters had no effect on her. Any tumultuous waves that approached within mere meters would inexplicably cease. The calm was a manifestation of her mermaid spirit's innate ability. The ocean was her domain, in the face of the impending torrents. The grand and beautiful figure raised her slender arm and gently gestured forward. With a resounding crash, the advancing water column shattered, and droplets erupted into the air. How could this be? Hanba was utterly bewildered as he witnessed his meticulously charged technique dissipate with such ease. Had he misjudged? Was this truly the essence of a spirit? Impossible. His instincts could not be wrong. Unwilling to concede, Hanba summoned his soul power once more, unleashing his 6th soul skill, Tsunami, granting him dominion over the sea, enabling him to manipulate the waters for various attacks. Even among soul saints, he stood as a paragon, far from being a weakling. The sea churned violently, transforming into serpentine forms, resembling living pythons stretching several dozen meters in length. Their tongues flicked as they writhed under the command of the colossal white whale, launching themselves toward the mermaid. In response to these serpents, the immense mermaid merely raised her delicate hand, casually swatting them aside. Bang, bang, bang. The seemingly formidable sea serpents were effortlessly reduced to mere water with a single swipe. At last, Haba discerned the crux of the matter. He realized that the adversary's strength was not as formidable as it appeared, but rather, their control over the seawater far surpassed his own. Thus, when his aquatic creations confronted her, they were easily dispersed with a mere hand gesture. Previously, after awakening his martial spirit, combined with his sixth soul skill, he had rarely encountered opponents of his level at sea, even besting some weaker soul fighters. Yet, there were occasions when he faced setbacks. Do not underestimate the power of water manipulation. Haba merely found himself unfortunate to encounter Hemingway, the nemesis possessing a mermaid martial spirit. Had he faced another opponent, the relentless assaults of the tumultuous sea would have overwhelmed them with ease. If the water won't suffice, then a direct confrontation it shall be. Upon realizing this, the fierce glint in the eyes of the giant white whale shone brightly as the surrounding water roared. Bolstering its strength, with its jaws agape, it surged forward like a whirlwind towards the gigantic mermaid, intent on close combat. Now that he had entered his martial spirit form, not only could he wield all his soul skills freely, but his attributes had also received a significant enhancement. Haba was convinced that he could subdue her. Unbeknownst to him, Hemingway welcomed the approaching giant white whale with delight rather than alarm. So, it seeks to engage in melee? Excellent. That is precisely the kind of battle he relishes. Despite her current guise as the Princess of the White Star, appearing delicate and fragile, one must not be deceived by her towering stature of several dozen meters. Anyone who underestimates her based on her seemingly gentle exterior would be gravely mistaken. Boom. Crack. The massive white whale charged toward the mermaid, but was deflected by her sweeping hand. Glimmering with radiance, the whale's body was soon enveloped in shimmering blue scales. Its strength significantly augmented. In a flash, it lunged forward, revealing its menacing fangs as it aimed to bite into the mermaid's proud bosom, showing no restraint whatsoever. The gigantic mermaid princess instinctively furrowed her brow. She had no intention of being bitten by those fearsome teeth. However, it was too late to block with her hand. But fortunately, she could still summon her armament. As her thoughts crystallized, a layer of golden light rapidly enveloped her bosom. Boom. Crack. The giant white whale's toothy maw clamped down, producing a resounding echo. It is evident how terrifying the lethality can be if one were to be bitten. That tender flesh on the chest would surely find itself within its jaws. Chapter 25. Fierce Battle. The colossal white whale opened its mouth, filled with sharp fangs, and lunged forward. Fortunately, the golden-armed Haki manifested just in time, enveloping him in a layer of golden light. In an instant, his soft chest was encased in impenetrable armor, and the white whale, upon biting down, felt nothing but the hardness of steel. Crack. The formidable armor shattered the whale's fangs into pieces. Roar. The white whale let out a mournful cry, experiencing not only excruciating pain from its broken teeth, but also a buzzing sensation in its mind from the recoil. Now is the moment. In the giant mermaid's azure eyes, a fierce glint flashed. Her massive yet elegantly elongated right hand extended, two slender fingers glowing with golden light, as they thrust down toward the blowhole above the whale's head. Should this strike connect, the Haki attached to her fingers could penetrate directly into the whale's body through the blowhole, potentially damaging its brain. A fatal blow. Not so fast. Sensing the imminent peril, the white whale instinctively gathered its soul power, compressing and refining it furiously, ultimately channeling it through the blowhole in a powerful jet. Boom. A water blue beam of light erupted from the whale's blowhole. This attack, charged with the highly compressed soul power within the whale, unleashed a terrifying shockwave that radiated outward. The mermaid's fingers, barely a moment away from piercing the blowhole, were forcefully repelled by the sudden eruption of the water blue beam. The subsequent shockwave violently propelled her massive body away. Her beautiful pink tail arched out of the water, her grand and exquisite form soaring elegantly into the air, reminiscent of a fish leaping from the sea. Yet, despite the beauty of this scene, it was far from friendly to Hemingway, for in his mermaid form, he found himself suspended mid-air with no leverage to maneuver. Even attempting to use moonwalk for aerial movement was futile, without legs. It was one of the drawbacks of transforming into a mermaid. Alas, there was no other choice. Observing the light gathering once more at the whale's blowhole below, It was clear it intended to strike him again while he was airborne. Hemingway, with no other recourse, reverted from his transformed state. After all, he could not guarantee that a direct hit from that water blue beam would leave him unscathed. Even with armed hockey as a shield, the impact would undoubtedly be overwhelming. As the elegant mermaid in midair dissipated like smoke, she transformed back into the image of a white-haired youth. Moonwalk. Just as he regained his human form, Hemingway swiftly stepped into the air, eager to escape the impending danger. But alas, at that moment, the energy within the whale's blowhole had reached its zenith, and a water-blue beam erupted with a deafening roar. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated through the air as a colossal beam of light, several meters in diameter, soared into the sky. The cerulean radiance enveloped the surroundings, plunging them into a vast azure realm, while the velocity of the phenomenon was astonishingly rapid. The expanse of the beam's illumination was remarkably extensive. Hemingway was utterly unable to evade, as the azure beam of light brushed past his body. The terrifying cerulean column surged skyward, akin to a divine pillar capable of piercing the heavens. The net above offered no resistance. It was effortlessly shattered by the onslaught of the azure light. The formidable celestial web that could withstand a soul saint's might could not even endure a single strike from this cerulean beam. Hemingway was drenched in cold sweat. Profoundly grateful that he had refrained from overstepping moments ago. Had he done so, even with the protective embrace of armed hockey, being struck directly by that azure beam would likely have left him gravely injured. Especially now, even though he had not been directly hit. Merely grazing the edge of its power sent tumultuous waves crashing through his body. A trickle of blood involuntarily escaped from the corner of his mouth. Just from this singular strike, he had sustained significant internal injuries. The might of the Soul Saint was indeed beyond my current capacity to withstand head-on. Even a mere brush with its edge nearly left me severely wounded. He wiped the blood from his lips and gazed upward as the azure beam dissipated, revealing a vast void at the center of the net. A glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. Truly, it was divine providence. Moonwalk. Hemingway, with a lightness in his step, soared swiftly towards the gaping void of the net above. At this moment, he had lost the desire to continue the battle. Indeed, retreat proved to be the wisest strategy. But to escape? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Below, the great white whale, weary from unleashing two powerful attacks, observed the scene above with a glimmer of disdain in its fierce eyes. It scoffed internally, too apathetic to even attempt to intervene. Instead, it remained rooted in place, diligently recovering its expended spiritual energy. In the air, as Hemingway approached the widening gap in the vast net, a flicker of joy illuminated his azure eyes. Yet just then, the immense net quivered ominously. In an astonishing turn, the seemingly lifeless net appeared to awaken, and just as he was on the verge of breaking free, the area pierced by the azure beam began to writhe. In an instant, the strands of the net intertwined, restoring the once broken gaping hole to its original state. Hemingway's eyes brimmed with fury, teetering on the precipice of escape. Yet, in a cruel twist of fate, just as he was about to seize freedom, the elusive Soul Emperor, who had lurked in the shadows, thwarted his efforts. In that moment, regret consumed Hemingway. He lamented not having utilized his ability to sense the ocean while submerged, to locate and eliminate the Soul Emperor before it was too late. Otherwise, he would have long since tasted the sweet air of liberation. With a flicker of hope igniting within him, Hemingway lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick into the void. A golden slash erupted from his strike, slicing through the air with ferocity towards the seemingly impenetrable net. Boom! The armed slash collided with the net, sending ripples coursing through its surface. Yet, this layer of what appeared to be a fragile web remained astonishingly resilient, displaying no signs of yielding. In that moment, Hemingway could not help but reflect on the terrifying power of the azure beam emitted by Hamba. Had he not decisively withdrawn from his transformed state, a direct hit from that beam would have undoubtedly left him gravely wounded, if not mortally so. Even the armor of armed color would offer little protection, for the disparity in their levels was insurmountably vast. Hemingway, now merely a 39th level Soul Master, is commendably capable of utilizing his physical prowess to execute the Navy 6 styles and leverage the unique attributes of armament hockey to compel the manifestation of his true martial spirit. This achievement is indeed commendable, had it not been for the mermaid state that allows him to control the sea, thereby nullifying the advantages Hamba held while submerged in the ocean. The conflict would have concluded long before Hamba revealed his martial spirit. Chapter 26, Pretentiousness. After considerable effort, he discovered that breaking through this intricate web of entrapment proved insurmountable. Hemingway gradually calmed himself, coming to the realization that even if he were to escape this entanglement, it would serve little purpose amidst the vastness of the ocean. Even if he managed to elude capture, where would he find refuge? Would he submerge himself in the depths of the sea? How long could the manifestation of his spirit endure? What would happen when those pursuing him caught up? There would be no evasion, absolutely no evasion. At this moment, Hemingway found himself in a state of helplessness. Realizing that the key to breaking free from his current predicament lay with Hobase, he must first resolve the issue with him to have any hope of escape. Alas, at this juncture, rather than retreating, it would be better to fight with his back against the wall. Suspended in midair, Hemingway cast his gaze upon the massive white whale below, and with a mere thought, his observation haki gradually unfurled. Unlike the armament haki, which consumed soul power, the observation haki drew upon his mental strength. Furthermore, if he merely employed the scanning function without prying into the minds of others, the expenditure of mental energy was not substantial. At this moment, as he activated his observation haki, it could only encompass an area of slightly over 120 meters. This was the limit of his capabilities at this stage. To extend his reach further, he would need to break through his soul power level, thereby enhancing his mental strength, or perhaps, for some reason, experience an elevation in his soul aspect. Below, the great white whale, floating upon the ocean's surface, had finally begun to recover from the toll of its recent powerful attacks. Observing the white-haired youth who treaded the air, it was clear that he had no intention of transforming into a giant mermaid again. The whale understood that the boy had been intimidated during their earlier confrontation. It was likely that he now sought to leverage his smaller size to launch a remote assault from the sky. Humph, foolish child. Do you think such tactics can evade my strikes? Habe scoffed inwardly, showing no hesitation as the soul power surged within him, causing the once tranquil sea to once again churn violently. His ability to manipulate the water was partly due to the effects of his sixth soul skill, but more so, it stemmed from the intrinsic capacity of his martial spirit, which granted him dominion over the sea, capable of upheaval and tumult. After all, he was the sovereign of the ocean, the whale, though his martial spirit was merely an ordinary whale, not a high-ranking deep-sea demon whale. He still possessed significant advantages as a creature of the sea. Boom, boom, boom. The surging sea suddenly erupted, shooting forth columns of water that surged toward Hemingway in a torrential wave. Anticipating this move, Hemingway remained utterly unperturbed. Instead, he gently closed his eyes, surrendering his perception entirely to the observation haki, forsaking his physical sight to hone his abilities through this life and death crisis. The observation haki, enveloping an area of 120 meters, allowed him to perceive the trajectory of the water columns with clarity. Despite their swift velocity and the angles of attack that obstructed his evasion, under the meticulous observation afforded by the haki, it posed no challenge. With his eyes closed, Hemingway gracefully executed the moonwalk, deftly leaping amidst the air, effortlessly evading a barrage of water columns. When faced with an especially dense cluster, he relaxed his body and employed a technique akin to paper drawing, allowing himself to float like a leaf in the wind. He glided through the narrow crevices between the water columns, untouched by a single droplet. How could this be possible? Below, Hans Base found the scene utterly bewildering. How could anyone possibly evade such a relentless onslaught? What was most astonishing was the apparent ease and elegance with which the young man navigated the chaos. Damn it. I refuse to believe you can evade them all. The great white whale, with a fierce countenance, intensified his soul power, causing the surrounding sea to erupt not only with water columns, but also to give rise to serpentine forms composed entirely of seawater. These water serpents seemed to possess a life of their own, soaring into the air and coiling gracefully, attacking the white-haired youth from all angles. Yet, it was futile. No matter how many water columns or serpents emerged, none could touch the boy, whose eyes remained firmly shut. Not a single bead of water could land upon him. Hans Base, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of frustration. He had assumed that with his soul saint strength leading his subordinates, capturing a mere 12-year-old boy would be a trivial task. However, he was taken aback when, right from the start, 4 of his Soul King subordinates were dispatched with ease. This 12-year-old displayed an alarming level of combat prowess, able to match him, who was normally formidable, despite being only at level 39. He was truly a rare prodigy, a once-in-a-millennium phenomenon. As he decided to stop playing around and unleashed his true martial spirit, he had hoped this would secure his victory. Yet, to his dismay, while he grew stronger, so too did his opponent. Like a slippery eel, the boy was impossible to catch. After enduring a series of setbacks, Hanbei appeared to be losing his composure, gradually abandoning thoughts of conservation. It seemed he was now solely focused on capturing this elusive little eel with all his might. Boom! Thunderous eruptions of water surged upwards, and serpents soared through the air. As the battle progressed, even various fish joined the fray, creating a dazzling display of aquatic life. Hanbei wielded his power over the sea with unparalleled mastery, transforming the water into a visual feast of flying creations. Yet, even amidst this spectacle, the white-haired boy remained untouchable. At times, he drifted like a falling leaf. At others, he swayed like a willow in the breeze, employing an extraordinarily peculiar technique to evade the relentless assault of water constructs. As time passed, the number of water creations dwindled, seemingly reflecting Hanbei's waning soul power. Ultimately, the aquatic manifestations faded, leaving only the relentless barrage of water columns in their wake. With his eyes tightly shut, Hemingway evaded with increasing ease. However, below him, Hanbei appeared to have completely lost his sanity, frantically directing water column attacks at a target he could not reach. The breath of the great white whale grew ever weaker, the fluctuations of its soul power gradually diminishing. It was evident that the soul power within was nearly depleted. If this continued, it seemed Hemingway could simply wait for Hanbei to exhaust all his soul power and then deal with him at his leisure. Yet, as a seasoned pirate who had roamed the seas for many years, Hanbei would not so easily be swayed by rage. Indeed, as Hemingway leaped to evade a water column, an unexpected transformation occurred. A tremendous roar echoed as the previously tranquil sea erupted with a brilliant azure light. Accompanied by a thunderous crash, countless streams of water shot skyward, intertwining and ultimately coalescing into a vast net. Within this net was ensnared a single individual. Chapter 27, The Convergence. Within the net, the tumultuous sea gradually calmed. The water columns that had surged forth just moments ago vanished, replaced by an expansive net. This net, resplendent in deep blue, appeared to be composed of pure water. Yet the brilliant light emanating from it revealed that it was far from an ordinary net. At this moment, Hemingway found himself ensnared within this grand trap. He had become a fish caught in a net. Ha ha! The great white whale, with its jagged teeth bared, laughed heartily, gazing upon the white-haired youth trapped within the watery prison, reveling in a satisfaction long sought after. It was no easy feat, indeed, to weave this intricate net. Hanbei had previously feigned madness, tirelessly manipulating the seawater and depleting his soul power. On the surface, it seemed he was merely a figure of impotent rage, but in truth, every water construct that had been evaded had not vanished upon contact with the sea. Instead, they lay in wait, lurking within the depths, awaiting his summons. Countless water constructs, having submerged, silently formed a formidable and terrifying net, ready to ensnare Hemingway, the great fish. Ha ha! Run! Go ahead and run! The great white whale cackled, gradually tightening its hold on the net. The water net, which encompassed a radius of several dozen meters, began to constrict inward, drawing ever closer to the white-haired youth. The more it shrank, the deeper the color of the net became. This vast net was formed from the majority of Hanbei's soul power, and in terms of solidity, even the outermost layer of this celestial trap far surpassed anything before it. After all, this is a manifestation of a soul saint with the essence of half a soul, incomparable to a mere soul emperor. Ultimately, the water net coalesced into a circular prison cage, standing a man's height. Hanbei controlled the cage, drawing it slowly towards himself until it stopped just within reach. He gazed at the white-haired youth within, whose eyes remained tightly closed even in this dire situation, and mockingly remarked, "What is this? Our esteemed Prince Dai is so frightened that he dares not open his eyes. Weren't you quite formidable earlier? Why have you become mute and deaf now?" Hanbei unabashedly vented the frustrations he had previously endured. To him, Hemingway was now a fish caught in a net, posing no threat whatsoever to his being. Naturally, he felt compelled to flaunt his power and release his pent-up anger. "I have already said," the white-haired youth finally responded, slowly opening his ocean-blue eyes. He regarded the ferocious gaze of the great white whale before him, observing Hanbei's boastful demeanor with an expression devoid of any emotion. "Douluo is dead. I am Hemingway." As he spoke, he delicately extended a finger. The golden tip, moving both swiftly and slowly, pierced through the gaps of the cage and gently touched the forehead of the great white whale. 6 ultimate techniques, 6 King's Spear. A chilling sensation surged, penetrating deep into the very essence of the soul. Hanbei's large pupils instantly constricted to the size of pinheads, as he felt an unparalleled sharpness wash over him, invading his mind and delving into his soul. In that moment, a flash of memories from Hambasi's past surged through his mind like lightning, encompassing his entire life from his first cries at birth to his reluctant descent into piracy for survival, his initial reluctance to kill, followed by a gradual numbness as he became accustomed to bloodshed. He had relentlessly plundered merchant ships of yore, robbed fishermen on nearby islands, and committed every conceivable atrocity. If there truly exists a concept of good and evil in this world, he would be deserving of 1,000 deaths. With a soft pop, akin to the sound of a bubble bursting, the moment echoed. Hemingway slowly withdrew his hand. Before him, the imposing white whale appeared seemingly unscathed. Yet its enormous eyes were gradually losing their luster. The radiant glow emanating from the watery prison that ensnared him began to fade, relinquishing its master's control. The essence of the spirit started to dissipate, returning to the heavens and the earth, and the water-formed net naturally began to dissolve, ultimately reverting to ordinary seawater and cascading back into the ocean. Accompanied by the final sound of splashing water, the once tumultuous surface of the sea finally settled into tranquility. In the distance, at the fringes of the net that ensnared the sky and earth, a massive pirate ship hosted a multitude of pirates who gazed apprehensively at the strangely calm waters. An inexplicable sense of unease gripped their hearts, particularly as they observed the immobile form of their captain, transformed into the colossal white whale. A foreboding sensation loomed over them. Could it truly be? No. It was impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Their leader was a soul sage. How could he possibly be defeated by a mere soul sovereign? Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. The pirates, in their subconscious, were reluctant to accept this astonishing reality. Indeed, combat had proven to be an unparalleled means to enhance one's prowess. As Hemingway beheld the immense white whale, its eyes devoid of vitality, and its grand form beginning to disintegrate, he couldn't help but feel a wave of reflection wash over him. Not long ago, he had resolutely committed to a decisive battle. Closing his eyes, he surrendered his awareness entirely to the observation hockey, evading attacks with increasing finesse. Not only did his mastery of observation hockey grow ever more profound, but even the long-familiar Marine 6 styles began to coalesce in his mind through this continuous evasion. Gradually, he found his entire being immersed in a unique state akin to enlightenment, where past lessons continuously evolved, imparting wondrous insights upon him. Ultimately, his observation hockey ascended to a new realm, allowing him to vaguely foresee the enemy's next move before it was executed. While the Marine 6 styles became fully integrated within him, culminating in the ultimate technique, the Six Kings gun. This so-called Six Kings gun is a technique that harnesses all the power within one's body. Most individuals utilize only a fraction of their physical strength, leaving a significant portion dormant. This technique serves to channel that latent energy, releasing the natural limitations of the body, and unleashing a surge of power that can exceed normal capabilities by several or even dozens of times. The earlier gentle gesture was not merely a simple point. It was, in fact, a culmination of his entire strength, meticulously compressed and concentrated at the tip of his finger. This unleashed an unimaginable force. When that finger made contact with the forehead of the great white whale, an instantaneous eruption occurred. A ferocious and violent power formed a shockwave, penetrating deeply and enveloping the entire being in an instant, leaving no opportunity for defense or reaction. In a fleeting moment, it obliterated everything within, severing the thread of life itself. On the surface, the embodiment of Hanbase as the great white whale appears unscathed. However, within, both its internal organs and bones have been reduced to mere flesh and remnants, all under the casual touch of Hemingway's finger, transformed by the ferocious power contained within. Such is the nature of this domineering technique. Chapter 28, Tears of Silence. The colossal white whale gradually begins to diminish, ultimately reverting to the form of Hanbase. Though at this moment, his eyes are wide with fury, his expression a blend of disbelief and perhaps a sense of liberation. Before him lies the soul of a saint, whose exterior seems intact yet is, in truth, already reduced to a puddle of mangled flesh. Hemingway lamented, "After all, you are a soul saint of your generation. The journey to the underworld would be too solitary for you alone. Let your subordinates accompany you on this final voyage." As he spoke, a radiant glow enveloped him, transforming into the exquisite form of the mermaid princess, White Star. Her lower half, adorned with a gradient of pink scales, gracefully submerged into the ocean, silently awakening the latent powers of marine perception. Her azure eyes gazed into the distance, fixating on the grand ship at the periphery of the net. Observing the panicked crew of pirates who were witnessing their leader revert to human form, now a lifeless body adrift upon the waves. With a deliberate motion, she lifted her magnificent pink tail, droplets of water cascading from the nearly translucent tip, flinging them into the air with a gentle flick. A powerful tide surged forth, propelled by the movement of her tail, sweeping violently towards the distant vessel. Boom! The ferocious wave engulfed the pirate ship, its sheer force extinguishing the lives of all aboard in an instant. This innate ability of the mermaid's spirit soul to command the waters required only a subtle flick of her beautiful tail to unleash various maritime calamities. Of course, the activation of any inherent ability necessitated the expenditure of soul power. It could not conjure strength from nothing. The potency of each technique relied on the energy consumed, greater energy yielding more formidable effects. Presently, Hemingway's control over the waters was bound to this limited domain within the net. Confronted by the vast, boundless sea, his power remained tragically insignificant. Having dispatched the minions, only one adversary remained. Hemingway clapped his hands, and under the influence of his previously activated ability, the far reaches of the ocean began to whirl. Gradually, a prison formed solely from water materialized, within which an elderly man sat, eyes tightly shut, none other than the Soul Emperor who had initially deployed the net and then vanished into the depths. Having learned from his past misadventures in the disorienting sea, Hemingway spared this elder's life solely for guidance through the waters. He had grown weary of aimlessly drifting, devoid of direction. In his estimation, as the vice captain and a lifelong pirate, the Soul Emperor would undoubtedly comprehend nautical charts and could illuminate the correct path for him. Should the elder refuse to cooperate or intentionally mislead him, what then? Hemingway expressed that, under the influence of his vibrant experiences, no one could feign pretense or engage in deceitful antics before him. Those wishing to outsmart him were several million years too early. By the way, the boat should still be seaworthy, shouldn't it? Hemingway suddenly recalled something, and as the thought stirred within him, he observed the distant waters beginning to churn. In an instant, a colossal iron behemoth was thrust forth by the sea. It was none other than the pirate ship that he had overturned moments ago with a mighty wave. By now, the bodies aboard the pirate vessel had long been swept away by his command over the water, vanishing into the depths. Thus, the entire ship now stood pristine, save for a few lingering droplets, in remarkably good condition. Hemingway emerged from his transformation, gracefully leaping onto the pirate ship. Subsequently, the cage that imprisoned the Soul Emperor began to contort, morphing into a wave that forcefully tossed him onto the deck of the pirate vessel. Crash! The Soul Emperor landed heavily on the ship's deck. The impact of the fall gradually roused him from his stupor. As he propped himself up with his hand, he surveyed the desolate expanse of the pirate ship, and there, approaching him, was a white-haired youth. In that instant, everything became clear to him. The entire white whale pirate crew had been vanquished by this mere 12-year-old boy before him. Even the captain, a soul sage, had met a gruesome fate at the hands of this white-haired lad. To live or to perish, what was his choice? Hemingway approached the Soul Emperor Elder and inquired with an utterly emotionless tone. To his surprise, the Soul Emperor Elder gazed at him and instead burst into a fit of mad laughter. Ha ha! Hemingway furrowed his brow and spoke with a chilling tone. What are you laughing at? Ha ha! I laugh. I laugh at the fact that you remain oblivious even as death approaches. The Soul Emperor laughed maniacally, resembling a madman who cared little for his own life. Do you truly believe that we are the only ones sent to capture you? The Soul Emperor gasped for breath between his laughter, his dim, malevolent eyes fixated on Hemingway as he ominously continued, We are merely the vanguard. A multitude of equally formidable pirates are hot on our heels. They must be nearly upon us by now. With the observation hockey enveloping the Soul Emperor, Hemingway could distinctly sense that the old man was not deceiving him. Indeed, a host of pursuers was closing in. His complexion paled instantly. Coincidentally, at that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from outside the net. Boom. In an instant, a single strike shattered the all-encompassing net that had enveloped a radius of 1 kilometer, reducing it to fragments that gradually dissipated into the ether. With the barrier lifted, Hemingway could finally behold the multitude of pirate ships encircling him from all directions. There were at least a dozen pirate vessels. Each ship displayed a unique pirate flag, yet they all shared one commonality, an overwhelming surge of soul power, rivaling that of Hanba, radiated unabashedly from each vessel. This indicated that each of these pirate ships housed at least one soul saint on board. Dozens of soul saints. Hemingway felt a tremor in his very core. Merely overcoming a Hanba nearly exhausted all his faculties. In the end, fortune smiled upon him. as years of accumulated experience culminated in a moment of epiphany, enabling him to grasp a formidable technique. Only then could he strike decisively under the harmonious convergence of timing, location, and circumstances. Frankly speaking, the ability to vanquish Hamba was purely a stroke of luck. It was indeed heavily reliant on fortuitous elements. After all, had he not been so arrogant, so convinced of his imminent victory, he would not have been granted the opportunity to approach so closely, thus falling prey to the unexpected strike of the Six Kings' spear, which brought about his swift demise. Such an opportunity was laden with an abundance of coincidences, a scenario that was utterly unreplicable. If another soul saint were to engage him, he might not even prevail. And what if facing a dozen soul saints united in their assault? Good heavens! Hemingway was suddenly beset by a wave of dizziness. Could it be that fate sought to bring about my demise? Hemingway lifted his gaze to the heavens, observing the pristine azure sky, overwhelmed by an impulse to weep. As if words failed him, and tears flowed abundantly, the anguish was palpable, a deep yearning to cry out. Chapter 29. My life comes to an end. On the pirate ship, observing the silver-haired youth gazing skyward in silence, the Soul Emperor gradually ceased his raucous laughter and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "What occupies your thoughts? Do you perhaps contemplate surrender?" "I am reflecting upon the entirety of my existence," came the response. Hemingway, filled with a sense of melancholy, turned his gaze towards the Soul Emperor elder and slowly spoke. "Since escape is no longer an option, you have become expendable." Just as the Soul Emperor was about to respond, a burst of crimson erupted from his forehead, his head obliterated by a single shot. Withdrawing his blood-stained finger, Hemingway delicately flicked away the remnants of gore, displaying an unusual calm in the face of inevitable doom. He approached the bow of the ship, awaiting the encroachment of the surrounding pirate vessels like a silent statue. The pirate ships converged from all directions, forming an immense circle around Hemingway's vessel, sealing off any possibility of retreat. Countless massive pirate ships surrounded him, creating an impenetrable barrier, leaving no avenue for escape. Upon these ships, greedy eyes fixated on the white-haired youth standing at the forefront, as if they yearned to consume him whole. In total, there were several hundred individuals present, each ship manned by a soul saint, a soul emperor, and several soul kings, along with numerous lesser pirates. Under the scrutiny of those avaricious gazes, anyone would feel a chill run down their spine. It seemed that today marked the end of his journey. Feeling the oppressive aura closing in from all sides, Hemingway was struck by a wave of emotion. Who would have thought that after 6 years of survival on a desolate island, having finally gained some semblance of strength, he would face such a terrifying scenario right at the outset, surrounded by a multitude of soul saints? Fate had proven to be particularly unkind to this interloper. At this juncture, realizing that his chances of survival were slim, Hemingway found himself strangely tranquil. He understood that panicking would serve no purpose in moments of peril. Maintaining composure was crucial for any glimmer of hope. He began to reflect on his current capabilities beyond his armed color and the Navy's 6 styles. What other trump cards could he employ to counter this crisis? The ability of the pawpaw fruit? No, that was of little use, though it was said to repel all, even concepts, that potential lay only in the future. If it were truly that formidable, he wouldn't have faced such peril against him, bah. He could have effortlessly dispelled his martial spirit, reducing him from a soul master to a mere mortal. The reality was that the stronger the soul master, the greater their resistance to his pawpaw fruit. At this stage, its ability was ineffective against formidable foes, serving only to intimidate the weak. Then, perhaps he could summon the sea spirit beast with the ability granted by the mermaid princess martial spirit to break free from this encirclement? This too proves unfeasible, as it is similarly constrained. To summon the soul beast of the sea, one must be within its vast oceanic sensing range to be under its dominion. Beyond that boundary, one is left helpless. Currently, its sensing capability encompasses merely 1,000 miles of ocean, which may seem extensive on land, yet in the context of the sea, 1,000 miles is but a trifling expanse. Thus, within this 1,000-mile radius, fortune may favor one with the chance encounter of a formidable soul beast. However, the greater likelihood is to encounter feeble soul beasts, or, to exaggerate, perhaps not even half a soul beast at all. Ultimately, it all hinges upon luck. Moreover, aside from the constraints of distance, there exists a limitation on the duration of control over the soul beasts, should their strength vastly exceed his own. They will elude his grasp. The ability to control the sea soul beasts does not permit one to summon them indiscriminately, disregarding both duration and strength. Otherwise, Hemingway would not have languished on a small island for 6 years honing his skills, but would have summoned a throng of soul beasts aged over 100,000, or even 1,000,000 years, effortlessly sweeping across the ocean. The reality is that the sea soul beasts Hemingway can control must not diverge excessively from his own level. Given his current rank, he can at most command soul beasts of around 10,000 years, and even this is limited in number. He cannot simply dictate the quantity he wishes to command. With his current mental fortitude, controlling 10,000-year sea soul beasts simultaneously represents his utmost limit. Otherwise, he would certainly comprehend the adage of ants overwhelming an elephant. Summoning several thousand, no, dozens of 10,000-year soul beasts would suffice. Had he the capacity to summon such a multitude, these pirates would pose no threat whatsoever. Thus, despite the seemingly invincible nature of controlling sea soul beasts, the extent of their formidable power is intrinsically linked to Hemingway's own prowess. The higher his rank, the greater the age of the soul beasts he can command, as well as their number. Additionally, luck plays a pivotal role. Should there be no powerful soul beasts within the sensing range, the ability to control them becomes futile. After reflecting on the abilities he currently possesses, Hemingway reluctantly concludes that, given the present circumstances, there appears to be no alternative but to confront these pirates head-on. At this moment, the pirate ships encircling him suddenly part slowly, revealing an enormous pirate vessel, the largest in the arena, that glides forth through the parted waters. Adorning its highest mast, the pirate flag depicts a fearsome deep-sea demonic whale encircling a skull. Upon witnessing this emblematic pirate flag, Hemingway could not help but draw a sharp breath, for he understood all too well what this pirate flag signified. The Leviathan pirate crew, the most ruthless and formidable band of pirates across the vast ocean. Moreover, its captain was universally acknowledged as the undisputed king of all pirates upon these waters. Pirate King. Contra Hemingway weakly closed his eyes. Even without precise perception, he could sense an overwhelming wave of terror emanating from the approaching great ship. This formidable presence far surpassed that of a soul sage, unmistakably belonging to a soul Douluo. The current situation was rendered even more dire by the arrival of this soul Douluo, accompanied by a multitude of soul sages, numerous soul emperors, and several soul kings, as well as a host of lesser-ranked soul masters. The threat loomed large. It is evident that Hemingway has discerned the situation. In their pursuit of him, these pirates have mobilized nearly their entire force. The Star Luo Empire has indeed invested a substantial amount. A faint, bittersweet smile crept upon Hemingway's lips. Was it truly necessary to pursue the soul of a mere 12-year-old boy with such fervor? You pirates, devoid of any sense of honor. At this moment, the purple giant whale was brimming with excitement, for the target of the bounty lay right before him. If he could capture this prize alive and deliver him to the Star Luo Empire, he would not only gain the opportunity for soul bones and soul rings, but also acquire a noble title within the empire. From that point onward, he could bask in the protection of the Star Luo Empire, no longer living the perilous life of a pirate. How could this not exhilarate him? How could it not fill him with joy? Beside him, his daughter, Purple Pearl, observed her father's grin, nearly splitting his face, and could not help but voice her disbelief. Father, is it really worth such a grotesque smile over capturing a mere 12-year-old child? You've lost all semblance of dignity, my dear daughter. You are still young and do not grasp the gravity of the situation, the purple giant whale replied, his exaggerated smile slightly subsiding but still radiant. Being a pirate offers no future, only uncertainty. Do not be deceived by your father's current glory, hailed as the Pirate King. One never knows when they might provoke someone formidable, and it wouldn't be surprising to be met with violence. Ultimately, piracy is far from a noble profession. As he spoke, a reminiscence seemed to wash over him, causing his smile to fade slowly, a heavy sigh escaping his lips, revealing a complexity of emotions indeed. He was a man with a story to tell. Therefore, this rare opportunity must not be missed. As he declared this, a fierce glint shone in his eyes, and an aura of terror enveloped him, a ruthless and ironclad presence. His journey had been nothing short of legendary, having risen to prominence as a titled soul Douluo. Were it to be chronicled in a novel, it would surely be a blockbuster tale of adventure and valor. Every individual's journey is unique. The world does not revolve around a single person. Each person is the protagonist of their own life. Indeed, I do not comprehend, Purple Pearl retorted, rolling her eyes dramatically and puffing out her cheeks. What is so wrong with being a pirate? I think living freely as a pirate is quite appealing. I fail to understand why you aspire to be some noble. Once you enter that realm, you will be bound by the constraints of the Star Luo Empire. There is no freedom like that of the open sea, where one can pursue their desires without restraint. Hearing his daughter's Navi remarks, the purple giant whale could not help but sigh and shake his head in silence, pondering if he had shielded her too well, preventing her from recognizing the world's harsh realities. The ocean, far from the idyllic vision she held, was riddled with filth and corruption. Capable of shattering the views of a common person, the purple giant whale cherished his only daughter, Purple Pearl, as if she were a precious gem. Having sheltered her from hardship and the trials of life, shielding her from the sordid deeds committed by their pirate crew. Thus, she blossomed into a delicate white flower, innocent and unacquainted with the harsh realities of the world. Such a naive girl. How would she survive in this merciless ocean of predation once her father's protection is gone? Could she adapt to the brutal truths of the sea? The great purple whale dared not ponder this, believing it was for his daughter's own good. After this incident, she truly ought to be introduced to the harshness of reality, to understand that the world is far more dreadful than her imagination suggests. The realm of soul masters is far from pristine. The world is not as beautiful as she envisions. In a society that venerates the strong, a virtuous person is destined for a short existence. Chapter 30. Not merely a creature of the shallows. In an expansive, boundless sea, a dozen pirate ships formed a circular blockade, tightly encircling a single vessel at the center. At that moment, a gap appeared in the circle of pirate ships, and through it, a colossal pirate ship, significantly larger than the others present, glided smoothly into the circle. Heading towards the centrally located ship, the distance between the large and small pirate vessels grew ever closer, allowing the crews standing at the bows to gradually discern each other's features with increasing clarity. Hemingway stood at the bow of the ship like a spear, his posture impeccably straight. Even in the face of such a dire predicament, there was not a hint of fear upon his countenance. One may falter, but never surrender. Though a flicker of trepidation lingered within, he understood that exhibiting vulnerability would serve no purpose in altering the present circumstances. These ruthless, bloodthirsty pirates would not show mercy simply because of one's pitiful demeanor. Thus, rather than displaying weakness and compromising the dignity befitting a time traveler, it was far more prudent to confront his fate with unwavering resolve. Hemingway observed with a detached demeanor as the grand vessel approached slowly, the figures standing at the bow becoming increasingly discernible. Among them, a robust middle-aged man emanated an undeniable aura of power, undoubtedly the notorious pirate king, the Purple Leviathan. Indeed, he exuded an imposing presence, radiating the essence of iron and blood, a testament to countless battles fought. However, Hemingway's attention was soon captivated by the striking young woman with flowing purple hair beside the Leviathan. Let there be no misunderstanding. His interest did not stem from her beauty, but from the glimmer of hope he perceived in her. The bond between these two was unmistakably that of father and daughter. With his haki enveloping a radius of 120 meters, Hemingway could distinctly sense the affection and indulgence the Purple Leviathan harbored for his daughter. This sentiment, without question, was that of a father toward his child. Perhaps the key to his survival lay within this young woman. As Hemingway contemplated this possibility, the distance between the two pirate ships diminished, finally halting at approximately 10 meters apart. The vessel carrying the Purple Leviathan and his companion stood tall, enabling them to gaze down upon Hemingway, who stood solitary at the bow of his ship. The tension was palpable as both parties faced each other from afar. On the side of the Magic Whale pirate group, besides the father and daughter duo, there were two formidable vice-captains and several soul emperors, accompanied by numerous soul kings, a truly opulent assembly. In stark contrast, Hemingway stood alone, the disparity in numbers overwhelmingly in favor of his adversaries. Yet, despite the odds stacked against him, Hemingway maintained an air of calm composure. His strikingly handsome visage remained unperturbed, radiating a presence that rivaled that of the multitude before him, one man standing against an army. In this moment, he managed to suppress the imposing aura of a soul Douluo and the many soul emperors surrounding him. Meanwhile, as the pirate ship drew closer, the Purple Leviathan and his daughter, Jinju, were finally able to discern the true form of the white-haired figure standing at the bow. In an instant, the thought surged within the Purple Leviathan, this youth is no ordinary being. Having traversed the seas for decades, he had never encountered someone with such a distinctive aura. It was as if he were a born champion, standing immovable, exuding a serene steadfastness that seemed impervious to any tempest, whirlwind, or tidal wave. Should this young man escape this encounter, his future achievements would undoubtedly be limitless. As the Purple Leviathan recognized this potential in Hemingway, Jinju, on the other hand, was not as contemplative as her father. Upon seeing the white-haired figure, her singular thought was one of admiration. How handsome. How manly. Even though Purple Pearl is not a frivolous woman, nor one who solely values appearances, she found herself inexplicably shaken upon gazing at the figure standing majestically at the bow of the ship. The calm yet defiant demeanor he exhibited, even in the face of numerous formidable adversaries, including the Soul Douluo, deeply resonated with her. Having been sheltered and pampered by her father, a Soul Douluo, throughout her life, the men she encountered invariably sought to flatter and appease her. Over time, this led to a certain bias within her. She came to regard men as nothing more than a group of obsequious weaklings, inferior to herself. However, upon beholding this man, all her preconceived notions about men were shattered. In that moment, a flicker of bewilderment crossed her amethyst eyes. Her heart began to race with an unfamiliar sensation. And for the first time, this 18-year-old girl understood the essence of infatuation. They locked eyes for an extended period until it was Purple Whale who, unable to contain himself, broke the silence. To be candid, you are entirely different from what I had imagined, he remarked, observing the resolute young man with white hair standing boldly at the ship's helm, a glint of admiration flashing in his eyes. I had expected you to panic and flee in disarray upon encountering this scenario, yet your composure is indeed remarkable. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. I also did not anticipate that capturing a mere soul master would warrant the renowned pirate king to take action. I assume their bounty holds significant value for you. Otherwise, you would not rally your crew so fervently. Hemingway, his azure eyes betraying no emotion, replied in a calm tone, nevertheless, even so, it is utterly inconceivable for you to think I would surrender willingly. As Purple Whale surveyed the surrounding waters, littered with the corpses of the slain, a shadow of astonishment crossed his face. When he turned his gaze back to the white-haired youth at the bow, he regarded him as a genuine anomaly. To slay a soul sage with the strength of a soul master, though there may be some cleverness involved, was a testament to the depth of his talent. Given another decade or so, it is likely that even I would not stand as your equal. At this moment, Purple Whale's perception of Hemingway had irrevocably transformed, and a genuine appreciation for talent blossomed within him. Were it not for the immense significance of his own rank, he might have abandoned the pursuit of capturing him and instead sought to recruit him into his pirate crew, or even consider him as a potential son-in-law and future successor. After all, Hemingway's accomplishments were indeed formidable. With time to grow, such a prodigy would undoubtedly achieve unimaginable heights. P.S. Second update. Seeking votes. Chapter 31. Supremacy of Bloodline. Purple Whale gazed at Hemingway, filled with profound regret. It is a lamentable sight to behold such a brilliant genius, one who ought to shine as resplendently as the lofty sun, now deprived of even the opportunity to radiate his brilliance, on the verge of plummeting into obscurity. The splendid future that had yet to unfold is already drawing to a close. Alas, it seems you are destined not to surrender easily. The purple giant whale gazed at the white-haired youth, whose eyes sparkled with icy resolve and whose demeanor exuded calmness, and sighed. Very well then. If that is the case, allow me to capture you myself. As an esteemed Soul Douluo, it would not be a disgrace to lay claim to you. The purple giant whale resolved to act personally in apprehending Hemingway. This decision stemmed from a fear that, upon witnessing his inevitable capture, Hemingway might succumb to the humiliation and take his own life. After all, one could easily surmise the dismal fate awaiting him upon being returned to the Star Luo Empire. At times, death by one's own hand is perceived as a release. Additionally, the purple giant whale felt a sense of regret for such a talent, one destined for greatness, believing he should not fall victim to a mere band of mediocrities. Thus, by invoking his esteemed title as a Soul Douluo and the name of the Pirate King to conclude Hemingway's future, it would not be deemed a dishonor. Hemingway, upon witnessing the majestic purple giant whale preparing to personally subdue him, felt an unexpected surge of delight within. He was acutely aware that he was no match for the formidable Soul Douluo. Rather, he had other plans in mind. While he could barely contend with the Soul Saint, facing a powerful assault-oriented Soul Douluo seemed utterly ludicrous. Surviving even a few strikes would be considered a remarkable feat most critically. His soul power had already been substantially depleted after the earlier skirmish, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Fortunately, years of training under gravitational adjustments had bestowed him with admirable endurance. Though he lacked many other strengths, persistence was his hallmark. Physically, he felt capable of enduring for the time being. Yet the exhaustion of his soul power left him with little recourse. At this moment, he estimated that only about 20 to 30% of his full power remained. With such a diminished state confronting the Soul Douluo, he could not ascertain how many strikes he could withstand. He merely hoped not to be vanquished in a single encounter. Nonetheless, Hemingway harbored a different scheme in his heart. The purple giant whale's decision to engage personally played right into his hands, bolstering his confidence in the potential success of his forthcoming plans. With a resounding thud, the purple giant whale leapt gracefully, effortlessly spanning over 10 meters to land on the very ship where Hemingway stood. The surrounding pirates, witnessing their leader's intent to intervene directly, remained silent, quietly maneuvering the ship to a safer distance to avoid disturbing the battle. They halted their vessel a considerable distance away, merely observing the unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, the Purple Pearl, concerned for her father's safety, cast a worried glance toward the white-haired youth, hoping her father would exercise caution in his approach. Standing at the bow of the ship, Hemingway turned to face the imposing middle-aged man not far from him, and he could feel his soul power surging forth with great intensity. Spiraling currents of energy emanated around him, causing his garments to billow dramatically, exuding an air of sophistication. The purple giant whale, however, merely smiled, seemingly unfazed by the impending confrontation. Out of respect for the young man, he opted to unleash his martial spirit. A massive, sapphire-hued silhouette of a whale materialized around him, subsequently merging into his being. Instantly, his muscles swelled, elevating his stature to an impressive 3 meters, his skin transforming to a striking blue, emanating an aura far surpassing that of the previous whale soul saint, Han Base. The purple giant whale's martial spirit was no ordinary creature. It was the noble deep-sea demon whale. The name of the demon whale pirate crew was derived from this very lineage. Possessing such an extraordinary aquatic soul beast as a martial spirit elucidated the purple giant whale's remarkable achievements. In this world, where lineage and innate talent were held in high esteem, the quality of one's martial spirit determined their future prospects. Douluo continent was a realm where bloodlines reigned supreme. Tales of the underprivileged with inferior martial spirits rising to prominence were mere fantasies, confined to the realm of dreams. Simultaneously, 8 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, and black, manifested around the purple giant whale, exuding a terrifying sense of oppression. Hemingway felt the overwhelming pressure of terror bearing down on him, and his heart grew heavy. The prowess of the soul fighter was indeed formidable. He hoped that he would not falter after just a few rounds. Otherwise, it would be quite tragic. To engage in battle with the soul fighter, even in defeat, would still be a matter of honor. While secretly calculating in his mind, Hemingway outwardly laughed heartily, embodying the spirit of a bold and carefree man. This demeanor inevitably drew the admiration of the surrounding pirates, who regarded him with newfound respect. To face the soul fighter with such nonchalance was no small feat, not to mention, this mindset alone was enough to turn heads. As for the gaze of the purple pearl upon him, it appeared even more enigmatic, as she quietly resolved to take action. She intended to seize the opportunity to set him free when Hemingway was captured. A man like him should not be relegated to the role of a mere breeding tool. Come, please, enlighten me. A colossal phantom of a mermaid materialized behind Hemingway, only to vanish in an instant as his martial soul manifested. The 3 spirit rings that were supposed to appear around him remained concealed, under his deliberate control. Then, with a powerful push from his feet, he charged forward without regard for the disparity in their strengths. Let me witness the might of a soul Douluo. The purple giant whale gazed at the approaching youth, a flicker of admiration gleaming in its eyes. It mused to itself, regardless of his strength, such courage is commendable. Yet, despite these thoughts, it harbored no intention of showing mercy. Confronted by the fiercely advancing white-haired boy, the purple giant whale refrained from unleashing its soul abilities to subdue him. Instead, it sought to discern how he could possibly slay a soul sage with the prowess of a soul master. Ignoring such a vast chasm of levels, could it be that he bore a soul bone? Considering Hemingway's noble lineage, having inherited the royal blood of 2 nations, the presence of a soul bone on him did not seem entirely implausible. Hemingway charged towards him, a golden light shimmering upon his right arm. The Busashoka haki enveloped his limb as he unleashed a powerful punch directly at the chest of the purple giant whale. This strike was delivered with unrestrained ferocity, embodying the full extent of his strength. Sensing the ferocity of the blow, the purple giant whale, relying on its status as a soul Douluo, chose not to evade or dodge. Thus, it braced itself and endured the full force of Hemingway's punch. Boom! The fist, akin to one forged from gold, collided violently with the whale's robust chest. Bang! The point of contact erupted with a fierce gust of wind. The deck beneath the purple giant whale's feet shattered upon impact, causing the entire ship to lurch dangerously downward, nearly submerging entirely beneath the waves. Water surged in from the edges of the deck, but sensing the imminent sinking of the vessel, Hemingway swiftly retracted his fist, propelling himself several meters backward. With the removal of the immense pressure, the ship, which had been on the brink of sinking, began to rise once more. Chapter 32. An Unequal Battle. Indeed, even an ordinary soul saint would find it challenging to withstand such a blow. The purple giant whale, seemingly unfazed, casually patted the slightly wrinkled fabric of its chest and remarked to itself, however, with such strength, "You are still far from capable of defeating a powerful offensive soul saint like Haba. Do show me your skills, otherwise you shall have no chance." Impressive. Even with prior expectations, witnessing his full-force strike, enhanced by Busashoka Haki, failed to even push the whale back a step, left Hemingway awestruck by the might of the Soul Douluo. Is this truly the power of a Soul Douluo? Indeed, it is on a completely different level from that of a soul saint. Merely relying on the manifestation of a spirit, the whale effortlessly deflected his most potent strike. Observing the purple giant whale, undisturbed after receiving his full-force punch, Hemingway felt a profound respect for the whale's strength. Undoubtedly, Hemingway was at a disadvantage against the purple giant whale at this moment. However, given his current circumstances, he must fight, for surrender was not an option. Thus, even after his most forceful punch was dismissed with ease, Hemingway did not relent. Once again, he cloaked himself in Busashoka Haki and boldly launched another attack. Bang! This time, the purple giant whale did not merely stand by to absorb the blows. As Hemingway aimed a punch at its abdomen, it swiftly raised its hand to block the attack. Then, with its other hand, it retaliated with a punch to Hemingway's chest, sending him flying. Despite the protective Busashoka Haki shielding his chest, the Soul Douluo's powerful strike left Hemingway gasping for air, as a wave of pain rippled through his lungs. This was merely a punch enhanced by the spirit, without the use of any soul skills. The might of the Soul Douluo was thus evident. In Hemingway's eyes, the strength of this pirate king was far from ordinary. He was certainly not a typical Soul Douluo. Hemingway was utterly convinced that if the purple giant whale were to harness the advantages of its oceanic domain, it would undoubtedly rival an ordinary tidal Douluo. Its soul, being that of the aristocrat among whales, the deep-sea demon whale, is a creature that embodies the essence of dominance over the seas. Now that it has become a human's martial soul, one can easily surmise that a soul master possessing such a formidable spirit would far surpass the capabilities of an average soul master. In this world, where martial souls dictate everything, possessing an extraordinary martial soul is indeed a determinant of one's future achievements and the heights one can attain. Bloodline dictates all. Oh, he withstood my punch without a scratch. What is that golden aura? Is it a special soul skill, or perhaps an ability bestowed by a soul bone? Moreover, why did he not manifest a soul ring upon summoning his martial soul? The purple giant whale was astounded to witness the white-haired youth, who had been struck squarely in the chest, seemingly unfazed, charging at him once more. The surprise that welled within him was beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. As Hemingway surmised, as a paragon among Soul Douluo, his prowess cannot be measured by the standards of mere ordinary Soul Douluo. Bearing the superlative martial soul of the deep-sea demon whale, if he were to unleash his full power, his raw strength could indeed contend with that of an ordinary tidal Douluo, had he not faced numerous life and death crises in his youth, compelling him to absorb soul rings of lesser age to hasten his strength, coupled with the hidden injuries sustained over years of relentless battle that diminished his innate talent. He would have likely achieved the rank of tidal Douluo by now. It is truly lamentable that he is now resorting to such grand endeavors to capture a mere youth for the sake of a title. Boom, bang, thunder. Hemingway relentlessly launched his attacks upon the colossal purple whale, his fists and feet dancing through the air, accompanied by a golden aura that tore through the atmosphere, generating a series of explosive ripples upon the surrounding sea. Yet, in the face of such a fierce onslaught, the purple whale remained unfazed, effortlessly deflecting each of his strikes with casual grace, even without resorting to his soul skills. The mere manifestation of his martial spirit was sufficient to neutralize all of Hemingway's assaults. The pirates aboard the nearby ship watched intently, initially dismissing the white-haired youth as overambitious. However, as the battle progressed, witnessing the visceral exchange of blows ignited a fervor within them. Many clenched their fists tightly, their gaze fixed on the young warrior, silently cheering him on. This was, after all, an uneven confrontation. Yet, Hemingway's audacity to confront a formidable foe, aware of his impending defeat yet resolutely determined to fight until the very end, was undeniably infectious, stirring the hearts of those around him. Amidst the chaos, the beautiful violet eyes of the purple pearl were filled with concern as she observed the white-haired youth, now marked by blood, with a trickle of crimson escaping the corner of his mouth. Anxiously, she implored, "Stop fighting. Even if you are captured, I will ensure your escape. Continuing this way, you run the risk of truly perishing." However, Hemingway, oblivious to her heartfelt cries, pressed on like an unrelenting machine, attacking fervently despite his efforts being effortlessly thwarted. Each blow he landed was met with a counterstrike from the whale, and the latter began to exhibit signs of impatience after indulging him for so long. He resolved to conclude the skirmish. With his observation skills keenly attuned, Hemingway sensed the purple whale's intent to deploy a soul technique, a clear indication that the battle was about to take a decisive turn. Elated, he recognized that the long-awaited opportunity was finally at hand. "Kid, it's time for me to get serious. Unleash your final moves quickly, for your chances are dwindling," the whale declared, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity as the 8 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, and black, hovered around him, becoming increasingly distinct. Clearly, he was poised to unleash his soul skill. "I have one last trick up my sleeve." Hemingway's expression grew equally grave as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Despite being battered and bruised, he spoke with unwavering calmness. "This technique is known as the Six Kings Spear. It harnesses the full extent of my power. Its might is boundless. I once used this move to slay a soul saint. Do you dare to receive it?" "Oh, it seems that Haba met his demise at your hands with this very strike," the purple giant whale remarked with keen interest. "I am most eager to witness it." In his eyes, Hemingway was merely flailing in desperation, and he presumed that after executing this Six Kings Spear, the boy would have no strength left to resist. This would surely be his final stand, and the last moment of brilliance before the curtain fell on this grim performance. Thus, the purple giant whale resolved to graciously indulge this wish, choosing to endure the blow without evasion, thereby bringing an end to this uneven confrontation. The surrounding pirates, sensing the gravity of the moment, straightened their posture and anxiously focused on the unfolding battle, aware that after this strike, it would all come to a conclusion. Ziju and Pearl clasped her hands tightly over her chest, as if in prayer, her violet eyes fixated on the slender back of the white-haired youth, displaying the concern of a maiden for her beloved. Yet, the spectators were too engrossed in the spectacle to notice her unusual demeanor. Chapter 33. The True Purpose. The white-haired youth closed his eyes, slowly exhaling a breath, and then stood firm, his body relaxing momentarily. However, soon the muscles on his surface began to swell, and the flow of his blood surged, boiling with intensity. The remaining spiritual energy within him erupted with ferocity. Waves of fierce energy radiated from his form, creating a whirlwind around him. The purple giant whale, observing this, adopted a more serious demeanor. Among the 8 soul rings hovering around him, the 6th black soul ring gleamed brightly, finally unleashing his soul skill. He had declared he would receive the blow without striking first. Thus, this soul skill was one of defense. With his formidable strength at the soul Douluo level and his martial spirit being the super-martial spirit, the deep-sea demon whale, he knew that should he engage earnestly, even employing merely a defensive soul skill, no mere soul sovereign could breach his defenses. Even if this soul sovereign had previously achieved the astonishing feat of slaying a soul saint, breaking through his defenses was utterly out of the question. This conviction stemmed from the purple giant whale's confidence as a powerful being and his intuition honed over years of piracy. He could sense that the power brewing within the white-haired youth was indeed remarkable. Once unleashed, it could indeed slay a soul saint. Yet, the notion of breaching his defenses was entirely impossible, absolutely inconceivable. If such a breach were feasible, he would no longer need to be a pirate king. He might as well return home to till the soil and avoid further disgrace. At that moment, whether in sheer physical might, spiritual energy, or armed prowess, all the forces within Hemingway, refined to perfection through the mastery of the 6 styles, began to harmonize and coalesce upon his right arm. Hemingway's right arm was utterly enveloped in a resplendent golden light. Ultimately, it seemed to reach a pinnacle. The blinding radiance emanating from his right arm began to converge, transforming it into a true golden hand. The amassed power reached its zenith. The silver-haired youth opened his eyes, akin to a flash of lightning on a stormy night, illuminating the entire realm of humanity. The brilliance in his gaze, even from dozens of meters away, caused those who were attentively watching him to feel a slight sting in their eyes, instinctively averting their gaze, filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. The expression on the opposing purple giant's face gradually grew solemn, his previously nonchalant stance instinctively adjusting, preparing to confront the impending tumultuous impact. He had an ominous premonition that the upcoming strike from the youth would undoubtedly exceed his expectations. If he did not focus more intently, he might truly suffer a minor setback. Underestimating the enemy is a grave mistake on the battlefield. The ultimate essence of the six forms, Six Kings Spear, revised. The silver-haired youth slowly lifted his golden right hand, not forming a fist, but rather extending his fingers, then aligning them to create a palm. Directing it towards the distant purple giant as if intending to unleash the Six Kings Spear with a palm strike. Boom! The ground erupted, creating a large hole in the deck. The silver-haired youth vanished from his position. Chafe. When he reappeared, he had already extended his golden palm, forcefully thrusting it towards the 3-meter-tall blue-skinned giant. The purple giant's pupils constricted as he strangely sensed that the youth's palm posed no threat to him whatsoever. It felt as if this palm was merely a diversion. The true lethal strike still awaited. With no time to waste, the purple giant let out a low roar, and a water-blue protective barrier emerged around him, enveloping his body securely. Hemingway pressed his palm against the protective shield. Though he had not physically touched the body of the purple giant whale, he could nevertheless feel a surge of immense power penetrating the barrier, crashing towards his chest like a tidal wave. Humph! The purple giant whale, having endured this impact, could not suppress a muffled groan, feeling as if this force had breached the shield and directly harmed its internal organs. Fortunately, the physical prowess of a soul Douluo was formidable, despite sustaining this strike. It merely resulted in a slight tremor within its lungs. Such an injury, given its recovery capabilities, would be mended in mere moments, rendering it practically inconsequential. However, despite the minor nature of the wound, the fact that a soul master could inflict harm upon a soul Douluo who had activated a defensive soul skill was a source of pride for the purple giant whale. It could not help but gaze at the youth beyond the azure shield, whose golden hand had reverted to its flesh tone, pressing firmly upon the barrier, and remarked, "Indeed, the soul Douluo is formidable." Unexpectedly, upon witnessing that its full force attack had only caused a negligible effect, Hemingway's countenance bore no trace of disappointment. Instead, he smiled, however. "My objective has never been to defeat you." "What do you mean?" The purple giant whale's expression shifted, instinctively sensing the impending danger, akin to the sensation of a cherished treasure being threatened. Boom! Suddenly, within the palm that pressed against the protective shield, a cat-like pad began to swell, signifying the imminent activation of the meatball fruit. The point of contact emitted a muffled thud, and the blue barrier began to tremble violently. Before the purple giant whale could react, the white-haired youth before it vanished in an instant. He ran. This was the first thought that flashed through its mind. In the next moment, the surrounding pirates erupted into a cacophony, revealing the youth's whereabouts. "How dare you, brat? Release our young captain at once. To think you could be so despicable. Brat, if you have any sense, let go of our young captain. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise." The purple giant whale, bewildered, looked up to see, several dozen meters away on the ship it had once occupied, the white-haired youth had inexplicably seized its precious daughter by the neck, coldly gazing back at it. In an instant, the purple giant whale was left utterly stunned. At that moment, the feeling of the purple pearl was one of utter bewilderment. Just a second ago, the blood-soaked white-haired youth had been engaged in battle with her father from a distance. The next moment, he appeared before her, emotionlessly gripping her neck. His initial target had always been her. Gazing into the indifferent eyes of the silver-haired youth before her, Zhejian Pearl suddenly grasped everything. Instantly, a tumult of emotion surged within her heart, a veritable cacophony of sweetness, bitterness, and sorrow. There was also a profound sense of loss, akin to the shattering of an idol. My beloved was once a paragon of heroism, yet here we are. How contemptible! The violet-haired beauty bit her crimson lip, her disappointment piercing through as she fixed her gaze upon him. Chapter 34. You should not be this kind of person. How despicable. I could never have imagined you would turn out to be this kind of person. Observing the disillusionment and despair reflected in the eyes of the violet-haired maiden before him, Hemingway was inexplicably overtaken by a wave of shame. He felt as though he had transformed into one of those loathsome villains from a novel. When had he become such a person? His current actions bore no distinction from those of pirates. So vile and despicable. It was no wonder he had yet to awaken the conqueror's haki. Yet, despite the slight wavering in his resolve prompted by the words of the violet-haired girl, the present circumstances left Hemingway no room for contemplation. Rationality dictated that to escape this dire situation, The current hostage-taking scheme was indeed the most prudent course of action. Thus, refusing to yield, and in a bid to bolster his spirits lest his emotions cloud his judgment, Hemingway began to retaliate without hesitation. "Am I the despicable one?" Hemingway, with an expression of incredulity, retorted with a sardonic smile. "Is it not despicable for you band of shameless pirates to encircle me? A mere soul master besieged by a multitude of soul kings and soul emperors, how is that not contemptible? How dare you utter such words? Do I, in my dealings with you pirates, need to invoke any sense of chivalry?" The more he spoke, the more he found his rationale convincing, almost persuading himself. Indeed, what relevance does chivalry hold when contending with these pirates? The notions of virtue or villainy are of no consequence. His sole desire was to survive. Since his arrival in this world, he had never harmed a soul. Yet, misfortune relentlessly pursued him, his mother slain, his royal father indifferent, cast adrift upon the sea, utterly alone. Were it not for the awakening of his latent powers and the restoration of his past memories, how could a mere 6-year-old child possibly endure life on that desolate island? Facing such a cataclysm, witnessing his mother-esque gruesome demise, transforming from a pampered prince into a solitary outcast, what profound trauma must a 6-year-old psyche endure? In such dire circumstances, without the awakening of his previous memories, he would likely have succumbed to despair long ago. Who had he wronged to deserve this? The youth's fierce inquiry rendered the Pearl of the Purple Sea momentarily speechless. Although his reasoning was undeniably sound, she sensed an underlying discord. As if he were not meant to embody such treachery, he should possess a steadfast heart, eschewing deceit, embodying the qualities of a noble and upright man. In essence, Hemingway's appearance was profoundly deceptive. At first glance, he hardly seemed capable of such hostage-taking. Thus, the Pearl of the Purple Sea and the surrounding pirates were caught off guard, allowing him to seize the hostage unexpectedly. Consequently, Hemingway's actions, so contrary to his persona, left the young Pearl of the Purple Sea grappling with her emotions, unable to reconcile the reality before her. "You should not be this way," she murmured softly, as if she had suffered a grave blow. "I apologize. Perhaps my appearance has misled you. However, you must understand that longing is the most distant emotion from true comprehension," Hemingway replied, his gaze shifting to an indifferent coolness. "Judging by appearances is the most superficial of behaviors. In the absence of mutual understanding, the feelings you harbor are merely a base desire for my form." His words rendered the Pearl of the Purple Sea's cheeks crimson, her heart filled with shame. She yearned to vehemently protest, to declare her depth beyond such superficiality. Yet for reasons unknown, the words eluded her. "Release my daughter at once." At that moment, the purple whale approached, brimming with righteous fury. Witnessing his precious daughter held captive ignited a tempest of rage within him. How could he have misjudged the situation so gravely? At this moment, the purple giant whale deeply regretted his earlier decisions, never anticipating that after a day of hunting geese, he would instead find himself pecked in the eye by one. He had to concede that he had been deceived by Hemingway's appearance, one that hardly suggested he would commit such an act. It was unexpected that he too had fallen prey to the folly of judging by outward appearances. Had he known that this scoundrel could be so despicable, he should have employed decisive measures from the outset, capturing him on the spot. Now, his daughter had been reduced to a hostage, transforming what was once a certain capture into a situation fraught with uncertainty. The purple giant whale was overwhelmed with regret, emanating a terrifying aura that far surpassed the intensity he had displayed during his earlier battle with Hemingway. It was evident that he was truly enraged and prepared to take serious action. The surrounding waters began to churn violently under his oppressive force, and even the air felt unusually heavy. A fearsome phantom of a deep-sea demon whale loomed above the purple giant whale, compelling all nearby pirates to involuntarily bow slightly. This was a suppression of martial spirit. The only ones capable of resisting this overwhelming pressure were Hemingway and the captive Purple Pearl. The former was immune due to his vastly superior martial spirit level compared to the deep-sea demon whale, while the latter, being his daughter, was shielded from the worst of the effects as the purple giant whale intentionally restrained his pressure directed towards her. "Release her?" "Certainly." Hemingway's expression was impassive as he positioned Purple Pearl in front of him, gripping her delicate neck with his right hand, treating her as a shield. "Prepare a ship for me. Once I reach a safe location, I will naturally let her go. Young man, do not push your luck." The purple giant whale's countenance darkened ominously. The pressure surrounding him intensified, as if brewing a tempest of wrath. "Push my luck? No, this demand is hardly unreasonable," Hemingway retorted, fixing his gaze upon him with icy resolve. "I am merely acting in self-preservation. The true transgressors are you. Were it not for your attempt to capture me, I would not have resorted to such principles-defying actions. This is of your own making. I shall ask you once more, will you release her? The already grim visage of the purple giant whale grew even more fearsome as a tangible wave of pressure spread forth, causing fine cracks to appear on the hulls of the surrounding ships. Hemingway was secretly astonished by his own strength while increasingly convinced that the decision to take a hostage was indeed the correct one. In the presence of such a formidable opponent, escape was undoubtedly out of the question. The only viable option was to seize a hostage, compelling him to act with caution. "Don't let go," he exclaimed instinctively, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of danger. He felt that if he delayed any longer, an unforeseen calamity could transpire. Thus, he spoke plainly. "If you wish for her to live, you must act swiftly according to my instructions. Otherwise, a mere tremor of my hand could shatter her neck. At that moment, you shall be left to collect her remains." The expression on the face of the purple giant whale shifted between uncertainty and calculation, as if weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Yet, in truth, it was chapter 35, too early to rejoice. Hemingway fixed his gaze upon the girl's countenance, which oscillated between shades of despair and hope, as if weighing the worth of relinquishing the pursuit of the elusive purple whale for the sake of his beloved daughter. An unsettling thought crossed his mind, based on his earlier perception through the observation of emotions. The purple whale ought not to have lingered in its turmoil for such an extended period, especially under the duress of his daughter's abduction. It appeared as though he were deliberately enacting a ruse to buy time. Wait, buying time. This is not good. As Hemingway contemplated this, a chill coursed through his body, causing every hair to stand on end. Yet, it was too late. Boom. It felt as if a bomb had detonated within his mind. Warping his perception of reality, the world around him began to spin uncontrollably, and the grip he had on the neck of the purple pearl loosened slightly. This was dire. He was under a mental assault. In his dazed state, Hemingway felt as though someone were wielding a power drill, relentlessly boring into his skull, the twisted agony penetrating deep into his very soul. While he had been preoccupied with guarding against the purple behemoth, he had overlooked the multitude of spirit saints surrounding him. And in a moment of carelessness, he found himself ensnared. Buzz. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a second wave of attack surged forth. A strange, vibrating sound echoed. Thud. Hemingway felt a tumultuous tremor coursing through his very organs, and in an instant, he expelled a mouthful of blood. This revelation struck him with clarity. It was an assault of sonic waves. Unlike the previous form of psychological attack, this one could penetrate the human body, inflicting direct harm upon the viscera. Curse it. Hemingway finally regained his composure, channeling the remaining essence of his soul with unwavering determination, transforming it into the formidable armament hockey. A delicate layer of golden radiance suddenly enveloped his entire being, rendering him a diminutive golden figure. Compared to before, this golden glow appeared rather dim, highlighting the immense strain he endured to manifest this hockey. Clang, clang, clang. A series of 3 sonic assaults surged forth, yet this time, upon striking him, they were met with the resolute defense of his golden armament hockey. The impact produced a sound reminiscent of iron clashing, and even the subsequent silent mental attack that struck his head could not penetrate this fragile layer of hockey. It is undeniable that armament hockey is an extraordinarily mystical force, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. To breach this layer of hockey, one would require a power so overwhelming that it surpasses Hemingway's limits. Otherwise, shattering the defense of this hockey is utterly impossible. Clearly, the assailant lurking in the shadows, despite employing an exceedingly peculiar form of attack, one that could ensnare even a typical soul saint, possessed a destructive capability that was not particularly formidable. Against Hemingway, it was as if he had encountered his nemesis. What other techniques remain? Unleash them all. Hemingway tightly grasped the neck of the purple pearl with one hand while nonchalantly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the other. Appearing largely unaffected by the previous 2 waves of attacks, exuding an air of effortless composure. "It seems I have underestimated you." The purple giant whale, who had been feigning a capricious demeanor, now observed that the covert assaults appeared to have little effect on him, returning to a more normal expression. His gaze towards Hemingway was akin to that of a monster. The hidden assailants were, in fact, 2 individuals, both at the Soul Emperor level. Although their power was merely that of a Soul Emperor, their soul techniques were exceedingly peculiar. One employed mental attacks that were difficult to defend against, while the other wielded sound wave assaults that were utterly silent. When these 2 joined forces, even a soul sage would find themselves caught off guard. It was inconceivable that Hemingway could appear so unfazed, particularly after being enveloped in that strange golden light. This phenomenon seemingly rendered him completely immune to their attacks, leaving the purple giant whale in utter astonishment. What kind of monster is this? What is that layer of golden light? Capable of both offense and defense. It can even protect against mental and soundwave assaults, truly terrifying. The purple giant whale felt as though a veil of mist shrouded the white-haired youth. What say you? Have you made a decision? Is it your daughter's life you wish to gamble? Or do you insist on capturing me? Hemingway, noticing the purple giant whale's prolonged silence, spoke with growing impatience. I have no time to waste with you. If you do not decide soon, I will take us both down, dragging your daughter with me in my final moments. The aftermath of the mental attack left Hemingway with a splitting headache. Nonetheless, he had to feign indifference, ensuring the pirates remained unaware of his precarious state, as he was merely holding on by a thread. Otherwise, attempting to leverage the hostage for an escape would surely prove troublesome. I hope you will uphold your end of the bargain. In response to his urging, the purple giant whale's countenance darkened. Despite his deep-seated reluctance, his love for his daughter prevailed. With a wave of his right hand, several individuals nearby activated their soul rings and collaboratively retrieved a somewhat smaller vessel from the cabin, measuring 30 meters in length and 10 meters in width. It was a small sailing ship entirely constructed of steel. Boom. The steel vessel was forcefully cast into the sea, crashing heavily onto the surface but remaining buoyant, floating steadily upon the waves. Clearly, this ship was far from ordinary. It must possess shipbuilding technology unique to this world. Otherwise, if it had been dropped in Earth's waters, such a heavy vessel would undoubtedly have sunk without a trace. Young man, the ship has been prepared for you. Will you not release her? The purple giant whale spoke coldly. Should you dare to harm a single hair on my daughter, I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Hemingway rolled his eyes. Let her go now? Do you take me for a fool? The matter of her release is negotiable, but for now, I must trouble this young lady to accompany me. Once I have extricated myself from your company, I shall naturally set her free. He tightened his grip around the neck of the precious jewel, his smile devoid of warmth. As he maneuvered the hostage, he slowly approached the ship's edge, his senses heightened to detect any potential ambush. The surrounding pirates were poised to charge, but were halted by the wave of the purple whale's hand. The reputation of the pirate king proved effective. All the pirates stood down, watching as Hemingway escorted the precious jewel to the ship's edge, and then leapt into a smaller vessel below. Thud. As his feet landed on the deck of the diminutive ship, Hemingway exhaled a silent sigh of relief. If he delayed any longer, he would surely be discovered. Summoning his resolve, he led the precious jewel into the ship's cabin and closed the door, shrouding their actions from the outside world. Before long, the iron sailboat began to move, buoyed by a favorable breeze. As the sails caught the wind, the small vessel gradually slipped out of the encirclement of the larger ships, then suddenly accelerated, cutting through the waves with newfound speed. The enormous pirate ships remained stationary, watching from a distance as the small sailboat sailed further away. Humph. Do they think they can escape so easily? The purple whale pushed through the crowd to the bow, observing the vanishing silhouette of the small ship with a glint of cold determination in his eyes. He displayed no sign of frustration over the hostage situation. Chapter 36. The Limitations of the Meatball Fruit. Regardless of where Hemingway fled, as long as he carried that soul-guiding conch, the purple whale could pinpoint his location at any moment. Thus, with little concern for his escape, the purple whale's primary focus was the safety of his daughter. Captain, the ship is nearly out of sight. Shall we pursue? A soul saint inquired quietly. Or should we linger behind and wear him down? No need. Let him be for now. You cannot escape. The purple whale coldly remarked, gazing at the distant vessel that was nearly invisible. Let him enjoy his moment of triumph for a few days, allowing him to lower his guard. Once my daughter is safe, it will be time to settle accounts with this scoundrel. For the safety of his daughter, he had no choice but to trust that Hemingway would keep his promise. On the boundless azure sea, a small sailboat braved the waves, sailing against the wind. Inside the cabin, the pale-faced Hemingway peered out the window, confirming the wind's direction while adjusting the sails. Thankfully, the vessel was not difficult to maneuver. Otherwise, he would find himself in the embarrassing predicament of possessing a ship he could not operate. Meanwhile, the hostage, the precious jewel, had succumbed to unconsciousness, carelessly tossed into a corner of the cockpit. Long before embarking on this vessel, he had prudently rendered her unconscious to prevent any potential disturbances. 2 hours had elapsed since their escape, and Hemingway noted with relief that the pirates had indeed failed to pursue them, evidently deterred by the presence of a hostage in his grasp. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant, maintaining their flight for a solid 2 hours before he could finally allow himself a moment of respite. The distance was now sufficient that the pirates could not easily catch up, granting him a brief reprieve. However, as soon as he relaxed, the injuries he had suppressed for 2 arduous hours surged forth, and he was compelled to expel a mouthful of blood. The damage inflicted upon his lungs by the sonic assault was far more severe than it had initially appeared. Yet, what tormented him most was the excruciating, drill-like pain piercing his skull. Were it not for the 6 years of grueling training on the deserted island that fortified his will and honed his physique, he would have likely succumbed to unconsciousness at the moment of his unexpected ambush. Fortunately, his years of enduring gravitational exertion had bestowed upon him remarkable stamina. His greatest strength lay in his endurance, both mentally and physically. However, he now teetered on the brink of his limits, alongside the agonizing pain. An overwhelming fatigue washed over him, tempting him to surrender to slumber and allow his spirit to mend. Yet, he resolutely thought, "No, I cannot succumb to unconsciousness. The danger has not yet passed. I must expedite my recovery." Hemingway, with bloodshot eyes, cast a glance at the unconscious Pearl beside him. Mustering his waning strength to release the helm and settle into a cross-legged position on the deck, he forced himself into a meditative state. Perhaps due to the toll on his spirit, the effectiveness of his meditation was markedly diminished, wavering, and intermittent. Nevertheless, after half an hour of struggle, he managed to restore a modest fraction of his spiritual energy. This pace could be deemed remarkably swift. The superior quality of his martial spirit and the innate level of his soul power facilitated a quicker recovery, granting him an advantage in every respect. Thus, it could be said that this world was one predetermined by fate. Hemingway opened his eyes, emerging from a state of meditation. He then lifted his right hand, revealing a soft, paw-like pad in his palm. He sought to harness the power of the fleshball fruit to expel the mental anguish he had endured. With utmost concentration, the world around him transformed into a vibrant tapestry of colors. He hoped it would work. Activating his observation hockey, he observed himself through the lens of divine perception, successfully locating the concept associated with his mental trauma within his mind. With a gentle tap to his forehead, he aimed to dislodge this concept of suffering. Thud. His palm, cushioned by the soft pad, made contact with his forehead, akin to a soothing massage, surprisingly pleasant. However, it proved futile. The concept representing his mental trauma stubbornly resisted expulsion. So it was, indeed. Hemingway sighed at this juncture, aware that the situation was far from simple. Although he could perceive a myriad of concepts and even effortlessly conjure forth the more mundane ones, the distinctions among these concepts were pronounced, categorized into both the rudimentary and the sophisticated. His ability to perceive elevated concepts did not equate to the capability of manifesting them. At this stage, his mastery over the power of the meatball fruit was still in its nascent phase, and there existed a multitude of more profound concepts that eluded his grasp. The prospect of actualizing these concepts was altogether beyond his reach. During his 6 years on the deserted island, he had devoted time to honing his abilities with the meatball fruit, yet the results were minimal. This power, at present, was still too advanced for him, requiring more than mere practice to attain proficiency. Only through the enhancement of his own strength could he hope to wield this ability with ease. Concepts such as aging and death remained far too elevated for him to even contemplate. Moreover, the utilization of the fruit's abilities demanded a significant expenditure of soul energy. The higher the concept he sought to manifest, the more formidable the energy consumption became. The activation of any ability could not occur ex nihilo. It necessitated a depletion of one's own vitality. If such powers could be employed without limitation, it would indeed be an unreasonable premise. In summary, while the capabilities of the meatball fruit were undeniably formidable, he had yet to refine this power to its zenith. Thus, in combat, he could only hope to best weaker opponents, lacking the prowess to contend with true masters. Should he desire to wield the power of the meatball fruit with finesse, it was likely that he would need to ascend to a divine status to do so, given the inherently high caliber of this fruit's abilities. It was evident that at advanced levels, the energy required for activation would be immense, far beyond the means of an ordinary soul master. Resigned to the fact that his injuries could not be mended at present, he decided it was prudent to handle the woman first. Her presence posed too great a risk. With a deep sigh, he steeled himself against the excruciating pain coursing through his body and gradually rose to his feet. Unsteadily, he made his way to the corner where the woman lay unconscious. Extending his observation hockey, he enveloped the vicinity of the ship, confirming that the woman remained in a genuine state of unconsciousness, not feigning it. Upon reaching the purple pearl before him, he gently crouched down, extending his hand to place it, glowing with a golden light, upon her forehead. With eyes gently closed, he began to restore a modicum of his soul energy, which transformed into armament haki, infiltrating her body in shimmering strands of golden light. This energy coursed through her meridians, obstructing and sealing her energy pathways. Ultimately, after circulating throughout her entire being, the remaining golden light converged at her dantian, forming an intricate net that firmly ensnared and confined all her soul energy. Chapter 37. Sacred Land of the Sea God Island. Thus, it was accomplished. Hemingway opened his eyes and released the hand that had been pressed against the purple pearl's forehead. He was drenched in cold sweat, his complexion pale. Just moments ago, he had regained a mere 20% of his soul power, but now it had been completely depleted. There was not a single drop remaining. Hemingway had just transformed his soul power into a golden hue of armed color haki, infiltrating the body of the purple pearl, obstructing and sealing her meridians and acupoints, while thoroughly sealing the soul power within her dantian. This method of sealing, which Hemingway had devised during his 6 years of training in armed color haki on the deserted island, was inspired by the concepts of acupoint striking and meridian theory found in martial arts novels, and was successfully experimented on the soul beast. It possesses the ability to seal the soul power of soul masters, as well as a portion of their physical strength. Of course, the invention of this sealing technique was not solely due to his genius. The key lay in the armed color haki itself. Armed color haki is an extraordinarily mystical power, with diverse applications akin to soul power yet infinitely more variable. It can be said that after the sealing of her soul power, the purple pearl is utterly unable to unleash her soul skills, and even her physical constitution has significantly weakened due to the obstruction of her meridians and acupoints. She has completely transformed into a fragile maiden, incapable of breaking the seal with her soul power, as armed color haki is a force entirely distinct from soul power. Though derived from it, it is far more enigmatic and mutable. Even if the purple giant whale were to arrive, it would likely find itself at a loss against this sealing technique formed by armed color haki, for this unique power transcends its understanding. Upon awakening from her unconscious state, the purple pearl, as her eyes fluttered open, first beheld the sight of a white-haired youth seated nearby in a meditative posture, seemingly engrossed in contemplation. Indeed, I have been taken captive by him. The moment she laid eyes on Hemingway, the memories from before her fainting surged back, dispelling the haze of confusion that clouded her thoughts. Instinctively, her body attempted to rise, only to be met with a sudden constriction. Looking down, she saw her hands and feet bound tightly, akin to a pig, by a thick rope. At this realization, the purple pearl instinctively sought to break free, yet discovered her body was languid and powerless, unable to muster any strength. In the past, such ropes would have easily been snapped with her soul's sovereign power. Now, however, she found herself utterly helpless, as if she had become an ordinary person devoid of soul power. No, even less than an ordinary person. Panic surged within the purple pearl, fear gripping her heart at the thought of being rendered powerless by this man. Fortunately, after a careful assessment, she discovered that her soul power still resided within her. Yet, for reasons unknown, it felt like a stagnant pool, impervious to her commands, as if it no longer belonged to her. It must be his doing. The purple pearl instantly understood that the anomaly within her body was undoubtedly linked to Hemingway. At that moment, it seemed her movements had disturbed the meditative white-haired youth. He slowly opened his eyes, which were tinged with bloodshot veins, as though he had not slept for several consecutive days and nights. His complexion appeared quite poor. Was he injured? Despite her current predicament of being held captive, the purple pearl surprisingly did not succumb to overwhelming panic. Hemingway gazed silently at the purple pearl, uttering not a word. He merely rose to adjust the ship's helm, casually observing the wind's direction. An air of silence enveloped the cabin. Neither of the two spoke. After a brief moment, Hemingway, while steering, suddenly inquired, "Do you know where the island of Poseidon is?" The purple pearl was momentarily taken aback, and as she absorbed the meaning of his words, her expression shifted, unable to suppress her concern. "Do you wish to venture to the island of Poseidon? That place is exceedingly perilous, and it does not welcome foreign soul masters. As the sacred land of all sea soul masters, the Isle of the Sea God holds a revered place in their hearts, embodied by the exquisite purple pearl. Yet, despite her understanding of its significance, she remains oblivious to its precise location. After all, a sanctuary is deemed sacred precisely because not everyone is privileged enough to embark on a pilgrimage there. Thus, unless one hails from the Isle of the Sea God, very few outsiders among the sea soul masters can claim knowledge of its whereabouts. Purple pearl, clearly, is not among them. Perhaps her father possesses this knowledge, but he has not shared it with her. Consequently, she could only express her regret to Hemingway, admitting her ignorance regarding the isle's location. Upon hearing Purple Pearl's admission of unawareness, Hemingway's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, and he felt increasingly ensnared in his dire predicament. Even with a hostage in hand, his safety was far from assured. The menace posed by the pirates still loomed large, and he was baffled as to how they had pinpointed his location. His current quest for the Isle of the Sea God was primarily driven by a desire to escape these marauders. Gaining entry to the isle and participating in the divine examination would afford him its protection. The pirates would undoubtedly hesitate to wreak havoc in the sacred domain of the Sea Soul Masters. Once there, he could cultivate his strength and peace, particularly as the environment was exceptionally conducive to training, enabling him to grow more formidable in a short span. Thus, reaching the Isle of the Sea God represented his optimal path to extricate himself from his current predicament. Given his talents, he could reasonably aspire to achieve at least a black-level assessment, if not a red-level one. After all, he possessed dual martial souls, one, the Mermaid Princess by Xing, renowned as the Sea King, and the other, the Land Sovereign, the Phantom White Tiger, capable of soaring through the skies. These two martial souls dominated the realms of sea, land, and air. Such formidable potential, if not for the protective veil of the vast ocean, made him believe that even the 9 trials of the sea god were within his reach. Moreover, compared to Tang San from the original narrative, his mermaid martial soul's attributes seemed even more suited for the position of sea god. Alas, the predicament he faced was his ignorance of the route to the Isle of the Sea God. With a resigned sigh, Hemingway recognized that for now, he could only gamble on fortune, aimlessly wandering the vast ocean in the hopes of stumbling upon the isle or discovering an inhabited island. After all, drifting aimlessly at sea was hardly a sustainable endeavor. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened, and suddenly, a rumbling sound erupted from his stomach. Hemingway was momentarily taken aback. Turning to gaze upon the girl whose fair face had flushed a deep crimson, he uttered not a word, merely pivoting and striding out of the cabin, his destination unknown. Oh, why must this moment be marred by such a cry? Zhejian Pearl lowered her head slightly, a profound sense of shame washing over her. Though she typically possessed a demeanor that was not easily embarrassed for reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself yearning to present a more favorable impression before Hemingway. Perhaps this desire to enhance her image in his eyes is what one might call love. After a short while, the cabin door swung open, and Hemingway entered, bearing a tray that held a piece of smoked fish and a small bowl of fresh water, which served as soup. Eat, he instructed, placing the tray on the table beside Zhejian Pearl. He knelt to untie the ropes binding her hands, allowing her the independence to feed herself. He then produced a flint and ignited the oil lamp within the cabin, casting a flicker of light into the dim space. The vessel they occupied was devoid of any substantial provisions beyond the essentials for survival. Fortunately, Hemingway had prudently stored a considerable amount of smoked fish and, most crucially, fresh water in the Soul Guide before departing from the deserted island. This foresight proved fortuitous. Of course, had he not prepared these supplies, Hemingway could have easily plunged into the sea to catch fish, while fresh water could be extracted from seawater using the abilities of the meatball fruit. However, such methods would undoubtedly be more cumbersome. Now freed from her bindings, Zhejian Pearl sat in silence, rubbing the spots where the ropes had chafed her skin. She shifted her still-bound feet and obediently settled into the chair, scrutinizing the humble offering of smoked fish and the small bowl of fresh water. A twinge of disdain flickered within her. When had she ever consumed such fare? Yet, given her current status as a captive, she recognized that any food was a blessing. She was acutely aware that this was not a setting where she could indulge in her spoiled tendencies. This man was not the gentle figure she had imagined. Should he be provoked, the consequences were unpredictable. Observing Zhejian Pearl as she dutifully took small bites of the substantial piece of fish, Hemingway felt a flicker of surprise. This woman possessed a certain intrigue. Gradually finding a spot within the cabin, Hemingway sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to commence his meditation. Truth be told, his condition was far from ideal. His spirit was wounded, and his internal organs had suffered severe trauma. His state had deteriorated to its nadir. Ideally, he should have succumbed to sleep, allowing his subconscious to mend his spiritual injuries, but the looming threat of pursuers made it impossible for Hemingway to succumb to slumber. Fearful that upon awakening, he might find himself bound and imprisoned in a cage, Hemingway could not bear the thought. Thus, until he was assured of his safety, he dared not succumb to slumber. At most, he would close his eyes to rest or engage in meditation to replenish his spiritual energy, relying solely on his formidable physique to endure. The 6 years of rigorous training on the deserted island had not only fortified Hemingway's resolve but had also endowed him with an indomitable body, remarkable in its endurance. Meanwhile, Zizinza nibbled delicately on a piece of fish, furtively observing the white-haired youth who was lost in contemplation nearby. Her curiosity about this enigmatic figure, shrouded in secrets, deepened with each passing moment. After a while, she finally finished the fish, seasoned only with a hint of salt. Covering her mouth gently, she felt a wave of nausea. Having been doted upon by her father, the pirate king, she had never encountered such coarse sustenance and was forcing herself to consume it. Sensing her discomfort, Zizinza quickly lifted the small bowl and drank the fresh water within, the cool liquid soothing her queasy stomach. Exhaling deeply, she cast another glance at the still meditative Hemingway, then glanced at the ropes binding her feet, hesitating momentarily. Ultimately, she refrained from attempting to untie herself, instead laboriously shifting her feet to edge closer to a small cot nearby. With a soft thud, she sat down and peered once more at Hemingway before lying down. Feigning sleep, the white-haired youth remained seated, silent and still, as if immersed in profound meditation. This seemed an opportune moment for a stealthy escape. Yet Zizinza knew better than to underestimate him. Moreover, with her spiritual energy sealed, she was weaker than an ordinary woman, and in this vast ocean, where could she possibly flee? With a sigh of resignation, she slowly closed her eyes, delving into her inner self, striving to summon her spiritual energy to break the seal imposed by Hemingway. Unbeknownst to her, Hemingway, whose observation hockey was fully engaged, was keenly aware of her subtle movements but chose to remain silent. He feigned ignorance, allowing her to exert herself, for he knew that with her current strength, she could never breach the armor of the seal. It was better to grant her a glimmer of hope, letting her labor in vain to avoid inviting trouble upon himself. After all, he was in a precarious state and lacked the energy to remain vigilant. Thus, time passed quietly. 2 weeks elapsed, during which Hemingway, aside from adjusting the sails in response to changing winds, spent the remainder of his days either in contemplative rest or meditative practice, mending his bodily injuries. He was so apprehensive that he dared not close his eyes, fearing that if he succumbed to slumber, upon awakening he might find himself stripped of his freedom. In stark contrast, the hostage, Zijinju, had been living quite comfortably these past few days, indulging in meals and slumber as she pleased. She exhibited remarkable compliance, refraining from any extreme actions, aside from the occasional necessity to visit the makeshift toilet on the ship, which compelled her to blush as she requested him to untie her hands and feet. The remainder of her time was spent in earnest meditation, striving to break the seals within her. Yet no matter her efforts, the golden light within her remained unshaken. Her seemingly agreeable demeanor gradually assuaged Hemingway's suspicions over the course of several days, leading him to believe that her spiritual power was sealed, rendering her incapable of escape in the vast ocean. Ultimately, he decided to free her bindings, allowing her the liberty to move about the ship. Now, half a month had passed. Hemingway was untroubled by the prospect of her fleeing, for although he appeared to spend the majority of his day in deep contemplation, a fraction of his awareness remained attuned to her presence. Thus, the moment Zijin Pearl entertained thoughts of escape, he would instantly perceive it and swiftly intervene to subdue her. Fortunately, perhaps due to the realization that escape was futile, Zijin Pearl harbored no such intentions, consistently remaining docile and compliant in her role as a hostage. On this particular day, after a fortnight of recuperation, Hemingway finally succeeded in mending the internal injuries inflicted by sonic waves. Physically, he was no longer in grave peril. Yet, on a mental level, rather than improving, his condition appeared to have deteriorated. This was entirely understandable, as he had maintained a state of relentless tension throughout the past weeks, having not truly slept at all. At most, he had merely closed his eyes to rest, fearing that if he let his guard down even for a moment, he might inadvertently succumb to slumber. Under such circumstances, it was astonishing that his mental anguish had not worsened. The mere fact that it had not was a small blessing. His ability to endure without sleep for half a month was solely due to the sheer force of his willpower. Now, with his physical wounds healing and the absence of pursuers for nearly 2 weeks, coupled with the remarkably compliant demeanor of his captive, the Purple Pearl, he found himself harboring thoughts of momentary safety. This semblance of security inspired the notion of allowing himself a brief respite. As this thought surfaced, it triggered a cascade of reactions. The taut string in his mind seemed to snap entirely. In that instant, Hemingway was engulfed by an overwhelming wave of fatigue. I will only rest for a moment, just a brief interlude, and once I regain some strength, I shall rise again. Soon, I will find a secure place where I can rest fully just a little longer. I must awaken afterward, I must awaken amidst this haze. Hemingway maintained his meditative pose, but soon succumbed to a profound sleep. His intention of merely resting for a short while proved to be a gross overestimation of his resolve. With his spirit battered and the exhaustion from weeks of sleeplessness weighing heavily upon him, once he fell into slumber, awakening was no simple matter. This overwhelming drowsiness could not be resisted by will alone. After enduring for half a month, Hemingway ultimately could no longer hold on. He sank into a deep, almost comatose sleep. At this moment, even if someone were to bind him tightly, strike gongs beside him, or stab him repeatedly, severing limbs, he would remain oblivious. For this was not ordinary sleep. It was a state of unconsciousness brought on by the limits of his mental endurance. He had completely lost sensation, rendering him vulnerable. Chapter 39, Coma. Inside the cabin. Thud. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground jolted the meditative purple pearl awake. With alertness, she opened her violet eyes and swiftly turned towards the source of the noise, her mouth agape in astonishment, as if witnessing something unfathomable. There lay the white-haired youth, who had been in meditation for nearly 2 weeks, maintaining his seated position, now tilting forward, his forehead striking the deck with a heavy thud. His long white hair cascaded down, obscuring his profile, rendering his face unrecognizable. Yet, it appeared he had fallen utterly silent. "Hey," the violet pearl tentatively called out, her suspicion lingering that Hemingway was feigning unconsciousness to lure her in, intending to punish her severely should she entertain any treacherous thoughts against him. The white-haired youth lay motionless on the ground, maintaining his pose like a soulless corpse, with a furrowed brow and her delicate teeth biting her crimson lip. A flicker of struggle and hesitation danced in her beautiful purple eyes. After a prolonged moment of indecision, she quietly rose to her feet, inching closer to the prostrate figure of the white-haired boy. "Hello, are you all right?" she asked cautiously. As she spoke, she extended her finger to gently prod the back of his head. The touch revealed his hair to be remarkably soft, prompting her to cover her entire hand over it, stroking it gently before swiftly retracting her hand to observe his response. No reaction whatsoever? The apprehension within her dissipated significantly as she placed her hand back atop his head, rubbing it vigorously. A sense of relief washed over her charming face, the pressures of recent days easing with each caress of the source of her troubles. This sensation was ineffably delightful, as if this man had surrendered beneath her skirts, elevating her existence to its zenith. "Huh, serves you right for bullying me," she exclaimed, playfully slapping the back of his head, a triumphant smile blooming on her lovely visage. Yet, her amusement quickly turned to shock when she turned the white-haired youth onto his back. His pale, frail face, marred by a furrowed brow even in slumber, extinguished her earlier delight, replaced by a tide of anxiety and panic. What was happening? Why did he appear so unwell? Could he be suffering from an ailment? Violet Pearl hurriedly struggled to lift the unconscious Hemingway, her delicate frame bearing his considerable weight. Step by step, she painstakingly guided him to the edge of the bed, then laid him down flat, finally allowing herself a sigh of relief. Gazing at the pained expression etched upon his face in sleep, her heart twisted in sympathy. Though Violet Pearl had been abducted by Hemingway, her initial inability to accept the situation gradually transformed into understanding. Rationally, his actions had indeed been the most effective means of escape at that moment. Even if she felt deceived, it did not diminish her wish to see him in suffering. It was as if she were ensnared in an underwater vortex. In his unconscious state, Hemingway felt as though he were spiraling endlessly, his body sinking deeper with the whirlpool. Never reaching the bottom, he could only succumb to the abyss, drifting into an unfathomable depth. Time slipped away, and at some moment, a jolt. His body seemed to crash into the depths, and his consciousness reclaimed control. Hemingway slowly opened his eyes, met by a haze that enveloped his vision. Having not opened his eyes for an extended period, the bright light pierced through, causing him discomfort. Instinctively, his eyelids fluttered shut once more, and he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue coursing through his body, his mind clouded and muddled. Where am I? What has transpired? His brain resembled a long dormant machine. And at that moment, Hemingway's thoughts were astonishingly sluggish, rendering him unable to recall the events leading up to his unconsciousness. He found himself in a state of semi-consciousness. Just then, he heard faint footsteps nearby. Who could it be? With his eyes closed and his body devoid of strength, even the act of opening his eyelids felt laborious. He could only vaguely perceive sounds through his hearing, noting the thud of a heavy object being placed beside him. Following that was the sound of water being wrung out. And then a cool, damp cloth was laid upon his forehead, bringing a refreshing sensation that eased the heat and heaviness in his mind. After a moment, Hemingway drifted back into a deep slumber. When he awakened again, Hemingway felt as though a fire was raging within him. It was as if a live volcano were on the verge of erupting. Sweat poured from his body uncontrollably, yet he could not dissipate the heat that engulfed him. He yearned to command his body to seek a cooler refuge, but it felt as if he were imprisoned within his own flesh. Despite retaining his consciousness, he found himself utterly immobilized. Even his eyelids refused to part at this moment. If this continued, he might very well succumb to the flames. Fortunately, at that moment, he heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching. Then, the scene unfolded. Hemingway could feel his upper body being gently lifted, followed by the meticulous removal of his garments. One by one. Soon after, a cool, damp towel was pressed against his skin, delicately and gradually wiping away the sweat, while a refreshing sensation flowed into his being, extinguishing the inner flame. Time and again, every inch of his body was tenderly attended to, and with each gentle stroke, the fire within him began to wane, ultimately fading into complete extinguishment. Hemingway's furrowed brow, instinctively tense, gradually relaxed. He drifted once more into a drowsy slumber. Thus it went. With each awakening followed by a return to sleep, his sluggish mind slowly began to awaken. At long last, on a certain day, Hemingway slowly opened his azure blue eyes, only to be struck painfully by the harsh light within the cabin. He swiftly closed them again, yet at that moment, he was completely awake. Though his body remained somewhat numb, he could manage to move his limbs with great effort. Just then, the cabin door swung open, and the familiar sound of gentle footsteps approached. With his eyes tightly shut, Hemingway seemed to remain in slumber, but in truth, he was already fully alert, unbeknownst to the young girl carrying a basin of water. Subsequently, the garments of the silver-haired youth were gradually removed. While the violet-haired maiden wrung out a towel and tenderly began to wipe his body, her cheeks flushed, despite having performed this task numerous times before. Each time she beheld his strong, perfect physique, she couldn't help but feel her heart race and her face grow warm. The body of the opposite sex, particularly one she harbored feelings for, was undeniably exhilarating for a young maiden like her. Thus, the Violet Pearl had to force herself to refrain from dwelling on such thoughts. Treating his body as if it were a fragile porcelain artifact, she proceeded to wipe him down with utmost caution until their gazes met. Locked in an exchange of azure and amethyst, time seemed to come to a standstill in that moment. In the cabin, the air felt as though it had solidified, as the two young souls gazed at one another in silence. Eventually, the Violet Pearl averted her enchanting eyes, seemingly unaware of his awakening, and continued her gentle ministrations, as she had done over the past several days. Meanwhile, Hemingway, still unable to move, experienced a whirlwind of emotions. During his days of unconsciousness, he was not devoid of sensation. Each time he briefly awoke, he could feel her care for him, which warranted his gratitude towards this woman. However, he could not overlook that his current predicament was largely due to her, a consequence of her father's actions in capturing him, leaving him in this weakened state, nearly bereft of his combat abilities. Injured yet saved by her, how should one reconcile such contradictions? The more he pondered, the greater his headache became, and eventually, he chose to close his eyes once more, adopting a stance of denial. I shall not concern myself with this, he thought, for I am unable to move, and she may act as she pleases. At that moment, the Violet Pearl, akin to a devoted wife, continued to tenderly cleanse him with the damp towel. Despite her flushed complexion, her movements were meticulous and practiced, indicative of repeated familiarity with the task. For Hemingway, who feigned ignorance behind closed eyes, this experience was a peculiar one. The sensation of the wet towel gliding over his body, combined with her soft and soothing touch, was so exquisite that he felt himself on the verge of slumber. Yet, beyond this comfort, there lingered a profound sense of embarrassment. Being so attentively cared for by a stranger of such youthful grace, Hemingway felt as if he had laid bare his very essence before her, leaving no secrets concealed. He found himself at a loss for words to articulate this sensation. He merely knew that if his body were capable of movement at that moment, he would undoubtedly hasten to don his garments, enveloping himself completely. For the first time, he truly understood the profound joy that clothing brings to humanity. The scars of his psyche were far more severe than he had ever anticipated. The brain, as the core of the human experience, governs all bodily functions. Thus, with his spirit wounded, his dominion over his own body faltered. Despite the fact that his physical injuries had long since healed, he found himself utterly devoid of strength, as if this corporeal form were not his own. The impact of his psychological trauma had diminished his control to an extreme degree. He could barely manage to wiggle his fingers, while any desire for further movement remained unattainable. Just then, a rumble emanated from his abdomen. Hemingway was overcome by a profound sense of hunger. At that moment, Zizenzu had just finished tending to him, and she gracefully exited the cabin with a basin in hand, her exquisite visage radiating an unusual calm. Yet, the tranquility of her footsteps betrayed a hint of anxiety, a stark contrast to her composed exterior. It was evident that the young woman was not as unruffled as she appeared. "I am so hungry," Hemingway mused, acutely aware of the gnawing emptiness in his stomach. A pressing question suddenly dawned upon him. How had he managed to consume sustenance during the days of his unconsciousness? Hemingway surmised that he had been in a stupor for no less than 10 days. If he had truly gone without food or water for such an extended period, his current state would be far from satisfactory. Even with the essence of his soul sustaining him, he would likely be emaciated and on the brink of collapse. How could he merely feel hunger? Unless, as Hemingway contemplated this, the door to the cabin swung open once more. There stood Purple Pearl, gently approaching with a bowl of steaming millet porridge in hand, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Even from a distance, he could discern the delightful fragrance emanating from the bowl. Well then, the mystery was solved. Hemingway was aware of his condition, and now he felt remarkably well. "Are you able to move now?" whispered Zijen Pearl as she gently crouched beside him. Hemingway remained silent. Although he was unable to control his limbs at present, he could still turn his head and utter words. However, he found himself at a loss on how to face this woman, uncertain of the demeanor he should adopt. Should he maintain his previous aloofness, or greet her with a smile? Observing his silence, the beautiful azure-eyed girl, with an enigmatic expression, seemed to grasp something and gently nodded. She then set aside the bowl she held, extended her hands, and carefully assisted him in propping up his exposed torso against the cabin wall. Subsequently, she picked up a bowl nearby, scooped a spoonful of millet porridge, blew on it gently, and brought it to Hemingway's lips. As he gazed at the spoonful of porridge so close at hand, Hemingway hesitated briefly before gradually parting his lips to consume it. After years of subsisting on fish and meat on the deserted island, he found this mouthful of ordinary millet porridge unexpectedly delectable, nearly provoking tears. Yet, he questioned the origin of this porridge aboard the vessel. He recalled that the ship had been barren, devoid of any provisions, and even if there were ingredients, he wondered what utensils she had used to prepare the food. However, as Hemingway observed the girl offering him another spoonful, his gaze fell upon the exquisite bracelet adorning her wrist, and an epiphany struck him. The bracelet was evidently a storage soul guide, presumably. These items were possessions of hers that she had simply not revealed until now. With each mouthful of the sweet millet porridge, his once tumultuous stomach gradually settled. Once he finished the bowl, he sensed a marked improvement in his mental state, yet he lamented that he still lacked control over his body. Thus, in the days that followed, Hemingway lay motionless in bed, akin to a paralyzed individual. Meanwhile, Zijen Pearl dutifully attended to him like a devoted wife, meticulously cleansing his body each day, preparing meals to nourish him, and even assisting him to the restroom when nature called. She epitomized the archetype of a caring spouse tending to her incapacitated husband. Initially, when Zijen Pearl offered her support to help him to the lavatory, Hemingway vehemently refused, overwhelmed by the humiliation of requiring a woman's assistance for such a basic necessity. How could it be that a man of his stature needed help even for something as private as using the restroom? Yet, despite his resistance, reality remained unchanged. When the threshold of his endurance was finally breached, he surrendered to the inevitable, caught between the embarrassment of soiling himself and the necessity of her aid. He closed his eyes, resembling a marionette, allowing her to guide him to the restroom, where he deftly unfastened his trousers. "Hey, how come you are so adept at this?" Hemingway suddenly became aware of this. It was ominous. Observing the woman's adept demeanor, he couldn't help but wonder if, during these 10 days of unconsciousness, he had sometimes, the more one dwells on certain matters, the more unbearable they become to behold. Hemingway suddenly became acutely aware of a pivotal question. How had he been nourished and quenched during these past several days? Was it truly sufficient to merely wield a spoon and force sustenance into his mouth without the act of mastication? Moreover, food that was not chewed would be difficult to digest. After consuming nourishment, the inevitable consequence would be excretion. Being a mere mortal, he could not escape this natural cycle. Thus, if he had indeed ingested food over these days, it was certain that a normal metabolic process had occurred. What then had this woman done to her own body during this time? Hemingway suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to cover his face. It was over, utterly over. He had lost his innocence. If he were a woman, one might say that she would never marry again. Chapter 41. The filial daughter. After being supported by the purple pearl and resolving his physiological predicament, Hemingway's face was numb, resembling a lifeless marionette devoid of soul. He allowed her to assist him back to the cabin, where he lay on the bed like a corpse. Hemingway stared vacantly at the ceiling of the ship's cabin. An overwhelming sense of shame engulfing him, leading him to believe that his life had lost all meaning. He felt utterly defeated, akin to a despondent fish out of water. With resignation, he surrendered to the flow of time. After enduring several days of a paralyzed existence, Hemingway gradually began to reclaim his bodily sensations, his mind once again asserting control over his physical form. From the mere ability to twitch his fingers, he progressed to standing unaided, serving himself meals, and attending to his own needs, albeit with movements that remained cumbersome and sluggish, as if burdened by 1,000 weight. Fortunately, he was spared the indignity of being fed like an infant, a small mercy amid his misfortunes. During these days, the interactions between Hemingway and the enigmatic Pearl became exceedingly awkward. Their exchanges were minimal, confined to essential matters that necessitated speech. Hemingway never initiated conversation with Pearl, remaining oblivious to her name, unaware that she was, in fact, a notable supporting character from the original work of Douluo, possessing both a name and a certain popularity. Nearly 10 days passed in this manner. Hemingway has finally regained his health, and it has been a month and a half since he was adrift at sea with the captive, the Purple Pearl. In the initial 2 weeks, Hemingway was solely focused on navigating his escape, while the latter half left him in a state of unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he experienced several days of limited mobility, followed by a further 10 days before he fully restored his strength. A month and a half. This duration has been a source of anxiety and tedium for the Purple Leviathan, a father concerned for his daughter's safety. Despite possessing a conch that could pinpoint the whereabouts of the scoundrel holding his daughter, he hesitated to pursue him. Wary of the hostage in the captor's grasp, he could only linger at a distance, biding his time for an opportunity to rescue her. The Purple Leviathan had initially planned to wait until Hemingway reached a prosperous island, where he hoped the captor might release his daughter out of perceived safety. Even if she were not freed, he intended to lead his men stealthily onto the island to rescue her, after which he would be free to apprehend the scoundrel without hesitation. He estimated that, given Hemingway's ship speed, they would reach such an island within 2 weeks. To his astonishment, however, Hemingway's vessel drifted at sea for a full month and a half, encountering not a single island. Ironically, it passed by numerous inhabited isles, steering towards more remote waters. This unexpected turn of events disrupted his initial plans entirely. Why had this happened? Logically, based on the ship's positioning, there should have been several prosperous islands along their route. If Hemingway had merely anchored and sought refuge on one, it would have been far preferable to drifting aimlessly at sea. Yet, why did Hemingway seemingly overlook the islands that passed by? Could it be that he was aware of the tracking device on him, prompting him to avoid the islands? But that seemed implausible. If he truly knew about the device, he could simply dispose of the conch, making it easier for him to evade capture. Why then did he intentionally steer clear of the islands? The Purple Leviathan pondered this conundrum to no avail. In truth, the answer was rather simple. Hemingway had succumbed to exhaustion and unconsciousness before even encountering the islands. Subsequently, the one at the helm became his precious daughter, Zhejian Pearl. Shortly after Hemingway fell into a coma, Zhejian took command, and soon a vast island loomed before her. Gazing at the bustling wharf in the distance, she realized that if she were to bring her unconscious father ashore, he would inevitably be pursued within 2 days, and all his efforts would be rendered futile. He would then be imprisoned in the Star Luo Empire, reduced to a mere breeding stallion. Therefore, unwilling to allow this man to be captured and turned into a mere reproductive machine, Zhejian mysteriously chose to ignore the magnificent island. She turned the ship around, drifting away from the original course. For the first time, she defied her father for a man whose name she did not even know. What a devoted daughter she was. If the mighty Zheju whale were to discover his daughter's audacious maneuver, he would surely spit blood in disbelief. At that moment, within the opulent confines of his cabin, while studying nautical charts and monitoring the vessel's trajectory, Zheju whale held a conch shell that appeared quite extraordinary. It emanated a mystical glow, which coalesced into a miniature 3-dimensional map, displaying a small red dot that continuously shifted, signifying its presence. Zheju whale furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the map generated by the conch while comparing it to the nautical chart hanging in his cabin, attempting to ascertain Hemingway's location. The more he compared, the more his expression darkened, until it seemed as though he could weep with rage. This is bad. Not only had that fool strayed from his course, But he was also drawing ever closer to a perilous maritime zone, truly courting death. If he perished, that would be one matter, but he must not implicate my daughter. Ziju Whale was nearly driven to madness with fury. It is crucial to understand that, aside from the treacherous storms that plague the ocean, the omnipresent sea spirits are the true adversaries of the soul masters, particularly those ancient sea spirits that have claimed vast territories as their own. Any vessel passing through would face merciless attacks. Over time, seafarers have delineated several forbidden zones, which are primarily the domains of powerful soul beasts, rendering them off-limits to humanity. No vessel dares to traverse these areas, unless under exceptional circumstances. No one would willingly enter such perilous waters, as the chances of survival are exceedingly slim. Ironically, according to the Kong's positioning, Ziju Whale discovered that the scoundrel who had abducted his daughter was gradually approaching an extremely dangerous forbidden zone. At this point, he could no longer remain seated. "Everyone, heed my command," Ziju Whale shouted into the communication conch, his voice rife with urgency. "According to the navigation chart I provided, proceed at full speed. We must intercept that ship before it enters the forbidden zone." At the same moment, all the captains of the subfleets possessing conch shells listened intently to the voice of their leader emanating from the conch. They gazed at the nautical chart hovering above the conch, not daring to slacken their pace, and promptly commanded their crew to advance at full speed. In an instant, a dozen colossal pirate ships unfurled their massive sails, racing madly toward a specific direction. Some crew members, seemingly dissatisfied with the speed, even leaped into the sea, employing their soul techniques to propel the vessels forward. All were fervently surging toward an unknown destination. Chapter 42, The Old Father Goes All Out. Where are we now? Hemingway stood at the bow, surveying the tranquil sea around him, a sense of unease stirring within. His instinctual awareness of danger prompted him to turn to the recently emerged Pearl of Purple, inquiring about their location. "I'm not sure," Pearl of Purple replied, shaking her head in confusion. Though she could read nautical charts, she was not a professional navigator, and it was impossible to ascertain their position solely based on a single chart. Thus, she too was in the dark regarding their current drift. "Why do you ask all of a sudden?" she queried, puzzled, completely oblivious to the possibility that they had wandered into restricted waters, having been sheltered by her father, the purple giant whale. Throughout her life, she had rarely faced peril. Consequently, her awareness of the so-called dangerous zones of the sea was limited to mere hearsay. She had never truly encountered them, which explained her sluggishness to grasp the potential danger they might have stumbled into. "It's nothing. I just have an ominous premonition." As if this stretch of sea conceals some inexplicable peril, Hemingway shook his head, his expression grave. "Danger?" Pearl of Purple's demeanor shifted to seriousness upon hearing this. Suddenly, she recalled the forbidden zones of the ocean. Could it be that they had inadvertently entered such a territory? "Quick! Accelerate! Increase our speed!" The fleet of giant pirate ships surged forward against the wind, with the largest vessel leading the charge, its pirate flag emblazoned with the image of a deep-sea demon whale. Below deck, the captains of the various branches of the demon whale pirate group had gathered, all at the Soul Saint level, summoned by the purple giant whale to discuss strategies. As the purple giant whale scrutinized the real-time positioning displayed on the conch, he compared it against the nautical chart, watching the small red dot on the 3D map draw closer to the restricted zone. Observing the distance between himself and the red dot, his countenance darkened ominously. There's no time left. The surrounding Soul Saints were also studying the nautical chart. Upon witnessing the red dot nearing that area, they instinctively shook their heads in unison. Given the current state of the ship, they realized it was impossible to intercept it before it breached the forbidden zone. "It's over. Everything is over." Bang! Releasing the conch that he had tightly gripped in his hand, it fell to the ground. At this moment, the purple Leviathan was engulfed in profound regret. Lamenting his desire for the nobility of the Starry Empire and rueing his failure to seize that young man from the very beginning. Yet, it was too late for regret now. All he could do was pray that when the two ventured into that forbidden zone, they would not awaken the monstrous entity lurking within. Otherwise, he might find himself unable even to retrieve his daughter as remains. No. This was not the time to surrender. The purple Leviathan paced restlessly, his countenance dark and his aura oppressive, causing the dozen or so Soul Saints around him to find it difficult to breathe. Too intimidated to speak, they could only watch as their leader made his final decision. Finally, the purple Leviathan slammed his palm down on the table, as if having resolved something crucial. Ultimately, he could not shake off his concern for his daughter. As a pirate who had wagered his life, His beloved pearl was his sole vulnerability. With his daughter in peril, how could he simply remain here, resigned to fate? Entrusting her life and death to the capriciousness of fortune was something he, as a father, could never abide. Thus, for the sake of his daughter, he resolved to take a risk. Captain, it seems they are destined to enter the forbidden zone. Shall we continue the pursuit? Suddenly, one of the soul saints inquired. Pursue. Of course, we must pursue. The purple Leviathan gritted his teeth, having made up his mind to follow and step into the forbidden realm. With him present, even if his daughter faced danger, she might have a chance to escape. For her, he was willing to stake his very life. However, the purple Leviathan's willingness to risk his life for Pearl stemmed from the fact that she was his only daughter, his treasured gem. The dozen or so sub-leaders in the cabin, however, were not related to her. How could they place themselves in peril for someone who was a stranger to them? Thus, after exchanging glances, one middle-aged soul saint with a pointed face took a step forward to speak on behalf of the others, saying, Captain, while we are all concerned for our niece Pearl, the dangers of that forbidden sea area are immense. Even if we all went together, we might not withstand a single wave. Perhaps we should reconsider? His tone turned conciliatory, clearly indicating that they were reluctant to accompany the purple Leviathan to certain death. Do you all share this sentiment? Upon hearing the middle-aged soul saint's words, the purple Leviathan surveyed the faces of the surrounding soul saints, his expression impassive as he declared, You have all fought alongside me for over 30 years. We are brothers in arms. I will not force anyone who does not wish to go. Those who do not wish to join may sit down. Upon hearing their leader's words, the surrounding soul saints erupted in a flurry, rushing towards the chairs that had been set aside, each claiming a seat for themselves. No one chose to stand. Witnessing this scene, the purple giant whale could hardly conceal his disappointment, though it came as no surprise. He never expected these plastic brethren to risk their lives for his daughter. Despite their fraternal claims and nominal allegiance to him, such loyalty was merely a consequence of his superior strength, not a reflection of their fidelity. For those who choose the life of a pirate are seldom virtuous, notions of honesty and gallantry are utterly absent. They abide by the creed of self-interest, believing that if one does not act for oneself, the heavens will exact vengeance. Thus, it was no shock to the purple giant whale that his subordinates had no intention of joining him to rescue his daughter. With an impassive expression, he simply nodded and said, Very well, since you do not wish to go, I shall not compel you. You may wait here for my return. I shall proceed alone. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so soul saints collectively breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate to have evaded a perilous fate. Had the purple giant whale insisted on forcing them to accompany him, they would ultimately have been unable to refuse. However, as the saying goes, a forcibly picked fruit lacks sweetness. Should he compel them, they might hinder his progress or even turn against him in a bid for mutual destruction. After all, venturing forth would be a near suicidal endeavor. Yet if they all banded together to eliminate the purple giant whale, their chances of survival would increase. One must never underestimate the madness of pirates. These desperate souls, when faced with the threat of death, are capable of anything. Beside the grand pirate ship, a smaller vessel was lowered to the sea by a rope. At this moment, the purple giant whale stood upon this modest craft, gazing at his subordinates on the deck above. Ultimately, he resolved to embark alone, not even bringing along a lowly minion. After all, if he could not handle the situation by himself, having numerous subordinates would be of little consequence. Turning around, he unleashed his soul power, causing the small vessel to dart forward like an arrow, trailing a long spray of water in its wake. If I do not return, let the magic whale pirate crew disband, echoed a faint voice from the small boat, now out of sight, leaving the pirates on the deck with expressions of profound complexity. Chapter 43. Beyond their strength whoosh. The small boat sped across the boundless sea like an arrow, kicking up high waves. The purple giant whale stood on the vessel, one hand gripping a conch as he surveyed the hovering navigation map to confirm his direction, while 8 soul rings floated around him, one of which radiated light. This particular soul ring possessed a straightforward ability, solely for swift travel. It could be applied to any floating object, be it a ship or even a simple piece of wood, as long as it could remain buoyant on the water's surface. Thus, one could propel the objects beneath their feet with astonishing swiftness, traversing vast distances in the blink of an eye. Of course, the notion of covering 1,000 miles in an instant is but an exaggeration. Nonetheless, the speed is undeniably remarkable. In his youth, he relied on this extraordinary ability to escape from peril, evading countless brushes with death. Faster, faster. Gazing intently at the floating red dot on the conch's intricate design, the great purple whale's expression turned grave, as it unleashed its soul power without reservation. Instantly, the speed of the small vessel beneath him surged once more. With the naked eye, one could perceive the rapidly diminishing distance to the red dot on the floating design. However, it was now too late, for according to the map, his daughter and her companions had already ventured into the forbidden zone. All he could do was hope that they would not disturb the lurking monster and safely navigate through that treacherous expanse of ocean. The region inadvertently entered by Hemingway and his companion is known as the Abyss of the Leviathan. It is rumored to be the deepest area nearby, concealing a trench that plunges to depths of over 1,000 meters. Thus, should a soul master soar from above, they would discern that the ocean's hue in this vicinity is the darkest of all. The moniker Abyss of the Leviathan is aptly derived from the colossal deep-sea leviathan residing within the abyssal depths. As previously noted, whales are formidable sea spirit beasts, and the deep-sea leviathan stands as a paragon among them, a true aristocrat of the oceanic realm. The leviathan dwelling in this maritime expanse is no ordinary creature. It is hailed as the sovereign of the seas, a being of 100,000 years. To encounter such a soul beast is an encounter with a force of nature, akin to confronting a tidal Douluo. Although the purple giant whale is more than capable of contending with a typical tidal Douluo, the mere thought of facing a 100,000-year soul beast sends shivers down its spine, especially since this ancient leviathan bears the same essence as its own martial spirit. No one else could comprehend the true terror of this deep-sea leviathan as deeply as he. Fortunately, even amidst despair, a glimmer of hope remains. Should one inadvertently venture into the abyss of the leviathan, there may yet be a slim chance of survival. This particular leviathan possesses a blind left eye, and throughout the seasons, it faces east during spring and autumn, while turning west in summer and winter. Thus, vessels navigating through the abyss need only steer towards the direction of its blind eye to avoid provoking it. Moreover, this deep-sea leviathan is inherently lethargic, typically lurking at the ocean floor, gaping its maw to consume marine life without actively seeking out intruders, save for those who dare encroach upon its territory. At this moment, the purple giant whale could only fervently hope that his daughter and her companions were sailing toward the leviathan's blind side, thereby crossing the abyss unscathed. Something feels amiss. Standing at the bow, Hemingway gazed at the eerily tranquil waters surrounding them, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow. What is amiss? The perplexed purple pearl inquired. It is too calm. Hemingway's expression was grave as he cautiously surveyed the surrounding waters. His voice low and somber. Do you not find it peculiar that this expanse of sea has seemed excessively tranquil since just now? Despite the sea breeze that is currently blowing, look at the surface of the water. Upon hearing his words, Zazenza cast her gaze towards the sea, scrutinizing it intently. Suddenly, her violet eyes narrowed in alarm, for the water lay eerily still, devoid of any ripples, even as the wind swept across the area. What could be the cause of this? Have we inadvertently wandered into a forbidden zone? Zazenzu's delicate face turned pale as she murmured to herself. A forbidden zone? Hemingway was engulfed in a sense of bewilderment. Yet, before Zhejian Pearl could elucidate further, the surrounding air inexplicably warped, and a violent tremor surged from beneath their feet, accompanied by a deafening roar that momentarily rendered them both deaf. Their bodies, along with the small vessel, were violently thrust into the air. The ship, forged entirely from steel and nearing 30 meters in length, disintegrated into fragments under the intense impact. Most terrifying of all, amidst the fierce tremor, both individuals succumbed to a state of dizziness, elevated to a height of 100 meters. The once tranquil sea erupted into tumultuous waves, a massive column of water, 15 meters in diameter, shot skyward, its twisted air serving as the architect of the vessel's demise. As the steel ship shattered, a colossal form, reminiscent of an island, gradually emerged from beneath the waves. The surrounding seawater shimmered with a deep blue luminescence, transforming the very essence of the sky and sea. As if the heavens had become the earth and the ocean had morphed into a cerulean sky. A deep, rumbling roar resonated, unleashing a powerful wave of sound. Even before Hemingway and Zhejian Pearl could recover from the dizziness brought on by the previous upheaval, they found themselves plunged into an even deeper disorientation under the influence of this immense sonic wave. The colossal body that surfaced from the depths exceeded 200 meters in length, its exterior shimmering with the hue of sapphires. Its head bore 2 enormous eyes. Yet the left eye was absent, replaced by a dark void, clearly blind. The sheer size of this gigantic creature rendered even its eye a diameter exceeding 3 meters. Its remaining right eye pierced the air with a frigid gaze. As the creature stirred slightly, a massive tail rose from behind, radiating a distorted blue light, and crashed heavily against the ocean's surface. Countless droplets of water soared into the sky, each resembling a swift arrow. In midair, a peculiar curtain of water, aglow with blue brilliance, illuminated the horizon, enveloping the shattered steel vessel and the airborne duo within its embrace. The first to make contact were the scattered fragments. If they were shards a moment ago, they had now been reduced to powder. This was the true might of a 100,000-year soul beast. An awe-inspiring force surpassing even that of a tidal Douluo. Particularly in the ocean, provoking a 100,000-year soul beast invariably led to obliteration. In the air, Hemingway was the first to regain consciousness, not merely due to his robust physique, but primarily because his mental fortitude surpassed that of Zhejian Pearl. At the very moment he regained clarity, it coincided with the colossal magic whale's tail striking the ocean's surface, sending thousands of droplets into the air. In that instant, Hemingway's heart raced wildly, for he vividly witnessed the tragic fate of the sturdy steel vessel as it was mercilessly pierced by the deluge of water droplets. He comprehended that the watery curtain before him was insurmountable by his current strength. He absolutely could not withstand it. At this critical moment of life and death, Hemingway, disregarding all exhaustion, fervently transformed his inner soul power into the formidable armament Haki. A blinding golden light erupted from within him, enveloping his entire being and transforming him into a golden entity. Empowered by the relentless coverage of the armament Haki, Hemingway experienced a remarkable amplification of his attributes, all significantly enhanced in that instant. With his feet momentarily leaving the ground, he became a streak of golden light, zipping through the air like lightning, seizing the still-dazed purple pearl into his embrace. He then ascended once more into the air, executing the moonwalk technique, and narrowly evaded the torrential downpour of glimmering raindrops. Unless one truly confronts it, the terror of a 100,000-year soul beast remains unfathomable. Hemingway gracefully executed a series of moon steps, cradling the still somewhat dazed violet pearl. As he ascended ever higher into the sky, the golden light that enveloped his entire being swiftly dissipated. That brief moment of coverage had consumed 1/20th of his soul power. This clearly illustrated that while the armament Haki was formidable, its consumption of soul power was equally daunting. Suspended in midair, Hemingway's gaze was fixed intently upon the colossal whale below, particularly its singular, prominent eye, which caused his lips to twitch involuntarily. His thoughts were utterly beyond expression. Such an enormous form, coupled with that distinctive single eye, was it not the deep-sea demon whale king? A super soul beast nearing 1,000,000 years of age from the original work of Douluo. What extraordinary fortune it must be to encounter such a creature. Hemingway was on the verge of tears, aimlessly adrift on the vast ocean. To his utter dismay, he unexpectedly found himself in the treacherous waters of the abyssal whale domain. Was his fortune truly so wretched? Could it be that fate itself conspired against him? Below, the formidable abyssal whale king, witnessing these two insignificant beings evade his ferocious assault, appeared incensed. A colossal orb of azure light, exceeding 5 meters in diameter, began to coalesce atop his mountain-like head. This terrifying blue radiance, having gathered for but an instant, was unleashed in the next moment, hurtling towards Hemingway, who clutched the purple pearl. Hemingway could distinctly perceive that this blue light was the very assault that had previously surged from beneath the waves, obliterating the iron vessel. In stark contrast to the earlier rain of light, this truly represented the authentic offensive of the abyssal leviathan. The surrounding space abruptly transformed into something peculiar. Hemingway felt acutely aware that, although he was suspended in midair, it was as if he were immersed in the ocean itself. The air around him exhibited an uncanny undulation, and an invisible resistance enveloped him, making it feel as though he were submerged in the deep sea. Yet this ocean, composed of air, bore an even greater resistance. An insurmountable force. It was a domain, for only the power of such a realm could exert control over the vast expanse of the sky. This was the territory belonging to the nearly 1,000,000-year-old soul beast, the abyssal Leviathan King. Even though Hemingway possessed the moonwalk, enabling him to traverse the void, he found himself utterly incapable of making a swift escape while ensnared within this domain. There was no possibility for evasion or respite. That terrifying blue light had already surged skyward. It was the end. My life is forfeit. Hemingway gazed, wide-eyed, at the overwhelming azure light that surged towards him, his inner soul power continuously transforming into the armed color of domineering aura. A golden glow enveloped his entire being as he sought to break free from the shackles of the domain, only to realize the futility of his efforts. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. How could a mere soul master of over 30 levels hope to contend with a nearly 1,000,000-year-old, almost demigod-like super soul beast? Especially when this formidable creature resided within the ocean, capitalizing on its advantageous terrain, thus maximizing the potency of its domain. Such overwhelming disadvantages rendered Hemingway utterly powerless against the deep-sea demon whale king, even though his martial soul was that of the mermaid princess, renowned as Poseidon. Capable of commanding oceanic soul beasts, the vast chasm of strength made it impossible. How could an ant command an elephant? If only Hemingway had possessed a modicum more strength today. Even a tidal Douluo would have been an unfathomable dream. A soul Douluo would suffice. If his current prowess were that of a soul Douluo, he might have activated his ability to control oceanic soul beasts. Even if he could not dictate the actions of the deep-sea demon whale king, at the very least, he could have quelled its hostility, compelling the irascible beast to allow their passage. It was a far cry from the present, where his capacity to command oceanic soul beasts felt utterly non-existent, a veritable affront to the title of the Sea King. Was this truly the end? Bound by the domain. Unable to move, Hemingway beheld the impending wave of destruction, the blinding blue light that rendered the surroundings devoid of color, and surprisingly, his heart was remarkably tranquil. Time, in this moment, seemed to stretch infinitely. Thump, thump. The sounds around him appeared to fade into the distance. At this juncture, Hemingway could distinctly hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat, quickening with each passing moment. The flow of blood within him beginning to accelerate as if it were gradually reaching a boiling point. Thump, thump, thump. The cadence of his heartbeat grew ever faster. Hemingway felt as though something within him was stirring, akin to a seed nestled in the soil, poised to break through the earth's surface. The ominous blue light loomed ever closer. Thump, 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 thump. His heartbeat quickened, faster and faster. Fixated on the azure glow ahead, Hemingway sensed a force within him awakening, coming to life. Just as he approached the threshold of this transformation, a ferocious and frenzied roar suddenly shattered his extraordinary state. Hemingway was suddenly taken aback, his wildly beating heart instantaneously calming. It was as if the prior sensation of something about to awaken was merely an illusion. A sense of melancholy enveloped him, as though he had missed an extraordinary opportunity. In the next moment, a colossal deep-sea demon whale, adorned with 8 ethereal soul rings and measuring several dozen meters in length, abruptly materialized before him, resolutely blocking the oncoming destructive blue light. Boom! The terrifying destructive blue light collided with the body of this smaller deep-sea demon whale, provoking an instinctive wail of anguish and a roar of pain. Was this the true embodiment of a martial soul? Hemingway was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the small deep-sea magic whale encircled by 8 soul rings. A sense of familiarity washed over him, as if this configuration had graced his memory before. Indeed, wasn't the soul ring arrangement of that pirate captain strikingly similar? Moreover, his martial spirit was also the deep-sea magic whale. It was evident that this diminutive deep-sea magic whale belonged to that very pirate captain. Hemingway quickly grasped the identity of the diminutive deep-sea demon whale before him. "Take my daughter and flee." A voice resonated in Hemingway's ear. Almost immediately, he beheld the small deep-sea demon whale erupting in a terrifying blue glow, its rampant soul energy distorting the surrounding realm. The immense burden he bore vanished in an instant. Hemingway, without the slightest hesitation, enveloped himself in a golden radiance. He then cradled the gradually awakening purple pearl, and with a swift motion, he traversed the void, transforming into a streak of golden light as he fled into the distance. Chapter 45, The Missing Element. In an extravagant display of armed color hockey, Hemingway executed the moonwalk with astonishing speed. In an instant, he had distanced himself significantly. At that moment, the purple pearl, nestled in his embrace, had fully regained her senses. She gazed at the distant scene where a small deep-sea demon whale was battling against a colossal deep-sea demon whale, exclaiming, "Father!" Though it was turned to battle, it was a gross overestimation of the purple whale's capabilities. In the presence of the 200-meter-long deep-sea demon whale king, the true form of the purple whale appeared as nothing more than an infant. Any attack it launched was utterly inconsequential to the deep-sea demon whale king. In contrast, a mere flick of the deep-sea demon whale king's tail could send it flying far away amidst the splashing waters. The deep-sea demon whale king was merely toying with it, finding the small deep-sea demon whale transformed from the purple whale amusing, and thus chose to indulge in this playful interaction for a while. If it truly desired to end the purple whale's life, a single strike would suffice. The disparity in their strengths was overwhelmingly vast. The purple whale was acutely aware of this reality, yet it remained undeterred. As long as it could buy time for its daughter to escape, it would not hesitate to sacrifice its own life. "Put me down. I want to help father." The purple pearl struggled vigorously in Hemingway's arms, desperate to break free and assist the small deep-sea demon whale that was being toyed with by the deep-sea demon whale king. "Calm down," Hemingway urged. Hemingway held her soft, delicate form tightly, his brow furrowed as he exclaimed, "That is the deep-sea demon whale king, a nearly divine super soul beast of 1,000,000 years. It is far beyond our capacity to confront. Even with your father alongside us, we would be as futile as an ant attempting to stop a chariot. Do not act foolishly." Zazinza's struggling body stiffened, seemingly taken aback by his words. "My heavens, 1,000,000-year soul beast? What does that even signify?" Zazinza was unaware. For even 100,000-year soul beast was a legendary entity in her eyes, let alone the so-called 1,000,000-year soul beast. Yet, what did that matter? Could this truly be her reason for abandoning her father and fleeing? "Release me." Zazinzu's voice was frigid, her heart swelling with profound disappointment towards this man. "Do not act foolishly." Hemingway momentarily halted his urgent pace, his feet still hovering in the air, maintaining his position without falling, gazing sternly at the girl in his embrace. He reprimanded, "Do you wish to render your father's sacrifice meaningless? Put me down." Zazinza remained unmoved by his words, her striking violet eyes filled with resolve and determination. Hemingway was taken aback by her gaze. Within those eyes, he perceived a certain essence that one would rather die than abandon. It seemed that this very quality was what he currently lacked. "I understand now." Hemingway, for reasons unknown, ceased his entreaties and slowly released her, one hand still encircling her waist while the other rested upon her shoulder. The soul force within him surged forth unreservedly, unblocking her meridians and dissolving the golden armor that sealed her soul power in the Dantian. With a thunderous roar, the soul power, confined within her Dantian, erupted, instantaneously coursing through her limbs with overwhelming intensity. As she sensed the tumultuous energy within her and the long-lost sensation of physical strength, the violet pearls of her beautiful eyes momentarily clouded over before she quickly regained her composure. She fixed her gaze intently on his sapphire eyes, as if to etch his image indelibly upon her heart. "Thank you," she said, breaking free from his grasp and plunging into the sea. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings began to manifest around her, and a phantom of a sea serpent appeared, swiftly merging with her being. Her form twisted slightly, exuding a newfound fluidity, while her eyes took on a hint of a chilling aura, and her skin was adorned with a layer of fine, gray-blue scales. "You must leave. This place is perilous. I regret what my father has done to you, but I cannot abandon him and flee alone." Without casting a final glance back at him, she descended into the depths of the ocean. With a twist of her waist, a soft luminescence enveloped her, and she seemed to transform into a sea serpent, swiftly propelling herself towards the battlefield ahead. Hemingway gazed at her receding figure in the distance, gritting his teeth. He turned away and continued to employ his moonlit steps to flee. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, a conflagration seemed to blaze within his heart. He had undeniably made the most prudent decision at this moment, seizing the chance to escape while the formidable deep-sea Leviathan was engaged by that pirate captain. After all, he had no familial ties to that father-daughter duo. Indeed, one might argue that a rivalry existed between them. There was no need to jeopardize himself for the sake of these 2 individuals. Moreover, returning would alter nothing. It would merely result in one more life lost. As a time traveler, blessed with a radiant and promising future, how could he allow himself to meet a wretched end in this manner, especially with blood-soaked vendettas still unavenged? Run. Escape swiftly. Like a coward. Bang. His rapid strides abruptly halted. Hemingway stood suspended in midair, slowly tilting his head to gaze at the azure sky. As a multitude of memories began to replay in his mind, recollecting the tireless care bestowed upon him by the violet pearl during his unconsciousness, his fist gradually tightened. Suddenly, a deluge of water droplets came crashing down upon the violet Leviathan, mercilessly pummeling its colossal form, leaving it battered and bruised. At that moment, the deep-sea demon whale king, with its solitary remaining eye, regarded the transformed small deep-sea demon whale with a glint of mockery, as if it were merely a plaything for its amusement. As for the fleeing Hemingway and the violet pearl, it paid them no heed. After all, they were destined to be caught. Once it had exhausted its entertainment with this toy, it would rise and swiftly pursue them. In the vast expanse of the ocean, how far could they truly escape? No one had ever evaded its pursuit across the sea, save for that young lad with the trident, who later ascended to become the sea god. Reflecting on this, a shadow flickered in the remaining eye of the deep-sea demon whale king. It had been countless millennia since that boy named Poseidon had claimed divinity. The length of its stay here had been excessively prolonged, leading to the disqualification of spirit beasts from achieving godhood. despite having attained a cultivation level of 1,000,000 years, granting it the right to become divine. It remained unable to take that final step, always falling just short by the most infinitesimal margin. Yet, that minuscule difference was akin to a chasm, a stark division between mortals and deities. Regardless of its efforts, the deep-sea demon whale king found itself unable to ascend to divinity. Over time, it grew disheartened and despondent. Spending its days languishing at the ocean's depths, idly passing time, it had become quite weary of monotony. Originally, when awakened by the disturbances caused by two insignificant insects, it had intended to eradicate them outright. However, to its surprise, a larger insect soon emerged, audaciously approaching for a beating, which piqued its interest. Thus, it engaged in a playful bout to alleviate its boredom. Chapter 46. Unbelievable. Upon the cerulean surface of the sea, the tumult stirred by the large and small deep-sea demon whales was tumultuous and fierce. It was evident that the larger deep-sea demon whale was merely toying with its smaller counterpart, treating it as one would a mere toy. The violet leviathan fought desperately to resist, barely managing to fend off the torment inflicted by the deep-sea demon whale before it. He recognized that he was no match for this formidable spirit beast and understood that when the beast had had its fill of amusement, his demise would soon follow. Yet, he did not mind. As long as he could buy a bit more time for his daughter to flee, he would endure the humiliation of being toyed with. Was this perhaps a form of retribution? The violet leviathan chuckled bitterly to himself. After decades of dominating the seas, he never imagined that today would mark his end. Perhaps, in some cosmic balance, good and evil truly did receive their due recompense. He sighed, contemplating that if his sacrifice could allow his daughter to escape, it would be the greatest blessing imaginable. What more could he possibly desire? At this moment, the most pressing concern was to buy a little more time, allowing his daughter to flee further away. However, before long, a melodious voice echoed from a distance, disrupting his heart entirely. "Daddy." The purple giant whale felt a tumult of emotions, an indescribable panic surging within him. Why had she returned? Hadn't he entrusted her safety to that boy? Cursed be the day. The purple giant whale realized he had miscalculated. He never anticipated that the boy would prove so unreliable, allowing his daughter to remain in danger. "What are you doing back here? Hurry and leave," he bellowed, struggling against the manipulations of the deep-sea demon whale king while emitting a deep, rumbling roar from his throat. "I refuse." Purple Pearl vehemently shook her head. The fact that her father had fallen to such a plight was her fault. Thus, if she fled now, she would never be able to forgive herself. She understood the consequences of her return and recognized that the wisest choice would be to escape immediately. Yet humanity is defined by its emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and love, not merely by cold calculations of gain and loss. For Purple Pearl, the prospect of running away and merely surviving paled in comparison to standing side by side with her father in battle. What did death matter? Sometimes, death is not the most terrifying prospect. There are fates in this world that evoke even greater fear. This is simply infuriating. The purple giant whale gazed at his headstrong daughter, nearly overcome with rage. "I risked my life to save you, and here you are, foolishly returning. Are you intent on driving me to my grave? Leave, quickly." The purple giant whale's soul power erupted within him, stirring the surrounding waters into a tumultuous frenzy. Waves surged violently, and torrents of spray cascaded outward, pushing the resolute Purple Pearl back as she swam against the tide, determined to close the distance. This sight filled the purple giant whale with both anguish and helplessness, as he mused that perhaps this was his retribution. Divine justice had merely arrived belatedly. The deep-sea demon whale king watched the interplay between father and daughter with keen interest, then gently flicked its tail. A terrifying tide surged forth, accompanied by a rain of droplets, overwhelming them with ferocity. It seemed intent on sweeping the pair away in one fell swoop. Damn it! The purple giant whale realized that the deep-sea demon whale appeared to be growing bored, and he dared not delay any further. He unleashed his most formidable soul skill. The 8th soul ring shone brilliantly. 8th soul skill, icebound for miles. The form of the purple giant whale transformed into a smaller version of the deep-sea demon whale, taking a deep breath that caused its abdomen to swell like a balloon. Then, without pause, it opened its massive jaws, a brilliant blue light surging from its throat before erupting forth. Boom! A terrifying cold current spewed from the mouth of the purple giant whale. Wherever the cold current passes, whether it be the splashes stirred by the surrounding waters or the droplets of rain-like projectiles, all are instantaneously frozen into blocks of ice. As for the deep-sea demon whale king, facing this frigid wave, its massive body, spanning over 200 meters, was swiftly enveloped in a layer of frost. In the blink of an eye, the sea surface within a radius of over 1,000 meters was transformed into ice. Except for the purple giant whale. The one who unleashed this soul technique, the purple pearl, having not confronted the cold current directly and being too far away, was only affected and remained unfrozen. The sea beneath her feet had turned into a thick layer of ice, and fortunately, she had leaped just in time, avoiding being trapped beneath it. After unleashing this formidable move, the purple giant whale had completely exhausted all its soul power, emanating a faint glow, and its gigantic form gradually shrank, ultimately reverting from its martial spirit state back to that of a human, with a foot planted on the frozen surface of the sea. The disheveled middle-aged man gasped for breath, glancing at the deep-sea demon whale encased in ice not far from him, murmuring in disbelief, "Did I succeed?" A sense of relief washed over him, as he found it hard to believe that his all-out effort had genuinely ensnared this 100,000-year soul beast in ice. However, he was uncertain how long the freezing would last and realized he needed to escape swiftly. The purple giant whale felt an unsettling intuition. How could the lord of this forbidden zone, a legendary super soul beast, be so easily trapped by him? Yet, at that moment, he was too weary to ponder further, or perhaps too frightened to contemplate. Regardless, the immediate priority was to flee this place. Fear could indeed give rise to unforeseen changes. "Daddy!" At that moment, the purple pearl finally arrived from afar. The sea surface within a radius of over 1,000 meters had transformed into ice, at least 10 meters thick, allowing her to traverse it with ease. "You foolish girl," the purple giant whale remarked as he watched his beloved daughter rush towards him, a mixture of exasperation and affection on his face. Nevertheless, he tenderly extended his arms and caught his precious daughter as she leaped into his embrace. The impact caused the towering figure of the purple giant whale to take 2 steps back, illustrating just how weakened he had become. As he felt his daughter's slight trembling in his arms, he found himself lost in thought. How long had it been since he last held her? It seemed that since she turned 10, she had not cuddled him in such a manner. "It's all right, Daddy. Everything is fine," she reassured him, nestled against his comparatively massive frame. After experiencing this life-and-death crisis, the purple giant whale suddenly grew weary of life at sea. He realized that the fame and fortune he had pursued were ultimately hollow pursuits. Perhaps it would be better to lay down his armor and return to a simpler life. To take his daughter away from the treacherous ocean and seek a tranquil place on the mainland to start anew. Although their status as ocean soul masters would mean a certain diminution of power on the land, the prospect of peace was worth the sacrifice. Nevertheless, he is still the legendary Contra. With his formidable strength, he is more than capable of ensuring his daughter enjoys a safe and prosperous life. There is no need for him to pursue any noble titles, for in this world, possessing strength grants one everything. Wherever he goes, his prowess guarantees a comfortable existence for both father and daughter. The purple giant whale finally came to this realization. However, just as this poignant reunion between father and daughter, having survived calamity, was unfolding, a deafening explosion abruptly shattered the moment. Chapter 47. This kid's mind is disturbed. Boom. The ice shattered as the deep-sea demon whale king, previously encased in ice upon the ocean's surface, stirred slightly, causing the ice that enveloped it to splinter into countless fragments. The layer of ice covering the deep-sea demon whale king was over 5 meters thick, yet for this sovereign of the seas, such a thickness was trivial. With a mere shift of its body, the ice crumbled away effortlessly. Both the purple giant whale and his daughter, Purple Pearl, were left dumbfounded. Who could have predicted that just a moment ago, the creature was securely frozen, seemingly freed from peril, only to revert to a dire situation the very next second? The deadly threat remained ominously close. As expected, it was not going to be so easy. The purple giant whale shook his head with a wry smile, fully aware of the circumstances at hand. After all, his use of the 8th soul skill was a desperate gamble, clinging to the hope of a miraculous outcome. The thought of defeating the deep-sea demon whale king or temporarily freezing it had never crossed his mind. Thus, when he first witnessed it encased in ice, he felt as though he were in a surreal dream. Consequently, he was not particularly surprised by the creature's escape from confinement now. Yet, it pained him to see his daughter, still so young, facing the prospect of perishing alongside this old fool in the vast ocean. Gazing at his vibrant daughter, the purple giant whale could not help but feel a wave of sorrow. However, at that moment, depleted of soul power, he found himself powerless to do anything further. The deep-sea demon whale king regarded the two humans, now devoid of any resistance, and a flicker of disinterest glimmered in its solitary remaining eye. It had grown weary of the game. It was time to eliminate these two insignificant insects and pursue the one that had fled. The enormous maw of the whale slowly opened, revealing a gathering blue light at its throat, reminiscent of the freezing breath the purple giant whale had unleashed earlier. However, this breath was devoid of any freezing intent, consisting solely of a destructive force mingled with soul power and water. The expansive ice layer covering over 1,000 meters of sea surface, produced by the purple giant whale's earlier powerful strike, had displeased the deep-sea demon whale king, prompting it to exert a bit more force to clear away the bothersome obstacles surrounding it. The purple giant whale and purple pearl were merely collateral damage in this endeavor. Buzz. The energy converging within the wide-open mouth emitted a resonating hum that tremored the air. Finally, once the energy amassed in the deep-sea demon whale king's mouth reached a critical threshold, it tensed its abdomen and unleashed a fierce exhalation. The air howled around her as a brilliant blue beam surged forth from the mouth of the deep-sea demon whale king, forcefully dispersing the surrounding atmosphere with an unmatched grandeur. The breath of the demon whale. As the direct recipients of this breath, the purple giant whale and purple pearl found themselves engulfed in an overwhelming blue light, even before the beam reached them. A terrifying sense of oppression permeated the air in all directions. The father and daughter duo could do nothing but stand still and silently await their demise. In this moment, gazing at the azure light that nearly consumed her entire field of vision, Purple Pearl could not help but shut her eyes in fear, bracing herself for the inevitable end. The experiences of her 18 years flashed before her mind like lightning. Yet unexpectedly, the most vivid memory was of a white-haired youth. His clear, profound azure eyes seemed to harbor infinite stories, yearning for exploration. Alas, she realized she would never have the chance again. Am I truly to perish? How could it be him? Did I truly harbor such feelings for him? In this final moment before death, Purple Pearl comprehended her emotions completely. The white-haired boy, whom she had known for less than 2 months, had left an indelible impression on her heart, one that was profoundly unforgettable. What a pity it would be never to see him again. How she longed to experience love, to remain by his side. Is this what they always spoke of, the feeling of falling for a man? Reflecting on her time spent with that boy, a faint smile involuntarily crept across Purple Pearl's lips. After a while, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Why had the oppressive fear that engulfed her vanished? Could it be that she was already dead, rendered imperceptible to pain by the sheer destructive force of that breath? Was she now in the realm of the afterlife? Clinging to this perplexity, Purple Pearl slowly opened her eyes, first encountering blinding light, radiant white light. The dazzling brilliance compelled her newly opened eyes to close instinctively once more. Yet, she found it strange that the breath had been blue. Where had this white light originated? Could it be that she truly resided in the afterlife? Confounded, Purple Pearl cautiously reopened her eyes, narrowing them to a mere slit, striving to discern the source of the white light. It appeared to be a blurred silhouette, from which extended a pair of beautiful, pure white wings. Is this an angel? As she pondered this, the light gradually became more bearable, and the once indistinct figure began to clarify. Her squinted eyes widened, ultimately standing agape. Purple Pearl stared intently at the familiar figure before her, one that should have long departed. One that, by all accounts, would never return. A warm sensation seemed to fill her heart, and an uncontrollable smile graced her lips. It was him. He had returned. Within her, Zijinju could not suppress her jubilant cheer. Her once lifeless heart felt as though it had been revitalized. A profound sense of security surged within her. Rationality informed her that the return of this youth merely meant a shared fate of doom for them both. Yet, when he stood resolutely before her in this perilous moment, Zijinju's joy was overwhelming, as if his mere presence rendered all obstacles trivial. The dread of death had been eclipsed by another, more profound emotion. Is he truly back again? Zijinju gazed incredulously at the white-haired boy, who stood defiantly before them, his hands firmly resisting the breath of the deep-sea demon whale king. He found it difficult to comprehend the boy's reasoning. Logically, he should have seized the opportunity to flee. Why return to embrace death? Could it be? Zijinju stole a glance at his daughter, whose purple eyes were entranced by the boy. Could it be that this lad had taken a fancy to his precious daughter? Yet, the boy's lack of wisdom was evident. What purpose did his return serve at such a critical juncture? With his limited strength, he was merely another soul destined for demise. The more he pondered, the more Zijinju concluded that the boy must have lost his wits. Chapter 48. The Awakening. Conqueror's Haki. From the back of the white-haired youth sprang a pair of swan-like, snow-white wings, radiating a warm white light. This was the manifestation of the underworld white tiger martial spirit. At this moment, Hemingway extended his hands, his palms swelling with little cat-like pads, using his diminutive form to staunch the advance of the azure breath, which spanned 10 meters in diameter. The power of the meatball fruit finally came into play. He successfully halted the terrifying breath that surged towards him, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. Had he possessed greater strength, he could have effortlessly rebounded the breath. Alas, constrained by his own limitations, merely maintaining this stalemate nearly exhausted all his vigor. The deep-sea demon whale king, poised to unleash its destructive breath, regarded the small figure standing defiantly against it, its lone eye flickering with surprise and confusion. Strange, exceedingly strange. Logically, the breath it emitted, composed of energy intermingled with pure water essence, should have splattered in all directions when obstructed. How was it possible that they remained in such a standoff? It was as if the breath had morphed into a tangible entity. What, indeed, had granted this breath such extraordinary properties? The deep-sea demon whale king found itself intrigued. Initially, the force behind its strike was not substantial, allowing Hemingway to barely fend it off. However, now that it had taken an interest, the creature began to gradually amplify the energy of its breath, witnessing the increasing might of its exhalation. Curious to see how long this audacious little insect could withstand such a formidable assault. I must be out of my mind. At that moment, as Hemingway struggled to resist the increasingly terrifying breath of the deep-sea demon whale king, only one thought occupied his mind, and he grew ever more convinced that something was amiss in his head. Why else would he foolishly rush to shield this pirate father and daughter from a fatal blow? It made no sense at all. He had no familial ties to them. On the contrary, he bore a grudge against them. Watching the impending doom of the father and daughter beneath the whale's breath, he should have simply observed with cold indifference, perhaps even applauding their demise. Yet, inexplicably, he had run to intercept the lethal strike meant for them. To be honest, Hemingway himself could not comprehend his own reasoning. Why had he returned to court death? All he knew was that he couldn't bear to watch the girl perish while he seized the opportunity to escape. Humans are creatures of impulse, often driven by their emotions to commit acts that seem utterly irrational in quieter moments. Undoubtedly, Hemingway's pride as a man prevented him from standing by idly while a girl he harbored feelings for faced her end alone. After over a month of close companionship, during which the attentive care of the purple pearl during his unconsciousness had undeniably fostered a hint of romantic affection, how could he simply watch her meet her demise? What would that make him? Would he still consider himself a man? If he abandoned her to flee alone, he would surely come to despise himself, carrying that burden in his heart for a lifetime, transforming it into an everlasting torment. Thus, he made his choice, no longer concerned with trivialities. He followed the guidance of his heart, resolutely placing himself before the purple pearl to shield her from the annihilating breath of the demon whale. The rumble echoed. The already terrifying azure breath deepened in color. With his hands outstretched in defense, Hemingway could distinctly feel the power of the breath intensifying, his bones creaking under the strain, clearly indicating that the force was surpassing his limits. Should he falter, the outcome was inevitable. Everything would be reduced to ashes beneath this destructive exhalation. Honestly, feeling the escalating might and his own inability to withstand it, with death drawing ever nearer, was truly dreadful. For those with a fragile mental fortitude, this would likely lead to despair, abandoning all resistance to succumb to fate. Yet, at that moment, Hemingway's mind was remarkably clear, calm, and collected. There was no trace of fear concerning the impending death. Instead, a subtle sense of liberation emerged. Has it come to an end? Is this truly my conclusion? I never expected that you would be the one to bring closure to my existence. He gazed quietly ahead, his eyes seemingly penetrating the azure mist, beholding the mocking gaze of the deep-sea magic whale king with its single eye. Slowly, he closed his eyes. In this moment, memories of past lives cascaded through his mind like a slideshow, his previous existence marked by mediocrity and isolation. In this life, he was born into nobility, cherished by a mother who adored him. Yet, all that was beautiful dissipated due to the malice of others. Once a prince draped in silk and gold, he found himself cast away on a desolate island. Lost, helpless, and bewildered, Hemingway once again tasted the bitterness of solitude akin to his former life. However, this blow was far more profound. After all, having never possessed anything in his past life, he had nothing to lament the loss of. Yet in this life, he experienced both gain and loss. Alone and stranded on the island, he felt the stark absence of warmth and acutely perceived his own impotence against the cruelty of the world. Hatred surged within him. He loathed the jealous Star Luo Empress, and he despised his heartless father, the Emperor. But most of all, he detested the feeble, powerless version of himself. Suddenly, everything became clear. Hemingway opened his eyes, feeling as though an invisible force was awakening within him. This power sustained him, banishing fear and the specter of death, bestowing upon him unparalleled confidence and courage. Indeed, he sensed it. This force had been lurking within him all along, a unique radiance of the spirit. Yet, upon arriving in this unfamiliar world, marooned on a desolate island, the disorientation and helplessness that accompanied his isolation had cloaked his soul in a thick layer of dust, obscuring its brilliance. However, at this moment, amidst the overwhelming terror of life and death, a glimmer of light finally pierced through the dust, gradually blossoming into a faint glow. How could I falter here? A flicker of crimson ignited in his azure eyes. Those beautiful orbs, reminiscent of the vast ocean, were gradually shrouded by a veil of blood, transforming their once pure beauty into an ominous and sinister darkness. What right does a beast have to bring my life to an end? He had yet to avenge his great grievance. How could he possibly succumb to such a pitiful demise here, having traversed into this world, only to have yet to unveil his own radiance? Must he perish in such a constrained manner in this remote wilderness, like an ant, unable to stir even a ripple in this world? I, Hemingway, refuse to accept this. A thunderous roar seemed to echo in his ears. Hemingway gazed ahead, as if something within him had shattered in that very moment, unleashing a torrent of boundless energy. Rays of light pierced through the dust that clouded his soul, and it felt as though he had broken free from some unseen constraint. A sense of natural exhilaration and unrestrained beauty surged within him. I possess a pearl, long confined by the toils of dust. Today, as the dust dissipates, light emerges, illuminating mountains and rivers alike. Chapter 49, Rebirth. A thunderous roar echoed across the azure sky, and suddenly it was engulfed in darkness. A terrifying pressure erupted and spread wildly in all directions. The once tumultuous sea fell into a profound silence, and the entire abyssal whale sea became eerily quiet, as if ensnared in eternal stillness. The deep-sea demon whale king's body became rigid, and within its remaining eye flickered an indescribable horror. Both the purple giant whale and her daughter, the purple pearl, were equally struck with dread, their gazes fixed upon that silhouette, as if witnessing the descent of a true deity, the architect of this extraordinary phenomenon. Hemingway's gaze remained tranquil, the ominous hue of his eyes gradually fading into a deep, oceanic blue. Emotionless, he fixed his penetrating stare upon the deep-sea demon whale king. In that singular moment, an indescribable wave of panic surged within the creature's heart. It felt as though a pair of cold, unfeeling eyes from the heavens were fixed upon it, akin to the gaze of a deity. This sensation evoked agonizing memories of the sea god's lost eye from eons past. No, the presence of this human before it was even more terrifying than the gods had ever been. It felt as if it were a small fish upon a cutting board, with an unfathomable, towering divine figure slowly raising a divine blade to strike. No, I must flee. I cannot remain here. The instinct for survival consumed all rational thought, and the deep-sea demon whale king was utterly paralyzed by fear. It dared not linger any longer. Its gaping maw snapped shut, halting the energy supply for its breath. With a powerful flick of its tail, its massive form plunged into the depths of the ocean, accompanied by a thunderous crash that shattered the ice above. With the cessation of the deep-sea demon whale king's energy supply, Hemingway felt an immediate release, as if he were a long-stored spring. The immense breath he had encountered was suddenly reflected back by his hands. Boom! The rebounding breath shot into the distance, resulting in an explosion far away. The blast sent tumultuous waves rippling across the sea, stirring up fierce winds fueled by the unleashed energy. The intense gusts tousled his white hair, yet his stance remained unshaken. In contrast, the purple giant whale and his daughter were compelled to retreat against the force of the wind. Once the raging wind subsided, the father and daughter focused their gaze ahead, only to find that the divine figure had collapsed, lifeless upon the ground. To their astonishment, they had managed to escape with their lives. A small, cabin-less boat drifted upon the waves, with the purple giant whale standing at the bow. Consulting a map and observing the surrounding winds, they had now left the realm of the demon whales and entered a safe expanse of sea, their hearts brimming with gratitude for their narrow escape. Indeed, they owed their survival to that young man, reflecting on the divine presence he had exuded. The purple giant whale felt a deep sense of reverence. At that moment, any lingering malice toward the boy dissipated entirely, even the thought of confrontation vanished. Such a person was undeniably someone he could not dare to provoke. Turning his gaze back to the white-haired youth lying on the boat, he observed his daughter, who had taken to resting her head upon his knee, ever watchful and caring. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, as the purple giant whale understood the depths of his beloved daughter's heart. He had undoubtedly been completely captivated by this young man. When Hemingway finally awoke from his stupor, it had already been 3 days. He had been in a deep slumber for a full 3 days and nights. Yet, throughout this period of unconsciousness, a profound transformation had quietly taken place within him, revitalizing his very essence. As he opened his eyes, Hemingway's perspective on the world has transformed entirely. The deep-seated anxiety and uncertainty that once resided within him, along with the confusion and fear regarding the future, have all dissipated into thin air. He is no longer the person he once was. Where am I in all of this? Hemingway gradually propped himself up, his azure gaze calmly scanning the surroundings, discovering a beautifully adorned room that suggested he was far from being a mere prisoner. On the contrary, he appeared to be a guest of honor. He recalled how he had used his conqueror's haki to intimidate the deep-sea leviathan, causing the beast to flee in a state of panic. However, the exertion of unleashing such power had drained him significantly, leading to his fainting spell. Before losing consciousness, he had anticipated awakening in a cage or perhaps a dungeon. Yet, it seemed that the pirate father and daughter had no sinister intentions towards him while he was in a state of oblivion. Creak. The door suddenly swung open. A girl with long purple hair and enchanting violet eyes, her skin as pale as jade and her beauty unparalleled, entered the room carrying a basin of water. Upon noticing the boy sitting on the bed, her hands involuntarily released the basin, which crashed to the floor with a loud clatter, spilling water everywhere. "Why, you're awake!" Zhu Jinzhu exclaimed excitedly, having watched over him for 3 days since that fateful day. She had feared that he might never awaken again. "Where's this place?" Hemingway gently lifted the covers and rose to his feet, clad solely in a pair of boxers that unveiled his robust physique without reservation. "This is Magic Whale Island, my home." Zijin Pearl observed his unabashed display of form, her fair cheeks involuntarily flushing with a hint of crimson. Instinctively averting her gaze, she murmured, "You have been unconscious for 3 days. Is that so?" Hemingway, upon learning that he had been in a state of unconsciousness for 3 days, felt no surprise. Rather, he regarded her with a hint of curiosity and remarked, "However, you have exceeded my expectations. During my period of helplessness, you did not turn me in for a reward?" Listening to his words, which perhaps carried a subtle undertone of sarcasm, Zijin Pearl could not help but puff her cheeks slightly in annoyance and retorted, "Though we are pirates, we do not repay kindness with malice. You saved our lives, and regardless of the circumstances, the Kraken pirate crew shall not harbor ill will towards you again." Do pirates truly subscribe to such notions? Are you jesting with me? Hemingway mused silently, gazing at the seemingly innocent purple-haired maiden before him. After a moment's contemplation, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, as they would undoubtedly wound her. He could discern that this young girl harbored a budding affection towards him. Thus, he hesitated to shatter her worldview, exposing her to the harsh realities of life and the ugliness of human nature. Sometimes, it is indeed a rare blessing to remain blissfully ignorant in this world. Shifting the conversation, Hemingway remarked, "By the way, after all this time, I still do not know your name." Upon hearing this, the girl opened her violet-hued eyes wide and regarded him with a complex expression. "I am called Purple Pearl. Remember it well, for you must never forget." Chapter 50, The Awakening of the King. Purple Pearl. When Hemingway heard the name of the girl before him, astonishment washed over him. He scrutinized her delicate features and captivating charisma, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Your name is Purple Pearl? What is your martial soul? Is she not the very pirate that Tang San and his companions encountered during their trials in the sea in the original story?" That Purple Pearl was already in her 30s at the time of her introduction. Considering the current timeline, it is indeed plausible that this young girl is the same Purple Pearl from the narrative. Yet, it raises questions if she truly is the original Purple Pearl. How did the daughter of a formidable sea king end up in such a dire situation? How could the daughter of a renowned pirate be reduced to occupying a mere island as a petty pirate? What circumstances led her to such a downfall? Yes, I am indeed called Purple Pearl, and my martial soul is the sea serpent, inherited from my mother. Purple Pearl observed his astonishment with a hint of confusion. Is my name truly so surprising? What is wrong with it? Well, it is confirmed. This woman is undoubtedly the original Purple Pearl from the tale. After Hemingway received her unequivocal confirmation, he understood in his heart that this woman was undoubtedly the very Purple Pearl from the original text. After all, The similarity in their soul powers and ages, combined with her physical features, left no room for doubt. It was far too coincidental to be mere happenstance. As for why she had fallen to the status of a petty pirate in the original narrative, Hemingway surmised that perhaps her father had encountered some misfortune, losing his powerful connections, leading to her dire circumstances. Indeed, if she were still the daughter of the Pirate King, how could she have sunk to the level of occupying a mere island as an ordinary pirate? It was inconceivable that her father's esteemed title would allow her to fade into obscurity. In a dimly lit conference room, the purple giant whale sat at the head of the table, surrounded by walls adorned with a few glimmering gems that cast a gentle glow, preventing the room from descending into complete darkness. Below, several seats were occupied by men and women. The youngest was a robust middle-aged man, while the oldest was a frail elder. Their appearances varied, yet all shared the commonality of being at the Soul Sage level. They were the leaders of various factions within the Magic Whale pirate group, and only those of Soul Sage rank were deemed worthy of sitting in this chamber. The leaders of factions below this rank were not permitted entry. "Captain, since we have captured Dai Yuhao, when shall we hand him over to the Star Luo Empire?" inquired a middle-aged Soul Sage, a glint of greed evident in his eyes, his eagerness palpable, although he dared not dream of soul bones or rings. Once the captain delivered Dai Yuhao, they could follow their leader to the Star Luo Empire and bask in nobility. "Indeed, Captain, it has been 3 days. It is time to deliver Dai Yuhao to the Star Luo Empire. Delaying further may invite unforeseen complications," echoed a sharp-featured middle-aged man, his impatience to enjoy the luxuries of the Star Luo Empire evident. He had no desire to continue as a pirate. He longed for a life of ease. The remaining Soul Sages chimed in, their avarice unmistakable. Meanwhile, the purple giant whale, seated above, remained contemplative, seemingly lost in thought, neither participating nor responding to the discussions of his subordinates. As the chatter among the Soul Sages gradually waned, the purple giant whale slowly opened his eyes, his commanding gaze sweeping over the assembly, causing some who had entertained ulterior motives to feel a chill run down their spines. Silence enveloped the room as every eye turned toward their leader, awaiting his words. In that moment, they were reminded that the title of Pirate King was earned through true valor, not mere flattery. "Concerning Dai Yuhao, I have my own plans." The purple giant whale finally spoke, his piercing gaze fixed on those around him. To their shock, the mention of his intentions stirred unease among the Soul Sages. "Could it be that you intend to keep him for yourself?" A voice broke the tension, sending a wave of silence sweeping through the conference room. Numerous Soul Saints exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with ulterior motives. The expression of the purple giant whale darkened, and a phantom of the deep-sea demon whale materialized behind him. 8 soul rings manifested around him, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire conference room, causing many of the previously flickering-eyed Soul Saints to shiver with apprehension. It was at this moment that they recalled the identity of their superior. The moniker of Pirate King was not mere bravado, but a title earned through blood and steel, unanimously recognized by all pirates. His strength was indisputable. Observing the glimmers of treachery in the eyes of his subordinates, the purple giant whale understood all too well their growing disloyalty. Should he refuse to surrender Dai Yuhao to the Star Luo Empire, these individuals would certainly not hesitate to betray him, conspiring with the Empire against him. He had never held any illusions about the integrity of his crew. After all, what noble souls could be found among pirates? Betrayal and treachery were part and parcel of their existence. The purple giant whale had managed to subdue these desperate rogues chiefly through his formidable strength. However, should he display even a hint of weakness, those seemingly loyal brothers would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to turn against him without mercy. While outwardly he maintained an air of calm, internally he wrestled with a growing headache. Had he known better, he would not have returned to Demon Whale Island. Otherwise, the news of Dai Yuhao's presence under his protection would not have leaked. Now, a throng of brothers surrounded him, demanding he hand over Dai Yuhao to the Star Luo Empire in exchange for benefits, yet he was reluctant to comply. Setting aside the fact that Hemingway had frightened off the deep-sea demon whale king at the critical moment, saving both him and his daughter, it was evident that his daughter had developed profound feelings for that young man, rendering him untouchable. To act against him would surely incite her wrath. Moreover, beyond all other considerations, the most pressing reason for the purple giant whale's hesitation lay in the sheer terror that Hemingway had instilled in him. The aura he exuded was akin to that of a divine entity, making it painfully clear to the purple giant whale that this youth was no ordinary man. Should he choose to oppose him, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Those who had not witnessed the scene could scarcely fathom the overwhelming dread the boy inspired, enough to leave even the deep-sea demon whale king in a state of panic. As the tension in the room reached a stalemate, the doors of the conference room creaked open slowly. Instantly, the faces of all present contorted with anger as they cast fierce glares toward the entrance, eager to uncover the identity of the intruder who dared to disrupt their meeting. Had they not made it abundantly clear that their session was in progress, and that no disturbances were to be tolerated? The grand door creaked open, allowing a blinding ray of sunlight to flood into the dimly lit conference room, compelling all those within to instinctively squint. Through the brilliance, they could vaguely discern a figure standing at the threshold. As the attendees gradually adjusted to the light and beheld the newcomer, a collective gasp of astonishment echoed throughout the room. Chapter 51. Subjugation. Embarking on the path of the monarch, there exists a certain type of individual who seems to bear the essence of strength etched upon their very countenance. Some are seemingly born to be sovereigns. Merely gazing upon their commanding visage evokes an indescribable awe. There are those who, without lifting a finger, exude an overwhelming presence simply by standing there, radiating an earth-shattering aura at every moment. Upon finally recognizing the person who had opened the door, the atmosphere in the conference room became so hushed that one could hear a pin drop. All fell silent, their expressions filled with astonishment as they gazed at the figure who had appeared at the entrance, nearly rendered speechless. After Hemingway opened the door and stepped inside, he surveyed the meeting room filled with faces frozen in shock. His calm, azure eyes reflected a serene understanding, as if he were entirely unfazed by their reactions. It seemed perfectly natural to him that they would act in such a manner. "I hear you are deliberating on how to deal with me," he remarked, his tone devoid of emotion as he scanned the room. Even in the presence of a dozen soul saints and a soul Douluo whose intentions toward him remained ambiguous, Hemingway maintained an air of unwavering composure, exhibiting no hint of panic. Having awakened the conqueror's haki, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. If he were once merely an ordinary person endowed with power, he now possessed the heart of a true warrior, a regal demeanor that surveyed the world with indifference and looked down upon all. Previously, he had been but a hollow shell, lacking substance, akin to a person whose virtue did not match their position. Yet, with the awakening of his conqueror's haki, he had finally achieved true harmony between his exterior and interior, each movement radiating a magnificent aura. His mere presence was enough to overwhelm the spirit of every soul saint present. Even the purple giant whale, gazing upon the white-haired youth, felt an inexplicable shock. He sensed that this boy was no longer the same as before. He exuded the essence of a king. This was not merely a superficial display of strength, but an innate nobility, an inherent grandeur befitting a ruler. The unique majesty that belonged solely to kings, an aura that commanded respect without the need for anger, made the purple giant whale feel as though he were in the presence of a supreme monarch. An impulse to kneel and pay homage surged within him. Suddenly, a soul saint collapsed without warning. Following this, a chain reaction ensued. One by one, the previously boisterous soul saints rolled their eyes and crumpled to the ground. What transpired? What had he done? The purple giant whale, struggling against an overwhelming urge to kneel, was taken aback by the sudden collapse of his subordinates. As if witnessing an extraordinary event, "My apologies for not containing my aura," the white-haired youth said with a calm smile, observing the beleaguered purple giant whale. "It seems your subordinates lack the necessary mental fortitude." With the awakening of the conqueror's haki, Hemingway had become a man who truly radiated the spirit of a ruler. The soul saints had succumbed to the overwhelming pressure of his naturally exuded aura, their spirits unable to withstand the immense strain, leading to their fainting. This phenomenon was not a matter of strength, but rather a testament to the resilience of one's will and spirit. Even the formidable sea devil whale king, who had existed for 1,000,000 years, could only flee in a panic under the weight of his overpowering presence. At that moment, a mere flick of its tail would have reduced Hemingway to a mere pulp. Yet, he inexplicably lacked the courage to strike. This illustrates the formidable power of the conqueror's haki. Individuals with fragile mental fortitude, should they dare to oppose him, are inevitably subdued by the overwhelming aura he exudes, often rendering them unconscious or, in severe cases, leaving them mentally incapacitated. Alternatively, they may be left with lasting psychological scars, incapable of nurturing even the slightest inclination to resist upon recalling his presence. It is evident that the purple giant whale has been intimidated by his aura, resulting in a profound psychological impact. Now, the once mighty soul Dou trembles before him as a mouse would before a cat, filled with trepidation. "What do you wish?" the purple giant whale asked, a faint smile of resignation gracing its face. Its demeanor suggested that it had come with a purpose. And the immediate display of dominance hinted at an unfriendly intent. "How much do you know about my origins?" Hemingway inquired suddenly, posing a seemingly unrelated question. "I am aware that you are the second prince of the Star Luo Empire, possessing twin martial spirits," the purple giant whale replied candidly. "But do you understand why?" "As the second prince, I am wanted by the Star Luo Empire?" Hemingway's gaze darkened, a depth of gravity permeating his aura. "I cannot claim to know the answer to that," the purple giant whale admitted, shaking its head. "As pirates, we are only concerned with the potential gains and do not delve into the underlying truths. For those who know too much, death often follows swiftly." "Ah, you are indeed a clever one." Hemingway shook his head with a faint smile, but soon his expression turned solemn. Looking at his companion, he slowly remarked, "I do not fear to reveal that I harbor a deep-seated vendetta against the Star Luo Empire. In the future, I shall undoubtedly seek to obliterate it. Thus, I require the establishment of a formidable force that can stand in equal measure against the Empire." Upon hearing this, the purple giant whale immediately comprehended the implications of Hemingway's words. It was abundantly clear he was inquiring whether he would join him as a loyal subordinate willing to brave fire and water. To articulate it more elegantly, submit or perish. A bittersweet smile crept across the purple giant whale's face. Was there truly a choice between life and death? Moreover, aligning with this man might not be such a dire fate after all. Observing this silver-haired youth, who boldly proclaimed his intent to annihilate the Star Luo Empire, one might consider it absurd, even laugh at the folly of such dreams. Yet, the purple giant whale sensed that the aspirations of this youth were not beyond reach. As for the reason behind his unwavering trust, he could not articulate it. Nonetheless, an inexplicable confidence in the boy surged within him, as if he were destined to ascend to greatness. With this understanding, the answer became manifest. Rising slowly from his seat, the purple giant whale took a few steps forward, kneeling before Hemingway like a towering mountain bowing to a precious jewel. "I pledge my allegiance, my lord," he proclaimed. Thus, the illustrious soul Douluo, a pirate king who had roamed the seas for decades, found himself kneeling before a mere 12-year-old boy. From this moment, Hemingway embarked on his conquest of the seas, marking the inception of his grand ambitions and the establishment of his first dominion. Chapter 52, A Sudden Enlightenment. On Demon Whale Island, within a concealed prison, a number of prisoners were bound to crosses, utterly immobilized. Led by the purple giant whale, Hemingway arrived at this grim location and nodded towards the captives. Turning to his companion, he instructed, "You may withdraw." "Understood." The purple giant whale, though curious about his intentions, understood that a subordinate who pries too deeply often meets a swift demise. Thus, he refrained from further inquiry and escorted his followers out of the prison, gently closing the door behind them. Now, within the confines of the prison, Hemingway alone could move freely. Observing the terrified expressions of the 10 or so pirates bound before him, his heart remained unperturbed, for these individuals were not innocent souls. They were ruthless pirates who had met with misfortune and were imprisoned by the purple giant whale. Their fate awaited judgment, and now they would serve as his experimental subjects, a resource to be utilized. Having successfully subdued the demon whale pirate group, Hemingway had taken his initial steps in amassing his own power. The next phase was to devise a method to expand and fortify it, and thus he resolved to employ the powers of the meatball fruit to artificially create some dual spirit soul prodigies. Unfortunately for these pirates, they had become the unfortunate subjects of his experiments. After all, he had never engaged in such endeavors before and would undoubtedly require a few individuals for preliminary experimentation, serving as mere guinea pigs. Fortunately, the lives of these pirates were of little consequence, allowing him to manipulate them at will. "You may as well succumb to sleep," he remarked, observing the terrified expressions of the pirates, their eyes wide with fear and their bodies thrashing in desperation. With a casual wave of his hand, he unleashed a burst of golden light, which struck the foreheads of several individuals. Instantly, they rolled their eyes back and fell into unconsciousness. The tasks that lay ahead would be significantly hampered if these individuals remained conscious and uncooperative. Thus, for the sake of precaution, it was prudent to render them senseless. After incapacitating these few, he proceeded with his plans. Hemingway cast a discerning gaze over the crowd and ultimately selected a young man in his 20s to serve as the inaugural subject for his experiment. Approaching the individual, he fixed his gaze intently, activating the power of the meatball fruit. In an instant, the world before him transformed into a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors, intricate and perplexing, imbued with an extraordinary depth of meaning. "The martial spirit," Hemingway quietly murmured to himself. instantly amidst the vibrant hues that the young man embodied. A striking white light became exceptionally prominent in his gaze. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a small white fish. This was, in fact, the young man's soul essence. Hemingway slowly extended his right hand, the palm rising with a cat-like cushion, and gently tapped the young man. With a soft pop, a bubble instantly emerged from the youth, floating gracefully in the air. Within this bubble, a translucent silhouette of a small white fish could be discerned. It was evident that Hemingway had extracted the young man's martial spirit using the power of the fleshball fruit. Hemingway extended his hand, and the bubble enclosing the small white fish gently floated towards him, settling into his palm. After casually inspecting it for a moment, he shifted his gaze to several other pirates. Ultimately, he selected a middle-aged pirate. In his eyes, this middle-aged pirate's martial soul manifested as a fishing rod. Clearly a weapon-type martial soul, which stood in stark contrast to his own dual martial souls. Hemingway gently pressed the small white fish spirit, cradled in a bubble, against the chest of the middle-aged pirate. Gradually, the bubble merged into his body. It is done. As Hemingway's face momentarily brightened with joy, the subsequent turn of events caused his expression to freeze in shock. He beheld the small white fish spirit, which had fused with the pirate's essence, violently clashing with the fishing rod spirit residing within him, resulting in a fierce repulsion between the two entities. The middle-aged pirate, lost in a stupor, displayed a visage of anguish as his body convulsed, seemingly enduring immense torment. What could possibly be happening? Hemingway fixed his gaze upon the two soul spirits, scrutinizing their differences, yearning to comprehend the reasons behind their mutual conflict and repulsion. The clash between the two soul spirits intensified with the passage of time, resembling an irreconcilable struggle between water and fire, destined for the existence of only one. They wore each other down, ultimately leading to their mutual destruction. Bang! Though no sound echoed, Hemingway, ever the keen observer, felt as if he could hear that very noise. Before his eyes, the two soul spirits shattered in a cataclysmic explosion. The pirate, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, ceased his convulsions, his entire being seemingly drained of vitality, his complexion pale as death. Indeed, the endeavor to create a twin soul spirit proved to be no simple feat. Fortunately, I had the foresight to conduct preliminary experiments. Through his meticulous observation of the entire process, Hemingway gleaned a faint understanding of why the two soul spirits clashed and ultimately detonated. The reasoning was rather straightforward. Their incompatible attributes foretold their inability to coexist. Much like water and fire, opposing elements cannot unite as one. Yet, would two soul spirits sharing the same attributes be capable of harmonious existence? Hemingway contemplated, his gaze sweeping over a group of more than a dozen individuals, ultimately settling upon a youth in his teens. This young lad possessed a soul spirit that manifested as a small white fish. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and effortlessly summoned his soul spirit. Cradling it in his hands, he approached another young man. The soul spirit of this individual took the form of a black fish, appearing significantly more formidable than the small white fish. Hemingway hesitated not a moment, pressing the small white fish spirit into the young man's body. He then widened his eyes, meticulously observing the reaction of the spirit within him. The two spirits began to clash, yet it was evident that the black fish spirit within the youth held the upper hand, constricting the small white fish spirit into a defenseless ball, swiftly eroding its essence until it was entirely absorbed. Following the assimilation of the white fish spirit, the black fish spirit noticeably grew stronger, adorned with additional white stripes, clearly having appropriated some of the white fish's attributes. Thus, it became apparent that the disparity in strength was overwhelming. Indeed, this method of devouring the white fish spirit had evidently fortified the black fish spirit. If this were the case, then I need not cling to the notion of possessing twin spirits. I could directly enhance my spirit through this method. Hemingway nodded in agreement. Simultaneously realizing he had fallen into a cognitive trap, he had only acknowledged the merits of twin spirits while overlooking their drawbacks. It is crucial to understand that twin spirits can indeed clash, especially as additional soul rings are bestowed. The conflicts would only intensify. Should one fail to suppress such a clash, the probability of catastrophic failure would be exceedingly high. Therefore, his previous aspirations to create a genius with twin or even triple spirits were wholly unrealistic. After all, not everyone possesses the extraordinary talent of Tang San or BB Dong, capable of wielding twin spirits. For an ordinary person, possessing twin spirits is hardly advantageous. The most likely outcome is an inability to control the conflict between the two spirits, leading to a tragic demise. The original text recounts an instance preceding Tang San and Bibidong, where another individual with twin spirits perished during their cultivation, having left no legacy behind before their untimely fall. This illustrates that mastering two spirits is no simple feat, nor is it attainable by everyone. Even if it were feasible, the resources expended would outweigh the benefits. Thus, it would be far wiser to settle for a single spirit, as he could assist in enhancing their spirit and improving their potential, ultimately cultivating a spirit that rivals the likes of the Haotian Hammer and Angel spirits. To deliberately pursue twin spirits would be to undermine one's own path. Chapter 53, An Unexpected Outcome. Further experimentation is warranted to gather additional data. Hemingway turned his gaze towards the remaining 10 or so individuals and continued his experiment. After a series of endeavors, Hemingway obtained the following data. Firstly, the phenomenon of dual martial souls is exceedingly rare and challenging to coexist. Typically, an individual can possess only one martial soul, and the probability of harboring two simultaneously is exceedingly low. A delicate balance must be achieved for both martial souls to coexist harmoniously. Furthermore, even if one manages to possess dual martial souls, the process of their coexistence can lead to intense conflicts during the cultivation of the martial souls and the augmentation of soul rings. Thus, the creation of dual martial souls is ill-advised. Not just anyone can wield dual martial souls. It requires a prodigy endowed with luck, talent, and unwavering willpower to bear the burden of such a duality. However, individuals meeting these criteria are exceedingly rare. Secondly, to facilitate the enhancement of a martial soul through the consumption of others, one must grasp certain principles. The attributes and types of the martial souls must not diverge excessively. For instance, if one is of the water attribute and the other of the fire attribute, even if one succeeds in consuming the other, the benefits reaped would be minimal. After all, the principles of elemental opposition mean that instances of coexistence are exceedingly uncommon. Of course, there are exceptions, should they manage to coexist. Their power would be remarkably amplified. Regarding types, for example, if one martial soul is a weapon type and the other a beast type, even post-consumption, the advantages gained would be negligible, potentially leading to the regression of the martial soul. There is also the possibility of unforeseen mutations resulting in enhanced strength. But such occurrences are exceedingly rare and considered anomalies. In summary, when contemplating the consumption of martial souls, one must consider numerous factors. Not all martial souls can be casually fused. Reckless actions may yield unpredictable and dire consequences. In the time that follows, Hemingway gradually conducted experiments with hundreds of individuals to gather comparative data. Finally, he had some preliminary insights into the enhancement and transformation of martial souls. After ensuring that no further issues would arise, he could officially utilize this knowledge to cultivate his subordinates. The first beneficiary of the martial soul transformation was the purple giant whale. Hemingway summoned a dozen individuals, each possessing whale-type martial souls, and subsequently extracted their martial souls one by one. Through a process of harmonious blending, these souls gradually merged into his being. Due to the exceptional nature of the purple giant whale's martial soul, the abyssal demon whale, these whale-type martial souls were effortlessly consumed, significantly enhancing the foundation of his own martial soul, initially owing to hidden injuries and an inadequate configuration of spirit rings. He had resigned himself to a life devoid of the hope of attaining the title of Douluo, despite possessing a top-tier martial soul. However, after assimilating the martial souls of several kindred whales, his innate potential surged. The possibility of becoming a titled Douluo finally emerged, filling him with overwhelming emotion and nearly bringing him to tears, further solidifying his loyalty to Hemingway. Yet, upon reaching this point, the purple giant whale had also reached its limits. The integration of new martial souls proved futile, as his own martial soul was of an exceedingly high caliber. Transcending these limits was no simple feat unless he could consume martial souls of equivalent rank. The presence of lesser martial souls, regardless of their numbers, would not facilitate a qualitative change. Following the purple giant whale came the purple pearl. Her martial soul, the sea serpent, did not inherit her father's abyssal demon whale martial soul. Originating from her mother, the sea serpent martial soul was, to be frank, not particularly remarkable, merely above average. Her current prowess could largely be attributed to the protection of her father, a spirit Douluo, who had diligently nurtured her since childhood. If all goes as expected, reaching the rank of spirit Douluo would be a significant achievement for Purple Pearl. Indeed, if her spirit ring configuration were to falter and undermine her foundation, she might not attain even that rank. This clearly illustrates the advantage of having a formidable support system. Hemingway, enamored with the girl, spared no effort in his endeavors. The inherent weakness of her martial soul, however, signified a remarkable potential for transformation, brimming with possibilities for evolution into the unknown. Thus, after meticulous calculation, Hemingway amassed 38 varieties of serpent martial souls, methodically integrating each into her being while vigilantly observing her metamorphosis, prepared for any unforeseen occurrences. Fortunately, once all 38 serpent martial souls melded seamlessly, the originally modest sea serpent martial soul of Zizinzu underwent a dramatic and extraordinary transformation. This metamorphosis was undoubtedly beneficial, surpassing even Hemingway's expectations. He gazed in awe at the colossal figure enveloping Zizinzu, feeling as though he had unwittingly conjured something truly magnificent. The sea serpent, having absorbed the essence of 38 serpent martial souls, had undeniably retained its serpentine form yet experienced a profound reinvention. Hydra, Hemingway instinctively murmured upon witnessing Zizinzu's evolved martial soul. What Hydra? Zizinzu, brimming with joy at her transformation, inquired curiously. Nothing, merely lost in thought, Hemingway replied, shaking his head, offering no further explanation. The name Hydra had escaped his lips solely because Zizinzu's martial soul bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary beast from Greek mythology. Before him loomed a gargantuan serpent, stretching over 30 meters in length, adorned with 9 heads, an embodiment of the mythic 9-headed Hydra. Zizinzu's sea serpent martial soul had transcended into a 9-headed entity. Undoubtedly, this new form rivaled the likes of the Haotian hammer and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial souls, standing as a premier martial soul in its own right. What abilities does your 9-headed martial soul possess? How does it differ from your original soul? Hemingway eagerly inquired, sensing that he had serendipitously crafted something extraordinary. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare, and he foresaw that replicating this serendipitous creation of a top-tier martial soul would be nearly impossible in the future. Zizinzu's unique situation was a mere anomaly, heavily influenced by fortuitous circumstances. The harmonious mutation between the 38 serpent martial souls and her original essence had birthed this remarkable entity. Upon hearing his question, Zizinzu remained silent, gently closing her eyes to commune with her newfound martial soul. Moments later, she reopened her eyes, radiant with joy, and exclaimed to Hemingway, "My martial soul has become incredibly powerful. Each of the 9 heads possesses a unique ability, and my overall physical attributes have seen tremendous enhancement." "Oh, I hardly know how to express this. Let us engage in a duel." Observing the eager demeanor of the girl, Hemingway realized that she had become overconfident, buoyed by the evolution of her martial spirit. It seemed she was intent on seizing the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Truly, what could provoke such an absurd notion? Had the evolution of her martial spirit truly bestowed upon her such immense confidence? At that moment, Hemingway himself felt a stirring of interest and decided to indulge her. He nodded and said, "Very well, let me personally test what sort of creature I have created." Chapter 54, Do Not Think You Can Shake Me Off. A remote shore on Whale Island. Hemingway and the Purple Pearl stood at a distance, locked in a tense standoff. He waved at the young girl across from him with a playful smirk, saying, "Come at me with all you've got." "Humph, just you wait and see." Seemingly incensed by his dismissive demeanor, the Purple Pearl huffed softly. She then summoned her brand new martial spirit. A colossal 9-headed serpent materialized, its ethereal form gradually solidifying into something akin to reality. The creature shimmered a deep oceanic blue, with each of its 9 heads adorned with scales of various hues, creating an enchanting pattern, exuding an otherworldly allure. The enormous serpent, stretching over 30 meters in length, coiled protectively around the Purple Pearl, encircling her with its formidable presence. The 9 elongated heads coldly fixated on Hemingway, and suddenly, the central head's eyes ignited with a fierce red glow. Sensing imminent danger, Hemingway instinctively raised his hand, and golden-armed hockey manifested instantly, forming a massive shield before him. Buzz! The resplendent shield emitted a powerful hum. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that a portion of the shield's front had transformed into a grayish-white substance. "Oh, this is the ability of petrification." Hemingway was somewhat taken aback upon witnessing this, yet he remained utterly composed. He merely intensified the infusion of his armament hockey, and with a resounding clash of metal, the petrified portion of the hockey was discarded, falling from the shield to the ground. He murmured to himself, "Do the 9 heads each possess a distinct ability?" After delivering a strike, he refrained from pursuing the Hydra further and remarked, "Show me what abilities you possess. Let me see to what extent you have evolved." To his surprise, All 9 heads of the Hydra nodded in unison, clearly indicating that this martial spirit was under the control of the consciousness of the purple pearl, rather than possessing its own sentience. "Come forth." Hemingway raised the golden shield forged from the essence of armed color, proclaiming loudly. No sooner had his words echoed than the 9-headed giant serpent commenced its assault. A myriad of attacks surged forth simultaneously. Some serpent heads gaped wide, exhaling a chilling breath that encased his shield in ice. Others unleashed fierce flames, seemingly capable of incinerating all in their path. A few heads, adorned with fangs, shot forth 2 streams of venom from their incisors. Once all 9 heads had exhibited their unique abilities, the area surrounding Hemingway lay in utter disarray, marked by traces of frost, scorched earth, and corrosive toxins. The diverse array of powers was evidently remarkable, with some even in direct conflict. Yet they harmoniously coalesced within a single martial spirit. Truly, it was nothing short of astonishing. Hemingway gazed in awe at the colossal Hydra, as though beholding a rare treasure. He was utterly astonished, never having anticipated that his accidental endeavor would result in such a monstrous creation. The 9 heads of the Hydra each represented a distinct ability: venom, flames, frost, accelerated regeneration, corrosive acid, curse, misty corporeality, petrification, and healing. These 9 capabilities encompass control, powerful offense, support, and healing, addressing nearly every aspect of combat. From the perspective of soul masters in this realm, it was nothing short of a perfect martial soul. The harmonious combination of these abilities left little to be desired, serving as both a support and a formidable force, effectively making one individual equivalent to an entire team. Particularly remarkable was the fact that the 9 heads could unleash their powers simultaneously, allowing her to engage her foes in a manner akin to 1 against 9. It was undeniably an unfair advantage. No wonder that Purple Pearl brimmed with confidence, believing she could best him. Furthermore, these abilities were innate talents of the martial soul itself, not skills granted by soul rings. Thus, with the addition of soul rings, Purple Pearl's powers might undergo even more extraordinary transformations, potentially granting her even more abilities. Just the thought of it was enough to make one envision her boundless future. Impressive, isn't it? After retracting her martial soul, Purple Pearl appeared somewhat fatigued. Having unleashed the 9 abilities in succession, each at maximum capacity to test their effects, the toll on her was certainly significant. Nevertheless, she mused that she had bright prospects ahead as a potential limit Douluo. If she were to earn the favor of the divine, ascension to godhood might not be out of reach. Observing her weary yet resolute demeanor, Hemingway's gaze softened, and he offered genuine praise. His words were not mere flattery, but a statement of fact. Given Purple Pearl's current qualifications, she truly possessed the potential for divinity. He could scarcely believe that he had inadvertently created a martial soul with the potential for godhood. Or perhaps it was simply fortuitous luck that led Purple Pearl to encounter an exceedingly rare and beneficial mutation. Should Hemingway aspire to replicate the instance of the Purple Pearl, it would likely be an endeavor fraught with impossibility. Such fortunate mutations are exceedingly rare, their probabilities akin to winning the lottery. Unless, in the future, he strengthens his capabilities to the point of comprehending deeper concepts and truly perceiving the essence of martial souls, he may then transform such favorable variations into the norm. For now, however, he can only rely on chance. The mass production of supreme martial souls remains an unattainable ambition. Upon hearing Hemingway's claim of potentially becoming a limit Douluo and even attaining divinity, a smile blossomed on the delicate visage of the Purple Pearl. And with a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes, she inquired, "May I accompany you to see God Island?" Hemingway was momentarily taken aback upon hearing her words. As he gazed into the eager eyes of the young girl, he finally comprehended the source of her earlier exuberance. It was, in fact, her desire to accompany him to the Isle of Poseidon. Not long ago, he had inquired with the Purple Leviathan and, as anticipated, discovered that it was well aware of the island's location. Consequently, he resolved that once he had attended to his current affairs, he would set forth to the Isle of Poseidon to partake in the divine examination. The original text reveals that numerous locales there serve as exceptional venues for honing one's physique and augmenting one's strength. Moreover, the rewards of the divine examination are undeniably alluring. The sea goddess trials had never crossed his mind, yet he believed that with his innate talents, he could at least manage to achieve a black-level assessment, if not even a red-level one. The rewards from the divine examination would undoubtedly enhance his abilities significantly, and it would also forge a connection with the true rulers of the ocean, the Sea God Island. Those who complete the divine trials, depending on their level of accomplishment, are automatically integrated into the ranks of Sea God Island, especially those who pass the black and red level assessments. Successfully completing the black level trial would elevate one to the upper echelons of Sea God Island, while passing the red level trial would grant the status of a future high priest. The most esteemed figure on the island, second only to the sea god himself, and above all others. Thus, for Hemingway, participating in the divine trials on Sea God Island was an endeavor with innumerable benefits and no apparent drawbacks. Upon learning of Hemingway's decision to venture to Sea God Island, Purple Pearl immediately expressed her desire to accompany him. However, she was sternly dissuaded by the Purple Whale, who understood that the trials of Sea God Island were not easily surmountable. For the majority, they were a matter of life and death. Only those of true genius might succeed in these challenges. As Purple Pearl's father, the Purple Whale was acutely aware of his daughter's limitations. To suggest that she partake in the divine trials with her level of talent was nothing short of absurd, a mere invitation to her own demise. Hemingway, upon witnessing the desire of the Purple Pearl to accompany him, shook his head repeatedly. He candidly expressed that her aptitude was woefully inadequate, deeming it excessively perilous for her to participate in the divine examination. This blunt assessment profoundly disheartened the Purple Pearl, leaving her in a state of despondency for several days. Strangely, when she learned of Hemingway's intention to journey to the island of the sea god, an inexplicable feeling washed over her. The thought of not being able to accompany him filled her with dread, as it suggested an ever-widening chasm between them, ultimately rendering his figure invisible in her life. Thus, upon hearing his high regard for her, the Purple Pearl was filled with elation, for it implied that she could indeed join him on his voyage to the island of the sea god. With the surname High, you shall never rid yourself of me in this lifetime. Chapter 55, The Caprices of Fate. Ocean God Island is a singular locale, regarded as a sacred sanctuary in the hearts of nearly all sea spirit masters. The sea spirit masters are distinct from their terrestrial counterparts, as their powers can only be fully realized within the vast expanse of the ocean. It can be said that the sea is their domain, where terrestrial spirit masters of comparable rank stand little chance of matching the prowess of the sea spirit masters. Just as the terrestrial spirit masters revere the spirit hall, the sea spirit masters possess their own beliefs. The faith of the sea soul masters is not a mere sect. It is the worship of a deity, the sea god. Each sea soul master firmly believes in the existence of the sea god, who governs all within the vast ocean and is regarded as the ancestor of the sea soul masters. It is under the divine protection of the sea god that these masters wield formidable powers, drawing strength from the depths of the sea. For land-based soul masters, the spirit hall may not represent a true faith. However, in the hearts of the sea soul masters, the sea god stands as their singular and unwavering belief. No sea soul master would ever dare to blaspheme the sea god. The reason why Sea God Island is considered a sacred ground for these masters is that it serves as a place of worship for the sea god. Throughout the ages, great offerings have been made by emissaries of the sea god, leading numerous powerful sea soul masters in tribute upon the island. Any soul master who arrives at Sea God Island must undergo a trial. Yet, this trial is not administered by the soul masters present on the island. It is bestowed by the sea god himself, commonly referred to as the divine trial. Each individual faces a unique challenge, differing according to their innate talents and experiences. Some may find their trials simple, perhaps merely retrieving a shell from the sea, while others may encounter perilous challenges that could lead to near-death experiences. The nature of the trial varies from person to person, but it is generally linked to the strength of the one being tested. The sea god does not impose trials guaranteed to end in death. Despite the extreme difficulty of certain trials, there remains a possibility of success. It is merely the case that the process carries inherent dangers. Countless souls have perished in the pursuit of these trials. In his youth, the azure giant whale once aspired to undertake the trials and even sought the whereabouts of Sea God Island. However, as he grew older and established a family, he became increasingly cautious and fearful for his own life, ultimately refraining from the journey. This has remained an enduring regret within him. Little did he anticipate that fate would allow his daughter to fulfill the quest he never completed. Just contemplating this evokes a profound sense of nostalgia within the azure giant whale. In the past, had his daughter expressed a desire to venture to Sea God Island for the trials, he would have vehemently opposed it without a second thought, for he deemed such an endeavor nothing short of suicidal. Given her talents, the odds of survival in the trials were exceedingly slim. Yet, circumstances have changed. Faced with his daughter's newly manifested martial soul, he perceives the enigmatic and multifaceted Hydra martial soul as a source of immense pressure, even overshadowing his own deep-sea demon whale martial soul. What does this signify? It signifies that, in terms of rank, his daughter's Hydra martial soul has far surpassed his own. Coupled with the protection of the newly appointed leader, her safety is assured. Thus, the Azure Giant Whale ultimately acquiesces to his daughter's wish to accompany him to see God Island for the trials. After all, youth is characterized by a fearless spirit, and embarking on such an adventure is indeed commendable. This way, she may avoid future regrets, unlike him, who, despite his enhanced talents, still refrains from participating in the trials. For now, he believes that by diligently pursuing his training, he will inevitably attain the rank of title Douluo in due time. That, however, is the pinnacle of soul masters, which has led him to value his life even more than before. Therefore, it is impossible for him to accept the trial. The purple giant whale is merely responsible for transporting the two of them to see God Island, and has no intention of participating in the trial alongside them. The sea breeze caresses the air, while the sun's radiant beams illuminate the gently undulating waves, casting a myriad of shimmering reflections upon the vast ocean. A grand vessel glides swiftly through the waters, its towering masts adorned with immense blue sails, the pinnacle embellished with the striking emblem of a deep-sea leviathan. This is the renowned ship of these waters, the Leviathan, the esteemed flagship of the notorious pirate captain, the Purple Whale. At this moment, Hemingway stands at the bow of the ship, facing the oncoming sea breeze, gazing into the distance. In his azure eyes, reminiscent of the ocean, one might discern the essence of the entire sky and sea, imbued with an enchanting depth and mystique. Following the assault of pirates and the encounter with the formidable deep-sea Leviathan, Hemingway has finally embarked on his journey to the island of Poseidon. Though the path has been somewhat tumultuous, the myriad tribulations he has endured have facilitated significant growth, culminating in a true metamorphosis. Awakened to the King's Haki, his mindset and spirit now stand in stark contrast to his former self. He has genuinely matured into adulthood. My lord, we shall reach the vicinity of Poseidon's island within 3 days, the purple giant whale respectfully announced, standing beside the silver-haired youth. However, my lord, I cannot escort you directly to the island. We can only anchor nearby, and you must make your own way there. The waters surrounding Poseidon's island are teeming with formidable sea spirit beasts. Should our vessel approach, we would undoubtedly face an assault. Moreover, I dare not provoke the majesty of Poseidon. Hemingway cast a glance at the purple giant whale, yet chose to remain reticent, merely stating that it sufficed to reach a nearby location, as long as the island of Poseidon was within sight. The giant whale observed the serene expression on Hemingway's face and suddenly recalled the fearsome abyssal leviathan that had fled in terror. It dawned upon the whale that, had it not been for its unfamiliarity with the route, this individual could easily embark on a journey to the island of Poseidon. In the subsequent 3 days, most of the time, Hemingway stood at the bow, reveling in the caress of the sea breeze, his gaze stretching into the infinite horizon, exuding an aura of profound mystery. One cannot help but ponder what thoughts occupy the mind of this unparalleled silver-haired youth. The subsequent 3 days of sailing transpired with remarkable smoothness. During the voyage, not a single sea spirit beast dared to collide with the vessel. This unexpected tranquility left the purple giant whale, who had braced for battle, utterly perplexed. Unable to fathom the reason behind such an uneventful journey, little did they know that it was all a result of Hemingway's presence at the ship's helm. Ever since awakening his conqueror's haki, he radiated an intangible aura of authority, even without formally unleashing his power. The mere essence of his presence was enough to instill fear in the hearts of the petty. This included the sea spirit beasts. Any formidable soul beast that approached him would be struck with terror, instinctively turning tail and fleeing in panic. Thus, the days passed in serene calm, free from any assaults by sea spirit beasts. On this particular day, a distant speck appeared on the horizon. The purple giant whale, standing at the bow, immediately commanded the crew to drop anchor upon spotting the black dot. Hemingway, aware that they were nearing their destination, had already made preparations with the purple pearl. The purple giant whale approached Hemingway and said, "My lord, I can only escort you thus far. Beyond this point lies the domain of the sea god island. Any vessel that enters this area will be met with the wrath of the guardian beast of the island, that formidable 10,000-year-soul beast I mentioned to you before. Be exceedingly cautious as you traverse the sea. That guardian beast is extraordinarily terrifying and possesses immense aggression. Even the deep-sea devil whale holds a measure of dread for it." Upon hearing his account, Hemingway remained noncommittal. He was undoubtedly aware of the true nature of the so-called guardian beast of the island. Having perused the original text, he recognized that this guardian was a shark that had cultivated for 100,000 years, specifically the most ferocious of its kind, the soul-devouring great white shark. It is renowned as a marine predator, one of the most aggressive and formidable soul beasts of the ocean. Even a millennium-old soul-devouring great white shark could contend with an ordinary 10,000-year-old soul beast, although its size does not rival that of the abyssal magic whale. Its speed is unparalleled, far exceeding that of the Leviathan. In the face of its onslaught, escape is utterly impossible. It is one of the most fearsome carnivorous soul beasts of the seas. Moreover, of utmost significance is the fact that this soul-devouring great white shark serves as the steed of the sea god. The clan of soul-devouring great white sharks acts as the guardians of the waters surrounding Sea God Island, with hundreds of these formidable creatures congregating in the vicinity, forming a natural barrier. Any intruder wishing to set foot on Sea God Island must first contend with these soul-devouring great whites. However, nothing is absolute. There are indeed ways to circumvent these formidable guardians and stealthily access the island. The voracious appetites of the soul-devouring great whites, coupled with their overwhelming numbers in the waters, present an opportunity. Every fortnight, under the leadership of the 100,000-year-old guardian beast, they embark on hunting expeditions lasting approximately 3 days. This interval represents the prime moment to infiltrate Sea God Island. Nonetheless, as the Sea King, Hemingway sees no need for subterfuge. Since awakening his conqueror's haki, his very presence exudes a formidable aura that intimidates soul beasts. Moreover, his ability to control marine soul beasts has seen a remarkable enhancement. Presently, he is capable of commanding even a 100,000-year soul beast, albeit limited to a single entity at a time. Nevertheless, the ability to exert such control over a creature of that caliber is nothing short of extraordinary. Hemingway is presently merely a soul master of less than level 40. Yet he possesses the remarkable ability to control a 10,000-year soul beast, one that even the ordinary title Douluo cannot subdue, should he continue to develop his talents. The implications are staggering. Thus, the magical soul great white sharks guarding Sea God Island pose virtually no threat to him. Moreover, even without employing his beast-controlling abilities, merely releasing his imposing aura would instill fear in a 10,000-year soul beast. After all, even the million-year deep-sea demon whale king fled in terror. The reason for the deep-sea demon whale king's panicked retreat primarily stemmed from the fear instilled in him by the sea god in years past. However, such intimidation may not be as effective against other million-year soul beasts. Nevertheless, this clearly illustrates the formidable nature of the conqueror's haki. In summary, after awakening this powerful aura, Hemingway has truly begun to rise. His prowess in all aspects is now unmatched compared to his former self. At this juncture, the purple giant whale continued, "My lord, should you encounter the magical soul great white sharks, it is imperative that you do not harm any of them, even the weakest among them. Otherwise, you will surely provoke the wrath of the entire pack. The optimal strategy for approaching Sea God Island is to exercise patience. While I am not well versed in the habits of the magical soul great white sharks, I can assert with certainty that during the darkest hours of the night, their activity is at its lowest. It is during such times that crossing the sea would be more advantageous." Hemingway nodded in acknowledgement, neither rejecting the kindness offered nor explaining that he was unperturbed by those monstrous soul sharks. He simply remarked, "I understand. Your advice is invaluable. We shall proceed with caution. Lower the lifeboat." The purple giant whale nodded and then gestured to the side. Immediately, a small boat was hoisted from the cabin and gently lowered to the surface of the sea by a rope. After casting a lingering glance at his beloved daughter, he spoke gently, "Be careful, my dear. You are my only daughter, and I look forward to your care in my old age." A father's love is often silent, quietly safeguarding his child. The purple pearl lightly covered her mouth, her eyes now glistening with tears. She merely nodded gravely before turning away, afraid to look back lest she change her mind about departing. The island of the sea god is shrouded in mystery for the purple pearl, who remains oblivious to the trials that await her, uncertain if she will return alive to accompany Hemingway. She embraces her fate with a resolve akin to resignation. Observing the entire ordeal, Hemingway's cerulean eyes, reminiscent of the ocean, flicker with nostalgia as he recalls his long-lost mother, fortunate to still have kin in this world. Yet, he is plagued by an unspoken sorrow, feeling the poignant weight of a love that can no longer be fulfilled. The lifeboat has been lowered. The vessel accompanying the Leviathan can easily accommodate 10 individuals. Hemingway and the purple pearl gracefully descended from the lofty deck, ultimately landing upon the lifeboat. The vessel merely sank slightly, reflecting their remarkable control. As they settled onto the rescue craft, the purple Leviathan abruptly turned, bellowing to the sailors, "Raise the anchor, set sail." The magic whale stirred to life, redirecting its bow towards the path from whence it came, without casting another glance at the pair. The purple leviathan retreated into its private cabin, shutting the door behind it, leaving one to ponder its solitary activities within, watching the magic whale recede into the distance. Hemingway and the purple pearl lingered in silence, their gazes fixed until the ship faded into the horizon. After exchanging a meaningful glance, it was the purple pearl who broke the silence. I heard from Father that this sea is inhabited by the spectral great white sharks. How shall we traverse this expanse? If indeed there are hundreds of such formidable sea spirits, crossing this realm would be nearly an insurmountable challenge, would it not? Patience, Hemingway replied. Hemingway mysteriously shook his head, smiling yet remaining silent. Just watch closely later. For me, the sea soul beast is hardly a threat. Chapter 57. At last, the island of the sea god. What do you intend to do? Zhejian Pearl inquired curiously, gazing at the man whose face radiated confidence. Hemingway remained silent. Instead, he approached the edge of the lifeboat, gracefully crouching down to dip his hand gently into the ocean. In an instant, the sea responded to his touch, revealing its vast expanse within 1,000 miles. Oh, it appears that fortune favors us. Hemingway was astonished. In his perception, there were no formidable soul beasts in the waters extending from here to the small black dot ahead. As for the legendary guardian spirit beast, the abyssal great white shark, not even a fraction could be found. The current situation was quite evident. They had fortuitously encountered the abyssal great white shark's hunting expedition, which occurred once every fortnight. Now, they merely needed to accelerate their pace to swiftly reach their intended destination. This spared them the effort of controlling those abyssal great white sharks. Hemingway withdrew his hand and stood up, gazing at the distant black dot. He turned to Zhejian Pearl and remarked, "We are fortunate. This expanse of sea harbors no powerful soul beasts, and as for the abyssal great white sharks, we have not encountered even a single one. We simply need to hasten our advance, and we shall reach Sea God Island without obstruction." No abyssal great white sharks? Zhejian Pearl, upon hearing this, felt a wave of confusion wash over her. She had braced herself for an imminent assault from the feared abyssal great white sharks, preparing to fight fiercely. Yet, you inform me that this notoriously perilous creature does not exist? Indeed, it is true. They are nowhere to be found. Hemingway nodded thoughtfully, speculating. Perhaps he has stepped out for some urgent matter, possibly to hunt. After all, the abyssal great white shark possesses an insatiable appetite, and the surrounding marine life is undoubtedly insufficient to satiate its hunger. It is conceivable that our arrival coincides with their hunting expedition. In any case, it is evident that no abyssal great white shark resides in this expanse of sea at present. Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart swiftly, urged Z Pearl, her urgency palpable. If there is a possibility they are merely away temporarily, they could return at any moment. We must seize this opportune moment to reach Sea God Island without delay. Rowing across would be too slow. Since you are so eager, I shall take you there by flight. Hemingway observed her fervent demeanor and shook his head in resignation. He then summoned his seldom-used second martial spirit. Fly me there? Z Pearl inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice, but her questions were soon answered. A colossal phantom of a white tiger materialized, swiftly merging with Hemingway's being. Instantly, a glimmer of crimson ignited in his ocean blue eyes, which were then engulfed in blood-red brilliance as a pair of magnificent, snow-white wings unfurled gracefully from his back. This is his second martial spirit. Z Pearl recalled the moment when he had shielded her from the deep-sea demon whale king, strikingly reminiscent of this very stance. Hemingway's second martial soul is named the ethereal white tiger, which bears a resemblance to the royal star tiger martial soul and the swan martial soul of the Tiando royal family, forming a harmonious amalgamation. The white tiger is adorned with a pair of elegant swan wings, granting it the ability to soar gracefully into the heavens. Anyone familiar with his lineage, upon witnessing the manifestation of his martial soul, would inevitably assume that the winged white tiger is a fusion of the white tiger and swan martial souls, perceiving it as the swan bestowing wings upon the king of the land, thus endowing it with the potential to dominate the skies. With a radiant aura of pure white light enveloping him, Hemingway stepped forward, extending his arms to embrace the purple pearl in a flawless princess carry. In that moment, the majestic, snow-white wings behind him gently fluttered, creating a tempestuous current of air around him. Rise. With a sudden, vigorous flap of his snow-white wings, Hemingway soared into the sky, cradling the violet pearl in his embrace. He transformed into a streak of white light, darting like lightning towards a distant dark point. During the flight, the violet pearl nestled quietly in Hemingway's arms, relishing the tender care with which he held her, her heart brimming with a sweet, blissful sensation. The radiant white light emanating from Hemingway softened the oncoming tempest, transforming the once piercing wind into a gentle breeze. As the delicate zephyrs caressed her, Zhejian Pearl found herself enveloped in a drowsy tranquility, overwhelmed by an irresistible desire to freeze time in that moment. She longed for the passage of time to slow, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as she nuzzled against his chest like a playful kitten. With that, she closed her eyes entirely, seemingly drifting into slumber. Feeling the girl's breath gradually steady in his embrace, Hemingway instinctively slowed the powerful wings at his back, reducing their swift flight. He cradled the enchanting maiden, his magnificent white wings gently fanning, surrounded by a soft, glowing light, resembling an angelic figure, though one could not overlook the crimson glint of menace in his eyes. Despite deliberately decelerating, the path ahead, no matter how distant, would eventually lead to their destination. Soon, the island, initially a mere speck, grew larger before his eyes. Ultimately, a picturesque island, reminiscent of eternal spring, gradually came into view. Was this the fabled island of the sea god from the original tale? The environment was indeed suitable for retirement. As he gazed upon the increasingly vivid beauty of the island, Hemingway felt a stirring impulse to one day relinquish his ambitions and seek solace here, away from fame and fortune. Before long, he reached his destination. While still in midair, his snowy wings began to retract, and the warm white light surrounding him gradually faded. As the last glimmer of light dissipated, Hemingway, cradling Zhejian Pearl, descended lightly onto the island's soil. The first sensation that struck him was the warmth of the environment. Although it was winter, and even with the temperate influence of the ocean, one would expect the temperature on the island to be chilly. However, upon setting foot on the land of the island of the sea god, he was greeted by a comforting warmth akin to that of spring. As he surveyed the surroundings, the island was awash in verdant greenery, reminiscent of a return to the Douluo continent, stretching endlessly before him. The island was home to a myriad of plant species, many of which Hemingway could not name. The air was infused with the invigorating scent of the sea, fresh and soothing, while whispers and cries of the ocean danced on the breeze. The beach, glistening under the sun, sparkled with fine, white sand, each grain resembling a tiny crystal. Upon his arrival, he was first met with serene tranquility, where the sea met the sky, and seagulls soared in jubilant flight. The sky was a deep, azure blue, high and pure, transparent and clear. Like the enchanting gaze of Hemingway, words cannot fully capture the beauty. At this moment, upon landing, the slumbering amethyst pearl awakened at an opportune time, opening her eyes to the breathtaking scenery before her. Gradually, her violet irises, once filled with wonder, became enveloped in a spell of intoxication. Choosing to remain nestled in Hemingway's embrace, she softly remarked, "What a beautiful place. Is this the legendary sanctuary of the sea god?" Hemingway, equally mesmerized by the beauty surrounding them, gently nodded and replied, "If one were to grow weary of the mundane world, this would indeed be a fitting place for retirement." Retirement? The amethyst pearl was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that this boy, barely 12 years of age, still in the bloom of youth, would contemplate such distant thoughts. Yet, she mused, this place truly seemed ideal for such a purpose. If it could be assured that there were no dangers here, perhaps she could invite her father to live in this very paradise. Nowhere else could be more suitable for a tranquil life. Chapter 58, An Unusual Feeling. Who goes there? How dare you intrude upon the sacred grounds of the sea god? Just as Hemingway and the amethyst pearl were lost in the beauty of the island, a sudden voice pierced the tranquility, and several figures emerged abruptly from the thicket, shattering the serene stillness and awakening the two from their reverie. Hemingway lifted his gaze and beheld a diverse assembly of individuals, each possessing distinct features. However, they shared a common attribute: their attire. Clad in garments reminiscent of athletic wear, they donned hues of pale yellow. The most mature among them appeared to be in their 40s, while the youngest were merely in their 20s. Hemingway faintly recalls that. According to the original text, the sea spirits on Sea God Island are distinguished by the color of their garments. However, this classification does not pertain to their soul power levels, but rather to the difficulty they faced during the trials set by the sea god. The greater the challenge they overcame, the higher their status on Sea God Island. The colors of their attire reflect this hierarchy, arranged from low to high according to the hues of soul rings: white, yellow, purple, black, and red. Before Hemingway and his companions stand 6 sea spirits clad in yellow, evidently ranking just above the white-clad spirits. Above them lie the purple, black, and red garments. At this moment, the 6 yellow-clad sea spirits initially exuded an air of intimidation. However, upon catching sight of the outsiders, they were taken aback, their confidence swiftly diminishing. They gazed in astonishment at the youth before them, whose hair cascaded like a waterfall of silver. Words escaped them, as any utterance at that moment seemed futile and inadequate. They stood there, mouths slightly agape, frozen in place. This immobility unmistakably revealed the turmoil within the hearts of these 6 yellow-clad sea spirits. Hemingway remained silent, merely observing the 6 individuals before him. Influenced by the atmosphere and being a newcomer in this unfamiliar land, Zijin Pearl hesitated to speak, leaving the entire gathering enveloped in a profound silence. After a considerable pause, the 6 Sea Soul Masters gradually acclimated to Hemingway's presence. Among them, the leader cast a particularly cautious and respectful gaze, inquiring, "May I ask, esteemed sir, what brings you to our sea god island? Indeed, it is a world that often judges by appearances." Hemingway inwardly sighed, reflecting on the treatment bestowed upon the protagonists of the original work upon their arrival at this island. The demeanor of the sea spirit masters of Sea God Island towards outsiders would certainly not be one of such respect and courtesy. Their current display of deference was evidently a result of the imposing aura he inadvertently exuded. Were it anyone else, the inhabitants of Sea God Island would undoubtedly not be so polite. Consequently, Hemingway felt no need for formality and directly articulated his intentions. "We have long yearned for Sea God Island, and we have come solely to join your ranks." Upon hearing this, the 6 sea spirit masters clad in yellow visibly relaxed. "Why didn't you say so earlier? It turns out you seek to join Sea God Island, not to cause trouble. That's a relief, indeed. The island of the sea god, revered as the sacred sanctuary for all sea soul masters, attracts numerous aspirants each year who yearn to join its ranks. Over time, a specific protocol has emerged. Initially, one must pass the trials set forth by the guardian of the sacred pillar. Only then may they undertake the sea god's examination. Upon successfully navigating this divine assessment, they are formally recognized as inhabitants of the island of the sea god. After all, it would be rather undignified for anyone to simply approach and demand to undergo the sea god's test without due process, as it would diminish the value of the sea god's grace. Thus, before outsiders can engage in the divine trials, they must first undergo the scrutiny of the guardian of the sacred pillar, who will ascertain their eligibility for the sea god's challenge. Generally speaking, if the aspirant is a sea soul master, the guardian tends to be lenient. As long as their performance during the evaluation is passable, they are likely to succeed. However, should a land soul master seek to enter the island of the sea god, the difficulty of the guardian's trials significantly escalates. For instance, in the original narrative, had Tang San and his companions not been shielded by the halo of protagonists, passing the trials would have proven far more arduous. Presently, a group of sea soul masters clad in yellow attire leads Hemingway and the Purple Pearl towards the abode of the guardian of the sacred pillar. If the air by the shoreline was moist and pristine, stepping into the woodland reveals a refreshing essence of nature that invigorates the senses. Hemingway increasingly felt that this island of Poseidon was an excellent place for retirement. Before long, a group of individuals traversed the woods and arrived at a serene pond. Upon encountering the tranquil pool, Hemingway's gaze flickered with a certain tumult. This body of water, though situated inland and modest in size, was remarkably tumultuous, its surface roiling with waves akin to those of the ocean. Surrounded by a lush copse of trees, the flora seemed to incline reverently towards the enigmatic stone column that stood at the center of the pool, reminiscent of devotees in solemn worship. At the base of this column lay a square platform, yet the central pillar was distinctly extraordinary. Rather than a mere column, it resembled a statue. A figure carved from what appeared to be white jade, depicting a maiden in a kneeling posture atop the sacred pedestal, her hands clasped in prayer against her chest, directing her veneration towards the temple of the sea god. Although merely a sculpture, the devout expression upon her visage was strikingly vivid and lifelike. This was indeed one of the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god island, the pillar of the sea sorceress. At this moment, perched upon the edge of the sea sorceress's pedestal was a young woman whose lower half was adorned with a magnificent fishtail, its graceful curve extending to her waist. The tail gently caressed the surface of the water, creating a soft rhythm. She donned a black top that left her alabaster midriff exposed, revealing even her navel, akin to a siren in a swimsuit. Her large, sky-blue eyes bore a striking resemblance to Hemingway's, evoking not the ocean, but rather the heavens. Her features were exquisite, with a delicate smile perpetually gracing the corners of her lips. As her fish tail playfully splashed against the water's surface, her exuberance was palpable, eliciting a thrill in Hemingway akin to the sight of a maiden's flawless, porcelain feet. Hemingway was perplexed, perhaps due to the enchanting presence of the mermaid spirit. He found himself captivated by the extraordinary beauty of the mermaid girl before him, particularly her gracefully swaying tail, which seemed to beckon him closer. The gentle undulation of her magnificent tail appeared to whisper, "Come, indulgent joy," firmly entrancing his gaze. This spectacle incited a twinge of jealousy in the nearby purple pearl. Who mused, "This stubborn oaf is utterly mesmerized. Is it merely a fishtail? Is it truly that captivating?" Growing increasingly irate, Purple Pearl pinched his waist sharply, twisting it with vigor. However, Hemingway's formidable physique rendered her grip an inconsequential annoyance, and he calmly disregarded her envious antics, maintaining his unwavering focus on the mermaid girl. Sensing the presence of an outsider, the mermaid girl lifted her gaze toward the shore, her eyes meeting Hemingway's. In that fleeting moment, an inexplicable flutter surged within him. Their azure eyes locked, and time seemed to suspend in that instant. Chapter 59, Breakthrough. Listen, as Hemingway and Purple Pearl were escorted to the Sea Witch's sacred pillar. The leading figure, a sea spirit master clad in yellow, adopted a solemn expression. With reverence, he addressed them, "Welcome to the Sea of Seas, the Sea Witch's sacred pillar. This pillar is one of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island, endowed with divine power by the sea god. Each pillar serves to convey the divine will, and any of them may assess foreign spirit masters. Today, you shall undergo a trial here." "I understand." Hemingway nodded gently, harboring no apprehension regarding the impending trial. As a dual soul wielder, he was, in essence, a member of the Sea Spirit Masters, transcending the mere status of a terrestrial spirit master. As for Purple Pearl, her situation was even less concerning. It has been ages since anyone visited here. Who would have thought a striking blue child would arrive this time?" The mermaid girl seated on the platform wore an expression of innocent curiosity, her sea blue eyes fixed intently on Hemingway, stirring an inexplicable restlessness within her. Her magnificent tail gently swayed upon the water's surface, presenting a graceful silhouette, droplets cascading from the tip. Gazing into the depths of those sky-blue eyes, Hemingway mused. She must be the Sea Witch, a character from the original narrative. According to the lore, she possessed the innate ability to read minds, which posed a significant dilemma. Confronting an adversary capable of such a talent was exceedingly vexatious, for every individual harbors secrets they wish to conceal. Should his identity as a transgressor be unveiled, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Hemingway sensed an intangible spiritual force silently approaching him, prompting an instinctive release of his observation hockey and resistance. The collision with the incoming ethereal energy ensued with a resounding impact. Hemingway felt a resounding roar echo in his mind, as if flames had encountered gasoline. Stimulated by that surge of mental energy, he experienced an unprecedented clarity and vibrancy of thought. In the next moment, there was a bang, as if a barrier had been shattered. Hemingway felt as though his spirit had transcended some barrier, and suddenly, the scope of his observation expanded outward with remarkable intensity. Most astonishingly, he had previously been only vaguely aware of the emotional fluctuations of others, perceiving their hearts as if through a veil of mist. Yet, at this moment, under the influence of that mental force, it seemed he had finally torn through that shroud. Clarity dawned. His spiritual power surged to unprecedented heights. At this very instant, Hemingway could effortlessly hear the incessant mutterings of the nearby Purple Pearl, who was internally lamenting about a fickle-hearted scoundrel, a seductress, and an unashamed old woman. This was mind reading. My observation ability can now listen to the voices of others. He was taken aback, never expecting that upon arriving at Ocean God Island, his long-dormant observation power would break through. Stimulated by the Sea Witch's mental energy, Hemingway's observation prowess had finally achieved a breakthrough, granting him the ability to read minds. In the original tale, the mermaid princess, White Star, possessed an innate observation power of remarkable sophistication, enabling her to read the hearts of others. This was indeed reminiscent of the Sea Witch. Perhaps it was precisely due to her mental energy's influence that Hemingway's observation ability had awakened the capacity for mind reading. The Sea Witch, who had been quietly employing her mental power to delve into the heart of this restless young boy, suddenly uttered a sound of surprise. She felt as if the mental energy she had released had collided with an impenetrable wall. Moreover, she sensed a strange mental force erupting from this young boy, seemingly attempting to invade her own mind. You can read minds too. The sea enchantress wore a look of surprise on her delicate features, her gaze upon him akin to that of one beholding a rare creature. This sea sorceress, unbidden and without permission, delving into the depths of another's soul, was indeed an act of discourtesy. In Hemingway's azure eyes, a divine light flickered, signaling a breakthrough in his perception. At that moment, his spirit was exceptionally vibrant, resulting in an aura of dominance that radiated outward. The ground around him trembled slightly. The sea enchantress, in particular, felt as though the figure of the silver-haired youth before her had suddenly soared to unimaginable heights. In the blink of an eye, a colossal giant manifested before her, gazing down with eyes as magnificent as the sun and moon, regarding her with an indifferent and merciless stare, reminiscent of a deity's scrutiny. The heart of the sea sorceress was struck with immense shock. Everyone knows they were wrong. A soft and gentle voice involuntarily escaped her lips. Even she was taken aback by the sound of her own voice. What was happening? Was such a feeble tone truly emanating from me? And why? Upon gazing at this young boy before her, did she feel an involuntary sense of reverence? It was as though she stood before an exalted being, a sensation she had never experienced even in the presence of the sea god. It felt as if this young boy were her sovereign, embodying an innate nobility that placed him above all. This left her utterly disoriented, uncertain of how to approach this child. You old hag, acting coy at your age. Purple Pearl thought to herself as she observed the sea sorceress, her face flushed with shyness and her voice soft enough to melt a man's resolve. Among the merfolk, it was known that any sea soul master would be familiar with their kind, as they were a true marvel of the ocean. Half human, half sea creature. Their lifespans far exceeded those of humans. More importantly, their beauty never waned over time. Thus, despite the fact that this sea sorceress appeared scarcely in her 20s, her title as a Douluo suggested she could very well be over a century old. At that moment, the sea sorceress suddenly turned to Purple Pearl with a beaming smile, saying, "Little sister, our merfolk enjoy a lifespan 5 times that of your kind. By your human standards, I am still under 20. So you see, I am quite youthful and not merely pretending to be so. 5 times the human lifespan. If humans were 20, this meant the elderly woman was indeed nearing 100. Upon realizing this, Purple Pearl couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Indeed an aged woman masquerading as a youthful maiden. The sea sorceress, having clearly read her thoughts, felt a vain throb on her forehead, and her smile stiffened. Her gaze turned increasingly unfriendly. No woman relishes being called old, regardless of having lived a century. She resolved that when the time came for the girl's trial, she would ensure to give her a lesson in respecting her elders. Chapter 60. A breezy passage. The trial of Lord Sea God is not something just anyone can undertake, especially not outsiders. The sea sorceress's demeanor shifted to seriousness as she looked over at Hemingway and Purple Pearl, stating, "Before you can accept the trial, you must first pass my test. Only those who qualify may proceed to face the sea goddess challenge." What sort of test do we need to undergo? Hemingway, feigning ignorance despite having read the original text and knowing the plot, inquired with a hint of confusion. Quite simple, really. You must traverse this sea of seas before you and reach the holy pillar of the sea sorceress to qualify for the trial, she replied with a cheerful smile, playfully winking at him. "Fear not, I shall go easy on you." Hemingway understood that outsiders, whether sea soul masters or land soul masters, must first pass the trial of the guardian of the sacred pillar before they can face the test of the sea god. The difficulty of this trial is entirely contingent upon the personal disposition of the guardian. If the guardian finds you to his liking, he may grant you passage with minimal effort. Generally speaking, the trials faced by sea soul masters are considerably easier compared to those endured by land soul masters who have journeyed from afar, as this is the sea god's island. It is only natural that there would be a certain bias in favor of the sea soul masters, and there is nothing inherently objectionable about that. Hemingway, possessing dual martial souls, one of which, though a land soul master's soul, is the mermaid martial soul inherited from his mother, undoubtedly embodies the essence of a true sea soul master. Consequently, it is reasonable to expect that he would not be subjected to undue discrimination in his trials. At this moment, the nearby Purple Pearl, having listened to the sea witch's words, could not help but frown and inquire, "Esteemed elder, do we truly need to undergo a trial from a title Douluo before facing the Sea Lord's challenge? Do you believe we possess the capability to contend with the title Douluo?" The sea sorceress gently waved her hand and smiled, saying, "Rest assured. Although I am the one conducting the trials, I shall show mercy. I will not subject you to challenges beyond your capabilities. Now, which of you two shall go first?" As she spoke, a soft blue glow emanated from behind her, and suddenly the sea sorceress's sacred pillar illuminated, sending a brilliant azure beam from its base to its pinnacle. From the apex of the sacred pillar, a ring of blue ripples surged outward, resembling a luminous veil suspended above the sea. Given that the sacred pillar stood approximately 10 meters tall, the shimmering curtain above the ocean matched its height. It was evident that this 10-meter distance would limit their ability to fly and their space for advancement. "I shall go first," declared the purple-haired maiden, stepping forward and taking a deep breath. She then approached the shoreline, her feet sinking into the delicate, shimmering sands. Oh, she wishes to venture forth first to ascertain whether any traps lie in wait, ensuring her passage through the trial is flawless. The sea sorceress observed the silent purple-haired girl, clearly perceiving her intentions, yet chose to remain silent. The thought of increasing the difficulty to challenge her dissipated in her mind. Standing at the edge of the beach, the purple pearl began to emanate a radiant blue glow, and soon after, a colossal 9-headed serpent's ethereal form materialized, gradually solidifying. In an instant, she fully merged with her martial soul, transforming into a 10-meter-long serpent, resplendent in deep blue. An aura of a supreme predator unfurled, enveloping the surroundings. The gazes of the yellow-clad soul masters involuntarily gravitated toward the 9-headed serpent, their bodies tensing as they instinctively recoiled. An overwhelming sense of danger radiated from the serpent, making them feel akin to frogs at the mercy of its jaws, poised to be devoured at any moment. The sensation was utterly dreadful. "Ah, this martial soul manifestation is quite intriguing," mused the sea sorceress, her curiosity piqued. Typically, when individuals manifest their martial souls, they integrate them within their bodies, acquiring traits and exhibiting animalistic features. However, the purple pearl's manifestation was distinct. She directly fused her form with her martial soul, allowing it to fully materialize. It resembled the true embodiment of a martial soul, a trait usually reserved for soul saints. However, the distinction lay in the fact that hers was merely the materialization of her martial soul, thus lacking the ability to double all attributes or permit unlimited use of all soul skills, as a true embodiment would. Nevertheless, even so, the transformed 9-headed serpent exhibited a state far superior to that of her human form. Hissed the enormous serpent flicked its tongue, and 3 soul rings ignited around it. Then, it began to shimmer with a radiant blue light, its tail twisting as the serpent instantly morphed into a blue blur, darting forward. Swiftly, too swiftly. In this form, her speed far surpassed that of her human state. Such terrifying speed stirred even the distant sea sorceress, over 200 meters away, causing her to realize that she had underestimated the girl. The enchanting fishtail, still immersed in the surface of the sea, gently swayed, instantly stirring the waves before her, which surged to a height of 10 meters, seemingly sealing off all paths forward. The boiling seawater roared with an overwhelming force, yet it remained contained within the ocean's bounds. Faced with this spectacle, the Hydra, gliding across the surface with lightning speed, exhibited no sign of trepidation as it gazed upon the approaching waves. Unflinching, one of its heads opened wide, gathering the brilliance of flames before unleashing a powerful beam of red light directed at the waves. With a thunderous roar, the crimson light erupted, transforming into a torrent of blazing flames. The oncoming waves were cleaved open, creating a vast chasm, shrouded in billowing steam. Simultaneously, the Hydra surged forward with breathtaking velocity, aiming directly for the newly formed opening. However, soon after, even mightier waves bore down upon the Hydra, crashing heavily against its form. Fortunately, as a creature of the sea, the Hydra merely twisted its body slightly to dissipate the force of the oncoming waves. In that moment of motion, it harnessed the momentum of the incoming tide, propelling itself against the current with increased speed. For the Hydra incarnate, the purple pearl, these approaching waves posed no threat whatsoever. Before long, the Hydra reached a mere 5 meters from the sea sorceress's sacred pillar platform, victory tantalizingly close. With a powerful flick of its tail, the massive creature soared into the air, descending directly towards the platform. In midair, the colossal Hydra began to emanate a radiant blue light, gradually diminishing in size. With a gentle thud, a pair of delicate feet alighted softly upon the sea sorceress's sacred pillar platform. The purple pearl landed gracefully beside the sea sorceress, appearing utterly composed, as if traversing such a great distance had required no effort at all. The sea witch's eyes shimmered with a hint of approval as she nodded towards him. It was the first time I had encountered a sea serpent capable of breathing fire. Evidently, your martial spirit is far from ordinary. Moreover, I sensed an underlying pressure, suggesting that you have yet to unleash your full potential. Although your soul power may be somewhat lacking, it does not diminish your merit. Very well. You possess the qualifications to undertake the sea god's trials. I find myself at a loss. Numerous readers have accused me of being verbose. Upon reflection, I discerned that my writing does not lack substance. I have faithfully crafted the narrative without resorting to plagiarism, and the protagonist's strength is steadily progressing. Where, then, is the excess? Upon further contemplation, I realized I had made a grievous error in titling the work. It should not have been named The Early Trials of the Sea God. Those drawn in by the title seek to witness the protagonist's participation in the sea god's trials and their display of prowess. Consequently, when they encounter chapters focused on battling pirates, they deem them superfluous. Is it truly excessive? Hardly. It is simply that they are confronted with an unexpected narrative, leading them to perceive it as tedious. Had I titled it Rising from the Sea or Claiming Kingship Through the Conquest of Pirates, I would wager that no one would accuse me of verbosity. Alas, I lament the unfortunate misnomer. However, the contract has already been submitted, rendering any alterations impossible. Chapter 61, Commencement of the Trials. Listening to the Sea Witch's commendation and observing her gentle demeanor. Even though I previously held reservations about this woman who had captured Hemingway's attention, I found my perspective shifting. I could sense that she had previously shown restraint towards me despite my earlier offenses, which filled me with a twinge of shame. Of course, had I known that the Sea Witch initially intended to undermine me, my thoughts might have been quite different. Now, young sir, it is your turn. The Sea Witch beckoned to Hemingway across the waters, her smile radiant. Observing this test, which mirrored that of the original protagonist, Hemingway found it devoid of challenge. He stepped slowly into the sea, and as his feet touched the water's surface, an astonishing scene unfolded. The once turbulent waters, with waves crashing violently, instantly transformed into tranquility. The entire sea resembling a smooth mirror, devoid of the previous tempestuousness. Hemingway strolled leisurely, as if traversing a gentle avenue. He walked upon the surface of the sea with the ease of a stroll on solid ground, advancing step by step towards the pillar of the Sea Witch. The few yellow-clad sea soul masters behind him gaped in astonishment, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they beheld his seemingly impossible ability to walk upon the water, his entire body remaining buoyant, not a single drop of seawater touching his shoes. Such remarkable control over water. The Sea Witch, witnessing this spectacle, discerned the underlying principle. Undoubtedly, it was a mastery of hydromancy. As Hemingway's feet pressed upon the sea, he seized dominion over all the waters beneath him, rendering the Sea Witch powerless to influence the ocean's depths unless she summoned her full strength to contest his control. However, this was merely a trial, and she could not exert her utmost power. Thus, she could only watch helplessly as he claimed authority over the sea, subverting expectations through his test. Step by step, Hemingway ambled across the water, exuding an air of calm and composure. With the awakening of his conqueror's haki, it was as if he had been granted the key to unlock treasures untold. The inherent abilities of the mermaid princess's soul surged to unprecedented heights, particularly her hydromancy. Had he possessed such power while being pursued by pirates, he could have swiftly turned the tide against them or submerged himself to escape. As he gazed ahead at the approaching white-haired youth, the Sea Witch gently lifted her exquisite fishtail, droplets cascading from its tip. In an instant, her tail transformed into legs, enveloped by a flowing black gown. In the blink of an eye, she appeared almost indistinguishable from an ordinary human girl. The transformation of a mermaid's tail into legs was astonishing. The nearby purple pearl, taken aback, stood speechless. Indeed, upon leaving the water, we assume human forms, albeit for a fleeting period. Otherwise, we risk our very lives. After all, the sea is our true home. Upon hearing her murmured thoughts, the Sea Witch turned with a smile, remarking, "Therefore, we seldom reveal our legs in the presence of others. Outsiders are unaware of such traits inherent to our kind." At that moment, Hemingway approached the vicinity of the pillar, merely a few meters away. Suddenly, the waters surged and rapidly coalesced, forming a staircase. Without pausing, he ascended the steps, progressing steadily until he formally reached the pillar of the Sea Witch. Once he had ascended, the water staircase seemed to fulfill its purpose, swiftly dissipating back into the ocean. Simultaneously, the once placid sea transformed into a tumultuous expanse of waves. "Congratulations, you have passed the test," echoed in the air. The sea sorceress gazed with a hint of surprise at the silver-haired youth standing before her, remarking, "I did not anticipate that you would traverse the Sea of Seas in such a manner. To be quite frank, among the multitude of visitors each year, your approach is the most composed I have ever witnessed. Truly impressive. Your praise is excessive." "I merely relied on a stroke of luck," Hemingway replied, maintaining his humility despite the flattering words from the enchanting elder sister. In his view, passing this preliminary test was hardly remarkable. The true trial lay ahead with the assessment of the sea god. "Very well. I presume you both are eager to begin. Let us commence the challenge. The sea sorceress declared, gracefully approaching the sacred pillar of the sea sorceress, her gaze imbued with reverence. Young lady, you may go first. At this moment, Zixin's heart tightened. She understood that the real test was imminent. As a genuine sea soul master, she had heard tales of the sacred island of the sea god. Therefore, facing the examination that instilled dread in countless sea soul masters, she felt a flicker of anxiety, wondering if she would succeed. However, having journeyed this far, she could not falter now. Taking a deep breath, as she prepared to step forward, a large, warm hand clasped her delicate one. She turned to find her beloved smiling gently, reassuring her, "Do not fear, I am here with you." In that instant, Zixin marvelously discovered that her inner trepidation dissipated entirely with those simple words. "Yes," she murmured, lowering her head slightly. Releasing his hand, she lifted her gaze once more. Her expression restored to its former spirited demeanor. With a lightness in her step, she positioned herself just behind the sea sorceress, her violet eyes curiously observing the initiation of the divine trial. The sea sorceress slowly raised her elegantly proportioned arms, her exquisite face radiating devotion. Bringing her hands together in front of her heart, she held them half a foot apart, and a soft blue light began to materialize at the center of her palms, gradually intensifying. As the blue luminescence filled her hands, it suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire sacred pillar of the sea sorceress in a shimmering azure glow. Following this, a flash of brilliance emanated from beneath the sacred pillar, and a stream of blue light surged along the intricate patterns of the pillar, ascending rapidly to its pinnacle in the blink of an eye. The sea witch turned, facing the purple pearl, her delicate right hand pointing towards her body. A column of blue light descended from the heavens, enveloping her curvaceous form. Bathed in this luminescent embrace, the purple pearl appeared somewhat bewildered, clearly devoid of any sensation. The hue of the light began to shift, transitioning from blue to white, and then swiftly morphing from white to yellow, almost seamlessly transforming into purple. The purple deepened gradually. This transformation occurred at a slower pace, yet it continued unabated. Observing the intense fluctuations of radiance surrounding the purple pearl, the sea witch seemed taken aback, her luscious red lips parting slightly in astonishment, clearly caught off guard by the unfolding spectacle. Before long, the violet glow had entirely transmuted into black, nearly obscuring the purple pearl's enchanting figure beneath the column of light. Meanwhile, on the sacred pillar behind the sea witch, the lowest patterns began to darken as well, gradually ascending in a creeping shadow. Hemingway contemplated this scene silently, recognizing that the lowest color would invariably be black, with the possibility of red lurking beneath. He was not particularly surprised. After all, due to his alterations, the purple pearl's Hydra martial spirit had truly attained a divine semblance. Achieving a black level assessment was entirely to be expected, had it not been for the absence of the heart of the sea god. Even if the purple pearl were to receive the sea god's 9 trials, Hemingway would not have found it astonishing. Her martial spirit possessed such potential, alas. Lacking the heart of the sea god, she remained destined to miss out. The black light patterns continued to ascend, reaching nearly 1/3 of the height of the sea witch's sacred pillar, showing no signs of abating, and this time, the pace quickened. In the span of mere moments, the black light patterns had spread across the entirety of the sea witch's sacred pillar. Just as Hemingway believed it would cease there, unexpectedly, the seemingly stalled demonic patterns surged upward slightly. In an instant, the blackened patterns that had cloaked the sea witch's sacred pillar transformed, shifting entirely to a brilliant crimson. A beam of red light soared skyward, piercing the atmosphere. This blood-like radiance shot straight into the azure heavens, causing a flash of crimson across the tranquil blue sky. On the island of the sea god, thousands of gazes converged upon the sky almost simultaneously. Among them, 6 guardians of the sacred pillars, each standing before a uniquely styled pillar, revealed an uncontrollable brilliance in their eyes upon witnessing the crimson light. Almost in unison, they exclaimed, "The pinnacle of the 7 trials." Even within the heart of the island, in a special temple where a pair of eyes had remained closed for a decade, the emergence of this red light prompted them to open once more. A hint of astonishment mingled with greater joy spread across the face. The long still body gradually rose. Chapter 62, Incredulity. The Sea Witch's Sacred Pillar. The crimson light gradually receded, as the 7 red luminescent screens seamlessly merged into the forehead of the violet pearl, transforming into an extraordinary red heptagram, bestowing a subtle blush upon her originally pristine and delicate skin. At this moment, the sea witch found herself utterly stunned. The crimson hue, a stark contrast to the high mortality associated with the black, symbolized an extraordinary rarity. This exquisite shade of red appeared far too infrequently. The perplexing question arose: how could this girl possibly attain the pinnacle of the seventh trial? By what right? The sea witch concedes that the nine-headed serpent martial soul of the purple pearl is indeed remarkable. However, to attain the prestigious red level 7 examination solely on this merit seems rather unrealistic, does it not? It is, after all, a red level assessment. Hemingway observed the scene before him, his heart lamenting the missed opportunity. The pearl of purple, lacking the heart of the sea god, had still managed to achieve the red level assessment. Had she possessed the heart, securing the sea god's 9 trials would have been an assured triumph. Alas, how regrettable it was. May I inquire your full name, miss? At that moment, the sea witch's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation, shifting to one of utmost reverence. She slightly bowed and even paid her respects to the pearl of purple. This sudden change in the sea witch's attitude left the pearl momentarily taken aback. As a formidable titled Douluo and guardian of one of the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god, why would she extend such deference? Could it be that this red assessment held some extraordinary significance? It is worth noting that she was indeed a titled Douluo. My name is Purple Pearl. Caught off guard by the sea witch's unusual behavior, the pearl of purple found herself hesitant, cautiously inquiring. Elder, may I ask what this is about? The sea witch gazed at her cautious demeanor, a faint smile of irony gracing her delicate features. I must admit, I have misjudged you. It is an honor to serve as your examiner, Miss Purple Pearl. Although I cannot fathom why such a prestigious assessment would fall upon you. Know that for the foreseeable future, should you require anything on the island, you may seek my assistance. I shall do my utmost to aid you. Curiosity sparkled in Purple Pearl's large violet eyes, prompting her to inquire, Senior, what makes this assessment so special? Why do you treat me with such reverence? Upon hearing her question, the sea witch's expression deepened with respect as she elucidated. The trials bestowed by the sacred pillar are classified into 5 levels: white, yellow, purple, black, and red, mirroring the hues of the soul rings. White represents the lowest tier, while red signifies the pinnacle, denoting a supreme assessment. Remarkably, throughout the history of these elite trials, there has never been a record of failure. The last occurrence of a top-tier assessment was for the island's grand offering. Should you, Miss Purple Pearl, succeed in this premier evaluation, you shall become the heir to the grand offering and, consequently, the future steward of Sea God Island. With this explanation, Purple Pearl began to grasp the magnitude of the situation. It appeared that the sacred pillar's trials held complexities far beyond her previous understanding. Details that even her father was unaware of. It was indeed an enlightening experience. Do proceed with the assessment swiftly. Perhaps he too may attain a red level evaluation. Purple Pearl turned her gaze towards Hemingway, contemplating that if she could achieve the red level assessment, surely he would excel as well. No, without a doubt, he would surpass her. Thank you for your efforts. Hemingway stepped forward, his curiosity piqued regarding the rank of assessment he might attain. He conservatively estimated that he could achieve a black level, and there was even a considerable probability of attaining a red level, given his exceptional talent stemming from his twin martial souls. Should his assessment fall short, it could only be attributed to the sea god's lack of discernment. The sea sorceress gazed at him with great interest. Prior to the assessment of the Purple Pearl, her curiosity was predominantly piqued by Hemingway. Thus, she refrained from further conversation, directly channeling her soul power to initiate the second manifestation of the sea god's light for the day. The azure radiance enveloped the silver-haired youth, yet curiously, unlike the swift color transformation witnessed with the Purple Pearl, the blue light surrounding Hemingway remained unchanged, albeit intensifying in brilliance. This peculiar occurrence was unprecedented for the sea sorceress. She could not fathom why the blue light had not morphed, as even the weakest soul masters typically manifested at least a white level during their assessments. The prowess of the silver-haired boy was evidently remarkable, even extraordinary. Why, then, did such an anomaly arise? The Purple Pearl, too, widened her eyes in anxiety, concerned that something might have gone awry. Just as both women were engulfed in astonishment over the unchanging hue of the sea goddess light, a transformation occurred within the azure glow enveloping Hemingway. If the color of the light column had transitioned gradually for the Purple Pearl during her trial, the light surrounding Hemingway exhibited a leap-like change. The colors, blue, white, yellow, and purple, flashed in rapid succession, rendering a mesmerizing spectacle. The transition from violet to black occurred in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the black magical patterns ascended with astonishing swiftness, leaving the sea sorceress momentarily speechless. Having guarded the sacred pillar for many years and overseen numerous assessment ceremonies, she had never witnessed such rapid color changes in a participant. This revelation fundamentally altered her perceptions. Goodness, could this be another top-tier assessment? The sea sorceress felt her heart racing, straining to endure the excitement. As the guardian of the sacred pillar, she, along with the 7 great pillars combined, had never encountered such a remarkable scene. However, the breathtaking spectacle only intensified rather than diminished, reaching unprecedented heights. The black magical pattern successfully traversed 2/3 of the sea sorceress's sacred pillar, transforming into a blood-red hue. The sudden emergence of crimson magical patterns did not merely leap a fraction beyond the previous 2/3. Instead, it surged upward in an instant, reaching the apex of the sea sorceress's sacred pillar. A resonant hum, reminiscent of the ocean's lament, emanated from the sacred pillar, followed by a colossal blood-red light column that erupted into the sky, tenfold stronger than that triggered by the purple pearl. The sea surged with fervor, and in that fleeting moment, towering waves, reaching heights of 100 meters, erupted vertically from the depths of the ocean. Amidst these colossal waves, an intense azure glow radiated with fervent energy. Yet, the transformation was far from complete. The very island of the sea god trembled as if in response to the red light soaring from the sea witch's sacred pillar. Subsequently, the sea witch and the purple pearl distinctly witnessed 6 immense crimson beams piercing the heavens. These 7 beams converged at a singular point in the sky, and in the next heartbeat, the blood-red hues faded, giving way to a resplendent golden radiance cascading down from above. At that moment, everything seemed to plunge into an absolute stillness, save for that brilliant light, akin to the epicenter of the cosmos, descending from the heavens. The 9 trials of the sea god. Hemingway, the protagonist, stood in disbelief, as if ensnared in a dream. Chapter 63, It turns out I am also a mundane being. The golden light that now graced Hemingway's sight was unlike any he had encountered before. It exuded an aura of majesty and grandeur, embodying the essence of royal light. The instant it emerged, the entirety of Sea God Island, including the 7 sacred pillars, forests, hills, and the ocean itself, was bathed in a golden hue. Even the sea soul masters were enveloped in that extraordinary golden glow. Yet, the destination of this golden light was singular. Hemingway, standing beneath the sea witch's sacred pillar, appeared somewhat dazed and incredulous. Such a magnificent spectacle rivaled the majesty of nature itself. Was this the power of a deity in this realm? Hemingway conceded that he had indeed underestimated the strength of the world's champions. Despite possessing an advantage, he recognized his own weakness. He had not yet grown strong enough. Lacking the qualification to disdain the gods of this world, the golden beam evoked a peculiar sensation within him, as if something dormant had been stirred. Soon after, 9 square golden panels materialized before him, suspended in the air. The brilliance of the first panel outshone the rest, which appeared somewhat dim in comparison. Without affording Hemingway much time for contemplation, these panels drifted towards him like golden meteors, entering his brow. Instantly, a torrent of information flooded into his mind. Yet it was obscured and unclear, save for one thread that he could discern with clarity. Closing his eyes, he began to silently assimilate the knowledge within. Hemingway experienced a profound and invigorating surge of energy, as if his entire being were immersed in a refreshing liquid, an indescribable sensation of comfort enveloping him. Gradually, he became acutely aware of subtle transformations occurring within his body, illuminated by the golden radiance. Though he could not articulate the nature of these changes, the experience was nothing short of magical, akin to the harmonization of his bodily functions, an ineffable delight. Particularly, the spirit of the mermaid princess, bathed in this golden light, exuded an involuntary sense of joy and exuberance, reminiscent of a parched fish finally returning to the vast ocean. In that moment, Hemingway discerned a remarkable enhancement in his overall capabilities. The mermaid princess's spirit, having absorbed the power of the golden light, seemed to undergo a positive metamorphosis. As if a desiccated plant had finally received the life-giving water it so desperately craved. Hemingway was uncertain of the circumstances, yet instinctively felt that it heralded a fortuitous turn for him. The golden light gradually diminished, first fading from the sky and the sea, and then receding from all directions. Hemingway's body became the ultimate destination of this resplendent glow. The point where all the golden light converged was the center of his forehead. There, what remained was not a star-shaped mark, but a golden trident emblem. This delicate golden trident bestowed upon Hemingway an air of majestic nobility, coupled with his inherent, unparalleled charisma. Despite standing there in an unassuming manner, he exuded an undeniable aura of superiority, looking down upon the world. As he slowly opened his eyes, the once azure depths of the boy's gaze appeared even more crystalline. He raised his hand, instinctively brushing his smooth forehead, curious about his current visage. With a swift motion, the ubiquitous water molecules in the void coalesced, ultimately forming a shimmering mirror of water. Hemingway gazed at his reflection in the water's surface, observing how the sun and wind of 6 years on a deserted island had bestowed upon him a sun-kissed bronze hue. Yet, under the golden light, his complexion had transformed to a porcelain-like pallor, coupled with the opulent trident mark emblazoned upon his forehead. He found himself exuding a certain extravagant beauty that left him somewhat discontented. Frowning, he thought that such a fair complexion, combined with his handsome features, rendered him somewhat effeminate. He preferred the more rugged allure of his original bronze skin, which exuded a greater sense of masculinity. At that moment, the previously dazed Pearl of Purple finally regained her composure and turned to the perfectly statuesque sea sorceress, who stood frozen like a sculpture, inquiring, "Elder, if red signifies the highest level of assessment, what does this golden hue represent?" The sea sorceress snapped back to reality, her cerulean eyes flickering as they turned to the silver-haired youth. She noticed that the radiant golden trident mark still shimmered on his smooth forehead. Indeed, this was no dream. The utterance of those 5 words seemed to be an arduous task for the sea sorceress. She gazed at Hemingway with a look of utter bewilderment, as if confronting an indescribable monstrosity. Having resided on this island for many years, I had never heard of any assessment adorned in gold. His circumstances far exceeded my comprehension. What? Even the venerable guardian of the sacred pillar is unaware? Purple Pearl was instantly taken aback, as the sea witch prepared to speak. A serene voice emanated from the distance, seemingly drifting from a realm obscured by the clouds. Its melody was exquisite, reminiscent of celestial harmonies, yet imbued with a warmth of compassion. There was no need to burden her further. This was the first occurrence since her arrival at Sea God Island. The trials this youth was to endure were not merely the pinnacle of the 9 trials, but rather the sea god's 9 trials. The voice approached, and as the final syllable reached the ears of the 3 present, a crimson light in the distance gradually expanded. The onlookers sensed a slight distortion in the fabric of space, and in the next moment, a figure appeared before the sea witch's sacred pillar. She was tall and dignified, enveloped in a flowing scarlet robe, with sea blue hair cascading down her back, almost touching the ground. Her delicate features suggested a youthfulness not exceeding 30. Yet her beauty stemmed from an aura of nobility, elegance, and gentle warmth. In her right hand, she grasped a staff extending 3 meters in length, gleaming gold, akin to the divine light that had just appeared in the sky. The staff was intricately carved with arcane runes, culminating in a diamond-shaped protrusion reminiscent of a spearhead. If judged solely on her appearance, she would undoubtedly be an unparalleled beauty, her grace unmatched by any other. Yet, what was most astonishing were her eyes, clear blue orbs that seemed to possess a depth deeper than the ocean, reflecting the wisdom and kindness of ages past. Such eyes could hardly belong to a woman of merely 30 years. "Greetings, great benefactor," the sea witch uttered, slightly bowing to the woman in red. "My subordinates have failed to fulfill the sea goddess' guidance. I humbly request your punishment." The woman in red smiled gently, and even the sea appeared to ripple in response to her smile. "You need not blame yourself. This is also my first encounter with such a situation." Her gaze shifted, ultimately resting upon Hemingway, or rather, upon the golden trident mark upon his forehead. "Young man, I have awaited your arrival for over a century, and at the twilight of my years, I finally meet you. Might you share your origins with me?" As she spoke, Hemingway felt his heart race with an intensity he had never experienced before. He had never believed in love at first sight, yet upon encountering this woman, he realized he too was a mere mortal captivated by beauty. Nevertheless, he quickly suppressed his surging emotions, chastising himself for his lack of composure, as if he had never encountered a woman before. It was truly absurd, for despite her youthful appearance, he was acutely aware, having read the original texts, that this woman was one of the 3 remaining unparalleled Douluos of the era. The sea god Douluo Poseidon, of course, is not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point lies in the fact that this woman is at least over 120 years old, truly a figure of grandmotherly stature. How could I possibly have developed feelings for this woman? Is there anything more absurd in this world? Indeed, it is a world that judges by appearances. I had thought myself to be exceptional, only to discover that I, too, am a mere superficial being. A sense of inexplicable shame welled up within Hemingway's heart. Hemingway, with an indomitable will, suppressed the tumult within his heart, daring not to reveal his admiration for the beauty before him. As a junior, he had encountered his elders, and the etiquette instilled in him since childhood, coupled with reverence for those older, compelled him to pay his respects to the sea god Douluo, who epitomized the highest authority of the island of the sea god. However, the sea god Douluo, Poseidon, subtly shifted her form, appearing beside him, and did not accept his gesture of respect. Hemingway paused momentarily, then quickly regained his composure. This was due to his attainment of the 9 trials of Poseidon, which elevated his status to that of the heir to the sea god. He felt hesitant to return the bow. "No need for excessive formality, my child," Poseidon said gravely, gazing at Hemingway. "From this moment forth, remember that no one on Poseidon's isle is entitled to receive your respect, myself included." What? Hemingway was acutely aware, yet outwardly. He felt compelled to feign surprise, as if he could not comprehend why this formidable figure would utter such words to him. After all, some matters eluded his explanation. Thus, adopting a guise of ignorance was a means to avert suspicion. Poseidon turned to the sea witch, proclaiming, "Lorelei, convey my orders. These two shall be esteemed guests of our island until they fulfill the trials set forth by the Lord of the Sea. No one shall neglect or offend them. Aside from refraining from assisting them in their trials, do your utmost to accommodate their needs. Let them reside in your city of mermaids. Furthermore, summon the other 6. A council will convene at the sea goddess temple tomorrow." "Understood," the sea sorceress responded with utmost reverence. Although many years had passed since she last beheld the grand high priest, on this isle of Poseidon, Poseidon himself stood as the supreme entity. Only the sea god's personal descent could surpass her authority. Once more, Poseidon's gaze fell upon Hemingway, and with a smile, she remarked, "Should you require anything, do not hesitate to address it to Lorelei. Remember, you must complete at least one of your 9 trials of the sea god each year. Otherwise, all your efforts will be in vain." Hemingway nodded silently, yet a peculiar thought lingered in his mind. Why had he been granted the 9 trials of the sea god? According to the original text, it was essential to possess the heart of the sea god to inherit the divine title, as it was the key to such a legacy. Logically, he should lack the qualifications for this inheritance, given his absence of the heart of the sea god. Yet, why was it that he had managed to attain the 9 trials? In truth, Hemingway had fallen into a cognitive trap, having read the original work. He subconsciously believed that one could not possibly receive the 9 trials without the heart of the sea god. However, he overlooked a crucial detail: the decision of the heir rests with the sea god, not with the heart itself. That object merely serves as a means to assess one's qualifications and facilitate the passing of divine titles. Thus, as long as the sea god found him pleasing, he could very well receive the 9 trials despite lacking the heart. Ultimately, he might need to venture out to retrieve the heart to complete the final challenge. As for Hemingway's innate talents, they were undeniable. With his dual martial souls, particularly the mermaid princess soul, he was inherently destined to rule the seas. His attributes were profoundly aligned with the sea god's essence, rendering him even more suited for the divine position than Tang San from the original narrative. Therefore, upon recognizing his extraordinary potential, the sea god eagerly bestowed upon him the 9 trials, fearing that this long-awaited successor might slip away after countless millennia of waiting. The reason for the sea god's urgency in selecting an heir lay in the confines of divine existence. The gods were shackled by their statuses, confined to the divine realm, leading lives akin to prisoners devoid of freedom. After thousands of years, even deities could succumb to madness. To escape such limitations and achieve true liberation, one must first relinquish their divine title. Only by doing so could the sea god break free from the constraints of the divine realm and explore the vast unknown of the cosmos. In any case, this prospect was far more appealing than being trapped within the confines of the divine domain. Thus, upon encountering someone suitable for inheriting the sea god's title, the sea god was quick to present the 9 trials, hoping for a swift transition of this burden. In a sense, the gods of this world were indeed tragic figures. They were both defined and confined by their divine titles, shackled without a semblance of freedom. Upon observing Hemingway's acknowledgement, Poseidon nodded slightly. A crimson glow enveloped her, and in a flash of brilliance, her perfect form vanished into the ether. After her departure, the purple pearl exhaled a long breath, her complexion pale and glistening with beads of sweat on her fair forehead. The power of that venerable figure was overwhelming. Simply standing there, the atmosphere felt stifling. An instinct from her martial soul warned her that this elder was perilously dangerous. A mere glance could extinguish her existence, she mused, trembling with trepidation. Hemingway remained silent, his mind still perplexed as to why he had been granted the 9 trials of the sea god. Yet, he found himself ensnared in a labyrinth of thought, unable to conjure a definitive answer no matter how hard he tried. Just then, the voice of the sea sorceress echoed, her smile illuminating her features as she addressed the 2 guests. Esteemed visitors, please follow me. A rich azure light emanated from her hand, and with a gentle wave, a wondrous spectacle unfolded. The waters on one side of the sea surged, coalescing in the air until, in a matter of moments, they transformed into a bridge. This bridge did not lead back to the place from whence they came, but to the deeper woods of Sea God Island. The demeanor of the sea sorceress was exceedingly respectful, clearly influenced by the words of the sea god Douluo Poseidon. It was disconcerting for Zazinza to witness such deference from a being of title Douluo caliber. After all, even her father, whom she regarded as the mightiest, was merely a sole Douluo. Hemingway gathered his thoughts, aware that this was not an opportune moment for deep contemplation. He bowed respectfully to the sea enchantress and smiled, saying, I appreciate your assistance, dear sister. He refrained from addressing her as a predecessor, as that felt somewhat distant to him. Moreover, the enchantress possessed an exceedingly youthful appearance, which endeared her to him. She resembled a neighborly sister, prompting him to follow his instincts and refer to her as such. Sister? The sea witch was momentarily taken aback. Although she had always referred to herself as sister, it was the first time she had ever heard someone address her as such. Strangely, she found the experience rather pleasant. Hemingway and the Purple Pearl embarked upon a bridge formed by the crystallization of seawater, as if their feet were firmly planted on solid ground. This extraordinary maneuver by the sea sorceress had already been experienced by Hemingway during their previous crossing of the Ocean of Oceans. As they traversed the bridge and set foot on the shore, they were immediately met by 10 sea spirit masters clad in yellow, who respectfully positioned themselves on either side. Subsequently, the sea sorceress gestured for Hemingway to proceed ahead, while she humbly took her place behind him. Hemingway, unable to resist her charm, decided to cease his refusals. Surrounded by a throng of admirers, he strode confidently ahead. Chapter 65, The Sea Witch Lorelei. The group, led by Hemingway, proceeded with measured steps towards the horizon. The sea sorceress walked gracefully behind Hemingway, smiling as she spoke. Esteemed guests, I extend a warm welcome to you both on your arrival at Poseidon Island. You are likely to reside here for an extended period. The island is devoid of excessive regulations. Upon your arrival in the Mermaid City, you may choose when to commence your trials. However, it is imperative that you complete at least one assessment each year. You may embrace the challenges bestowed upon you by Lord Poseidon at your leisure. The tasks are sequential. Only upon the completion of one will the conditions for the subsequent task be revealed. Until all tasks are fulfilled. Should you require anything, dear guests, please do not hesitate to ask, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. Additionally, it is essential to note that while you may explore any area of Poseidon Island, excluding the central forbidden zone, please refrain from obscuring the mark upon your foreheads, as it signifies your identity. Hemingway nodded and smiled, saying, Thank you for the reminder, dear sister. From now on, during our time on this island, we shall rely on your guidance and support. The sea witch smiled and said, Mr. C, you are too modest. You are a distinguished guest appointed by the Grand Patron. Should you require anything, simply give the command. Mr. High? Upon hearing her so politely distant address, Hemingway furrowed his snow-white brows and said, Could you refrain from calling me Mr. High? I must admit, I prefer the way you addressed me previously. The previous address? Little brother? The sea sorceress recalled her identity and realized that she could no longer act impulsively as she once did. After all, her current status was markedly different from before. Then, I shall call you my younger brother, Ming, she said with a smile, her previously forced demeanor of solemnity finally giving way to her true nature. Seeing this, Hemingway also smiled and nodded, saying, Of course, that is perfectly fine. Your earlier aloofness left me feeling rather disheartened. Nearby, the Pearl of Purple observed the two as they exchanged affectionate titles, seemingly growing quite familiar with one another. Watching them engage in animated conversation, she couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of unease. There was an ominous feeling that this older woman was a formidable adversary. Yet, at that moment, all she could do was glare with her beautiful violet eyes at the two, feeling utterly powerless to intervene in their dialogue. It was truly infuriating. After approximately a quarter of an hour's journey, they finally emerged from the woods, and to their astonishment, a city lay before them. This was a small town, its walls standing only 5 meters high. As they exited the forest from a higher elevation, they could easily discern the town's layout. What captured their attention most was a grand structure at the center of the city, reminiscent of the sea sorceress's sacred pillar, yet considerably broader. Crowned with a colossal statue of the sea sorceress herself. Upon seeing this, the sea sorceress beamed and explained, "There are 7 sacred pillars and 7 cities on Sea God Island. This is the Sea Maiden City, which I protect. The building you see is the Lord's Mansion. Approximately 1,000 inhabitants reside in Sea Maiden City, all of whom are the most devoted followers of Lord Sea God." At that moment, the Pearl of Purple interjected, "I heard my father mention that there are only over 3,000 Sea Soul Masters on Sea God Island, with more than 1,000 in Sea Maiden City alone. Does that not mean the other cities have very few Sea Soul Masters?" The Sea Witch smiled gently and shook her head, saying, "Not quite. The so-called 3,000 Sea Soul Masters actually refers to the 3,500 Sea God warriors who protect our Lord Sea God. Each city is safeguarded by 500 Soul Masters. However, once a Sea God warrior surpasses the age of 70, they may retire to enjoy their twilight years. Additionally, children under 18 who have not yet passed their trials are not counted among the Sea God warriors. Thus, the actual population of each city is around 1,000. The number here is relatively small. The largest, Dragon Sea City, boasts over 2,000 inhabitants. Now, let us enter the city. Indeed, this is a modest town, with only the most basic 4 gates. While referred to as gates, they resemble more of a grand entrance. At the entrance where the group arrived, for Sea Soul Masters, 2 clad in white and 2 in yellow stood guard. Upon the appearance of the dark-draped Sea Douluo, they immediately bowed in respect, graciously welcoming everyone into the city. Though small, Sea Maiden City is quite comprehensive in its offerings. The streets, not particularly wide, are remarkably clean, with buildings primarily constructed of wood and stone that are not overly tall. There are few shops, but they do exist. Observing these establishments within the city, it is hard to imagine this is situated on an island. It feels almost as if one has returned to the mainland. The sea sorceress remarked, "You may temporarily reside in the Lord's Mansion to rest. I cannot be away from the sea for too long, so I generally practice at the sacred pillar. The inhabitants here are largely self-sufficient, cultivating simple crops, and with the ocean's nurturing, they are able to survive. Thus, the island of the sea god does not require currency, as trade is typically conducted through barter. Of course, we do have designated merchant caravans that venture out periodically to engage in commerce with the nearby coastal cities, procuring essential goods." Upon entering the city of Sea Maidens, Hemingway and his companions immediately attracted a considerable amount of attention. However, with the sea sorceress present, the city's Sea Soul Masters dared not approach. The celestial phenomenon had already spread throughout the island of the sea god, and it was particularly pronounced in the city of Sea Maidens. It is impossible for Hemingway and the Purple Pearl to go unnoticed, particularly given the conspicuous marks upon their foreheads. A mere modicum of attention would unveil the astonished remarks from the residents of Mermaid City. The Lord's Mansion is smaller than one might imagine. Apart from the Sea Witch Lorelei, it houses more than a dozen Sea Spirit Masters who have successfully passed the Purple level trials. They constitute the backbone of Mermaid City. The mansion is divided into 3 levels. At the insistence of the Sea Witch, her chamber was relinquished to Hemingway, primarily due to her mermaid nature, which prevents her from being away from water for extended periods. This room has never been occupied by her. It merely exists in name as her own, remaining perpetually vacant. Regular visits are made to clean and update the furnishings, ensuring it is always ready for habitation. After all, as the city's ruler, she must have a rightful place within her own abode, even if she does not reside there. The presence of such elements is a matter of symbolism. While the 3rd floor is spacious, it lacks any divided rooms, featuring a vast living area exceeding 200 square meters, with only 1 bedroom available. Consequently, the Purple Pearl has been assigned to reside on the 2nd floor. After the Sea Witch ensured the comfort of the 2 individuals, she departed, undoubtedly to convey the directives of the great patron, the sea god Douluo Poseidon. Chapter 66. The cuisine is delightful. Once the Sea Witch had left, the City Lord's mansion was left with only the 2 of them. Zhejian Pearl sank into the soft sofa in the 3-story hall, her body seemingly devoid of all rigidity, resembling a boneless siren languidly sprawled upon the couch. With a sense of languor, she remarked, "I never anticipated that our arrival here would be so seamless. Initially, I feared we would have to endure perilous trials. Yet it turns out the challenges are surprisingly simple." Hemingway settled onto the sofa, observing her languid demeanor with a hint of exasperation as he remarked, "Simple? Not in the slightest. For anyone else, the odds would be akin to 9 lives lost, a gross understatement. Although we have successfully entered the island of Poseidon. This is merely the beginning. The true challenge lies ahead, whether we can surmount the real trials that await us. If you believe that the divine examination can be navigated with ease, you are gravely mistaken." He continued, "My initial trial was the traversal of the light of Poseidon." Zhejian Pearl lifted her head slightly from the sofa, inquiring, "And yours? What was your first trial?" "Much like yours, my first trial also involved traversing the light of Poseidon," Hemingway replied, his gaze taking on a peculiar quality. "However, there is a significant distinction. I must navigate threefold the light of Poseidon." Upon hearing this, Zhejian Pearl managed to prop herself up from the sofa, stating, "My first assessment is the traversal of the light of Poseidon." The prompt reads, "Proceed to the core forbidden zone of the island of Poseidon and ascend the 133rd step of the forbidden zone. This shall be regarded as passing the trial. You may withdraw at any point, with a time limit of 1 year." Hemingway remarked, "My initial trial is to traverse the triplicate radiance of the sea god." The hint: one must journey to the core of the forbidden realm of the sea god and ascend the 666 steps of the sacred ground to be deemed successful in the test. There exists the option to withdraw at any point, with a time limit of 1 year. The Purple Pearl, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is it not triplicate? How is it that your number of steps is 5 times greater than mine?" Hemingway, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "How could I possibly know? However, this is not the moment for such a discussion. The divine has imposed a trial upon us, and there must be a reason behind it. Given that our initial challenges are quite similar, let us delve into a brief analysis. Based on the assessment prompts and the nature of the examination, it appears that our first trial entails traversing a peculiar defense of the forbidden zone of the island of Poseidon. It resembles the radiant barrier established by the sea maidens today, yet the divine light of this forbidden realm is undoubtedly of a greater magnitude. I surmise that with each level we ascend, we will be subjected to immense pressure." Zizenzu nodded slightly, silently absorbing his analysis. Hemingway continued, stating that if the light of the sea god serves as a barrier against the invasion of foes, it would undoubtedly impose a certain pressure upon us as we step into its embrace. Might this pressure, then, awaken the latent potential within us? If the answer is affirmative, then this initial trial would, for both of us, prove to be a fortuitous endeavor. Zhejian, far from being naive, swiftly grasped the essence of his words and eagerly exclaimed, "Once we have rested, let us go and explore it." A year may seem protracted, yet the expression on the sea maiden Douluo's face suggested that passing this trial would be anything but simple. "We must seize the moment." Hemingway nodded, poised to utter another thought when a purple-clad soul master ascended to the 3rd floor, informing them that lunch was ready and inviting them to dine. The dining area was located on the 1st floor, where the sea spirit Douluo had already departed, leaving a message for them to express any needs they might have to the purple-clad soul master present. The lunch was extraordinarily sumptuous, far surpassing the offerings of the Moby Dick pirate crew. It featured lobsters exceeding 3 feet in length, emperor crabs with a diameter of 2 feet, alongside a variety of shellfish, fish, and an assortment of vegetables and staple foods. These ingredients were not merely ordinary. They were all derived from soul beasts, notoriously difficult to capture. Though their age may not be considerable, the soul power they contained, accumulated over countless years, proved immensely beneficial for both soul masters and ordinary individuals alike. One could only affirm that Sea God Island truly lived up to its reputation as the rightful sovereign of the ocean, displaying a remarkable wealth that allowed such exquisite ingredients to be savored as everyday fare. Hemingway and the Purple Pearl, having enjoyed a modest breakfast aboard the ship, found themselves somewhat peckish as they beheld the sumptuous spread before them. Without hesitation, they indulged in the delightful offerings, the marine delicacies, prepared while still fresh and enhanced by the essence of soul beasts, boasted exquisite flavors and abundant nourishment, leaving both immensely satisfied. After relishing the lavish feast, they settled into their chairs in serene stillness, allowing their bodies to gradually digest the meal. The remnants of their banquet would be attended to by others. Should we venture to witness the light of the sea god tomorrow, or shall we embark this afternoon? Inquired the Purple Pearl suddenly. Let us postpone until tomorrow. There is no need to rush, Hemingway replied. Hemingway shook his head and remarked, as a newcomer, it is wise to take a day to recuperate and restore one's spirit, so that we may face the challenges ahead in the best possible condition. Upon hearing his words, Zizenzu silently nodded. After all, she had accompanied him to this place and was not in a hurry. Since he suggested waiting until tomorrow, she decided to do just that. The following day, Hemingway and the Purple Pearl each enjoyed a restful slumber in their respective chambers, allowing the fatigue from their recent maritime journey to dissipate entirely. Upon rising, they refreshed themselves using the amenities provided in their rooms, before proceeding to indulge in a sumptuous breakfast. After satisfying their appetites and replenishing their vigor, they prepared themselves for the day ahead. Hemingway and the Purple Pearl sought out a master of the purple garments, revealing their intentions. The two distinguished guests wished to venture into the Forbidden Realm. Upon hearing their desire to journey to the forbidden grounds of Sea God Island, the seasoned master, around 50 years of age, was taken aback. Hemingway once stated, "Indeed, we accept the trials bestowed upon us by the Lord of the Sea. The first challenge involves traversing the radiant path of the sea deity. Hence, it is imperative to venture into the forbidden grounds of Sea God Island. I must trouble you further." The purple-robed sea soul master then realized the gravity of the situation and promptly replied, "Very well, I shall escort the esteemed guests forthwith. Might I inquire if there are any additional requests?" Hemingway shook his head to indicate his negation. Subsequently, under the guidance of the purple-clad sea soul master, the two departed from Seahorse City, heading directly toward the outskirts. As they walked, G-Pearl leaned closer to Hemingway, her voice tinged with curiosity as she whispered, "Isn't this all too easy? We are bound for a forbidden area, yet this purple-clad sea soul master has not posed a single question before leading us." The warm whisper against his ear caused Hemingway to arch an eyebrow slightly, and with an impassive demeanor, he replied softly, "Easy? This ease merely signifies the arduous trials that await us. Did you notice how, upon learning that our first challenge is the light of the sea god?" A flicker of pity shone in the eyes of the sea soul master. That alone speaks volumes about the terror of the light of the sea god. If my intuition serves me right, the reason this sea soul master so readily agreed to escort us to the forbidden area is twofold. Firstly, it undoubtedly pertains to the marks upon our foreheads. I surmise that when the sea god bestows a trial, he considers not only the strength and potential of the candidates, but also the essence of the outsiders. We have each been granted a superior trial, particularly since we have drawn the attention of the esteemed sea god Douluo. Hence, they harbor no doubts about us. Secondly, given that we are to undergo our initial trial in the forbidden grounds of Sea God Island, the defenses of that place must be extraordinarily formidable, including the trial of the light of the sea god itself. Chapter 67. I am the protagonist. Upon hearing his analysis, G-Pearl's face illuminated with understanding. In truth, these matters were not difficult to deduce. She was not lacking in intellect. Yet, when Hemingway was by her side, she instinctively relied on him, ultimately leading to a certain laziness in her own mental exertions. Hemingway was uncertain whether the Purple Pearl was a blessing or a curse. Nonetheless, it could be said that he relished the feeling of being relied upon and needed by others. As the trio departed from the Mermaid City, the purple-clad sea sorcerer addressed the two esteemed guests, saying, "The journey from Mermaid City to the Forbidden Land is quite lengthy. Shall we hasten our pace?" Hemingway inquired. "How far is it from here?" The purple-robed sea spirit master replied, "The forbidden area lies in the very center of the circular sea on Sea God Island. It is approximately 200 miles from here. Then let us hasten our journey. I would appreciate your guidance," Hemingway stated. Although 200 miles is not an insurmountable distance, traversing it on foot would require at least half a day. Only by progressing at full speed can we reach our destination in a timely manner. As the purple-robed sea spirit master posed his questions, his gaze was consistently directed towards Hemingway, evidently due to the golden trident mark emblazoned upon his forehead. Upon receiving Hemingway's consent, the spirit master promptly unleashed his martial spirit. 7 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, 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 black, and black, materialized, revealing him to be a formidable soul sage. Upon the manifestation of his martial spirit, his entire body became enveloped in a layer of delicate scales, gleaming with a silvery hue. Hemingway discerned that his martial spirit resembled a type of sea serpent, seemingly a highly venomous one at that. After signaling to the two, the purple-robed sea spirit master abruptly accelerated. His method of movement was peculiarly unique. His feet scarcely left the ground, yet his pace was astonishingly swift, akin to an arrow in flight. Not to be outdone, Purple Pearl also summoned her martial spirit, and a phantom of a 9-headed serpent emerged, enveloping her form. With the serpentine apparition encircling her, she elegantly weaved through the air. In scarcely the blink of an eye, she had caught up to the formidable soul sage in the purple robe. Hemingway was enveloped in a shimmering ethereal silhouette of a white tiger, and suddenly, a soft, radiant light emanated from his being. Almost immediately, a pair of wings began to coalesce on his back, their immense snow-white feathers and the surrounding luminescence rendering him a vision akin to an angel descending upon the mortal realm. He speculated that these wings might have originated from the swan martial spirit of the Heavenly Dou royal family, for his mother was a princess of the royal lineage. Although the swan martial spirit had not been directly inherited, it was undeniable that he possessed a bloodline connected to it, albeit latent. As the son of his mother, he naturally inherited this lineage. With the aid of a martial spirit upgrade card, this dormant bloodline was awakened and integrated into the white tiger martial spirit, granting it the ability to manifest wings, thus enabling flight and purification. He sensed that the capabilities of these wings extended beyond mere flight. They likely incorporated traits from formidable beings of other realms, suggesting that they held further, undiscovered powers. However, his current strength was insufficient to fully unlock the potential of his martial spirit. As the martial spirit manifested and unfolded its wings behind Hemingway, the pair of snow-white wings fluttered gently, effortlessly catching up to the swiftly moving purple-robed Soul Master ahead. After a brief moment of travel, the purple-robed Sea Soul Master, fearing that the two would struggle to keep pace, despite being esteemed guests as instructed by the Sea Maiden Douluo, their youth was a concern, turned back to glance at them. He couldn't help but gasp in surprise, abandoning all restraint to accelerate fully. The most profound impression left in his mind was of the golden trident emblem on the youth's forehead, the magnificent white wings sprouting from his back, and the radiant, pure white light encompassing him, resembling an angelic figure descending from the heavens. The beauty was simply divine. For an ordinary person, covering 200 miles would likely take 2 days on foot, even a full day on horseback. Yet for a high-ranking soul master sprinting with all their might, it was merely a matter of an hour. At this moment, as dawn broke, both had risen early, even after a meal and a brief rest. The time was still quite early. Upon traversing a dense forest, when the purple-robed Sea Soul Master finally halted, Hemingway and the Purple Pearl were left in awe by the breathtaking scenery before them. The beauty of the landscape was beyond the capacity of words to convey. The shimmering sea, illuminated by the gentle rays of the morning sun, reflected countless hues. And nestled within that embrace of water lay a small island at the center of the circular bay. The island's elevation reached approximately 500 meters. And what was most intriguing was the faint golden glow that enveloped it. Although the radiance was not overpowering, it was evident to both that it did not emanate from the rising sun, but rather was an intrinsic brilliance of the island itself. Atop the island stood a structure that resembled a sculpted piece of white jade, square in form with a domed roof. From their vantage point, they could only glimpse the outer perimeter, which was composed of massive white stone columns. The entire material of the edifice shimmered, suffused with a sacred glow. "Is this the forbidden place?" murmured the Purple Pearl, unable to contain her astonishment. Women are often more easily entranced by the allure of beauty. Hemingway gazed upon the magnificent before him, captivated by its allure. Although the original text offered descriptions, the meager prose could not compare to the experience of witnessing the tangible beauty firsthand. Furthermore, his previous reading had been rather cursory, leaving him with only a vague recollection of many elements within the original work. Countless details had faded from memory. Thus, upon encountering such breathtaking scenery, he found himself utterly entranced by the splendor before him. The Sea Soul Master, clad in purple, looked on with reverent eyes. "Indeed, this is the sacred ground of our Sea God Island, where the Sea God's temple stands as the sole edifice atop Sea God Mountain. It is the true essence of Sea God Island, often referred to as the island within the island. Behold, before us lies the staircase leading to the island. This is the very place where you must undergo your trials, consisting of a total of 1,001 steps. Only those guardians of Sea God Island who have passed the Sea God's assessment with a rank of purple or above are permitted to ascend the steps and enter the temple to pay their respects. Otherwise, they shall be met with the obstruction of the Sea God's light. Should you wish to undertake this challenge, you may proceed now. I shall await your return here. However, please maintain silence upon Sea God Mountain so as not to disturb the Sea God." Hemingway and the violet-clad Pearl gazed in the direction he indicated. Indeed, before the Temple of Poseidon, a series of stone steps descended gracefully, illuminated by the morning sun, their white surfaces reflecting a radiant glow, resembling a jade ribbon delicately draped upon the mountain of Poseidon. Exchanging a knowing glance and a smile, They were about to embark when the violet-robed sea spirit suddenly recalled something and hastily interjected. Esteemed guests, during the trials, should you encounter insurmountable challenges, do not feel compelled to persist. Simply retreat swiftly from the divine mountain, and you shall remain unscathed. The light of Poseidon is perhaps the only endeavor in your forthcoming trials that poses no significant peril. Thus, you need not harbor excessive trepidation. Hemingway smiled and nodded, expressing his gratitude for the guidance. However, he added, there was no need for the two of them to remain there awaiting their return. They were uncertain how long this endeavor would last, and he presumed the other individual had other responsibilities to attend to. The purple-robed soul master hesitated briefly before responding. It is of no concern. You need not worry about me. In truth, being granted the opportunity to undergo the trial of the sea god is a significant honor. Only the black-level assessment allows for such a privilege. Without the sea god's consent, those of us who have already passed the trial are forbidden from entering the restricted area. Upon hearing his words, Hemingway chose not to elaborate further. He swiftly cradled the purple pearl in his arms, and, with a magnificent display of his snow-white wings, which radiated holy light, he ascended into the sky, enveloped in a cocoon of white brilliance, and soared directly towards the circular sea. The circular sea spanned approximately 200 meters in width. With relatively gentle waves, it was more akin to a circular lake, albeit composed of seawater. The method of entering the island remained a mystery, presumably requiring some unique soul technique. As Hemingway flew over the circular sea, cradling the purple pearl, he suddenly noticed a faint glow emanating from his body as he crossed the threshold into the circular sea. The light surrounding the purple pearl was a vibrant red, while his own aura shimmered with a delicate golden hue, identical to the radiant light that had stabilized during the final moments of the assessment. Hemingway was momentarily taken aback, his mind instinctively beginning to recall the narrative of the original work, though the passage of time had rendered many details elusive. Coupled with his hasty reading, he had only retained a few significant plot elements, while the less important aspects had long since faded from memory. Presently, he could vaguely recollect the radiant aura enveloping the two of them, which appeared to hold considerable significance, particularly in navigating the expansive circular sea. However, the specifics eluded him. Yet, he dismissed this forgetfulness, reasoning that if it were truly of importance, it would not have slipped his mind. Thus, cradling the violet pearl, he flapped his pristine white wings a mere few times and successfully traversed the over 200 meters wide circular sea, reaching the opposite shore. Gently setting down the violet pearl, who resembled a docile kitten, he noted her slight frown of discontent, as if reproaching him for not flying a little longer. Hemingway paid no heed to her fleeting emotions, directing his gaze forward. The steps leading to the mountain of Poseidon lay mere meters ahead of them. Even now, an overwhelming sense of unreality lingered within him. Why had he been granted the 9 trials of Poseidon? In doing so, had he not preemptively seized the protagonist's opportunity, thereby usurping the fate that was rightfully theirs? It seemed evident that in this world, Tang San was devoid of any so-called protagonist halo. Perhaps, since his arrival in this realm, a butterfly effect had transpired, rendering Tang San no longer the central figure. The notion of effortlessly navigating this world, as depicted in the original tale, had become an impossibility. In this realm, I am the true protagonist. Hemingway and the purple pearl walked side by side, slowly making their way to the foot of Poseidon Mountain. Immediately, they were enveloped by an air of solemnity and majesty, as if a peculiar energy weighed heavily upon them, instilling a profound sense of gravity in their hearts. They proceeded onward. Hemingway's response consisted of a single word. In the next moment, the two of them leaped forward, racing towards the staircase. Bang! Bang! Almost simultaneously, 2 dull thuds echoed. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that just as Hemingway and the purple pearl reached the staircase, they seemed to collide with an unseen object, rebounding away and even being propelled backwards over 10 meters. Fortunately, their initial momentum was not excessively forceful. It was merely the element of surprise that rendered them somewhat disheveled as they were caught off guard by the unexpected rebound. What on earth is happening? Regaining her balance, the purple pearl gingerly rubbed her forehead, discreetly elbowing her ample chest to alleviate the soreness caused by the impact. Noticing that he was oblivious to her actions, she breathed a sigh of relief and remarked curiously, "Why does it feel as though we have collided with an elastic wall?" Hemingway remained silent, seemingly oblivious to her subtle gestures. He merely furrowed his brow, gazing into the seemingly empty expanse ahead. After a moment's contemplation, he raised his right hand. Instantly, Invisible water molecules in the air began to coalesce rapidly, forming a small orb of water. Ever since he had undergone the 9 trials of the sea god, and after being immersed in those mysterious energies, his mermaid soul had undergone a remarkable transformation. He had gained an enhanced mastery over water, allowing him to manipulate it with unprecedented ease. The ability to gather moisture from the air, something he could never have achieved before, now felt instinctual. He no longer required the manifestation of his soul in the form of the white star to wield water or command the ocean with effortless grace. This clearly demonstrated the profound affinity of the mermaid princess White Star with the position of the sea god. It is no wonder that the sea god, upon recognizing his extraordinary potential, was eager to bestow upon him the 9 trials. With such exceptional qualifications, there exists no one more suited to the role of the sea god than he. Go. Hemingway hurled the water balloon upwards at an angle, and it shot forth like a cannonball. In an instant, a remarkable scene unfolded. A faint glimmer of golden light flickered as the water balloon, propelled like a projectile, momentarily paused before rebounding with lightning speed, even faster than when he had casually thrown it moments earlier. Hemingway casually swatted the water ball that rebounded towards him, dissipating it back into vapor. He comprehended that the true domain of Poseidon's light began from the staircase. Although he had perused the original novel of Douluo in it, he found the author's prose rather lackluster. Thus, he had engaged in quantum reading, merely glancing through to grasp the overarching narrative. When encountering particularly tedious chapters, he often skipped ahead. Consequently, he was genuinely unfamiliar with the circumstances surrounding this staircase and could only speculate based on the present situation. It appeared that Poseidon's light served as a formidable shield, capable of repelling any physical or energy-based assaults. Moreover, it did not merely reflect attacks indiscriminately. It specifically rebounded them back to the assailant. Otherwise, the water ball he had thrown, which was launched at an angle, should have rebounded diagonally into the air. Based on the existing circumstances, he began his analysis. Thus, it seemed that while ascending the staircase, one must refrain from utilizing any skills, lest they face immediate backlash. Hemingway articulated his conclusions. Upon hearing this, the nearby Purple Pearl could not help but exclaim, "This trial is utterly absurd. With both physical and energy attacks being repelled, how are we to ascend?" Hemingway remarked that one must ascend step by step, enduring the pressure of rebounds. Should one's strength falter, it would be immediately cast back. Although the skills of offense may prove ineffectual, I believe that the abilities of defense and enhancement remain applicable. Let us proceed and test this further. With that, he boldly stepped forward, and after a moment's hesitation, the violet pearl followed in his wake. The duo returned to the foot of the staircase. With Hemingway being the first to ascend, he slowly lifted his right leg, stepping toward the first step. As soon as his right leg crossed into the threshold of the staircase, he was met with a formidable resistance that forcefully impeded his progress. This trial bore resemblance to gravity, yet it was significantly less daunting. Sensing this resistance, Hemingway, seasoned by the trials of gravity, refrained from employing his soul power. Relying solely on the strength of his thigh to firmly place his foot upon the step, thereby lifting his entire body onto the first level. Upon fully standing on the staircase, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming pressure that bore down upon him, akin to pressing a finger into a balloon, which seeks to expel the intruding digit. Simultaneously, a golden haze materialized around him, and Hemingway distinctly felt his physical strength depleting at an alarming rate. Determined to withstand the pressure, Hemingway took his second step, and as anticipated, the pressure intensified once more upon reaching the second step, approximately 10% greater than that experienced on the first. His slender brows furrowed slightly, yet he did not waver. Instead, he quickened his pace, advancing 8 steps in succession until he reached the 10th step. In that instant, the sensations became markedly more pronounced as the frontal pressure surged like a tidal wave. Based on his own condition, Hemingway performed a simple calculation of his soul power and deduced that to maintain stability on this 10th step, a level 40 soul master would need to exert their utmost effort to barely succeed. The challenge was extraordinarily formidable, especially considering that this staircase boasted over 1,000 steps. Hemingway could not resist turning his gaze backward, and there he beheld the sight of Zhejian Pearl ascending the 5th step. Surrounding her was the ethereal apparition of a 9-headed serpent, striving valiantly to reach the 6th step. It was evident that she had unleashed a surge of soul power, augmenting her physical prowess in a determined effort to match his pace. Turning his attention forward once more, Hemingway pressed onward. This time, he ascended to the 30th step in a single breath. At last, he felt a hint of exertion, yet it was still bearable. After all, the rigors of gravitational training were incomparable to this mere pressure. Gravity exercises engaged every cell of his being, enveloped in its encompassing force. Thus, the training was remarkably comprehensive, rendering his physique far more formidable than the ordinary imagination could conceive. He inhaled deeply. Hemingway summoned his courage and, with renewed vigor, ascended 8 steps. Upon reaching the 38th step, he finally encountered the limits of his physical endurance. Sweat began to bead at his snow-white temples, and his strength was dissipating at an alarming rate. It was evident that he had reached the pinnacle of what his corporeal form could achieve on its own. Henceforth, Hemingway would need to harness his soul power to enhance his physical abilities. Otherwise, he would be unable to progress any further. Chapter 69. The Fiery Spirit. As his soul power surged within him, he sensed an immediate alleviation of the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him. Turning to glance back, he observed that Zhejian Pearl had managed to ascend to the 20th step, her body drenched in fragrant perspiration, gasping for breath as she struggled to reach the 21st step. This stark contrast starkly illustrated the vast disparity in their physical capabilities. While Zhejian Pearl, bolstered by her martial spirit and utilizing her soul power to mitigate the strain, had only just reached the 20th step, Hemingway had ascended to the 38th step solely through his physical prowess, underscoring the extraordinary nature of his constitution. Witnessing Zhejian Pearl's determination and tenacity in the face of adversity was inspiring. Hemingway turned his head once more and charged towards the higher steps. The 40th step, the 45th step, the 50th step, the 56th step. Upon reaching the 59th step, he found himself immobilized once again. This time, without a trace of hesitation, he summoned his martial spirit. A colossal mermaid apparition flickered into existence and seamlessly merged with his being. Instantly, his previously taut body relaxed, as the infusion of his martial spirit significantly enhanced his physical prowess once more. He pressed on towards the higher steps, the 60th step, the 66th step, the 72nd step. Beneath his feet, the ground began to bear imprints of water, formed by his perspiration. Simultaneously, the golden mist surrounding him thickened noticeably. At this juncture, Hemingway's pace slowed considerably. He gritted his teeth, every muscle taut, with veins standing out prominently on his fair skin. Each step became increasingly arduous, as though he were dragging a mountain behind him in his ascent. The 79th step, the 80th step. Just as Hemingway was about to set foot on the 81st step, a resounding crash echoed from the steps below. He strained to turn his head, gazing slowly backward. It was revealed that Zhejian Pearl, upon reaching the 30th step, could no longer endure and had exhausted her soul power. Under the immense pressure, she was catapulted backward like a cannonball. Splash! Zhejian Pearl plunged into the circular sea, landing nearly several dozen meters from the shore, a testament to the tremendous strain she had previously borne. In that moment of distraction, Hemingway's already strained body could endure no more. He was suddenly lifted off the ground, much like Zhejian Pearl, propelled by the golden mist. Splash! The sound of his fall into the water was even louder than hers. At this moment, both Hemingway and Zhejian Pearl found themselves submerged in the circular sea, floating on the surface, utterly devoid of strength to move. Fortunately, as both were soul masters of the sea, even in their weakened state, they would not succumb to drowning. However, this was not a time for rest. Hemingway summoned his spirit and exerted his will over the surrounding waters. The surface of the sea began to undulate, and slender streams of water, as if possessing their own volition, enveloped the two individuals and began to drag them toward the shore. Upon reaching the land, Hemingway had regained a modicum of strength. Thus, he steadied his body and gradually assumed a meditative posture. Casting a glance at the still and lifeless figure of Purple Pearl, he expressed with a hint of exasperation, "Did you not vow to keep pace with me? Then hasten and join me in cultivation." With that, he disregarded her and closed his eyes, entering a state of deep meditation. Pressure served as the finest catalyst for cultivation. After 6 years on the deserted island, enduring the gravitational strain upon his body daily, he discovered that his efficiency in training was vastly superior to that of ordinary practice. Although he dedicated only a fraction of his time to cultivating his soul power, spending the majority on physical training, he remarkably ascended to the threshold of level 39, nearing level 40 in just 6 short years. While ascending the steps under the immense pressure of the sea goddess light, Hemingway realized that this formidable force was undoubtedly the best catalyst for cultivation. Engaging in training while exhausted from such overwhelming pressure yielded tremendous benefits. Thus, he immediately entered a state of cultivation, striving not to squander a single moment. Gaining strength had become his paramount obsession. Now liberated from that immense pressure, Hemingway felt as though he were floating in a celestial realm. Without the oppressive weight of the sea goddess light, his body seemed to unfurl completely, every cell rejoicing in exuberance. This sensation bore resemblance to that of gravitational training, yet it paled in comparison regarding the efficacy of physical enhancement. However, a notable distinction lay in the fact that the sea goddess light, while exerting pressure, subtly infused their bodies with a fraction of its power, enhancing their innate qualities. Thus, in this respect, the sea goddess light surpassed the gravitational rings. When Hemingway emerged from his meditation, he felt an abundance of soul power surging within him, an indescribable exhilaration coursing through his veins. His previously soaked garments from the ocean had dried, and he was oblivious to how long he had spent recovering his soul power. Opposite him, Purple Pearl also sat cross-legged, embodying the posture of meditation, silently replenishing her expended strength. Evidently, his earlier words had resonated with her. He sensed the fullness of soul power within him, and could not help but clench his fists in anticipation. Yet, he did not rush to seek a soul ring, for he was currently undergoing a divine trial. Completing the first challenge would grant him a divine soul ring. Unlike ordinary soul rings, divine ones could reach the limits of what he could currently endure. Hemingway estimated that if he were to accept a divine soul ring now, it would likely be in the range of 30 to 40,000 years. However, this was far from sufficient to satisfy his grand ambitions. He intends to strengthen his physical fitness as much as possible during this period, so that after passing the first trial, he will be able to endure a greater number of years when he receives the divine bestowed soul ring. Hemingway rose to his feet, engaging in a brief stretch that invigorated his muscles, which, though taut, retained their elasticity. The sensation of weakness vanished, replaced instead by a profound sense of strength. This feeling was not unfamiliar to him. During his 6 years on the deserted island, he had experienced similar sensations each time he adapted to the weight of gravity, only to confront an increased burden once more. It was evident that his physical prowess had indeed been enhanced. Clearly, the light of the sea god possessed a remarkable quality. Hemingway gazed ahead at the seemingly endless staircase, a burgeoning desire igniting a fierce determination in his eyes. The first challenge lay in the ascent of 666 steps, a journey that promised ample opportunity for profound cultivation. The thought filled Hemingway's gaze with unmasked excitement. Indeed, this expedition to the Isle of Poseidon was fortuitous. Chapter 70. Why not me? After a while, the Purple Pearl gradually opened her eyes, a glimmering light illuminating her gaze, rendering her eyes as captivating and translucent as amethyst. How do you feel? Hemingway inquired as he noticed her awakening from her meditation. It seems to be significantly better than my usual practice, she replied, after carefully assessing her physical condition, suddenly expressing her surprise. Moreover, I have broken through to the 40th level. That is quite normal. After the evolution of your martial soul, reaching the 39th level placed you on the brink of a breakthrough. Now, under pressure, your potential has been unleashed, making the transition to the 40th level entirely expected. Hemingway nodded and remarked, though the light of the sea god may impose considerable pressure, the longer one endures this strain, the greater the benefits for the soul master. Under immense yet non-lethal pressure, there exists a tremendous advantage for the enhancement of soul power. While your martial soul has evolved into the most exalted form, your previously inadequate foundation has unfortunately hindered its potential. However, the light of the sea god represents your opportunity, a means to rectify the deficiencies in your foundation. Objectively speaking, the initial soul ring configuration and various aspects of the Purple Pearl's martial soul were not truly subpar. At the tender age of 18, possessing a soul power level of 38 and having the optimal configuration of soul rings, she was, by any standard, quite exceptional. Yet, regrettably, when her martial soul transformed from an ordinary sea serpent into the top-tier 9-headed serpent, what was once an admirable foundation for an average person, when paired with such a supreme configuration, could only be deemed inadequate. Fortunately, having now received divine assessment, if she diligently practices during the forthcoming trials, she will be able to rectify her deficient foundation. As Hemingway pondered the indistinct narrative swirling in his mind, he articulated his thoughts. The light of the sea god presents an immense pressure upon us, capable of extracting a significant toll on our spiritual essence. Under such duress, the velocity of our cultivation will yield remarkably enhanced results, simultaneously fortifying our physical resilience. In my view, the significance of the light of the sea god as the inaugural trial is not to confound us, but rather to furnish us with an opportunity to augment our own strength. It is only through the aid of the light of the sea god over the course of this year that we may elevate our abilities sufficiently to navigate the subsequent trials. Thus, we must not only refrain from hastening the completion of this trial, but also extend the time frame until the very last day, maximizing the benefits bestowed upon us by the light of the sea god. Once he concluded his discourse, the purple pearl fell into deep contemplation, increasingly convinced of the soundness of his reasoning. At that moment, a round of applause erupted, and unbeknownst to them, the enchanting crimson figure reappeared. This time at the staircase leading to the sea goddess temple. The sea god Douluo Poseidon descended gracefully, her noble visage radiating a sense of admiration, the applause emanating from her delicate hands, as tender as spring onions. At that moment, she gazed upon Hemingway with profound appreciation, acknowledging his remarkable insight in discerning the true essence of the sea god's light. It was no wonder that he was chosen by the sea god after passing the exalted trials. Upon hearing the commendation from the most formidable being on Sea God Island, Zizinzo instantly realized that Hemingway's conjecture was entirely correct, and a flicker of admiration blossomed within her heart. Her gaze toward him was tinged with a hint of enchantment, as she felt unworthy of the elder's praise. Observing the newcomer, Hemingway felt a twinge of unease, yet he maintained an outward composure, stating, "The hints within the trial are quite evident. With careful contemplation, anyone can arrive at the correct solution." Poseidon, noticing his calm demeanor, found her impression of the young man increasingly favorable. So youthful, she had anticipated a brashness typical of his age, yet he exhibited an unexpected steadiness. Such an admirable temperament surely justified the sea god's selection of him. Nodding gently, she remarked, "The only assistance I can provide comes from within yourselves. This is my sole hint to you. Of course, had you not already deduced it, I would not affirm your conjecture. Each subsequent trial will be more arduous than the last, and you must exert greater effort to have any chance of success. Thank you, esteemed elder. However, may I trouble you with a request?" Hemingway hesitated momentarily before addressing Poseidon. "Speak freely, provided it does not pertain to the trials you must endure." "I will do my utmost to accommodate you," Poseidon replied, her eyes shimmering. Hemingway felt no particular weight from her presence, yet Zizinzo, for the first time, perceived the pressure that accompanied such nobility. To her, the sea god Douluo was as unfathomable as the ocean itself, both embodying a profound depth that was difficult to penetrate. Hemingway expressed, "I hope you can arrange for us to receive some sustenance and fresh water. It would be preferable to have an ample supply, as you can see." As he spoke, he gestured towards himself and then towards the violet pearl. The attire worn by both was nothing short of dismal, the island of Poseidon, with its eternal spring, starkly contrasted with the outside world. As they ascended the steps illuminated by the light of Poseidon, their garments became thoroughly soaked with perspiration. While they possessed spare clothing, the lack of sufficient clean water for bathing and laundry would soon lead to an unbearable odor. If only there were enough provisions and fresh water, we could remain here to cultivate our skills, ensuring that we do not squander this precious year. Poseidon regarded the silver-haired youth with a hint of astonishment, inquiring, "Do you both intend to stay here indefinitely?" Hemingway took it upon himself to advocate for the purple pearl, nodding as he stated, "Every minute and every second of this year holds immense significance for us. Esteemed elder, I beseech you to grant us your favor." Poseidon smiled faintly and replied, "Very well. I shall instruct my servants to make preparations for you. Ah, and by the way, the seawater in this circular ocean possesses a remarkably low salinity and is exceedingly pure. It is perfectly suitable for cleansing the body." Hemingway was somewhat taken aback by this revelation, as it spared him a considerable amount of effort. Although he had developed the ability to conjure water from thin air and even extract salt from seawater to transform it into pure freshwater, the daily execution of such feats proved cumbersome. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to take the path of least resistance. At that moment, Poseidon's gaze shifted from Hemingway to the nearby purple pearl. "My visit here is primarily for her," he stated. Purple Pearl was momentarily stunned, expressing her surprise. "For me?" A sense of unease washed over her, as she feared she might have inadvertently violated some sacred taboo of the sea goddess realm, leading to her dismissal. "Fear not, child," Poseidon reassured with a gentle smile, sensing her anxiety. "What I bring you is a fortuitous opportunity. Please, take a seat." Upon hearing this, Purple Pearl hesitated for a moment, glancing questioningly at Hemingway. He, recalling the original narrative and forming a hypothesis, nodded in affirmation, encouraging her to comply. Once she settled into a meditative position, Poseidon slowly raised his right hand, turning his wrist with his palm facing upwards to reveal a golden orb. This orb appeared to be sculpted from the most exquisite golden crystal, utterly flawless in its transparency. Remarkably, within the orb, a faint golden mist pulsated, reminiscent of the golden haze that surrounded Hemingway and his companions when they endured the pressure of the sea god's light. With a flash of golden light, the orb soared into the air, hovering above Purple Pearl's head. Poseidon flicked his finger, producing a soft sound, and the orb shattered above her, showering her in a rich cascade of golden mist that enveloped her being. Simultaneously, Poseidon's voice resonated, declaring, "Any individual who has undergone the sea goddess bestowal and achieved a rank above black level may, upon reaching their first bottleneck, seize the opportunity to receive a divine soul ring. There is no need to hunt soul beasts. The divine soul ring will endow you with the most essential soul abilities and the highest possible rank of soul ring you can bear. Each person is granted but a single chance. Young one, focus intently and muster your utmost resolve to endure the baptism of the divine soul ring to reap the greatest rewards." Divine soul ring? The simplicity of the phrase caused Hemingway's gaze to momentarily glaze over as he internally exclaimed, "This cannot be right. Is it not required to pass the trials to obtain a divine soul ring? Furthermore, I am already at level 40. Why do I not possess one? Could it be that my trial as the sea goddess ninth examination differs from others? Must I complete the trial to earn a divine soul ring?" Confusion clouded Hemingway's mind, compelling him to direct his skeptical gaze towards Poseidon and voice his query, "Elder, was it not said that those who reach a bottleneck after passing the black level examination would receive a divine soul ring? Why then, do I not have one?" Listening to his inquiry, Poseidon elucidated, "Your trial is distinct, and thus, it does not conform to this criterion. You must complete your trial to receive the divine soul ring." Ah, it appears that this is indeed due to the nature of the sea god's ninth examination. Hemingway was acutely aware. Though uncertain if the original character Tang San shared his sentiments, yet he could not help but feel a twinge of envy. He gazed at the figure of the delicate Zhu Qing, who was with closed eyes, striving to absorb the divine soul ring. He speculated on the duration of the soul ring she might acquire this time. Would it be a millennium, or perhaps a 10,000-year soul ring? The golden mist, imbued with ethereal hues, gradually enveloped her curvaceous form, and luminous halos began to materialize around her. Through the shimmering golden radiance, Hemingway could vaguely discern the expression of agony etched upon Zhu Zhuqing's face. It was evident that the experience of absorbing a soul ring beyond her capability was far from pleasant. As time elapsed, her slender body began to tremble, the intensity of her shudders increasing. The once pristine, smooth surface of her skin flushed with an unhealthy hue, vividly illustrating the excruciating pain she was enduring. Chapter 71. The True Abnormality. With a resonant hum, a deep blue glow suddenly erupted from Zhu Qing, followed by the manifestation of a colossal nine-headed serpent's apparition. Encircling her with an air of majesty, the 9 elongated serpentine heads reared back and roared toward the heavens, accompanied by the silent howls of the serpent's martial spirit. Zhu Zhuqing's expression of torment began to ease, clearly indicating that the emergence of the 9-headed serpent spirit had alleviated the discomfort stemming from her excessive absorption of the soul ring. Hemingway felt a sense of relief as he observed the scene, while Poseidon, who had been attentively watching the situation of the Purple Pearl, could not help but reveal a hint of astonishment in her eyes. It was evident that she recognized the extraordinary nature of the 9-headed serpent martial spirit. After a period of time, the golden radiance enveloping the Purple Pearl underwent a transformation, morphing into a series of black halos that encircled her form. Hemingway could distinctly sense the immense soul power permeating the air around her. Each infusion of soul energy triggered subtle changes in the Purple Pearl's body, enhancing her skin's fairness and hydration, and accentuating her graceful figure. Clearly, this soul energy provided exceptional nourishment and refinement to her physique. It silently rectified her innate deficiencies, ensuring that her foundational attributes could match the supremacy of the 9-headed serpent martial spirit. In that moment, the anguish that had once graced the Purple Pearl's delicate face dissipated, contrasting sharply with the beads of sweat cascading down her cheeks. At long last, the swirling black light coalesced into a massive black halo that slowly contracted toward her body, while her original 3 soul rings radiated with brilliant luminescence. The final moment had arrived. A roar erupted, reminiscent of a dragon's bellow, as the colossal 9-headed serpent phantom surrounding the Purple Pearl seemed to solidify, transforming nearly into tangible form. Its deep blue scales glistened, and from its elongated, sinuous body, one could perceive its terrifying explosive potential and the boundless power it harbored within. The serpent's 9 elongated heads reared back in unison, unleashing a piercing cry to the heavens. An aura of terror and savagery erupted, akin to a force from the primordial wilderness, spreading wildly in all directions. Even Poseidon, witnessing the formidable presence of the nine-headed serpent, felt a ripple of unease in her azure gaze, clearly taken aback by such an unexpected transformation. No wonder it had achieved a red-level assessment. Hemingway's gaze sharpened as he discerned that the divine bestowed soul ring not only granted Zizhenju a soul ring, but seemingly contained a unique energy. Perhaps the fabled divine power. It was precisely this exceptional energy that enabled her to awaken the latent potential of the Hydra martial spirit. After a resonant roar akin to that of a dragon echoed in the air, the Hydra, which appeared almost corporeal as it bellowed skyward, gradually began to calm. It seemed to have unleashed a long-suppressed nature, its massive form becoming increasingly ethereal until it transformed into a beam of blue light, returning to Zizhenju's being. At that very moment, Zizhenju abruptly opened her eyes. A breathtakingly brilliant display of iridescent colors erupted forth, rendering her eyes as beautiful as a rainbow. As clear as crystal glass, imbued with an inexplicable sanctity and nobility. 4 rings of light, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, quietly materialized around her, radiating powerful waves of energy. A soul ring of 10,000 years, and indeed, at least 15,000 years or more. Hemingway sensed the fluctuations emanating from her 4th black soul ring, making a judgment based on his own circumstances. Remarkable, indeed, to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at the 4th level. It seems the sea god's discernment was truly impeccable. Poseidon, observing the 4th black soul ring of Zizhenju, could not help but voice her admiration. Even at her age, her 4th soul ring was merely 1,000 years. Later enhanced through divine trials. The iridescent brilliance in Zizhenju's eyes gradually converged, reverting to their original purple hue. Subsequently, an uncontrollable excitement surged from her gaze as she rose, facing Poseidon, and bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your support. Do not thank me. This is a reward for your own strength," Poseidon replied, shaking her head. Not claiming any credit. Having achieved her purpose, she did not linger but turned, gracefully striding towards the sea goddess palace. Her steps seemed to tread upon clouds. Her form ascending as melodious tones resonated from every corner, proclaiming, "When you complete the first trial, I shall reappear." In a flash of light and shadow, Poseidon vanished without a trace. Zizhenju, perplexed, raised her head, staring blankly in the direction of Poseidon's departure, murmuring, "Why did the elder leave in such haste? It feels rather strange." Beside her, Hemingway understood the reason for her swift exit. Just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed the murderous intent emanating from Poseidon. Though subtly directed towards him, that malevolence was intensifying with the passage of time. If she lingered any longer, even Zizhenju might sense it. As for why Poseidon harbored such intent towards him, Hemingway was well aware. The final legacy of the Sea God's 9 trials required a unique condition. The life of this esteemed priestess of Sea God Island must be sacrificed to aid him. The heir to the Sea God, and inheriting the divine position. It was entirely natural for anyone facing a life-threatening situation to feel animosity towards the one they deemed responsible for their peril. Nevertheless, Hemingway remained unperturbed. For Poseidon could not directly harm him. At most, she could create obstacles within the bounds permitted by the divine trials, hindering his progress but never outright preventing him from completing them. "What is the age of your soul ring? What soul skill have you acquired?" Hemingway inquired, turning to Zizhenju. At the mention of this, Zizhenju became animated. She eagerly replied, "My 4th soul ring is astonishingly 15,000 years old. It is said that only the 5th soul ring can absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. This divine gift is truly miraculous. It is not the divine gift that is miraculous, but rather your physical prowess that allows you to absorb a soul ring of 15,000 years, Hemingway clarified. The so-called optimal soul ring configuration is not an unbreakable rule. As long as your body can withstand it, coupled with a high-quality martial soul, one can naturally absorb higher-aged soul rings, much like myself." As he spoke, 3 soul rings appeared around him, 2 purple and 1 black. The joyful emotions of Zizhen Pearl suddenly froze, her high spirits plummeting into despair. It was at that moment she recalled that the first 2 soul rings of this man were a millennium old, and he had absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring for his 3rd. In comparison to this true prodigy, her own 4,000-year soul ring seemed utterly insignificant. In truth, the ability of a soul master to absorb higher-aged soul rings fundamentally relies upon their physical constitution and the quality of their martial soul. As long as a soul master possesses these two essential attributes, transcending the limitations of optimal soul ring configurations and absorbing extraordinarily aged soul rings becomes a remarkably straightforward endeavor. Ultimately, it comes down to innate talent. The so-called optimal soul ring configuration is merely a guideline for the average individual. Thus, Zhejian Pearl's capacity to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring for her fourth was not unexpected to Hemingway. After all, her martial soul had long since evolved from the original sea serpent to the transformed Hydra martial soul, an undeniably superior martial soul, comparable to the renowned Haotian hammer and angel martial souls. Your martial soul's potential has indeed been awakened by the divine gift of the soul ring's power. Your soul skills should have undergone some changes, I presume? Hemingway conjectured based on what he had just witnessed. Pay close attention to whether there are any alterations in the soul skills of your first 3 soul rings. Alterations? That seems unlikely, Zhejian Pearl pondered, for it is generally understood that soul skills acquired from absorbed soul rings remain fixed and do not change thereafter. Yet, despite her skepticism, she gently closed her eyes and began to attune herself to her 4 soul rings, seeking a connection. As she did, a faint glow emanated from the 4 soul rings surrounding her, as if heralding an impending activation. After a brief moment, Zhejian Pearl reopened her eyes, utterly astonished. She gazed at the prophetic Hemingway, incredulous as she exclaimed, "My first 3 soul skills have indeed changed. How is this possible?" "It is not surprising at all," Hemingway replied. "Soul skills are not immutable. As long as certain conditions are met, even established soul skills can undergo transformation." Reflecting on her incredulous expression, Hemingway recalled the descriptions from the original text and explained, "The formation of soul skills is intrinsically linked to the soul beasts that produce the soul rings, their age, and the unique characteristics of the soul master's martial soul. Therefore, when any of these 3 aspects undergoes change, the soul skills will inevitably be affected. Logically, once your sea serpent martial soul evolved into the Hydra, your first 3 soul skills should have changed accordingly. However, for reasons unknown, perhaps the potential of the Hydra martial soul had not been fully realized. Your soul skills had remained unchanged. At that time, I sensed something was amiss," Hemingway reminisced, recalling the moment she absorbed the divine gift soul ring, when her Hydra martial soul had manifested with palpable power and an aura of formidable might. Since that moment, he felt as though the Hydra spirit had truly come to life. The former Hydra seemed to be in a deep slumber, a lifeless serpent moving solely by instinct. However, the divine power of the sea god within the soul ring has genuinely awakened the dormant Hydra. It can be said that the current purple pearl's strength is now incomparably superior to her former self. "Come now, unleash your soul skill upon me." Hemingway waved at the violet pearl with a sense of intrigue, remarking, "Let me behold the transformations you have undergone." Observing his relaxed demeanor, as if he regarded her with indifference, the violet pearl recognized that she was indeed no match for him. Yet, his condescending attitude, akin to that of a child, undeniably ignited her ire. "Humph, let him witness what I am capable of." With a huff, she resolved to show him, to make him aware of the folly in underestimating her. As she summoned her determination, 9 ethereal serpents flickered around her, merging seamlessly into her being. The 4 soul rings, previously suspended in stillness about her, began to whirl slowly, reminiscent of hula hoops. The first soul skill ignited the first yellow soul ring encircling her, radiating brilliance. As a bewitching red glimmer flashed across her violet eyes, the enchanting eye, Hemingway sensed an elusive force of spiritual energy surging within him, compelling his inherent might and soul power to instinctively retaliate and dispel this enigmatic presence. Fortunately, he realized that he was undergoing a trial of soul techniques and thus refrained from any resistance. Upon relinquishing his struggle entirely, he found his vision blurring, and the scenery around him transformed instantaneously, as if he had entered an unfamiliar labyrinth. Rather than succumbing to panic, he remained intrigued by his own condition, reflecting upon it with a discerning eye. A soul technique of mental illusion. It can ensnare individuals into a dreamlike state without a trace, far surpassing the mere momentary blankness of thought that was previously achievable. However, its flaw lies in the fact that if one's mental fortitude is sufficiently robust and their willpower unwavering, they can resist or even shatter the illusion outright. Break. Hemingway's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, the illusions in his eyes shattered with a resounding crash. Zhejian observed that Hemingway's momentary confusion dissipated almost immediately, and a sense of disappointment crept into her heart. Was the chasm between them truly so vast? Despite her current superior rank, had he not willingly succumbed to the illusion? she would have been ensnared in its depths. It is likely that she would have suffered a backlash from her own soul skill, leaving her mentally scarred. Humph. Let us do this again. With a slight snort, Zijinju summoned her second soul skill, and the second yellow soul ring around her glimmered to life. Serpentess shadow. In a flash, her figure seemed to dissolve, splitting into numerous phantoms that surged towards Hemingway from all directions. As she beheld the indistinguishable apparitions converging upon him, Hemingway nodded and remarked, a movement-based soul skill. Not only does it enhance speed, but it also conjures multiple illusions to confound the enemy. However, to the discerning eyes of certain soul masters, distinguishing the true form from the phantoms is exceedingly clear. With that, he reached out, swiftly grasping a slender, pale wrist. Paying little heed to the myriad of indistinguishable phantoms surrounding him, he felt those approaching figures shatter like bubbles upon contact with him. Once all the illusions had dissipated, the sight of Zijinju, caught in his grasp, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, filled his vision. "How long do you intend to hold me?" she exclaimed. Her face slightly reddened. "Will you not let me go?" Hemingway smiled, then released her wrist. Observing her retreat a few steps, he said with a grin, "Come on." How infuriating it was to witness her behaving like a naive child. Zijin felt her dignity as a mature woman being insulted. Must this man truly be so serious? After all, she is a girl. Is it so difficult for him to pretend to be ensnared by my charm? This fellow is remarkably obtuse. Chapter 73. Hemingway felt a pang of irritation. Zijin, her cheeks slightly puffed in anger, shot a fierce glare at the smiling silver-haired youth and unleashed her third soul skill. The third purple soul ring radiating brilliantly around her. Third soul skill, Shadow Serpent's Hand. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Zijin extended her hand forward, and suddenly, from her sleeve, several vividly colored large pythons sprang forth. Accompanied by their hissing, these serpents appeared out of thin air, lunging towards Hemingway with lightning speed. In a fierce display, the pythons seemed almost lifelike, their gaping mouths revealing venomous fangs that glimmered with a sinister bluish hue, indicating their lethal nature. Upon witnessing this soul skill, Hemingway's interest was piqued. This technique bore a striking resemblance to a move used by a villain in a certain anime from his past life, even sharing the same name. How intriguing, utterly fascinating. As the serpents surged towards him, Hemingway chose to stand his ground, not flinching or dodging. "Be careful. The snakes are poisonous," Zijin exclaimed, hastily warning him. She attempted to retract her soul skill, but alas, the serpents she had summoned could not be called back. All she could do was watch as the vividly colored pythons, their mouths full of venomous fangs, lunged menacingly at her beloved. The snakes swiftly coiled around Hemingway, akin to ropes, ensnaring his limbs and hindering his movement while they bared their fangs, ready to strike. Crack. To her surprise, as the pythons bit down, they produced a sound akin to hard object shattering. It turned out that their venomous fangs had been crushed. In contrast, Hemingway, aside from a few bite marks on his clothing, had not suffered any injury to his fair skin. How interesting. In this unexpected turn of events, the outcome of the confrontation had been determined. Hemingway nodded, remaining remarkably calm even as he was entwined by the serpents. In fact, from the very beginning, he had activated one of his 6 techniques, Iron Block, rendering his body as hard as iron, impervious to blades and bullets. The meager fangs of the pythons, naturally, could not penetrate his iron-like form. Boom. Hemingway's body trembled as an invisible force emanated from him, effortlessly breaking the grip of several constricting serpents. Yet, no blood or similar substance flowed forth. These serpents were merely manifestations of soul skills, devoid of flesh and blood. Thus, upon being shattered, they naturally reverted to energy, dissipating into nothingness. "Proceed. Allow me to witness your fourth soul skill," he stated, having easily freed himself from the serpent's embrace. He turned to Zijin Pearl and remarked, "This skill, acquired through a divine soul ring, should undoubtedly surpass the 3 preceding abilities significantly." "Indeed," Zijin Pearl responded, her demeanor transforming into one of vibrant enthusiasm at the mention of her fourth soul skill, clearly eager to showcase it. Fourth soul skill, Serpent Clones. In an instant, the fourth black 10,000-year soul ring around Zijin Pearl radiated brilliance. Subsequently, beams of light surged forth, morphing into variously shaped giant serpents surrounding her. The largest among them exceeded 20 meters in length, with a girth comparable to that of a water barrel, while the smallest resembled inconspicuous earthworms, adept at stealthy ambushes. Serpent clones, as the name suggests, these serpents can be regarded as my avatars, under my mental control. Upon invoking her fourth soul skill, Zijin Pearl's complexion paled slightly. evidently drained by the summoning of so many serpentine manifestations. This skill allows me to summon serpent clones with their form, size, and quantity dependent on my own condition. Currently, having summoned these numerous serpent avatars has completely exhausted my soul power, leaving me unable to employ any further skills, she elucidated. Is it merely the ability to summon these controlled serpents? It cannot be that simplistic, can it? Hemingway inquired, his brow furrowing. Although this skill was commendable and exceptional for an ordinary martial soul, it seemed rather unworthy of the illustrious Hydra martial soul, appearing somewhat rudimentary. Of course, it is not so simplistic, Zhejian Pearl stated, casually retrieving a dagger from her storage soul tool, and with a swift motion, she drew it across her delicate, fair arm. Instantly, a deep wound appeared, blood gushing forth profusely. Hemingway was momentarily taken aback. What could possibly compel her to suddenly draw a knife and inflict a wound upon herself? What was the purpose of this act? Was it self-mutilation? Did it not cause her any pain? Yet, the expression on the purple pearl's face betrayed no sign of anguish. In a remarkably short span of time, Hemingway observed that the gaping wound on her arm, which had previously bled profusely, had inexplicably vanished. Simultaneously, among the multitude of summoned serpent avatars present, one snake disintegrated with a resounding thud. Hemingway appeared to grasp something at this point, expressing his surprise as he remarked, "Could it be that these serpentine avatars can share your burdens?" "Indeed," Zhejian Pearl replied with a confident smile. "When my body sustains harm, I have the ability to transfer that damage to the serpent avatars. In other words, unless I am struck down before I can react. Or if all my serpent avatars are vanquished, I shall remain unscathed, regardless of the severity of the injuries I endure." Remarkable. This is an exceptionally practical soul skill. Hemingway nodded in admiration. To possess such a skill at the fourth soul ring can only be attributed to a divine-level soul ring. If you were to hunt soul beasts on your own, even if you met the required age, it would be exceedingly difficult to develop such a rare soul skill. Upon witnessing Zhejian Pearl absorb the divine-granted soul ring and acquire such a useful ability, Hemingway could not help but feel a twinge of envy. While simultaneously growing increasingly eager for the divine-granted soul ring he would receive after completing the first trial. However, it soon dawned on him that his mermaid martial soul was distinctly unique. No matter what type of soul ring was attached, it would not yield any soul skills. It merely enhanced his own abilities and amplified the potency of his tricolored dominance. While this could be classified as a pure attribute path, it undeniably bestowed him with greater destructive power than an average soul master, enabling him to defeat a soul sage as a soul master himself. Yet, the drawbacks were evident, as he lacked the versatility of those soul masters endowed with a plethora of peculiar soul skills. Indeed, the envy lingered. Hemingway acknowledged his envy. Although the mermaid princess's martial soul was indeed formidable, even exceptional, it fell short in the diversity of soul skills. The pursuit of unparalleled power came at the cost of singularity, illustrating the age-old adage that one must sacrifice something to gain another. Hemingway let out a sigh, and suddenly a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. No, that cannot be right. Although an additional soul ring does not grant soul skills, does that imply I cannot create my own soul skills? Moreover, one might argue that the 6 styles of the Navy could indeed be considered a form of self-created soul skill. Is it truly the case that the merfolk spirit, apart from summoning sea spirit beasts, possesses no other merit? I think not. Perhaps I could endeavor to develop alternative techniques based on the intrinsic characteristics of the merfolk spirit. For instance, the innate ability to manipulate water harbors significant potential for development. Until now, my exploration of this spirit has been rather superficial. Hemingway suddenly realized that perhaps he had underestimated the mermaid's martial spirit all along. He had never truly tapped into the boundless potential inherent in this soul. Chapter 74. A Year of Endurance. In the period that followed, Hemingway and the Purple Pearl did not opt to relentlessly assault the heights of Poseidon's light each day, challenging themselves to ascend to greater echelons. Instead, they chose not to rush towards higher levels, but rather to utilize Poseidon's light for their cultivation. Hemingway discovered that cultivating within the divine light of the sea god allows one to endure the pressures of the external world. Consequently, the velocity of one's soul power circulation under such duress surpasses that of self-induced activation. This pressure undoubtedly serves as an excellent catalyst, if harnessed properly. It could significantly accelerate their cultivation of soul power. Upon realizing this, Hemingway, along with the Purple Pearl, commenced their daily meditative practices within the divine light of the sea god, starting from the first tier. Once the pressure of the first tier ceased to provide sufficient challenge for their cultivation, they progressed to the second tier and subsequently the third, ascending to even higher levels. A month later, under the pressure of the divine light, the Purple Pearl achieved a breakthrough to the 42nd level, while Hemingway remained at a standstill at the 40th. However, he felt no urgency. Despite lacking a soul ring to surpass level 40, the cultivation of soul power is cumulative and not wasted. Once he acquires his soul ring, the long-accumulated soul power will erupt in a single surge, likely elevating him by 4 or 5 levels, or perhaps even more. Moreover, the divine light of the sea god not only accelerates the cultivation speed but also aids in body refinement, enhancing physical strength and expediting soul power cultivation. Such a remarkable place is rare to find. For now, he merely needs to dedicate this year to diligent cultivation within the divine light, honing his physique and solidifying his foundation of soul power. When he obtains the divine soul ring after a year, the potential duration of the soul ring he can absorb will undoubtedly exceed all expectations. With a high-duration soul ring, his strength, along with various foundational aspects, will become significantly more formidable. In the grand scheme of things, enduring this year is undoubtedly the most judicious choice. Thus, Hemingway watched as the Purple Pearl's soul power ascended steadily, level 43, 44, 45, until 1 year later, when she reached level 48. Hemingway remained at the 40th level at this juncture. He was capable of cultivating on the 300th step. Alas, the year had come to an end. The two were compelled to pass through the first threshold, preparing themselves for the new trials ahead. At the foot of the Sea God Mountain, a youth with white hair and blue eyes stood shoulder to shoulder with a girl possessing purple hair and violet eyes, both gazing silently at the staircase leading to the Sea God Temple, resembling a pair of celestial beings. Today marked the final day for them to confront the first trial of the Sea God's challenge. In truth, over 2 months ago, they could have attempted to pass the first trial, but the rarity of this spiritual cultivation site compelled them to procrastinate until the last moment, reluctantly deciding to face the challenge and embrace the next trial. A year had passed, and both Hemingway and Pearl had experienced significant transformations in their demeanor. The young man had become more handsome and virile, while the young woman had blossomed into a fair and enchanting beauty. Judging solely by their appearances, they had undoubtedly ascended to a higher echelon compared to a year prior. The adage one's appearance reflects one's heart holds true, and it is evident how profoundly their cultivation under the Sea God's light had benefited them over the past year. Enduring immense pressure, they had diligently practiced until now, resulting in substantial advancements in their physical strength, spiritual energy, and willpower. "Shall you go first?" Hemingway turned to Pearl, inquiring with a smile. "Or shall I take the lead?" "I will," Pearl replied with a smile as she stepped forward onto the familiar steps. A wave of pressure, now trivial to her, washed over her. She did not falter but ascended effortlessly, step by step. Before long, she had navigated the first 50 steps with hardly any exertion, as her body had adapted to the demands of these steps over the past year, enabling her to cultivate there for an entire day. The pressure from these steps posed no obstacle for her. However, beyond the 50th step, her progress noticeably slowed. Her body tensed, and climbing upward became far less effortless. After advancing another 20 steps, she could no longer persevere. Her spiritual energy surged within her, enhancing her physical capabilities. She felt light once more and continued her ascent. Pearl understood that her true trial had only just begun. 70 to 80. The subsequent 10 steps did not hinder her. The amplification of her spiritual energy was sufficient to withstand the pressure. Yet, upon reaching the 81st step, her progress abruptly halted. Here, the ascent became arduous. With every step forward, her body swayed slightly. Nevertheless, her pace remained steady until the 90th step, where an overwhelming pressure, combined with the ethereal light surrounding her, caused her to sweat profusely. Merely relying on her enhanced spiritual energy had brought her to her limit. Watching from below, Hemingway felt a weight of concern settle upon him. Though he was confident she could succeed, witnessing her struggle stirred an innate worry within his heart, fearing the emergence of any unforeseen circumstances. Zhejian Pearl found her ascent less graceful after the 90th step. She moved with a slow yet resolute pace, her breath becoming slightly labored, beads of fragrant sweat trickling down her porcelain forehead. With each step, 92, 93, 94, her progress grew increasingly arduous. Finally, upon reaching the 99th step, just before she was to ascend to the 100th, Zhejian Pearl reached her limit. A dazzling brilliance ignited in her beautiful eyes, a spectral image of a 9-headed serpent, as fierce as a wild beast, flickered into existence, swiftly merging with her being. In an instant, it bestowed upon her an inexhaustible strength. her previously sluggish, snail-like pace transformed into a fluid leap as she effortlessly crossed onto the 100th step. At the foot of the mountain, witnessing her summon her martial spirit, Hemingway did not relax. Rather, his expression grew graver, for he understood that the critical moment had arrived. After the 100th step, the pressure would escalate dramatically. Although only 33 steps remained, those final 33 would prove more challenging than the preceding 100 combined. Gazing at the slender figure laboring ahead, Hemingway silently counted the steps in his heart. 101, 102, 103, 112, 113, 120, 126, 130. Upon reaching the 130th step, Zhejian Pearl paused once more, this time for an even longer duration. Breathing heavily, her chest rose and fell, her thin garment soaked with sweat, yet this exquisite sight went unnoticed. After resting for a considerable time and regaining sufficient strength, Zhejian Pearl bit her red lip tightly, the soul power circulating throughout her body. A kaleidoscope of colors blossoming in her eyes. A brilliant blue radiance began to emanate from her, signaling that she had pushed the power of her martial spirit to its zenith. With renewed determination, Zhejian Pearl set foot on the 131st step. Suddenly, she was engulfed by a pressure akin to a cataclysmic avalanche, nearly causing her to slip backward. However, fortified by her martial spirit, she managed to stabilize her wobbling form. Then, braving the overwhelming force, she resolutely took her second step onto the 132nd step. Creak. Her bones groaned under the immense strain. Zhejian Pearl found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Fine beads of blood began to surface on her skin, illustrating the colossal pressure she was enduring. Yet, victory lay tantalizingly close. Only one final step remained. How could she allow her efforts to be in vain? Move, body. A splendid rainbow light burst forth from her beautiful eyes, as if the fearsome hiss of the great serpent echoed in her ears. A surge of power seemed to infuse her body out of thin air. Although Zhejian Pearl's body was already numb, she still trembled as she took the final step. 133. Boom. As she finally stepped onto the last staircase, an inaudible roar accompanied her ascent. In that fleeting moment, the pressure that had enveloped her entire being receded like a tidal wave. And the sudden sense of relief made Zhejian Pearl feel as though her body might take flight. The golden mist obscuring her vision dissipated like snow melting under the sun. An unprecedented exhilaration coursed through her entire being. Ding! Simultaneously, a soft chime echoed in her ears, from the red seven-pointed star pattern on her forehead. A wisp of crimson energy floated forth, coalescing before her into a red square luminescence. In the next instant, another soft chime resounded. The red light shattered instantaneously, transforming into specks of red light that rain-fused Zhejian Pearl's brow, imparting a sensation akin to divine enlightenment. She felt her rapidly depleting soul power pulse with renewed vigor, emanating a force from within. A peculiar voice resonated deep within her mind. Red Level 7 Test. First Trial. Transcendence. Light of the Sea God. Passed. Soul power elevated by 1 level. From 48 to 49, Zhejian Pearl's soul power soared to the 49th level. Only one more level remained before she would acquire her 5th soul ring. Remarkably, she was merely 19 years old this year. Having ascended 8 or 9 levels within a single year, it was evident how immensely beneficial the light of the sea god was for her cultivation. Undoubtedly, Zhejian Pearl's rapid advancement was also significantly attributed to her Hydra martial soul, which played an essential role. Were it not for this supreme martial soul, her aptitude would not have experienced such a profound enhancement, even with the light of the sea god. Ascending 8 or 9 levels of soul power in a year would have been an impossible feat without the requisite talent. Lacking such aptitude would inevitably hinder one's ability to swiftly adapt to the pressures imposed by the light of the sea god. And leveraging that pressure for personal advancement requires innate capability. It is not something just anyone can achieve. Otherwise, anyone could ascend to divinity. If one's aptitude is lacking, no amount of effort can lead to success. Had Zhejian Pearl possessed the originally unremarkable sea serpent martial soul, traversing to the 133rd level in a year would have been a Herculean task. Merely reaching the 50th level would have been considered an exhausting endeavor. The impact of aptitude on an individual is profound, arguably determining the course of one's life. In this world, many achievements cannot be attained solely through perseverance. To succeed, mere determination is insufficient. Talent and fortune are indispensable elements. In fact, in certain respects, these two attributes may be even more crucial than perseverance. Witnessing Zhejian Pearl finally ascend to the 133rd level, now seated in meditation on the steps, stabilizing her suddenly surging soul power. Hemingway could not help but feel a twinge of envy. The divine bestowed soul ring. He has patiently awaited for an entire year. Now, it is time for his reward. Hemingway took a deep breath, then stepped forward, officially ascending the stairs. He traversed the first, second, and third levels without the slightest pause. For someone who could cultivate for an entire day on 300 steps, the initial 300 posed no challenge whatsoever. With steady determination, he continued his ascent. Soon arriving at the 133rd step, where the closed-eyed purple pearl remained undisturbed. He chose not to interrupt her and continued upward, passing the 156th, 188th, 200th, 268th, and 299th steps, ultimately reaching the 300th step. Hemingway effortlessly ascended the 300 steps, his graceful demeanor starkly contrasting with the nearly breathless state of Zhejian Pearl, who struggled to climb just over 100 steps, as previously mentioned. Despite losing the enigmatic and versatile soul skills of the mermaid spirit, he gained an extraordinarily formidable enhancement to his physical attributes and overall capabilities. Each additional soul ring, while not producing any soul skills, provides a permanent reinforcement to his various attributes and physical constitution. It can be said that he is a naturally gifted pure attribute soul master, whose qualities far surpass those of other soul masters. The sacrifice of multifaceted soul skills has yielded a singular enhancement, enabling him to triumph over the strong and challenge opponents of higher ranks. If he were to be defeated by Zhejian Pearl under such circumstances, he might as well seek a block of tofu to end it all. After ascending the 300 steps, Hemingway finally felt a modicum of pressure. However, it was not enough to impede his progress. At most, he needed to exert 2 or even 3 times the effort he originally required. For the time being, he could still endure. Onward to the 400 steps. Hemingway finally felt significant pressure, yet he refrained from utilizing his soul power. Relying solely on the strength of his physical form to endure the arduous journey up the 500 steps. The sheer capacity of his corporeal body had reached its limits. And under duress, he reluctantly began to harness his soul power to enhance his physique. As the energy surged throughout his being, all the burdens dissipated entirely, allowing him to ascend further. However, with each step upward, the pressure intensified exponentially. Upon reaching the 600th step, even with the augmentation of his soul power, he found himself unable to withstand the strain. Each 100 steps presented an enormous hurdle, with the pressure surpassing that of previous levels. Faced with the final 66 steps, Hemingway resolutely summoned his martial spirit. A magnificent illusion of a mermaid appeared, merging with his essence, bestowing upon him a seemingly boundless strength that coursed through every part of his being, drastically alleviating the overwhelming pressure. Hemingway understood that the final 66 steps were the most arduous for him, far surpassing the preceding 600 in difficulty. However, after enduring a year of hardship, he felt no fear. He took a step forward, crossing the 601st step. Boom. As he reached this step, it felt as if an immense mountain had suddenly descended upon him, causing his countenance to change drastically. He had never anticipated that the pressure beyond the 600 steps would exceed his expectations. In retrospect, he realized he had underestimated these steps. Completing the first trial was far from the simplicity he had envisioned. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. Hemingway, resolutely enduring the mounting pressure, took a second step, only to feel as though an immense weight had descended upon him once more. His body trembled, and he nearly faltered. How infuriating! How could I halt my progress here? Quaking all over, Hemingway gritted his teeth against the intensifying gravity, a surge of determination swelling within his chest. In his cerulean eyes, blood vessels began to surface, akin to a ferocious beast poised to strike. Bearing the colossal weight, he ascended once more. 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. The pressure escalated with each advance. His skin stretched taut, grotesque veins protruding, his bones creaking as beads of blood began to seep from his pores, signaling that his body was nearing its limit. 36 steps, 37 steps, 38 steps. With each upward stride, he became increasingly drenched in blood, transforming into a veritable embodiment of crimson. Yet, he paid no heed, allowing the pressure to envelop him, his sole focus remaining steadfastly ahead. 42 steps, 43 steps, 50 steps. Suddenly, his skin, swollen with engorged veins, erupted, small fissures bursting forth, spraying forth scarlet blood like a fountain. Just as it seemed he would succumb to the torrent of blood, a dazzling golden light surged forth, enveloping him entirely, rendering him as if he were a golden deity. With the augmentation of his armed color, Hemingway felt the weight lessen, his feet unceasing in their ascent, resolutely and unwaveringly climbing higher, even as his inner soul force was rapidly depleting to sustain the armed color. 53 steps, 54 steps, 60 steps. Before him lay the final 6 steps, which appeared insurmountable, obstructing his path forward. Hemingway suddenly let out a resounding roar towards the heavens. A surge of dark crimson ripples erupted, radiating outward from his diminutive figure in all directions, instantly enveloping the entirety of Ocean God Island. The ground trembled with a thunderous rumble. The entire island quaked violently. Where the dark crimson ripples passed, those of weaker stature immediately succumbed, rolling their eyes back and losing consciousness. Even the more formidable beings found themselves gasping for breath, dizzy and weakened, stripped of their capacity to resist. The sounds of chirping insects and singing birds, as well as the crashing waves, vanished entirely. In an instant, Ocean God Island was shrouded in an eerie silence. Within the temple of the sea god, Poseidon often found herself surreptitiously observing the two figures. When the dark crimson ripples surged forth, she was struck with a terror that rendered her complexion pale. An overwhelming aura of divine majesty descended upon her, as if the sea god himself had arrived. In a moment of disorientation, a towering figure seemed to manifest before her, seated upon a throne, surveying the world below with an air of unutterable reverence and innate nobility. At that instant, Poseidon's mind was utterly consumed by the presence of this figure, as though the long-standing emptiness within her was finally filled. The image of another, which had long resided in her heart, began to fade into obscurity, leaving behind only a vague silhouette that seemed poised to vanish at any moment. After a considerable time, when she emerged from her near-blank state of mind, she paid no heed to anything else. With an alluring grace, she turned and leapt forth, arriving outside the temple of the sea god. On the lengthy staircase below, a figure radiating an unparalleled presence caught her eye, bloodied and in a disheveled state. This being possessed only a pair of deep sea blue eyes, glimmering with a sanguine light, yet remained calm as a tranquil sea, as if sensing Poseidon's arrival. The figure slightly raised his head, and their gazes met, his blood-tinged, profound eyes clashing with her oceanic, enchanting gaze. In that moment of eye contact, Poseidon's heart began to race uncontrollably, akin to a fawn in flight, overwhelmed by an unfamiliar blend of shyness and excitement that filled her chest. This sensation was unprecedented for her, even when she had once faced Tang San, which had merely elicited a fondness towards an admirable male. To claim that she was consumed by love to the point of madness would be an exaggeration. Having lived on Sea God Island since her youth, Poseidon ascended to the status of High Priestess after completing the sea god's supreme trials. In just a few decades, she reached the pinnacle of soul power at level 99, nearly achieving demigod status. During this time, two unparalleled Douluos of level 99 emerged on the continent, Douluo, known as the Unrivaled in the Sky, and Tang San, the Unrivaled on the Ground. These two, initially seeking trouble, were so captivated by Poseidon's astonishing beauty that they began to ardently pursue her, professing their love. However, Poseidon held no favorable impression of these unwelcome suitors, and thus requested them to leave Sea God Island. Yet, as two of the three remaining unparalleled Douluos, they were among the strongest beings beneath the divine. How could they simply depart? When words proved ineffective, they resorted to combat. The three legendary Douluos engaged in a fierce battle. Ultimately, Poseidon, leveraging her advantage in the ocean, managed to barely defeat the two after an arduous struggle. However, she herself sustained considerable injuries. In the aftermath, the defeated Douluo and Tang San not only chose to remain, but stubbornly lingered on Sea God Island. Undoubtedly, as two unparalleled Douluo, if they were to fight to the death, even she would find it a formidable challenge. Ultimately, Poseidon had no choice but to tacitly permit their stay on the island. During this time, Douluo and Tang San shifted their tactics, relentlessly pursuing Poseidon in their own unique ways, which eventually stirred her heart, a heart that was still innocent and untainted by the world. The object of her affections became the more exceptional Tang San, despite Poseidon being in her 50s. Her prolonged seclusion on Sea God Island for cultivation rendered her mental age akin to that of a young girl in her teens or 20s. How could she possibly compete with Tang San, a seasoned man who had navigated the vicissitudes of life for decades and even had grandchildren? Moreover, as the strongest, unparalleled Douluo of her time, and one of high status, Poseidon harbored a profound solitude within her, along with a yearning for love. Yet, due to her esteemed position as the High Priestess of Sea God Island and her formidable strength, who in this world was worthy of her? Furthermore, no one dared to pursue her because of her status. Thus, even at her age, she had never received a confession of love from a man. Coincidentally, at that time, Tang San, one of the three unparalleled Douluo, arrived at Sea God Island. By virtue of his status and strength, Tang San was undoubtedly qualified to be her match. A suitable pairing in every sense. Hence, with her heart filled with hopes for love, Poseidon found it inevitable to be captivated by Tang San's advances. However, alongside Tang San, there was also Douluo vying for her affection, complicating matters. Poseidon, still possessing a youthful heart and modesty, felt too bashful to express her feelings directly. Additionally, having held the position of high priestess for so long, she found it difficult to confess her affections as if she were a mere girl. Therefore, she opted for a more subtle approach to convey her ultimate choice to the two suitors. Poseidon declared to Douluo and Tang San that whoever could reach level 100 would win her heart. Yet, this statement was, in essence, a clear rejection of Douluo, for both he and she had relied on divine favor to attain the pinnacle of Douluo and thus held no hope of achieving godhood. Among the three unparalleled Douluo, only Tang San, who had cultivated to this level without the aid of divine inheritance, possessed the potential to ascend to godhood at level 100. Thus, she had, in truth, accepted Tang San's affection. However, Poseidon had miscalculated. As Tang San was unaware that Douluo would never achieve godhood, he took her veiled rejection at face value, turned on his heel, and left with a bold proclamation of his intention to return only upon attaining divinity. Poseidon was left in a state of bemusement, but due to her modesty as a woman and the words already spoken, compounded by Douluo's presence, she could only watch helplessly as he departed from Sea God Island. From that moment on, she awaited Tang San's return as a god, a wait that would span several decades. For several decades, even the most profound emotions may wane with the passage of time. Moreover, the affection Poseidon harbors for Tang San is far from that eternal, unchanging love. Their time together was merely a fleeting few months, during which nothing of lasting significance transpired. With the ever-present shadow of Douluo, their interactions were limited. They never even held hands. The mere exchange of flirtatious remarks could only stir a mutual fondness. But to expect such fleeting words to elevate their bond to a steadfast love is utterly implausible. Poseidon's feelings for Tang San, in truth, are merely a compromise born of circumstance, a choice made when better options were scarce. After all, the only individuals worthy of her are Tang San and Douluo. It was a case of selecting the taller of the short. Had Tang San comprehended her sentiments at the time and reciprocated her feelings, remaining on Sea God Island, their relationship might have blossomed into genuine love. However, his departure for decades, coupled with his failure to affirm her affection, inevitably cooled even the most fervent feelings over time. Now, Poseidon's emotions for Tang San are but a hollow facade lacking substance. Otherwise, Hemingway's bold demeanor would not have so effortlessly etched itself into her heart. This does not imply that Poseidon is fickle, chasing one love after another. Rather, their relationship was merely characterized by mutual affection, lacking any official commitment. Theoretically, Poseidon remains free, entitled to love another. Had their bond been solidified then, Hemingway's attempt to leave an impression in her heart would have been futile. A confirmed relationship creates a bond that withstands the ravages of time, intensifying rather than fading, ultimately maturing into true love. It can only be said that the connection between Poseidon and Tang San was destined to be one of fate without fulfillment. Emotions that can be easily erased are never true love. Hemingway was unaware that he had merely unleashed the conqueror's haki, showcasing his masculine vigor, which left an indelible impression on Poseidon's heart. This exquisite sea deity, with his unparalleled grace, began to harbor a unique sentiment towards him. Having successfully released the conqueror's haki to withstand the pressure emanating from the light of the sea god, he ascended to the 666th step. At this moment, the overwhelming pressure that had once surged like a tidal wave receded after he set foot on that step, replaced by a sensation of ethereal ease. Suddenly, he sensed a complex gaze upon him. When Hemingway raised his eyes, he was met by a pair of eyes as beautiful as the ocean, stirring an inexplicable restlessness within him. For in those captivating eyes, he seemed to discern something extraordinary, reminiscent of the gaze of the purple pearl directed at him. Could it be that his charm had grown formidable enough to captivate even this centenarian sea deity? How could that be? Surely, it must be an illusion. Hemingway withdrew his gaze, shaking his head internally. He admonished himself sternly. Oh, Hemingway, have you forgotten the three great illusions of life? Do you truly believe yourself to be the protagonist? Even if you are, Do you assume that a woman would inevitably fall in love with you? What does your handsome appearance matter? Do you think all women are so shallow as to be enamored only by looks? Abandon such daydreams. The urgent task at hand is to diligently enhance your strength and seek revenge, for that is the righteous path. After this mental lecture, a voice suddenly resonated in his ears. Transcend, triple, light of the sea god, trial completed. With unwavering will and soaring spirit, you have triumphed in the challenge. The first trial concluded, and his affinity with the sea god increased by 5%, now totaling 5%. As this voice echoed, a peculiar golden light flickered at the center of Hemingway's brow. A tingling sensation coursed through his body, nearly prompting a groan. For him, this sensation could hardly be described as delightful. Yet, the golden light that infused his being bestowed upon him newfound strength, as if awakening every function within his body. The damaged physique, oppressed by the light of the sea god, rapidly recuperated, and the pain that had rendered him numb restored his awareness. While everything around him came into sharp clarity, the radiant glow enveloping Hemingway lasted for a full half hour, when the sky was once again shrouded in darkness. All his wounds had vanished, and even his soul power had returned to its zenith. The luminous trident emblazoned upon his forehead gradually faded, reverting to its imprinted form. Chapter 77. The Significance of Fundamentals. Congratulations on completing the first trial. Poseidon approached Hemingway with graceful strides, her flawless visage adorned with a subtle smile, reminiscent of the solemn and sanctified high priestess of the sea god island. However, as she gazed at him, a barely perceptible change flickered in her eyes. No one, save for herself, could discern the turmoil brewing within her heart. Yet, more arduous challenges awaited. In addition to the enhancement of affinity, the sea god bestowed upon you an additional divine soul ring. Upon your absorption of this soul ring, the second trial will commence. Once again bound by a year's limit. As Poseidon spoke, she raised a delicate hand and tossed a golden orb, which fell directly onto the trident upon his forehead. With a resounding crack, the golden orb shattered, and a rich, golden mist enveloped Hemingway, permeating every corner of his being and obscuring his form. Only the brilliance of the trident imprint on his forehead remained conspicuously luminous. At that moment, as the golden orb shattered, Hemingway promptly assumed a cross-legged position, calming his mind to embrace the trial of this divine soul ring with his utmost state of readiness. Having contemplated his goal during the previous trial with the purple pearl, he resolved to enhance himself and solidify his fundamentals over the course of the year, striving to attain a soul ring of extraordinary longevity through this divine gift. While acquiring the soul ring would not grant him new soul skills, it would significantly bolster his innate qualities. The more extended the duration of the soul ring, the greater the augmentation to his abilities, thus fortifying his foundational prowess. Stalling at the 40th level for an entire year is decidedly unwise for an ordinary soul master. As their innate talents are limited, youth is of paramount importance. The younger one is, the more readily they can achieve breakthroughs. Conversely, as age advances, a decline in talent is inevitable. Thus, for ordinary soul masters, each time they reach a level capable of acquiring a soul ring, they are often eager to absorb it and ascend. Rarely does one consider pausing to consolidate their foundation, as they cannot afford the luxury of time. However, for Hemingway, this notion held little significance. Setting aside his innate talent, he was merely 13 years old and had already reached the 40th level. In contrast, even the original protagonist, Tang San, at his age, had barely managed to surpass the 30th level, earning accolades for his extraordinary talent. It is evident that Hemingway's training pace had long outstripped that of other prodigies by a considerable margin. Therefore, he had never felt urgency in his cultivation of soul power, as he possessed ample time. Moreover, had he wished, he could have relinquished physical training and foundational consolidation during his earlier years on the deserted island. In his singular quest to transcend the limits of his soul power, he could now at least be regarded as a soul sage. Such an assertion may seem exaggerated. Yet his extraordinary aptitude, enhanced through the use of a martial spirit upgrade card, attests to its validity. However, this relentless pursuit of soul power inevitably rendered his foundational skills alarmingly feeble. It is unthinkable that he could replicate the feats of his early days. When he faced opponents beyond his rank, his combat prowess likely fell short even of that of an average genius soul master. The soul power he acquired in this manner was insubstantial, far from his aspirations. Moreover, an excessive focus on soul power, neglecting the fundamentals, would not only diminish his combat effectiveness but also result in a rapid ascent devoid of solid grounding. This precarious advancement parallels the construction of a towering edifice. Without a robust foundation, the structure may collapse long before completion. This underscores the significance of a strong foundation, which ultimately dictates the heights of one's achievements. Through a year of rigorous training under the aegis of the sea god's light, Hemingway felt his foundational soul power had grown significantly more stable than before. His physical potential and overall qualities had seen substantial enhancement, marking a bountiful harvest, with combat strength on the rise. At this moment, he was poised to reap the fruits of his labors from the past year. How many years of soul ring duration would he gain from the divine soul ring? Amidst the golden mist emanating from the divine soul ring, faint golden threads began to encircle Hemingway's form, pressing inwards. To an untrained observer, this scene might evoke little reaction. But for the once-tested pearl of purple, a stark realization struck her. The starting point of Hemingway's trial under the divine soul ring was, in fact, the culmination of her own fourth soul ring acquisition. At that time, she had exerted every ounce of her strength to persist until the end, witnessing the emergence of similar golden threads, ultimately earning a soul ring corresponding to 15,000 years of soul beast longevity. If Hemingway began at her endpoint, where might his conclusion lie? Enveloped by the golden mist, Hemingway's visage remained serene. Upon the appearance of the golden threads, he instinctively unleashed his armed color haki. A radiant golden aura enveloped him, transforming him into a golden figure. This action was not without intent. The armed color augmented his physical attributes, allowing him to unleash his full capabilities from the outset. There was no need to gradually release his power under the duress of the divine soul ring, which would only lead to greater soul power consumption and physical suffering in the trial's early stages. By fully unleashing his potential at the beginning, he elevated the starting point of the divine soul ring trial. Accepting the challenge from a higher perspective would undoubtedly shorten the overall duration of the trial, thereby reducing the time spent enduring pain. Indeed, once he enveloped himself in armed color, the golden mist surrounding him underwent a complete transformation. Previously, only a mere tenth of the golden light had transformed into fine threads. Now, the mist has dissipated entirely, and all the golden radiance has metamorphosed into spirals of golden silk, weaving around his form in a continuous dance. As these golden threads intertwined, subtle fluctuations began to manifest on Hemingway's face, clearly indicating that the process of absorbing the soul rings was far from comfortable. On the contrary, it was fraught with agony. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. After all, this was the price one must pay in the pursuit of strength. Enveloped in the armor of armed color, Hemingway, relying on his physical prowess, steadfastly resisted the layers of pressure emanating from the divine soul rings. Time passed, second by second. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had elapsed. A fine sheen of sweat had gathered on Hemingway's forehead, astonishing the nearby purple pearl, as these beads of perspiration shimmered with a golden hue. It was unclear whether they were merely illuminated by golden light, or if the sweat itself was truly golden. At that moment, the golden energy surrounding Hemingway began to undergo a transformation. Strands of golden threads coalesced, forming concentric rings of golden light, 9 in total. These rings initially expanded around his body before contracting once more, striking him with a heavy force in a rhythmic cycle. With each impact of the golden rings against Hemingway's form, his golden body quivered, and the beads of sweat upon his brow multiplied. Chapter 78. The soul merges with the universe. As time progressed, vivid crimson droplets began to seep forth from beneath Hemingway's golden skin. Unlike the earlier fine beads of blood, the crimson fluid now flowed incessantly from his body, staining his garments and the ground beneath him. Even his orifices were not spared, with blood trickling forth. Hemingway's body trembled violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, his resolve remained unyielding. As long as his faith endured, the divine trial of the soul ring would not cease. Poseidon, furrowing her brow, had raised her hand at least thrice, only to let it fall again. A gesture of hesitation she had not exhibited in over 50 years as the Grand Priestess of Sea God Island, the most loyal and formidable servant of the Sea God. As the guide of this divine soul ring, she was acutely aware of Hemingway's physical state and could deeply sense the precarious edge of his existence. Each time she felt his body nearing its limit and wished to intervene, she discovered that the unparalleled tenacity of the youth emanated a unique power, enabling his body to persist. Thus, he faced yet another moment of impending collapse, yet again managing to endure. Even Poseidon, at the pinnacle of spirit masters, found it incomprehensible what force sustained the silver-haired boy before her. Indeed, he was among those chosen by the sea god. Only those personally selected by the sea god could possess such unwavering resolve. Poseidon mused that not only at his age, But even she in her current self could not claim the same indomitable spirit as Hemingway. Tenacity and persistence are the greatest secrets to success. Finally, when Poseidon could no longer restrain herself and raised her hand once more to halt the divine trial, a sudden eruption of blood burst forth from Hemingway's body. Had his body shattered? Poseidon's countenance blanched, her heart gripped by an indescribable anguish. Yet, her hand remained suspended in midair, for the blood that splattered forth instantly stained the 9 golden rings encircling Hemingway, transforming them into a vivid crimson. 9 converged into one, ultimately coalescing into a massive blood-red halo that enveloped Hemingway. At that moment, Hemingway's consciousness was consumed by a singular sensation. His body had disintegrated, reduced to dust drifting in the ether. However, this feeling of fragmentation brought him an unprecedented euphoria, as if he had merged with the cosmos. The next instant, he perceived nothing but a sea of red, as though he had submerged into a sanguine realm. Poseidon laboriously retracted her right hand, her heart inexplicably stirred. Turning to gaze at the sea god temple towering atop the sacred mountain, she murmured in a peculiar tone, "He has succeeded." The crimson silhouette ascended into the air, vanishing from the scene in an instant. Purple Pearl, observing the still meditative Hemingway, chose not to disturb him. Instead, she settled on a nearby step. Resting her elbows on her knees, cradling her face in her hands, her large purple eyes gazing dreamily at him. Reminiscent of the stone that awaits its beloved by the shore, Hemingway sat cross-legged, motionless, as if he had transformed into an ancient fossil. At that moment, the radiant golden hue of his formidable aura had dissipated, and his entire being was drenched in blood, resembling a crimson statue. The sea god mountain had regained its tranquility. Time flowed silently. For 365 days, Hemingway remained utterly still. During this period, the vibrant red of his blood had turned to a dark purplish hue, forming a hardened crust upon his skin's surface. Were it not for the faint yet steady rhythm of his heartbeat and the words spoken by the sea god Douluo Poseidon upon his departure, one might have thought that Hemingway had forever become a statue. 365 days, a full year without movement. At last on this day, a sound like tearing fabric startled the nearby Zhu, who had been immersed in her training. Cracks began to appear on the hardened crust enveloping Hemingway. The source of the shattering sound, a graceful figure soared into the air. At that moment, Zhu could no longer focus on her training. After a year of patient waiting, the one she had longed for finally stirred. The fractures multiplied, and gradually, the purplish-black crust began to shed, revealing beneath its skin as delicate and smooth as jade. To Zhu's astonishment, even Hemingway's hair fell away during the shedding, having fused with the crust. A soft groan escaped his lips, his tightly closed eyes gradually illuminated with golden light, the brilliance of which became increasingly pronounced. This dazzling radiance spread outward, each golden beam seemingly purging the impurities clinging to him, cleansing all that existed. At that moment, with a sharp crack, time appeared to halt. The remnants of filth upon Hemingway were instantaneously cast off, revealing his nearly perfect physique. The golden light emanating from him made him appear as though he had transformed into another sun, overshadowing even the brilliance of the blazing sky. Zhu instinctively squinted her eyes, retreating involuntarily in the face of the blinding light and the intense surge of energy. Amidst this celestial luminescence, the figure seated upon the ground slowly rose, arms powerfully extending outward, unleashing an explosion of boundless golden light. A cry resonated through the air, akin to the roar of a dragon, reverberating across the entirety of Sea God Island. In this moment, Hemingway, now awakened, felt an unparalleled exhilaration within, a refreshing sensation coursing through every pore of his being. There is no need to rely on sight. The surroundings materialize in vivid three-dimensional imagery within his mind, as if the ocean's perceptive abilities have transcended the confines of mere seawater. Every blade of grass, every tree, and all entities in existence possess a semblance of life in his perception, breathing in harmony with the natural energies of the universe. This sensation is truly exquisite. He has never felt so intimately connected to the essence of the world, so profoundly attuned to the natural order. Undoubtedly, Hemingway's understanding has reached new heights, subtly brushing against the realm of perceiving the voices of all creation. Chapter 79, The Transformation of Soul Power. At this moment, Hemingway can sense the relentless surge of soul power within him, having undergone a fundamental transformation. If it were once akin to a thin mist, now it flows like liquid mercury through his veins. Channeling such soul power to execute soul techniques amplifies his physical prowess to an unparalleled degree. Almost instinctively, Hemingway summoned his merfolk martial spirit. As his spirit manifested, 4 soul rings emerged in succession from beneath his feet, encircling him in hues of purple, black, and red. The 4 soul rings radiated an imposing pressure, exuding an aura of extraordinary presence. 100,000-year soul ring. Gazing at this sanguine soul ring, Hemingway felt a profound sense of gratification at the transformation he had undergone. The arduous training of the past year, coupled with the excruciating pain endured while absorbing the divine soul ring, had not been in vain. The 4th ring, resplendent in its blood-red hue, stood as a testament to his efforts. Beside him, Purple Pearl had ceased her laughter, rendered speechless by the sight of Hemingway's 4th soul ring, indicative of 100,000 years. Despite having acclimated to his extraordinary talents, she found herself momentarily dizzy in its presence. This was the coveted treasure of every soul master, 100,000-year soul ring. Most significantly, he had achieved this with only his 4th soul ring, a feat that left those who lacked optimal soul ring configurations in a state of despair. After admiring his 100,000-year soul ring, Hemingway redirected his attention to himself, only to realize he was clad in nothing. Unperturbed, he casually retrieved clothing from his ring while inquiring, "How long was I in a meditative state?" In his estimation, his slumber had not been extensive. Purple Pearl approached, observing his hairless form with barely contained amusement. "You were in a deep sleep for a full 365 days. You certainly have a talent for slumber. To absorb a soul ring and sleep for an entire year, if I hadn't seen you still breathing, I would have thought you dead." "What? A year? I was in a meditative state for an entire year." Hemingway was struck dumb. Incredulity etched across his face. "You can't be joking. I truly meditated for a whole year." Zhejian Pearl nodded affirmatively, her tone laced with irritation as she remarked, "Do you truly believe I would jest about such matters? I can discern when to joke and when not to. You have indeed slumbered for an entire year." Upon receiving her confirmation, Hemingway felt rather bewildered. For him, it seemed that after enduring excruciating pain, a wave of warmth coursed through his body, gradually dissipating. It was a straightforward process through which he awakened. Yet, this seemingly simple experience had caused him to remain in a meditative state for a full year. In the original tale, Tang San absorbed a century-old soul ring and merely entered a slumber for 100 days. How could it be that he had been in a state 3 times longer? Was the disparity between them truly so vast? By this reckoning, it had already been 2 years since he arrived at Sea God Island, half of which was squandered in meditation. Wasn't he that excessive? Noticing the expression of regret on Hemingway's face, Zhejian Pearl retorted sharply, "What is that expression? You spent a year obtaining a century-old soul ring, and you think that that's insufficient? This is a coveted treasure that countless individuals yearn for. If it were me, I would gladly trade a decade for it. Do not take advantage of your fortune and then feign modesty." Upon hearing this, Hemingway reflected on her words. The benefits of acquiring this century-old soul ring were undeniably immense. He now felt as if he were an entirely different being compared to his former self, and undoubtedly, there were additional concealed advantages yet to be discovered. Thus, perhaps it was not such a loss after all. After all, he was only 14 years old, still quite youthful. He had already achieved a level that ordinary individuals could scarcely reach even in a lifetime. Why rush to ascend further? Strengthening his foundation would surely pave the way for greater heights in the future. At that moment, Zhejian Pearl inquired curiously, "Generally speaking, such a leap in absorbing soul rings should result in a significant increase in soul power. With your current soul power at level 40, absorbing a century-old soul ring typically reserved for peak soul Douluo, your soul power should experience an explosive growth. What level is your soul power at now?" Upon hearing this, Hemingway quietly sensed his own being and then spoke, "I possess a soul power of level 45. Level 45? How could a 100,000-year soul ring only elevate you by 5 levels? Exclaimed Purple Pearl in astonishment. "I am not mistaken," he replied. Hemingway shook his head and remarked, "The energy bestowed by this 100,000-year soul ring has primarily been utilized for the restoration of my body and the unlocking of my potential. A mere fraction of that energy has been allocated towards enhancing my soul power, and to ascend 5 levels is quite commendable. Moreover, the most significant aspect is that the quality of my soul power has undergone a transformation beyond comparison with its former self. If my original soul power resembled a thin mist, it has now evolved into a dense liquid. Even a title Douluo, when considering the quality of soul power alone, would likely find it difficult to rival me. With the enhancement in the quality of my soul power, the potency of my soul techniques has greatly increased and their durability has improved. For instance, a technique that previously required 10 units of soul power can now be executed with just 1. Furthermore, with the elevated quality of my soul power. Future breakthroughs to higher levels will become significantly easier. This illustrates just how immense the benefits of the 100,000-year soul ring are. And what of you? During the year of my slumber, have you faced any new trials? Hemingway suddenly inquired of Zhejian Pearl. No, Zhejian Pearl replied, shaking her head. It seems that my trials are intertwined with yours. Should there be any challenges to face, we must confront them together. I see, he acknowledged. Hemingway nodded in understanding, choosing silence. At that moment, the heavens above darkened abruptly. The marks on their foreheads illuminated simultaneously. The sky was thick with ominous clouds. And the mountain of the sea god exuded an atmosphere as if a tempest were imminent. On the shadowed peak, the divine light of the sea god became strikingly pronounced. Yet, outside the mountain, the circular sea began to churn violently. Waves surged forth, and layers of peculiar energy oscillated dramatically within the circular sea. In the distance, 7 golden rays pierced the sky, converging once more. This time, their convergence was directly above the sea goddess temple. Chapter 80, A Preliminary Trial. The golden light that enveloped the sky gathered momentarily, almost in the blink of an eye. But as the luminescence faded, Hemingway and the Pearl of Purple discovered that a golden veil now cloaked the surface of the circular sea. The shimmering barrier hovered just about 10 meters above the water. Reminiscent of the moment they first encountered the sea witch's sacred pillar, seemingly thwarting the onslaught of the waves. The golden light extended all the way to the shores of the circular sea. Simultaneously, a fresh veil of information materialized in the minds of Hemingway and the Pearl of Purple. Their second trial had officially commenced. After absorbing the sudden influx of knowledge, the Pearl of Purple opened her eyes and declared, "For the second trial, we must breach the circular blockade. The condition for success is to traverse the barrier of the circular sea and reach the opposite shore without slaying any of the sea spirit beasts." Hemingway's expression was somewhat peculiar as he remarked, "My trial, like yours, is to breach the blockade over the circular sea and reach the opposite shore without slaying a single soul beast." He gazed at the details of the second trial, feeling as though it was almost too easy. It seemed that even the sea god was unaware of his ability to control the soul beasts, a gift bestowed upon him by the Sea King, White Star. At that moment, a rumble emanated from Hemingway's stomach, prompting him to rub his belly. Suddenly aware of his hunger, having subsisted for an entire year without food, relying solely on energy for survival, he now found his body yearning for nourishment as he awakened. Zhejian Pearl, somewhat exasperated, stated, "The food delivered this morning is over there. Since you are hungry, you should eat first. We can discuss the trial later." "Very well." Hemingway nodded and followed him to their usual dining spot. A handcrafted stone table was adorned with an abundance of sumptuous seafood. There lay a colossal king crab, delectable lobster meat, caviar paired with dark bread, complemented by the island's specialty vegetables and fruits, which made Hemingway's stomach rumble with anticipation. Eagerly, he settled down beside the stone table and promptly seized a king crab to indulge in. After a hearty feast, he felt sated and satisfied. Hemingway began to inquire of the Purple Pearl about her circumstances over the past year. He discovered that, devoid of a second trial, she had remained close by, spending her days in diligent cultivation. However, following the completion of the first trial, the absence of the divine light from the sea god had significantly hindered her progress. Her cultivation speed this year paled in comparison to before. She had only just managed to reach level 50, signifying a mere 2-level ascent over the course of a year. While this may not be deemed slow, considering the inherent difficulty of leveling up at higher tiers, it is noteworthy that she had actually attained level 56 months prior. Tempted by the sweetness of the divine bestowed soul ring and witnessing his remarkable leap to a 100,000-year soul ring after a year of restraint, she resolved to follow Hemingway's example by temporarily refraining from acquiring a soul ring, choosing instead to solidify her foundational soul power through continued cultivation. She contemplated that, upon passing the second trial, she might be rewarded with a divine soul ring, one that would be most suited to her and push her to her utmost limits. Hemingway and the Purple Pearl arrived at this place, gazing at the circular sea before them. He remarked, "Allow me to take the first plunge. If my intuition serves me well, we should navigate this challenge with relative ease." With that, Hemingway propelled himself forward, launching into the circular sea with the force of a cannonball, soaring straight towards the ocean. Boom! Just as Hemingway's body soared less than 5 meters from the land, the entire circular sea erupted in tumult. The already surging waves seemed to explode instantaneously, crashing heavily against the golden barrier 10 meters above the sea's surface. Strangely, The rising waters did not spill over the edges of the circular sea. They neither surged onto the surrounding ground nor reached the sacred mountain. In that fleeting moment, Hemingway's body was completely enveloped by the sea. On the shore, the purple pearls could only behold an extraordinary aquamarine world. Unable to restrain himself, he clenched his fists, gazing nervously at the circular expanse of water. The instant he was submerged, Hemingway became acutely aware of a peculiar predicament. Within the depths of the sea, an enigmatic energy seemed to ensnare him, impeding his movements and accelerating the depletion of his soul power. Even the innate ability bestowed upon him by his martial spirit, which allowed him to sense the ocean, was significantly hindered, reducing his range of perception from 1,000 miles to a mere 5 meters around him. The suppression was overwhelmingly harsh. A series of undercurrents relentlessly battered Hemingway's form, compounded by the overwhelming buoyancy of the water, which rendered him momentarily unsteady. Fortunately, his martial spirit manifested as a mermaid, inherently a creature of the sea. Thus, entering these waters felt akin to returning home, devoid of any discomfort. At that moment, submerged in the ocean, Hemingway distinctly sensed the uniqueness of the water in this circular sea. Aside from the constraining energy, the resistance of the water was remarkably pronounced. Most importantly, an odd force impeded his control over the sea, thwarting his intention to manipulate the water to propel himself ashore. It was only logical. As a trial set by the sea god, some limitations were to be expected. If he were allowed to pass so easily, what would become of the sea god's reputation? Just then, a multitude of arrow-shaped fish, each with diverse forms, materialized unexpectedly, encircling him from all directions. These fish moved with astonishing speed, and in an instant, a swarm of over 100 arrow-shaped fish had surrounded him, their blue-violet luminescence shimmering around their bodies. While dense waves of soul power wove an intricate net within the water, sealing off all avenues for his advance or retreat, Hemingway faced the sudden encirclement with remarkable composure. Despite the disconcerting aquatic environment that contrasted sharply with his usual sense of freedom and ease, nevertheless, he possessed the formidable spirit of the Sea King, White Star. These mere insignificant fish, if he so desired, could be commanded to turn upon one another, even aiding him in traversing the circular sea. However, such an approach would lack intrigue, as this trial was inherently a process of validating his own strength. To directly manipulate these aquatic spirit beasts would be an egregious violation of the challenge's essence. Hemingway intended to first test whether he could overcome this challenge through his own strength. If he failed, he would consider other options. Directly controlling the soul beast would be a last resort. Chapter 81. Entering the sea as Hemingway pondered, the arrow-shaped fish began to stir, launching a charge towards him. In an instant, hundreds of these soul beasts surged forth like a multitude of arrows imbued with soul power, intent on piercing his body without relent. From the shore, the attentive purple pearl could distinctly observe that as the fish charged, their bodies transformed into the same mesmerizing blue-purple hue that had previously enveloped them, appearing like radiant streaks of light. Being situated in the open sea, Hemingway had no hope of evading such a relentless onslaught of arrow-shaped fish. However, evasion was unnecessary. Ever since he had acquired the 10,000-year soul ring, his physical prowess had become nothing short of terrifying. These arrow-shaped fish, appearing to be of merely a millennium soul beast level, despite their overwhelming numbers, posed no real threat to Hemingway's life. Yet, there was a significant constraint in this second trial. Harming any of the soul beasts within the circular sea was strictly prohibited. This posed a considerable dilemma, as eliminating them would have been the most straightforward solution. Observing the speed of the fish's charge, Hemingway realized that even without counterattacking, allowing them to collide with him would lead to disastrous consequences. Their attacks resembled suicide missions, akin to a staged accident. Unable to kill them, and with no means of evasion, what could Hemingway possibly do? Fortunately, although his water manipulation abilities were somewhat hindered by the peculiar environment, he found it relatively easy to contend with the reckless assault of the arrow-shaped fish. A glimmer ignited in his azure eyes as he summoned his control over the water to its utmost potential. Instantly, the sea surged violently. From the shore, Purple Pearl could clearly see the water around Hemingway's body twisting dramatically as the invisible force within the water swept the charging fish aside, scattering them in all directions. Their speed in charging was remarkable, but they were even more swiftly dispersed by the impact of the water. However, the assault from the arrow-shaped fish was just beginning. After being momentarily disrupted, they quickly regained their formations within the circular sea and charged at Hemingway once more. This time, they did not attack all at once. Instead, over 100 fish adeptly split into 10 groups, launching a nearly seamless wave-like assault towards him, with each group comprising a dozen or so soul beasts. The first wave was repelled by the water's shock wave, only for the second wave to surge forward immediately thereafter. They seemed to recognize that Hemingway would not dare harm them, with each successive wave becoming more ferocious and rapid than the last. The turbulent sea water continually manifested distorted halos in the face of the arrow-shaped fish's assault. The expression on Hemingway's face remained as serene as an ancient well, as he floated effortlessly in the ocean. Without even the slightest movement, the surrounding water automatically generated shockwaves, repelling the encroaching sea spirits. Each force employed to disperse the arrow-shaped fish was perfectly calibrated, ensuring they did not surge too close while simultaneously utilizing the undercurrents created by the shockwaves to lift them away, all without causing them harm. As time progresses, Hemingway has grown somewhat impatient with the relentless onslaught of the arrow-shaped fish. Through this period of experimentation, he has developed a vague understanding of the resilience of these creatures, ensuring that he does not exert excessive force that might inadvertently lead to their demise. It is now time to eliminate these nuisance fish. Thus, when the arrow-shaped fish, the sea spirit beast, once again surged towards Hemingway's vicinity, the waters of the circular sea surged anew, generating a shockwave. Instantly, the approaching arrow-shaped fish leapt as if electrified, losing their ability to move amid trembling and spasms, rendered unconscious by the force. The strength applied was just right. Having roughly gauged the endurance of the arrow-shaped fish, Hemingway skillfully commanded the waters to create a shockwave, effortlessly neutralizing this wave of attack. Nearly half of the 100 or so arrow-shaped fish were incapacitated by his strikes, while the remaining ones dared not charge, resorting instead to feigning aggression at a distance, darting about in the waters surrounding him to create distractions. After repelling the arrow-shaped fish, Hemingway finally found the opportunity to delve deeper. At this moment, he had ventured merely 20 meters into the circular sea, with the opposite shore still a considerable distance away. As he continued to navigate the waters cautiously, he meticulously observed his surroundings. The banks of the circular sea were only a little over 200 meters apart, and he had now traversed a tenth of that distance, leaving him still 180 meters from the other side. 180 meters, a distance that would be crossed in an instant on solid ground. Yet, despite having vanquished the arrow-shaped fish, the remaining 180 meters were evidently not so easily traversable. Were it not for the interference affecting his oceanic sensing ability, which now only enveloped a radius of 5 meters, he would not have to proceed with such caution. The constraints of the sea offer no opportunity for those undergoing trials to resort to cunning. Success can only be achieved through sheer strength, and any attempt at trickery is futile. As Hemingway cautiously advanced, he suddenly sensed a strange ripple in the surroundings, a wave of energy that resembled a sound. Where could there be sound in the ocean? In the next moment, Hemingway realized he had encountered trouble. The arrow-shaped fish spirits that had been circling him, though hesitant to attack, had now scattered in flight, demonstrating the loyalty of these ancient soul beasts as they took their stunned companions with them. In an instant, the waters around Hemingway became tranquil, yet an oppressive force enveloped him, suffocating in its intensity. A colossal shadow approached from a distance, and before Hemingway could discern its form, an irresistible surge of power emanated from the depths of the sea. He barely managed to cloak his chest with his haki before he could enact his next move, only to be violently thrust away by the overwhelming current. With a resounding splash, Hemingway burst forth from the water, hurtling towards the sea god mountain. Though the light of the sea god no longer imposed pressure on those who had passed the first trial, the mission to protect the sacred mountain remained unquenched. Hemingway felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping him, as if he had sunk into a pile of cotton. In the next moment, he found himself seemingly embedded within the light of the sea god, slowly sliding down the mountainside. Even at this juncture, Hemingway could distinctly sense the tumult within his bloodstream, an indescribable discomfort coursing through him, as if every meridian had been jolted. The injury was not severe. He likened his state to that of the arrow-shaped fish he had previously encountered, which he had propelled away with a shockwave of condensed seawater, only to now be similarly cast aside by an unforeseen, immense force. Feeling utterly drained, Hemingway hastily summoned his spiritual energy to circulate throughout his body, and gradually, the sensation of weakness began to dissipate. Chapter 82. What could possibly go wrong? He had failed. Hemingway had not anticipated that what he believed would be a straightforward trial would prove to be far more arduous than he had imagined. What vexed him further was his ignorance regarding the force that had expelled him from the circular sea. When struck by the undercurrents, even the vast oceanic senses enveloping him within a 5-meter radius were disrupted, plunging him into temporary chaos. He could not discern the nature of his assailant. The only certainty was that it must be a sea soul beast, or perhaps he could cheat his way through by utilizing his ability to control the sea soul beasts. This disheartening thought suddenly arose in Hemingway's mind, only to be swiftly cast aside. Setting aside the notion of such deceit, one must consider whether the sea god would even acknowledge his passage. The essence of the sea god's trials has never been to thwart them, but rather to provide an opportunity for self-empowerment. This second trial, traversing the circular sea, forbids any harm to the sea soul beasts. At first glance, it may seem unhelpful for their soul power enhancement. However, it serves to hone their combat instincts and teaches them how to navigate battles in adverse environments. If they can overcome this challenge, their combat abilities will undoubtedly see significant advancement, yielding fruitful results. Are you all right, Hemingway? Upon his arrival ashore, the delicate Pearl of Purple hurried over, extending her slender hand to assist him. I'm fine, Hemingway replied, shaking his head. It was the first time he had heard her call his name, and he felt a twinge of awkwardness. However, considering the nature of their relationship, which, while not explicitly defined, was at least beyond mere acquaintances, it seemed quite natural to address each other by name. With this thought in mind, he tentatively uttered her name, albeit clumsily. Pearl. She responded softly. Having called out his name in a moment of urgency, Pearl of Purple found herself slightly flustered upon realizing it. Hearing him pronounce her name made her feel even more bashful. He called my name. A jubilant, cartoonish figure seemed to celebrate within her heart, as a delicate blush graced her flawless complexion, rendering her even more enchanting. In that moment, the atmosphere between them turned sweetly intoxicating. As a novice in matters of love, Hemingway felt somewhat awkward amidst this saccharine ambience, prompting him to hastily shift the subject. By the way, what was that thing that collided with me? Did you see it clearly? His question shattered the lingering tension, snapping Pearl of Purple back to reality. She quickly responded, yes, I saw it clearly. What was it? Hemingway inquired. Pearl began to recall, speaking as she pondered. I observed closely, apart from the arrow-shaped fish that attacked you initially. There was only one other type of sea soul beast, which was the one that struck you last. There was only one of that particular sea soul beast. It was a white shark, approximately 25 meters in length, yet its immense size did not in the slightest impede its agility. It moved with astonishing speed. From the moment it appeared to its swift disappearance, in the blink of an eye, I had only just caught sight of it when you were already propelled out by a surge of seawater, stirred by the blue light emanating from its body. Then, it turned and departed. Hemingway felt a sense of clarity as he listened intently. He surmised, based on your description, that the white shark we encountered moments ago must indeed be the fabled soul-snatching great white shark. It is astonishing that such a creature exists within this circular sea. At that moment, a hint of bitterness crossed the delicate features of Zhejian Pearl as she responded, it is far more than just the soul-snatching great white shark. Do you recall what I once mentioned? Beyond the waters surrounding Sea God Island, there resides a guardian, an ancient soul-snatching great white shark that has watched over the seas for 100,000 years, measuring approximately 20 meters in length. The creature that just attacked us undoubtedly exceeds 20 meters. The sheer force it used to propel you from the water with such ease clearly indicates its formidable identity. Upon hearing this, Hemingway, who had been momentarily dazed, felt his mind sharpen with a sudden clarity. A glimmer of realization flickered in his azure eyes as he gravely pondered. Could it be that the assailant was the king of the soul-snatching great white sharks, the ancient guardian of Sea God Island? But how could it have ventured into this circular sea? Zhejian Pearl speculated. Sea God Island harbors several inland seas, and these bodies of water are not devoid of salinity. It stands to reason that this water must originate from the vast ocean beyond. Therefore, it is conceivable that there exists a passage connecting these inland seas to the outer ocean beneath Sea God Island. If that is the case, it would not be difficult to understand why the king of the soul-snatching great white sharks has manifested here. It is likely that our assessment has drawn it into this circular sea, obstructing our quest. However, judging by the nature of its previous attack, it appears that it harbors no intent to harm us, but merely seeks to prevent our crossing of the waters. Hemingway nodded and said, It seems that is indeed the case. This explanation is the only reasonable one. 100,000-year soul beast. The sea god truly holds us in high regard. In the second assessment, we are to face the trial of 100,000-year soul beast. A hint of bitterness crossed Zhejian Pearl's face as she helplessly remarked, I hope that the soul-devouring great white shark does not truly launch a fatal attack against us. Otherwise, there is little chance we will emerge unscathed while traversing this circular sea. Observing her troubled expression, Hemingway smiled reassuringly and said, "In truth, there is no need for such pessimism. Although the trial we are undertaking is arduous, it is unlikely that we will be confronted with a 100,000-year soul beast in the second assessment. While the difficulty of this test is significant, it must still have its limits. The condition for our success is merely to break through the blockade of the circular sea and reach the opposite shore, not to vanquish the 100,000-year, soul-devouring great white shark. Given that it did not strike me earlier, we can tentatively conclude that its role is to obstruct rather than annihilate. Consequently, our chances of passing this trial remain quite favorable. Perhaps this is also a fortuitous opportunity for us to enhance our combat capabilities." Upon hearing his words, Zhejian Pearl could hardly believe it as she exclaimed, "Enhance our combat capabilities? You cannot be suggesting that we engage in battle with that soul-devouring great white shark. Fight against a 100,000-year soul beast. Just the two of us, both soul masters of merely the 40th to 50th rank." Hemingway chuckled softly and retorted, "What is there that cannot be done?" Faced with a 10,000-year soul beast amidst the vast constraints of the ocean, the pressure we would experience is readily imaginable. The most remarkable aspect is that this 10,000-year soul beast poses no real threat to us. What better training partner could there be? Engaging in combat within such an environment not only enhances our affinity with the sea but also significantly improves our practical combat abilities in aquatic settings. This shall undoubtedly be our finest method of cultivation for the foreseeable future. Upon hearing Hemingway's elucidation, Pearl of Purple suddenly realized, in this light, the sea god's trial serves not merely as a test, but also as an opportunity for those participating to refine their skills. The challenges we face may be formidable, yet the training methods provided are unparalleled. The first trial, the light of the sea god, hones our soul power, while the second trial, breaking through the circular blockade, likely aims to develop our combat prowess, particularly in the resistance-laden ocean. How enlightening. Seeing her comprehension, Hemingway laughed heartily and said, "Now that you understand, let us proceed. This time, we shall dive into the sea together and see if that soul-devouring great white shark truly poses a threat to us." Generally speaking, a 10,000-year soul beast is more powerful than an ordinary tidal Douluo, roughly equivalent to a level 95 tidal Douluo. However, just as there are geniuses and ordinary individuals among humans, some 10,000-year soul beasts are significantly weaker than their kin, while others are far more formidable. The essence of strength cannot be accurately delineated by mere levels. Otherwise, there would be no such phenomenon as surpassing one's rank in challenges. The soul-devouring great white shark, residing in the circular sea, undoubtedly belongs to the more powerful category of 10,000-year soul beasts. The dynamics of the ocean differ vastly from those of the forest, where various plants provide cover and weaker soul beasts can evade stronger ones. In the ocean, however, there is little to no concealment unless it is a unique soul beast that dwells in the depths and can avoid attacks. Thus, the principle of survival of the fittest is even more pronounced among sea soul beasts than their terrestrial counterparts. Achieving the 10,000-year level in the ocean is, naturally, far more challenging than reaching the corresponding level in the forest, and the strength required is correspondingly greater. The second plunge into the sea lasted but mere seconds. Boom. Two figures broke through the water, tumbling clumsily towards the shore. This time, Hemingway's sensations were markedly more intense than before. He realized that upon entering the ocean and encountering the colossal white figure, the surrounding sea seemed to morph into a mere extension of the mighty king of the great white shark. He and the purple pearl, immersed in the ocean's depths, found themselves unwittingly engulfed in the domain of this formidable creature, and before they could mount any resistance, the dark currents of the water had already expelled them from the circular sea. Yet, the king of the great white shark had only flicked its tail in the water. What was most egregious was that, in the act of thrusting them from their watery realm, it appeared to smirk in their direction, as if mocking them. This caused Hemingway's lips to twitch. Had it not been for the influence of the ocean deity, which hampered his water manipulation abilities and curtailed his strength, he would have surely shown this diminutive shark who truly reigned supreme in the depths. He pondered, with my current capacity to control sea spirits, I should possess the power to command a 100,000-year soul beast, should I not? And here lies a prime specimen of such a creature. Perhaps it is time to test my prowess? After being effortlessly tossed above the surface twice, this thought surged within Hemingway. This time, I shall descend into the water alone. Hemingway turned to the equally drenched and disheveled purple pearl beside him, and said, I have devised a plan to deal with it. Allow me to test its efficacy. This great white shark is far too arrogant. It must be taught a lesson. A plan? Purple Pearl inquired with a hint of skepticism. But that is a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years. We are in its domain. What possible strategy could you employ? Hemingway did not offer an explanation. He merely propelled himself upwards with a powerful push of his legs and once again plunged into the depths. With a resounding splash, a colossal white figure swiftly emerged before him. In the blink of an eye, it had closed the distance, appearing right in front of Hemingway. Then, with familiar ferocity, it lunged towards his chest. In an instant, the great white shark entered the 5-meter radius of Hemingway's oceanic awareness, constrained within this limited space. For the shark, such a distance was traversed in a heartbeat, which accounted for its ability to strike before he could even register the threat. However, this time, a prepared Hemingway diligently activated his diminished water manipulation abilities, bracing himself against the shark that hurtled towards him like a cannonball. Though the effect was minimal, it succeeded in slightly reducing the shark's speed, granting him a moment to react. Now is the time. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Hemingway's eyes. Originating from the dominion of the Soul King, White Star, over the oceanic soul beast. In an instant, the once ferociously charging demon soul great white shark found its momentum abruptly halted. A look of bewilderment emerged in its enormous eyes, soon followed by a palpable sense of terror. Reluctantly, its massive form began to writhe, as if engaged in a struggle for control over its own body against an unseen force. In Hemingway's azure eyes, blood vessels gradually began to surface, signaling the frantic depletion of his mental energy. He sensed that the psychic force emanating from this monstrous soul white shark was far more formidable than any oceanic spirit beast he had encountered before. Cursed be it. This monstrous soul white shark was no ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. It surpassed the ordinary 100,000-year soul beast by leaps and bounds. What a blunder! With all his might, Hemingway exerted his ability to command oceanic spirit beasts, pouring his mental energy into the creature without reservation, intent on seizing control of its body and subjugating its soul. As he observed, the struggles of the monstrous soul white shark began to wane, its initial terror gradually giving way to a dazed confusion. Just as it was on the verge of succumbing to Hemingway's dominion, suddenly, an unusual ripple coursed through the surrounding waters. Hemingway was acutely aware of the peculiar force that had always suppressed him, which suddenly surged at that moment. It even seemed to overwhelm his mental fortitude. A silent hum reverberated in the air. The once struggling body of the magic soul great white shark trembled violently, regaining its freedom, and then, once more, the familiar shockwave came crashing in. Hemingway surged forth from the water, soaring into the air before crashing down onto the shore. Thud. This impact was far more severe than any he had previously encountered, sending shockwaves through his very core, leaving him feeling as though he might disintegrate. Coughing lightly, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. "Hemingway, are you all right?" exclaimed the nearby Pearl of Purple, rushing to his side to offer support. "I'm fine." "Merely a bit shaken," he replied, waving his hand dismissively, indicating that he had suffered no grave injury. Given his current physical condition, such minor wounds would heal swiftly, leaving no lingering effects. He realized he had been careless. He had not anticipated that the sea god's trials would be so meticulously designed. It seemed the deity was ever vigilant, ready to rectify any lapses immediately. He was certain that the strange force he had encountered was not inherent, but rather an interruption designed to thwart his attempt to control the magical great white shark. Indeed, seeking shortcuts was not a simple endeavor, Hemingway mused, though he had not intended to seek any such advantage. Chapter 84. The Doubts of Poseidon. As he pondered the stringent nature of the trials, a sudden wave of foreboding washed over him. Hemingway instinctively shouted, "Be careful!" Bang! Accompanied by the sound of splashing water, a massive figure, resplendent in pure white, surged forth, magnifying in the eyes of the two. It was none other than the formidable king of the great white sharks. Both Hemingway and the Pearl of Amethyst were momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished that this creature would leap from the water to pursue them. How vengeful could it be? This immense shark burst forth from the depths, soaring into the air, its sleek, streamlined form radiating a blinding gray-blue luminescence. Strangely, within this brilliant glow, its body rapidly diminished, ultimately transforming into a tall, graceful young woman. Hemingway and G. Pearl were utterly astonished, their minds nearly unable to comprehend the scene before them. The girl, transformed from the formidable magic soul of the great white shark, appeared to be quite youthful, standing at approximately 1.80 meters. In the case of an ordinary girl, such height might seem uncoordinated. However, her figure was nothing short of exquisite. Clad in an outfit reminiscent of white leather, her silhouette accentuated her flawless curves, exuding an alluring charm. Her long, gray-blue hair cascaded down her back, astonishingly reaching the ground. Her eyes mirrored the hue of her hair, a striking gray-blue, while her complexion was fair, imbued with a subtle gray-blue luminescence. Her high nose and chiseled features bore a slightly angular quality, yet they harmonized beautifully, imparting a unique allure reminiscent of an enchanting foreign beauty. Observing her, Ji Pearl couldn't shake a sense of unease. The captivating appearance of such an exotic beauty possessed an alarming power over men. Instinctively, she glanced at her beloved beside her, only to find Hemingway's expression far from the awe she anticipated. Instead, he wore a grave countenance, as if facing a formidable adversary. The reason for Hemingway's expression was the palpable hostility radiating from the woman transformed from the formidable soul of the great white shark. Her entire demeanor unmistakably signaling that her intentions were far from benign. One must ponder, in the presence of a potent adversary intent on one's demise, who would not remain vigilant? As the soul of the great white shark descended to the ground, her striking eyes fixed intently upon Hemingway, an extraordinary gray-blue luminescence flickering within her gaze as if she were scrutinizing his very essence. Suddenly, an intense aura of murder erupted from her gray-blue irises, her icy stare piercing through Hemingway's own like a blade. Instinctively, he summoned his mental prowess and glared back, a flash of crimson light igniting in his eyes. Nevertheless, he could not suppress a muffled groan as he stumbled back 3 paces before regaining his footing, his heart racing with trepidation. It was crucial to note that his mental strength had reached formidable heights, yet the psychic force emanating from the girl, a manifestation of the great white shark, imparted upon him a sense of fathomless depth akin to the ocean itself, imbued with a fierce aggressiveness akin to her true form. "You despicable human, seeking to enslave me. You shall perish." The voice of the shark girl was somewhat rigid, as if she had not spoken in ages. No sooner had she uttered these words than her form flickered, a trail of ethereal gray-blue shadows trailing behind her as she traversed the space between them in the blink of an eye, arriving before Hemingway with alarming swiftness. In Hemingway's mind, alarm bells rang loudly. He had never anticipated that his earlier intention to manipulate her actions would provoke the panic and lethal instincts of this monstrous great white shark. Upon reflection, however, such a reaction is quite understandable. Anyone would feel uneasy knowing that another possessed the ability to govern their body. It is only natural to wish to eradicate such a threat in its infancy. To attempt to take my life, is it truly so simple? Hemingway's gaze sharpened, as the long-restrained conqueror's haki within him erupted with tremendous force. In an instant, a crimson ripple surged forth from his being, howling through the air. The girl, transformed into the formidable magic soul great white shark, found her pupils involuntarily constricting as she was struck by the violent crimson wave. A chilling sensation akin to standing before divine wrath washed over her, an indescribable terror seizing her heart and mind in an instant. It was a brazen display of power. Hemingway's eyes widened, unleashing a more tumultuous and magnificent aura. In that moment, his figure began to ascend infinitely in the eyes of the demonic spirit of the great white shark maiden. Instantly, everything within her line of sight was dominated by this silhouette. The unparalleled loftiness and nobility, the ineffable vastness and grandeur, profoundly shook her very soul. The once furious and bloodthirsty demonic spirit of the great white shark maiden suddenly fell into a daze, and in the next moment, she knelt down with a soft thud, her rage entirely replaced by awe and reverence. This scene was so astonishing that she appeared to be in the presence of the Supreme King, like a loyal subject. Prostrating on the ground, trembling with excitement, devoid of her previous fierce demeanor. At this moment, even the circular sea had fallen silent. The impact was not limited to the demonic spirit of the great white shark king, but rather extended to the entire sea god island. All those of weaker strength had succumbed to unconsciousness, while even those slightly more formidable were pallid and gasping for breath, seemingly struck by immense fright, including the titled Douluo. In the sea god temple atop the sea god mountain, Poseidon covered her ample chest with her left hand, feeling her heart thumping violently, a faint blush rising on her delicate face. Her ocean-like brilliant eyes appeared as though they might overflow with tears, as the figure that had occupied her heart for decades had faded to a mere blurred shadow. In its stead was a domineering, cold, white-haired youth. Why was this so? He was just a child. Poseidon released her grip on the scepter with her right hand, as if she were a blossoming maiden, covering her now flushed face with both hands. How could she be unaware of the transformation in her feelings? It was simply a matter of reluctance to accept. After all, setting aside the matter of Tang San, the age gap between them was simply too vast. By age alone, she could easily be Hemingway's great-grandmother. Yet, she found herself drawn to this young boy who was a century her junior. prompting Poseidon to question herself for the first time and to feel a deep sense of self-loathing. Could it be that I am truly the kind of woman who flits from one man to another, preferring the young over the old? In truth, Poseidon's feelings for Hemingway were not particularly strange. After all, emotions transcend age, and she had not genuinely fallen in love with him. Rather, she was merely captivated by his allure, enticed by his physique. Of course, this does not imply that Poseidon was frivolous. It is simply human nature to be attracted to exceptional members of the opposite sex. This phenomenon is quite normal, akin to how men, regardless of their age, be they youthful or elderly, are invariably drawn to youthful and beautiful maidens. Chapter 85, The True Master of the Sea. Although Poseidon had lived for over a century, her mentality had not aged in accordance with her years. After all, she had spent the vast majority of her life on Sea God Island, having never experienced the trials of the mortal realm and possessing a perpetually youthful physique. Her mindset remains akin to that of an 18-year-old maiden, despite the passage of time. It is entirely natural for her to be drawn to the handsome and accomplished Hemingway. As for her feelings towards Tang San, that is quite the jest. After enduring years of waiting on Poseidon Island, Poseidon has long since lost the fervor he once held for him. What remains now is merely a sense of obligation and a lingering regret for a love that ultimately went unfulfilled. To speak of love in earnest would be a misnomer. Thus, should Hemingway come to realize this and seize the opportunity, he might very well win her heart. Once their relationship is established and the proverbial rice is cooked. Even if Tang San were to ascend to divinity, it would be of no consequence, for Poseidon would have already made her intentions clear, never to waver in her affections again. Of course, if Tang San were to arrive before Hemingway could make his move, expressing his feelings to Poseidon, then there would still be hope. She would undoubtedly agree without hesitation, discarding any fleeting feelings for Hemingway. After all, this sentiment has been her steadfast companion for decades, evolving into an obsession. Yet, regrettably, with Hemingway's presence, it remains uncertain whether Tang San can, as in the original tale, reach Poseidon Island in the final moments of his life. Thus, the outcome of this affection remains shrouded in uncertainty. On the circular coastline, Hemingway regards the kneeling figure of the soul shark maiden before him with a tranquil demeanor, his cerulean eyes as placid as still waters. He gazes down upon her in silence, reminiscent of a sovereign surveying a wayward subject. Meanwhile, the purple pearl stands in astonishment, her mind a tumult of confusion, unable to comprehend why this formidable soul beast, which had so recently clamored for battle, is now prostrating itself in submission. She acknowledges that Hemingway exudes an undeniable aura of authority. His cold visage, his indifferent gaze, and the commanding presence he projects are striking enough to inspire a sense of desire. Yet, even so, it seems implausible that a dignified 10,000-year soul beast would bow before him. Is her resolve truly so fragile? Or do soul beasts possess such a lack of dignity, so easily swayed by the allure of a handsome visage? As she wrestles with these thoughts, the soul shark maiden lifts her head slightly, her expression brimming with exhilaration. I was wrong, noble king. Please forgive my insolence. I shall never dare again. King, have you mistaken me for someone else? Hemingway muses, perplexed by this unexpected title. While his martial soul, the White Star, is known as the Sea King in another realm, that designation holds no validity here. How is it that he has suddenly been crowned a king? Could it be due to my status as the heir of the sea god? I cannot be mistaken. The spirit of the magic soul great white shark girl grew increasingly fervent. With an overwhelming enthusiasm, she declared, "You are the king of all sea spirits, the true sovereign of the ocean." From the domineering aura exuded by Hemingway, she could sense an innate nobility and an unparalleled regal presence. He struck her as a born leader, one whom she felt destined to follow. He was the rightful master of the sea. It is important to recognize that even the sea god could not command sea spirits with the same prowess as Hemingway. Though the sea god unified the ocean and consolidated the faith of its creatures to ascend to divinity, he could not forcibly dominate the sea spirits. At most, he could rely on divine power to intimidate them into submission. He could never possess the intrinsic authority over all sea spirits as Hemingway did. This was not mere brute force. It was an aura of authority, a power that was inherently his. Otherwise, Hemingway would not have been able to scare away the million-year-old deep-sea demon whale king at the moment of awakening his conqueror's haki. While the psychological impact of the sea god played a role, it was Hemingway's own formidable presence that ultimately compelled the deep-sea demon whale king to retreat. Yet, as you can see, I am human, not a sea spirit. Observing the fervent demeanor of the magic soul great white shark girl, Hemingway found it somewhat perplexing. He pointed to himself and inquired, Do you truly believe that a human could be your king? This statement did indeed cause the fervent magic soul great white shark girl to momentarily temper her excitement, pondering the validity of his words. How could a mere human be the king of sea spirits? Yet, that penetrating authority, that innate nobility was undeniably genuine. Every sea spirit could sense the essence of a leader, the exclusive aura of a king. Could it be that you are a hybrid of sea spirits and humans? The magic soul great white shark girl speculated tentatively. No, I am a pure human. Hemingway dismissed her conjecture, for he had never doubted his own humanity. Nor had he ever contemplated forsaking it. What merit could there be in being a king of the sea soul beasts? Observing his resolute demeanor, the girl, a magical great white shark, found herself in a state of perplexity. What was truly happening? How could a mere human exude the aura of royalty? Was it possible that sea soul beasts were inherently meant to be governed by humans? No, that was utterly inconceivable. Shaking her head vigorously, she rejected that absurd notion, contemplating that perhaps there were other explanations. This youth before her might not even be human. He could very well possess the bloodline of a sea soul beast, albeit unbeknownst to him. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, there was no way to account for the regal presence emanating from a human. And why would he hold dominion over the sea soul beasts? In light of this, it appeared she had misjudged the situation, suppressing her inner doubts. The magical great white shark rose to her feet and respectfully addressed the two. Esteemed guests, I apologize for my earlier impetuosity. To make amends, I assure you that while I will impede your passage through the circular sea, I shall not truly engage in hostility against you. My strength in the water far surpasses that on land. Strive earnestly. I shall take my leave now. With that, the magical great white shark turned away. Heading toward the circular sea, her form gradually illuminated by a radiant glow. Wait. Suddenly, Hemingway spoke up. The radiant spirit of the great white shark girl paused for a moment, turned her head, and inquired, "What is it?" Hemingway replied, "It's nothing. I merely have a question. You still possess the form of a 10,000-year beast, yet how is it that you can transform into a human?" Well, the great white shark girl pointed to her form, undeniably exquisite from a human perspective, and smiled. It's quite simple. Haven't you heard of mermaids? Our aquatic spirit beasts, upon reaching 10,000 years, experience a 30% reduction in power upon stepping onto land, yet we also gain the ability to take on human form. Of course, there is a time constraint. If we do not return to the water within an hour, our bodies will gradually weaken and could even lead to death. Among the 10,000-year soul beasts, we are indeed a rarity. I have not ventured into the realm of human cultivation, especially since I must protect Sea God Island. I shall take my leave now. Oh. By the way, my name is Xiao Bai. Lord Sea God used to call me Xiao Bai Bai. With that, the great white shark girl playfully winked at Hemingway, as if teasing him, before turning and leaping into the circular sea, transforming back into her true form, vanishing into the depths in the blink of an eye. Sea Bai? And Sea Bai Bai? Such a fitting name, akin to a fool, Hemingway mused. Zhejian Pearl, observing her last flirtatious wink towards Hemingway, felt a twinge of discomfort. She silently cursed another vixen trying to entice the man she had her eyes on. All right, stop being jealous, Hemingway said with a hint of exasperation, reaching out to pat her head, sensing that she had become increasingly possessive lately. Who was jealous? Zhejian Pearl exclaimed, her eyes widening as if her secret had been unveiled. Flustered, she retorted, I simply think that Great Shark's demeanor is rather unrefined, not at all like a respectable lady. It has nothing to do with jealousy. Hey, you just admitted it yourself. Hemingway found himself in a state of bemused amusement. Could this be what one refers to as tsundere? Nonetheless, the violet pearl possessed a certain charm that he did not find displeasing. The fact that a young woman felt jealousy on his behalf must surely be a sentiment that no man would deem unreasonable. Women possess the privilege of being capricious, and men ought to exercise a degree of forbearance. It would be unbecoming to be overly meticulous in such matters, as that would be rather unmanly. Indeed, you are entirely correct. Hemingway's tone resembled that of one soothing a petulant sister, even though, by the measure of years, the violet pearl was several years his senior. Their interactions invariably positioned him as the more dominant figure. The violet pearl, too, subconsciously disregarded the reality of their age difference. After all, it was simply the way of things. With a huff of indignation, the violet pearl finally calmed down under his repeated reassurances. Very well. Let us proceed to the next challenge. Hemingway's hand continued to caress her head, gently stroking her soft, violet tresses. Turning his gaze towards the circular sea, he remarked, the resistance of the seawater is substantial, imbued with a peculiar energy. It exerts a certain pressure upon us. as we endeavor to overcome the barriers posed by the king of the magic soul great white shark and its legion of sea soul beasts. Engaging in combat with them will invariably enhance our prowess in the ocean. Even Little White has stated that it will not truly attack us. Under these circumstances, do you not consider her our most excellent sparring partner? Let us not dwell on how to surpass the challenge. Instead, we should practice underwater combat under her tutelage, which will undoubtedly lead to significant improvements in our combat abilities. Indeed, I shall heed your words. It appeared that she found his large hand's touch remarkably comforting. Purple Pearl squinted her eyes, resembling a docile cat being lovingly groomed by its caretaker. From that day forth, the circular sea, which had remained silent for countless years, began to stir with life, guarding the sea god mountain. Each day, it roiled with tumultuous waves, occasionally erupting into brilliant bursts of light. As whirlpools emerged from the churning waters, Hemingway and the Purple Pearl, being esteemed sole masters of the ocean, naturally possess unparalleled aquatic skills. Swimming and breath-holding are merely foundational techniques for them. Thus, they tirelessly frolicked in the circular sea for an extended duration, until their soul energy was entirely depleted, at which point they would ascend to the shore to recuperate and restore their vitality. As the king of the soul beasts, the great white shark, aptly named Little White, indeed refrained from launching a genuine attack on them, instead merely obstructing their passage through the circular sea. Consequently, Hemingway and the Purple Pearl faced no reservations in their endeavor. If they could not be vanquished, they would revel in the experience. As a denizen of the ocean, Little White's true prowess could only be fully realized within the depths of the sea. 100,000-year-old soul beast in the ocean is an exceedingly formidable entity. Hemingway surmised that even if 6 or 7 titled Douluo were to confront her in the vast ocean, they would struggle to prevail. For she was a creature of the sea, endowed with the advantage of her domain. Despite the proficiency of soul masters in aquatic environments, they were mere humans, incomparable to the sea soul beasts that had spent their entire lives immersed in the ocean. Consequently, each encounter left Hemingway and Zizinzu battered and bruised. Even though she showed them mercy, in the realm of combat, one could never guarantee the absence of injury. Thus, regardless of Xiaobai's efforts to hold back, the duo invariably emerged from their skirmishes wounded. Through their relentless battles in the ocean, they distinctly sensed that their adversaries were not solely the sea soul beasts, but the entire circular sea itself. Under Xiaobai's command, every droplet of seawater seemed to conspire against them, repelling their every advance. Although Hemingway regarded himself as her king, Xiaobai would never relent. To her, she was the examiner of their second trial, a role bestowed upon her by the sea god. Despite her formidable strength, she would never indulge in favoritism. Moreover, this trial was beneficial for their growth, rendering leniency entirely unnecessary. As the days slipped by, Hemingway and Zizinzu endured Xiaobai's relentless onslaught in the circular sea, gradually forging a bond not born of masochism, but rather of camaraderie akin to that formed under the harsh tutelage of a merciless instructor. Before long, the deadline for their trial approached. On that fateful day, Hemingway and Zizinzu stood quietly before the circular sea at the foot of the sea god mountain, the roiling waters seemingly beckoning them. Through the cerulean depths, they could discern a massive, formidable spirit shark, Xiaobai, leading nearly 1,000 sea soul beasts that floated in the water, their gaze fixed upon the two. Nearly a year had passed, and it had been almost 3 years since they arrived at Sea God Island. Zizinzu was now 21, while Hemingway had turned 15. In this year, Hemingway's hair had regrown, cascading in a flowing mane of white. His demeanor had grown increasingly composed, and his physique had matured significantly. Soul masters typically develop faster than ordinary individuals, and he now resembled a young man in his 20s. Zizinzu, on the other hand, still bore the appearance of an 18 or 19-year-old girl, though her beauty had become even more striking through her cultivation. During this year, Hemingway's soul power had ascended to level 50. The unceasing battles in the circular sea not only honed their wills and bodies, but also fortified their foundational soul power. However, Zizinzu had yet to acquire a soul ring, causing her level to stagnate at 50. Nevertheless, Hemingway had gradually caught up to her. This was of little concern, for once Zizinzu obtained her soul ring, her strength would undoubtedly experience a remarkable surge. After all, throughout this year of battles in the circular sea, each encounter has left her utterly exhausted, depleting her soul power before she finally returned to the shore. As previously mentioned, cultivating in a state of extreme fatigue, with soul power entirely spent, yields significantly greater results than in a typical condition. Therefore, it is conceivable that after a year of accumulation, upon acquiring her soul ring, her soul power level is poised for a remarkable surge. Moreover, the suppression of her soul power over the past year has undoubtedly fortified her foundation. Even if she cannot be compared to Hemingway, she will undoubtedly surpass the expectations of an ordinary person. Today marks the moment when the two shall officially embark on the challenge of the second examination. Hemingway and the Purple Pearl stood at the water's edge. He turned to the woman beside him and inquired with a smile, "Are you ready?" "Indeed, I have been poised for this moment," replied the Purple Pearl, returning his smile. Over the course of the year spent navigating the circular sea, they had cultivated a profound synergy. "Then let us commence." With those words uttered by Hemingway, their martial souls were unleashed almost simultaneously, and soon thereafter, they became enveloped in their powers. Progressing over 200 meters in the water posed no challenge for the two. However, the adversaries they faced were formidable. Although the circular sea appeared to be narrow, this very constraint limited their maneuverability. Confronted by hundreds of variously ranked sea spirit beasts, their path was nearly entirely obstructed. The most daunting obstacle impeding their completion of this second trial was none other than the soul demon great white shark, Xiaobai. Without overcoming Xiaobai, they could not reach the opposite shore. While Xiaobai would not unleash her full fury upon them, she would undoubtedly exert herself to thwart their progress in the assessment. Under her command, the sea spirit beast and the circular sea acted as a united force. Throughout the previous year of trials, both had come to deeply understand this truth, their bodies bearing the scars of their experiences. Within the circular sea, Xiaobai was already prepared. The moment she sensed the unwavering momentum radiating from Hemingway and the Purple Pearl, she realized that today's battle would not unfold as simply as before. These two were genuinely poised to challenge the second trial she guarded. Onward! Hemingway uttered a low grunt before swiftly lifting the slender waist of the Violet Pearl. In an instant, a brilliant radiance erupted from the two of them. A dazzling light akin to the blinding sun in the sky, obscuring what transpired within its glow. Moments later, a thunderous roar echoed as the light expanded dramatically, revealing a colossal white tiger with majestic wings, howling to the heavens. Was this the spirit fusion technique? Moreover, he possessed two martial spirits. Little White, situated in the depths of the circular sea, was momentarily taken aback. Throughout the past year, the pair had never revealed their ability to perform a spirit fusion technique, clearly intending to catch her off guard today. Habitually, she presumed they would plunge into the sea as usual, engaging in direct combat with her and the other sea soul beasts, searching for an opportunity to break through. However, she could never have anticipated that they would forego any preamble and immediately unleash their spirit fusion technique. With a swift motion, the wings behind the white tiger unfurled like those of a swan, transforming its massive form into a fleeting white shadow that darted towards the circular sea with lightning speed. The water was the territory of the sea soul beasts. No matter how adept they were at swimming, they could not hope to rival the true sea soul beasts. Furthermore, submerged in the ocean, they were in the enemy's domain, placing them at a distinct disadvantage. Thus, the duo had long conspired to use the spirit fusion technique to soar through the challenge. By the time the king of the demon soul great white shark, Little White, realized what was occurring, the winged white tiger had already penetrated over 80 meters into the circular sea. Remarkably, due to the prior formations set by the sea soul beasts throughout the water, they encountered no resistance at all. A burst of white light erupted from the white tiger, forming an oval halo that enveloped them entirely. The foremost portion of the white light coalesced into a conical shape, further amplifying their momentum. Simultaneously, a fierce aura of killing intent emanated from the white tiger's deep crimson eyes, causing the nearby sea soul beasts, the first to react, to hesitate in terror, reluctant to approach too closely.